Narrated by Reader's End. Chapter 1. Jinyan Assessment. Lang Nation, Jinyan Valley. The third stage of the Immortal Sex Assessment, the Illusion Heart Platform. The circular platform made of white jade. 1 to 200 youths were enveloped in a pale purple light, trapped in illusions, their expressions ranging from anger, fear, to grief and despair. Hiss. Lan Chang'an grunted and suddenly woke up. His brows furrowed, sweat beads the size of beans dripped from his forehead. It felt as if a seal deep in his brain had been broken, subject to a torrential rush of information. Not bad. The third person to awaken on the Illusion Heart Platform, exceptional willpower. Not far away, several sect masters whispered among themselves. The Illusion Heart Platform was the final stage of the entrance assessment for Jinyan Valley, focusing on mental state and willpower. Lan Chang'an, medium-grade spiritual roots, ranked third on the Illusion Heart Platform. He can be considered a budding immortal. Only at the Kai-refining first stage, but nearing 18 years old. What a pity. Few voices of regret echoed around. The cultivation world of Lang Nation, Jinyan Valley's entrance assessment. Lan Chang'an, nearing 18 years old. Breaking the mystery of cultivation later in this life than in the previous one, past the optimal age for cultivation. On the Illusion Heart Platform, Lan Chang'an's facial muscles twitched, his gaze profound. The memories of this world, he found himself in a different place compared to the first and second lives. Upon awakening in this life, I once again acquired the Nine Seal Stele, and the initial strength of my soul seemed to surpass even that of the second life. Lan Chang'an relaxed his brows, his expression returning to normal. He closed his eyes slightly, seeming conserving his energy. Right, the Nine Seal Stele. The depths of his mind, a simple and ancient blackstone stele emerged, its surface adorned with abstract patterns. The Nine Seal Stele was the mysterious ancient stele he accidentally encountered on Earth, thus beginning his extraordinary journey of cultivation. Lan Chang'an didn't know the origin of the stele, so he simply named it based on its appearance. On the front of the stele, from top to bottom, there were 9 rectangular seal-like imprints. The first seal, a handsome young man holding a brush was depicted, his posture upright. The second seal, there was an old man in ink robes, his feet sitting on a beam of light. The first 2 seals were dim and lifeless, the figure comparable to still images. But the third seal was a faint white light of a young boy's phantom. Faintly discernible, not yet fully depicted on the stele. This phantom of the young boy perfectly matched Lan Chang'an's current appearance. The remaining 6 seal imprints below were all blank. Counting from the first life he traversed from Earth to the cultivation world, it was already the third life. Lan Chang'an withdrew his consciousness from the Nine Seal Stele, briefly summarizing the experiences of the previous 2 lives. The first life, he initially arrived in the cultivation world, with average aptitude, a mere wandering cultivator, stumbling through and barely cultivating to the 9th level of Kai refining. The only thing noteworthy was his talent in drawing symbols. Ultimately, in a bid for a chance to establish his foundation, he fell in battle due to his inferior skills. In the second life, born into a prominent cultivation family, with superior spiritual roots, having the insights and skill in symbols from the first life as a bonus, he advanced swiftly to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment, and even reached core formation. But in the end, he failed to break through to the nascent soul stage, perishing in the midst of cultivation. In the previous 2 lives, I only scratched the surface abilities of the Nine Seal Stele. I speculate that at least reaching the nascent soul stage, after undergoing a qualitative change in soul strength, can one excavate the true secrets of the Nine Seal Stele. At this point, Lan Chang'an had already clarified his goal for this life. The nascent soul stage. If he couldn't reach this realm, the Nine Seal Stele might continue his reincarnation, up to 9 times at most. Of course, there was an optimistic speculation. Perhaps there were only 3 lives, 3 worlds. If he failed in this life, perhaps what awaited him would be utter annihilation. I know. As time passed, the youths on the Illusion Heart Platform gradually woke up, the scene becoming noisy, interrupting Lan Chang'an's thoughts. Lan Chang'an, when did you wake up? Several nearby youths looked at Lan Chang'an, who had awakened earlier than them, with some surprise. Lucky, woke up a bit earlier than you guys. Lan Chang'an remained calm, surveying the 2 boys and 1 girl in front of him. They were all promising talents brought from Hengxiu Prefecture, who had met on the way. Yao Xiao, medium-grade spiritual roots from a Saleh family. Only 14 or 15 years old, she was already graceful and delicate, with bright eyes and delicate lips, truly a budding beauty. Lin Yi, low-grade spiritual roots, the illegitimate son of the Marquis of Wan'an. A young man of 16 or 17, dressed in fine clothes, with sharp eyebrows and a heroic look. Among the group, he had the highest cultivation level, reaching the 3rd level of Kai refining. At the moment, Lin Yi's expression was gloomy. Lai Ergu, low-grade spiritual roots, from a peasant family. Dressed in horse short clothes, he was thin and dark-skinned, looking a bit flustered and timid, not daring to approach Lin Yi and Yao Xiao. Big Brother Lan, the 3rd stage was so difficult. If it weren't for the sudden crowing of my family rooster, I would have almost fell into a life of luxury. Lai Ergu shivered with lingering fear, patting his chest, naturally getting closer to Lan Chang'an. Differences in social status, the relationship between several talented youths from the same region varied. Lin Yi exuded an air of nobility, which made Lai Ergu instinctively apprehensive. Yao Xiao, as a well-educated lady from a prestigious family, was polite to everyone, not looking down on Lai Ergu and Lan Chang'an due to their humble origins. Lai Ergu, however, didn't dare to meet the beautiful and lovely Yao Xiao's eyes. The gaze of beauty would occasionally fall on him, making him blush and feel at a loss. Fortunately, his dark complexion helped to conceal it. Lai Ergu was only close to Lan Chang'an. Lan Chang'an was an orphan, but at the same time, he had another identity, a martial arts of the rivers and lakes, a master of sect. Precise, he was the adopted son of the leader of the angry river gang in Hengxiu Prefecture. Chang'an had excellent martial arts aptitude from a young age, already a second-rate martial arts in the martial world despite his young age. According to the original plan, he was to take over as the leader of the gang from his adopted father in a few years. However, 2 years ago, he befriended a destitute Taoist priest and learned that he actually possessed spiritual roots for cultivation, and even a medium-grade spiritual root with decent talent. Hence, Lan Chang'an's life trajectory changed. The third stage of the Jinyan Valley assessment, the Illusion Heart platform, he regained memories from his previous life. Ergu, with your spiritual roots once you step onto the path of immortality, whether you were once a king or a farmer, it's all in the past. Lan Chang'an looked at the humble and timid Lai Ergu, patting his shoulder lightly. After 2 lives of cultivation, Lan Chang'an remained true to his original intentions, and did turn into a strange old monster with hundreds of years of mental maturity. This was the miraculous aspect of the Nine Seal Stele. It was as if he had awakened from an immersive movie, his consciousness returning, just with 2 lifetime of cultivation memories added. Even with more life experiences and broader horizons, his true heart remained as it was when he first crossed into the cultivation world. Yeah, I know, thank you, Brother Lan. Lai Ergu rubbed the back of his head, feeling a warm sensation. Lan Chang'an, what place did you get in the third stage, the Illusion Heart platform? At this moment, Lin Yi, whose face was increasingly uneasy, couldn't help but ask. Lan Chang'an glanced at Lin Yi, the noble son, thoughtfully. If he remembered correctly, Lin Yi was the last to awaken among them on the Illusion Heart platform in the third stage. In terms of cultivation, Lin Yi was the highest among them, reaching the 3rd level of Kai refining. However, in this test of mental state and willpower in the third stage, Lin Yi's performance was surprisingly the worst. Even Lai Ergu, who came from a peasant background, was slightly better than him. It seemed like I got 3rd place, Lan Chang'an pondered. 3rd place? Lin Yi's pupil contracted lightly, his face unsightly, seemingly unable to accept such a disparity. In the previous 2 stages, his overall performance was consistently superior to Lan Chang'an's. I didn't expect Brother Lan's willpower to be so outstanding, truly worthy of being a martial hero. Congratulations. Xiao was also surprised, raising her eyebrow gracefully, her eyes flickering. The weight of the sect, Lan Chang'an, as a martial artist from the martial world, had plentiful experience and an amicable disposition, making him close to Xiao through conversing along the way. Moreover, being the oldest among them, Xiao called him Brother Lan. The relationship between the two was even closer than the one between Lin Yi, who came from a noble family, and Xiao. Seeing that his worries were true, Lin Yi's mood worsened, but he forced himself to calm down, casually saying, "It's a pity if Brother Lan could have taken first place on the Illusion Heart platform. He could ignore the results of the previous 2 stages and directly pass the assessment to become an hour disciple of Jinyan Valley. First place on the Illusion Heart platform allows direct entry into the sect." Lan Chang'an was taken aback, unaware of this information. He felt a slight regret in his heart. If he had awakened a few days earlier and gained the soul enhancement from the Nine Seal Stele, his entrance assessment would have been almost guaranteed. 2 lifetimes of cultivation memories, Lan Chang'an didn't want to be a wandering cultivator. He deeply felt the hardships of a wandering cultivator in his first life. The immortal cultivation path, wealth, companionship techniques, and land were all indispensable. Among them, land, referring to the cultivation site, ranked last. And in the cultivation world, almost all spiritual veins, less lands, and even desolate beasts occupied them. The secular areas were called spiritually poor areas, with extremely thin and barren spiritual energy. It was not suitable for cultivation at all. Without a cultivation site, the efficiency of cultivation could be more than 10 times worse. Ranked first was wealth, referring to cultivating resources such as spiritual stones, elixirs, and magic treasures. Without a cultivation site or resources for cultivation, even with outstanding cultivation talent, the early stages of cultivation wouldn't be so smooth. Therefore, Lan Chang'an wouldn't miss the opportunity to enter the sect. Those called by name stepped forward. Before long, a steward from Jinyan Valley floated in the air, beginning to announce the list of those who passed the assessment. Chapter 2, Adora Part. Yangdashan, Yaoxiao, Yilei. The steward of Jinyan Valley recited the names of dozens of people in one breath. People whose names were called out were overjoyed, harboring aspirations for the immortal path in the future. My name isn't on the list. Did they forget to call it? Lan Yi bit his lip, finding it hard to believe. 17 years old, Kai refining 3rd stage, low-grade spiritual roots, he should have met the standard. It wasn't only Lin Yi whose name wasn't called out. Lan Chang'an and Lai Ergu also didn't pass the entrance assessment. All others leave the mountain gate immediately. The steward of Jinyan Valley's expression was cold as he led the select young talents away. The remaining 100-plus youths, including Lin Yi and Lai Ergu, had dim expressions, feeling resentful. Lan Chang'an remained calm, having expected this outcome. The age limit for Jinyan Valley's entrance assessment was not to exceed 18 years old. Lan Chang'an was just at the upper limit. If he had waited a few more months, he wouldn't even have qualified for the assessment. Although his performance in the 3rd stage was outstanding, his age and cultivation level were too far behind. With a bone age close to 18 and only at the Kai refining 1st stage, his potential was simply too low for the sect to consider. Even if his spiritual roots barely reached medium grade, Jinyan Valley wouldn't have taken notice. Big Brother Lan, does this mean we can't cultivate immortality anymore? The way down the mountain, Lai Ergu had a mournful expression, looking as if his dreams had been shattered. Don't be too disheartened. As long as you have spiritual roots, you can still cultivate. Worst case scenario, we'll become wandering cultivators. Lan Chang'an comforted him. In reality, he knew that with Lai Ergu's background and aptitude, becoming a wandering cultivator would be extremely difficult. Lan Chang'an wasn't worried though. With 2 lifetimes of cultivation memories, he was confident despite the rough start. Guided by 2 disciples from Jinyan Valley, the group descended the mountain together, passing by a lake brimming with spiritual energy. Lan Chang'an took a deep breath, looking at the reflection of the young man on the lake's surface. In this life, his body had symmetrical and muscular lines, calluses on his palms from march training. His face was rugged, with sharp features, and his eyes as black as ink. Strong and robust, skilled in martial arts. He wasn't a delicate weakling. Lan Chang'an nodded inwardly, satisfied with his current physique. Senior Brother Yu, considering my performance in the assessment, why was I eliminated? The way down the mountain, Lin Yi complained to a young disciple of Jin Yunveli. Lin Yi had used his connections from the noble family before the entrance assessment to arrange things with Jin Yunveli. Jun brother, you performed poorly in the third stage, the Illusion Heart platform. According to the sect's rules, unless you have superior grade spiritual roots or above, you won't be accepted into the sect. Senior brother, you conveyed the message, inwardly sneering. How could Jin Yunveli take someone with such ordinary aptitude and weak mental state? The Illusion Heart platform. Lin Yi felt indignant, subconsciously glancing at Lan Chang'an. Lan Chang'an had performed so well in the third stage, yet he was still eliminated. Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt somewhat relieved. After all, he was the illegitimate son of a noble family, backed by secular power. Even if he wasn't accepted by the sect, his future would still be much better than that of an ordinary wandering cultivator. That being said, as they walked out of the Jin Yunveli gate, gazing at the gradually shrouded mist, the ethereal peaks, and the flying spiritual cranes, Lin Yi remained silent for a long time before saying, "The gate separates the mortal from the immortal." He understood that even with the backing of secular power, his future would be vastly different from that of the disciples of immortal sects who stood high above. Yao Xiao, thinking back to his attempts to win over the beautiful and talented lady, fantasizing about standing side by side in the immortal sect and pursuing immortality together. However, as they stepped out of the gate, Yao Xiao became an unreachable goddess of the heavens. Just one day, the gap in their lives had become so vast. Brother Lan, Brother Lai, our Marquis Guang's mansion has some cultivation resources. Would you two like to come with me and develop in the secular world? Walking out of the gate, Lin Yi's attitude changed, and he seemed less arrogant. He knew that it was difficult to thrive as a wandering cultivator, so it was best to stick together for warmth. He tried to recruit Lan Chang'an and Lai Ergu using the power of the noble family. I'll follow Brother Lan's lead. Lai Ergu grinned foolishly, revealing his yellow teeth. He didn't have much of an opinion but trusted Lan Chang'an. Before, Lin Yi had shown no respect for him, rather displaying a hint of disdain. Although he was an ignorant peasant, it didn't mean he had no thoughts of his own. Compared to Lin Yi, Lan Chang'an was more grounded, speaking colloquially and treating Lai Ergu with some care, easily gaining his trust. Does the Marquis Guan mansion have a first-grade spiritual vein? Lan Chang'an asked casually. Not really. Lin Yi's expression changed. He realized that he couldn't deceive Lan Chang'an so easily. First-grade spiritual vein could be used by cultivators in the foundation establishment period to accelerate cultivation. There was a world of difference compared to the spiritually poor areas of the second world. In that case, I'll pass. Lan Chang'an was straightforward. He waved his hand, interrupting Lin Yi's attempt to persuade them. Without a first-grade spiritual vein, the Marquis Guan mansion could only provide some incomplete cultivation techniques or mundane traders like gold, silver, and precious medicinal herbs. These things were meaningless to Lan Chang'an. Haha, does Brother Lan need a first-grade spiritual vein? My Mu family has a second-grade spiritual vein. Would you like to join us? A hearty voice came from the direction of the foot of the mountain. The speaker was a middle-aged man in a green robe with a fair complexion and an elegant demeanor. Our refining 8th stage. Lan Chang'an's powerful soul instinctively sensed the fluctuations of mana emanating from the man, making him vigilant. However, in front of Jin Yunveli mountain gate, outsiders dared not act recklessly. Second-grade spiritual vein, Mu family. Lan Chang'an's eyes flashed slightly as he speculated about the man's identity. How should I address you, senior? I am Mu Mao, the head of the Mu family of cultivation in Feiyu Lake. I'm recruiting young cultivators to join us. The middle-aged man's expression was friendly as he explained his intentions. So it's Senior Mu. Lan Chang'an nodded and noticed a glint of light in Mu Mao's eyes as he looked at him. From what I know, don't cultivation clans generally not cultivate outside bloodlines. Someone in the crowd voiced their doubt. Most of the youths participating in the sex assessment came from the lower levels of society, at least compared to the cultivation world. Most were from noble families, wealthy merchants, or even the descendants of cultivation families. In recent years, our Mu family has suffered losses and needs to replenish with new blood, hence the spell case. Of course, we aren't recruiting the offspring of nobles or cultivation families. The Mu family head had already investigated the backgrounds of the youths participating in the assessment. He glanced at Lan Chang'an, the only one with a medium-grade spiritual root, then scanned the rest of the youths. Speaking loudly, he announced, My Mu family has 10 spots. We're recruiting young cultivators, providing spiritual vein cultivation grounds, cultivation techniques in. Hearing this, those without backgrounds couldn't help but be moved. Having the support of cultivation family was much better than being a wandering cultivator. No pain, no gain. Senior Mu, could you please clarify what we need to provide in return for the resources from noble families? Lan Chang'an spoke frankly. The Mu family head looked at him with some surprise before chuckling softly. I didn't expect such insight from someone so young. Let me be clear. I see you, June Brother Lan, as a remarkable talent who is destined for greatness. Our clan has many well-educated young ladies from which you may choose one or several to be your wives or concubines. Hearing this, Lai Ergu's eyes widened, his chapped lip moving silently. Is such a good thing possible? Coming from a peasant background, he barely had enough to eat or clothes to keep his body warm. It was a luxury for him to marry an ordinary-looking one in this lifetime, let alone marry an educated and beautiful lady. Facing the enthusiastic recruitment from the Mu family head, Lan Chang'an, who possessed memories of 2 lifetimes, remained unruffled, though he sneered inwardly. Was it that the Mu family valued his spiritual roots? No, they were eyeing his kidneys. As expected, the Mu family head revealed his actual intents at the end of his recruitment speech. Our requirement is this. Young cultivators who join the Mu family and bear offspring with our clan women must pass the Mu family surname, especially if their offspring is born with spiritual roots. Isn't this considered marrying into the family? Lai Ergu blurted out in surprise. The Mu family head didn't mind and smiled. Joining members need to fund 10 offspring. If you can leave behind a child with a medium-grade spiritual root or 2 children with low-grade spiritual roots for our clan, it will count as fulfilling the condition. In return, the Mu family will provide you with cultivation grounds, cultivation techniques, and a certain amount of spiritual rice and elixirs each year. Hearing the conditions, Lan Chang'an shook his head inwardly. Was it considered marrying into the family? It was merely a disguised form of breeding method. Big Brother Lan, do you think this is reliable? Lai Ergu looked eagerly at Lan Chang'an, evidently tempted. Are you not bothered by marrying into a family? You have several brothers in your own family. Lai Ergu scratched his head, looking embarrassed. He then lowered his voice, saying somewhat excitedly, Big Brother Lan, we can cultivate, have a place to live, and even get married and have children. Isn't this a great deal? Chapter 3. Choosing the Cultivation Technique. That makes sense, Lan Chang'an chuckled, not dismissing Lai Ergu's thoughts. For someone like Lai Ergu, from a farming background, being able to marry and have children was the pinnacle of success in life. Cultivating immortality might just be a side pursuit. Chang'an, on the other hand, was interested in the Mu family's spiritual vein, and had no interest in marrying and bearing children for them. In his previous life, he came from a prestigious cultivation family, reaching the pinnacle of formation realm, with numerous wives and offspring. Juten Lan, you might want to consider it. The cultivation world in Lan Kingdom isn't stable right now, and our Mu family, as a righteous cultivation family, has a good reputation. The head of the Mu family didn't press the matter and turned to other young men. Lan Chang'an hadn't made a decision yet, and decided to inquire about the Mu family situation first. Lin Yi, who was well informed, was approached by Lan Chang'an for information. Lin Yi didn't refuse and honored. I seem to have heard of the Mu family by the Feiyu Lake. Don't rush, let me look into it for you. Saying so, Lin Yi went into the crowd to inquire about the cultivation families. Lan, big brother, why is young Mr. Lin so easy to talk to now? Lai Ergu muttered. Before this, Lin Yi had been dismissive of them. Towards the two of them, he had even been somewhat disdainful. Lan Chang'an smiled. Lin Yi was adapting to the role of cultivator. Everyone had been eliminated by the sect, and were now at the bottom of the cultivation world. Once Lan Chang'an and Lai Ergu joined a cultivation family, their future prospects would be better than those of bottom-tier wandering cultivators. The cultivation world, it was always better to have one more friend rather than an enemy. Shortly after, Lin Yi hurried back, saying seriously, I've inquired. The Mu family by Feiyu Lake is a legitimate cultivation family with no bad reputation. In recent years, they've suffered heavy losses from a dispute with the Zheng family over the ownership of spiritual mine, losing nearly half of their young cultivators. Additionally, the Mu family hasn't had many new recruits with spiritual roots in the past few years, so they urgently need to replenish their numbers. Lan Chang'an understood immediately after hearing this. The young talents eliminated by the sect had little value except for their spiritual roots. If the head of the Mu family had personally come to recruit and wasn't resorting to underhand tactics, it was unlikely that they would face any problems. Rumor has it that the Mu family's only foundation establishment ancestor was seriously injured in a battle several years ago and might not live for more than 10 years. Lin, he suddenly lowered his voice. The implication was that the future prospects of the Mu family weren't very optimistic. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Lin. Lan Chang'an wasn't concerned. If it weren't for this special situation, how could outsiders like them have the opportunity to join a cultivation family? As for how long the Mu family's ancestor would live, and what the future held for the Mu family, it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, the Mu family was just a transitional place in Lan Chang'an's cultivation journey. If he encountered any trouble, he could just leave. Junior Lan, what do you think? The elegant-looking head of the Mu family, dressed in green robes, looked towards Lan Chang'an and Lai Ergu, who had returned. We both agreed to join the Mu family, but this junior has a small request. Lan Chang'an arched his hand. Oh, what is it? I, this junior, am sincerely dedicated to the immortal path. At the beginning of my cultivation journey, I do not wish to indulge in relationships with women. I hope Senior Mu can give me a 10-year grace period. After 10 years, I have no objection to marrying and having children. 10 years. The head of the Mu family snorted as if a muffled thunder echoed in the void. Lai Ergu stumbled, his face pale, unable to say a word. At the 8th stage of Kai refining, Mu Mao's absolute dominance over the first stage was evident. Lan Chang'an struggled to stabilize himself, feigning a frightened expression, but he didn't retract his request. Your will is admirable. After a moment of silence, the head of the Mu family made a concession. My Mu family doesn't raise idle people. I can give you a maximum of 5 years. 5 years? All right, Lan Chang'an reluctantly agreed. Actually, he hadn't expected to postpone for 10 years. He just wanted to leave room for negotiation. 5 years' time was within his expectation. In 5 years, if you violate the agreement, you'll have to pay 3 times the resources provided by my Mu family. The head of the Mu family added with some meaning. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't let a junior freeload on the family's resources for several years, and then run away. The concession was made because of Lan Chang'an's medium-grade spiritual root. An hour later, the head of the Mu family selected 10 young men with spiritual roots, including Lan Chang'an and Lai Ergu. They were all young men with no background. All right, from now on, you will be the external disciples of the Mu family. Follow me back to our residence by Feiyu Lake. The Mu family head led the 10 young men down the mountain. In addition to the Mu family head, there were 4 Mu family cultivators with Kai refining stages ranging from the 4th to the 6th layer accompanying them. After leaving Jinyan Valley, the Mu family didn't fly but rode on sturdy horses. These horses had a trait of spiritual horse bloodline, so even Lai Ergu, who didn't know how to ride, wasn't uncomfortable with it. Big Brother Lan, why aren't these cultivators flying us back to the family residence? Lai Ergu was somewhat disappointed. When they went to Jinyan Valley for the assessment, they had ridden a flying boat. Well, maybe the seniors want to toughen our bodies and wills in the journey, Lan Chang'an said with a solemn expression. He knew the reason, but as newcomers to the cultivation world without any background, they absolutely couldn't act arrogant. At the Kai refining stage, their mana was too weak, and they could only fly using magical tools, which wasn't suitable for long-distance travel. Moreover, flying wasn't fast enough, even slower than an ordinary car on Earth, and it would be burdensome to carry a group of newcomers along. Compared to flying, riding horses was more practical. It saved mana and energy. If they used up too much mana on a long-distance flight and were picked off by enemies, it would be a big joke. Toughening our bodies and wills, that must be it. Big Brother Lan, you know so much, Lai Ergu suddenly realized and believed firmly. There Conversation couldn't escape the Mu family members leading the way. The head of the Mu family remained silent, while the 4 Mu family cultivators had strange expressions, and their lips twitched slightly. As night fell, the Mu family rested in the wilderness, hunting, setting up campfires, feeding the horses. The 4 Mu family cultivators instructed the young men to work, not even sparing any vitality restoration pills. Lan Chang'an looked at the wild boars and rats on the campfire rack, falling into contemplation. The economic situation of the Mu family by Feiyu Lake might be worse than he had imagined. "Excuse me, head of the family, how long will it take to reach the family residence?" one young man asked. "The horses you're riding have a trace of the bloodline of spiritual horses, so it will only take 3 months to reach the family." The head of the Mu family sat in front of a separate campfire, with several Mu family disciples on guard near him. 3 months. 10 young men with spiritual roots looked at each other. Among them were some who were meditating, and their expressions looked grim. Before reaching the Mu family, they will be in the spiritually poor area of the mundane world, and their progress in cultivation would be abysmally slow. This didn't even include the time spent resting on the journey. It was equivalent to saying that during the 2 or 3 months on the road, their cultivation would almost come to a standstill. Yunfei, give each of them a piece of spiritual stone. The head of the Mu family hesitated for a moment and called over a handsome young Mu family member who was at the 5th layer of Kai refining. Spiritual stones? Lan Chang'an felt a slight joy. It seemed he had misjudged the head of the Mu family. Soon, 10 young men with spiritual roots received the distributed spiritual stones. Lan Chang'an looked at the handful of crystal heart holes in his palm, emitting a faint spiritual energy fluctuation, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This was spiritual sand. In the cultivation world, it was a smaller denomination currency than spiritual stones. 1 standard low-grade spiritual stone equals 50 units of spiritual sand. About 20 units of spiritual sand, less than half a low-grade spiritual stone. Lan Chang'an weighed it in his hand and fell into contemplation again. He shouldn't have expected too much. Anyway, he valued the Mu family's spiritual vein, place for cultivation. He could figure out how to earn spiritual stones later. "We have spiritual stone now. Thank you, head of the family." The young men who had just embarked on the path of immortality smiled. Spiritual sand could also provide spiritual energy for cultivation. "As long as you sincerely join the Mu family and birth offspring, there will be more rewards in the future." The head of the Mu family looked generous. He glanced at the distributed spiritual sand and his lips twitched imperceptibly. Receiving the spiritual sand, those young men with cultivation techniques immediately began to cultivate, absorbing the pure spiritual energy from the spiritual sand. The first level of the origin opening scripture, just starting out. Lan Chang'an inspected the state of Mana and his buddy. He was the young lord of the Angry River Gang, and he embarked on the path of immortality after befriending a destitute wandering cultivator, setting foot on the cultivation path. The origin opening scripture was a basic technique he had obtained at great cost from the other party. The technique had no attributes, but was advantageous in its ability to smoothly switch to other techniques. After 2 lifetimes of cultivation, Lan Chang'an naturally wouldn't cultivate such a common technique. He closed his eyes, recalling the powerful advanced techniques he possessed in his previous life when he reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage. The Ninefold Inferno technique, a high-grade fire attribute technique, cultivates 9 layers of flames, incinerating all things with formidable combat power among the same level. The Wind Shadow Scripture, a demonic technique with cure methods, exceptional speed, and decent revival ability. The goal of this life is to attain the Nascent Soul Realm. After a long time, he finally made a decision. Looks like I can only choose that ancient technique. Chapter 4, Ancient Trees Evergreen. Cultivation technique Lan Chang'an chose was called the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique. This was from his second life. He obtained this ancient cultivation technique from the cave of the Nascent Soul Cultivator Yandong. At that time, he was already 400 or 500 years old and nearly lost his life in a battle within the cave. The only gain was half of the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique, which could be cultivated up to the Nascent Soul Realm. The characteristic of the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique was temper one's character, extend lifespan, and cultivate an everlasting aura. The downside was that, as a longevity technique, its power was average, and the cultivation progress was slow. In this life, he will cultivate this technique. Lan Chang'an only valued one thing about it, and that was longevity. The Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique must be cultivated from the Kai refining stage, and it must be the primary cultivation technique in order to increase lifespan. Switching midway will render the lifespan extension ineffective. The effect of lifespan extension is to increase the lifespan by half that of a cultivator from the same realm at each stage. In the Kai refining stage, it extends lifespan by 50 to 60 years. In the foundation establishment stage, it extends lifespan by 120 years. Normal Kai refining stage cultivators have a lifespan of only around 120 years. In the foundation establishment stage, it's 240 years. In the core formation stage, lifespan can reach up to 500 to 600 years. In other words, if Lan Chang'an could return to the core formation stage of his previous life, he would have a lifespan of 900 years as a baseline. If he could obtain some longevity traitors, a lifespan of 1,000 years wouldn't be impossible. Lan Chang'an didn't believe that, with nearly 1,000 years of lifespan in the life, he couldn't steadily advance to the nascent soul stage by being cautious and progressing step by step. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, he deeply understood the significance of lifespan to cultivators. In the cultivation world, being able to live until the end is the true victory. When cultivators suffer severe injuries in battles or use certain secret techniques, it often affects their lifespan and foundation. In his second life, Lan Chang'an aimed to advance to the nascent soul stage, but due to his limited lifespan, he had to vie for various opportunities, experience life-in-depth battles, and inevitably damage his foundation along the way. This also affected his later attempts to break through to the nascent soul stage, ultimately falling victim to the heavenly tribulation. In my second life, my remaining lifespan was not much. I primarily cultivated a fire-based technique, and my spiritual roots also leaned towards fire, so it wasn't suitable to switch to the wood-based Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique. In this life, I have a medium-grade spiritual root, with high sensitivity to fire, wood, and metal spiritual energies. It's just right to cultivate the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique from the Kai refining stage, gradually increasing my lifespan layer by layer. Cultivators' aptitudes are divided into inferior spiritual roots, low-grade spiritual roots, medium-grade spiritual roots, high-grade spiritual roots, earth-grade spiritual roots, and heaven-grade spiritual roots. In addition, there are innate traders outside of the spiritual root system, such as the Thunder Spirit Body, Kingland Body, Dragon's Roar Body, etc. Innate traders are extremely rare, and Lan Chang'an doesn't know much about them. The grade of spiritual roots is determined based on their sensitivity to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Normal cultivators have a balance of all 5 elements. The grade of spiritual roots mainly depends on which type of spiritual energy they are most sensitive to. A sensitivity level of 10 is the minimum standard for low-grade spiritual roots. A sensitivity level of 20 is the minimum standard for medium-grade spiritual roots. Lan Chang'an's sensitivity to fire spiritual energy just passed 20, reaching the minimum standard for medium-grade spiritual roots. Next is his sensitivity to wood spiritual energy, which is 17. For metal spiritual energy, it's 15. As for water and earth spiritual energies, the sensitivity level is less than 10, so they don't reach the standard. That means that it will be more difficult for him to cultivate techniques of these 2 attributes in the future. That night, Lan Chang'an held the spiritual sand in his hand and began cultivating the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique. After a month of traveling, Lan Chang'an's last grain of spiritual sand turned into powder, the first layer of the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique. Lan Chang'an circulated the fine threads of mana within his body, feeling a vigorous and evergreen aura. Even in the beginning stages, he felt that the vitality of the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique was inexhaustible. With an everlasting aura, his endurance and mana was strengthened. Just this aspect alone made up for the mediocre power of the Ancient Longevity Technique. In battles among cultivators of the same level, magical traders and divine abilities are the most important. With continuous mana, one can better support magical traders and divine abilities. Even when retreating, there were significant advantages to having better endurance. However, the cultivation speed of the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique is slower than I imagined, even slower than the origin opening scripture. This was the most obvious drawback that Lan Chang'an felt. Of course, the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique also had hidden prizes. That is the ability to conceal one's aura. When concealing one's breath, the practitioner seems to turn into an ancient tree, making it difficult for others to detect their true cultivation level. Many wood-based techniques have the ability to conceal one's aura, but none compare to the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique. Not bad. This aligned perfectly with my philosophy of low-key cultivation and steady operation in this life. Lan Chang'an nodded inwardly. Once he chose this technique, he wouldn't think about fighting or competing for opportunities in the future. Avoid conflict and competition. In this life, he aimed to steadily reach the Nascent Soul stage and uncover the true secrets of the Nine Seal Stele. The spiritual sand in Lan Chang'an's hand was depleted. Before reaching the Mu family residence, he decided to not bother with cultivating. The cultivation effect in the mundane world was too poor, not to mention that the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique was inherently slow to progress. There were still 2 months of trial ahead. Lan Chang'an didn't cultivate, but instead decided to practice some martial arts from the mundane world. In his first life as a wanderer in the world, he had spent some time in the mundane world, where he had killed several martial art masters and collected some top-level martial art manuals. His memory was keen, and he knew that mundane martial art masters posed a threat to Kai refining stage cultivators. If one wasn't careful, Kai refining stage cultivators could end up in trouble. In this life, starting from the Kai refining stage, with weak mana and no magical items or talismans for protection, and with the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique being mediocre in power, there was little to rely on for defense. For the journey ahead, Lan Chang'an wanted to practice martial arts to have more defensive skills. This practice brought him a pleasant surprise. Mundane martial arts required very little spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Lan Chang'an was already a second-rate martial artist in the mortal world, a martial art prodigy. With the aid of the Nine Seal Steles, which enhanced his soul far beyond that of an ordinary person, the strength of his consciousness at the Kai refining stage first stage was close to that of the 7th level. Powerful soul was the cornerstone of a cultivator wisdom, and practicing martial arts with such a soul felt like crossing 1,000 miles in a single day. In less than 2 months, Lan Chang'an's martial arts cultivation progressed from second rate to first rate, then to passing first rate, and finally advanced to the martial innate stage. At this moment, Lan Chang'an had just turned 18 years old. An 18-year-old martial innate, enough to shake the secular martial world. Lan Chang'an felt the surging innate true Kai in his body, and the robust physique he had developed. Of course, compared to the mana of cultivators, martial arts true Kai was still lacking. Stay alert, we'll reach the Mu family's residence in half a day. On the official road, the Mu family's spiritual horses led the way ahead, with a dozen or so horses following closely behind. After 2 to 3 months of arduous journey, the new recruits were physically and mentally exhausted. Lan Chang'an, who cultivated the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique, had vigorous energy and strong resilience. During the journey, he also found time to practice martial arts. The head of the Mu family, Mu Mao, saw Lan Chang'an practicing martial arts but didn't say anything. Lan Chang'an was originally a martial artist in the secular world, so practicing martial arts suited his character. As for whether it would affect his cultivation, Mu Mao didn't care at all. He didn't really intend to cultivate Lan Chang'an and the others. He only cared about how much spiritual root bloodline they could bring to the family. Whether Lan Chang'an was neglecting his duty or not, Mu Mao was even less concerned. When the time came, if Lan Chang'an had no hope on the path of immortality, it would be even easier for him to stay in the Mu family and devote more effort to the family in the future. We've arrived at Feiyu Lake. A few days later, the several Mu family cultivators were revitalized. Lan Chang'an and the others looked into the distance, where the silhouette of a lake shimmered in the faint moonlight, giving off a jade and emerald-like luster. That's the spiritual lake controlled by the Mu family. It's said to produce spiritual fish. A gentle breeze brushed their faces, and they felt a hint of moisture in the air. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the surrounding area far exceeded that of the mundane world. Feiyu Lake was not far away. They had almost reached the territory controlled by the Mu family. The Mu family cultivators, who had remained vigilant all the way, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The task of escorting the immortal seedling was finally completed. Just as everyone began to relax. Whoosh! A sharp wheel sounded, and the scorching heat swept over them. Boom! In an instant, Dozens of lantern-sized fireballs smashed toward the Mu family's convoy, escorting the immortal seedlings. Enemy attack. Mao's face changed drastically, and he roared in anger. Apart from his spiritual horses, the other horses were scared and neighed in fear, some even attempting to flee in terror. For a moment, chaos ensued with people and horses tumbling and dust flying everywhere. Protect the immortal seedlings. Shouting angrily, Mu Mao and 4 family cultivators each displayed their techniques: water screens, golden light shields, earthen walls, magic weapons. They tried their best to protect the 10 immortal seedlings. However, there were dozens of fireball clusters and they couldn't create an airtight defense. The cry of despair rang out as one scholarly-looking youth was hit by a lantern-sized fireball, his body engulfed in flames. Soon, his body turned black and his struggle ceased. The other 9 youths were trembling with fear, dodging in a panic. Although cultivators had stronger bodies than ordinary people, a few of them were still injured. Oh my god, the world of cultivation is too terrifying. Lai Ergu's face turned pale, almost peeing himself in fright. Chang grabbed his arm and swiftly drew a line on the ground, spanning 7 to 8 meters, carefully avoiding the exploding range of fireball. Lan Chang'an's powerful consciousness and martial skills allowed him to remain relatively calm. Ha ha, Mu Mao, want to take these immortal seedlings back? You'll have to get the consent of my Zhang family first. 7 cultivators flew out from the hills on the left, each holding a magical weapon. The leader was a burly man with dark skin, sitting on a crimson flame broadsword. There was a centipede-like scar on his cheek, extending almost to his neck, giving him a fierce appearance. The amount of fluctuations on this person's body clearly reached the 9th level of Kai refining. Zhang family cultivators, Yang Wugong. Several Mu family cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5, counterattacking chaos. Zhang Wugong, how dare you attack the Mu family in front of the Feiyu Lake? Looking at the black-skinned man at the 9th layer of Kai refining, the Mu family head's home was cold and shocked. He had remained vigilant throughout the journey, not wanting to be attacked when he was almost at his doorstep. Kill. Make this battle quick, Yang Wugong laughed wickedly, 4-hand seals. The flame greatsword under his feet skyrocketed to the size of a door panel, and deep within the flames that pulsated on the body of the blade, a hint of bizarre black aura was revealed. The blade light and flame cut through the air and aimed straight at the Mu family head. At the same time, the 6 cultivators behind Zhang Wugong also struck out. Their cultivation levels were at least mid-layer of Kai refining. One of them, a beautiful one at the 7th level of Kai refining, cast a vine spell, and a green vine drilled out from the ground, wrapping itself around the Mu family head. Daring to be arrogant in front of the Mu family's doorstep, all of you will be buried here today. The Mu family head's face was stony as he sacrificed a green flag, stabbing it into the ground to create a whirlwind the size of a hut. Another talisman was crushed, and a golden light shield protected his body. Puff poof. However, with 1 against 2, the Mu family head quick fell into a disadvantage. The light of the green flag in front of his body dimmed, and the golden light shield shattered under the onslaught of the fiery blade. 4 Mu family cultivators met the Zhang family's 5 mid-stage Kai refining cultivators. Again, the situation was not optimistic for the Mu family, with fewer fighting more. The intense fight caught the surviving teenagers off guard. Many of them turned pale, trembling with fear. Having just entered the cultivation world, they had never seen anything like this before. The world of cultivation is too dangerous. I want to go back home and farm, Lai Erg cried, his voice trembling. You guys quickly go back to the family. A young man from the Mu family, who was at the 5th layer of Kai refining, transmitted his voice to the others. Chang'an had an impression of this person. He was the one who distributed the spirit zone to the 10 youths before, and he was named Mu Yunfei. Yes, let's run away. We're just a liability if we stay here. The youths reacted quickly and ran in the direction of Feiyu Lake. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Lan Chang'an frowned slightly and didn't rush to escape. The Zhang family cultivators clearly had the advantage of numbers, but they just pestered the Mu family head and the others, seemingly paying no attention to Lan Chang'an and the others. This abnormality caught Lan Chang'an's attention. As expected, the youths had only run a few dozen meters before a sharp whistle sounded. Snort. A wind blade several feet long swept past the fastest running youth. Before he could even scream, his head was separated from his body, blood gushing out. Hiss. The nearest youth came to a screeching halt, his body covered in cold sweat. There's an ambush. The Mu family head and the 4 family cultivators, their faces sank. 3 cultivators descended from the trees on the side of the road. 2 men and 1 woman. The leader, an ugly one with a 4th level Kai refining cultivation, instructed the 2 young cultivators behind him. This is your first real battle in the world of cultivation. Follow me to kill the remaining 8 immortal seedlings, and don't be careless. Don't worry, said Feng. We have magical weapons in our hands. Killing these new entrees is just like slaughtering chickens. The 2 young men were around 20 years old, at the 3rd level of Kai refining. Their expressions showed more excitement than nervousness. Lan Chang'an's senses were sharp, catching their conversation. It was evident that Aunt Feng intended to use these immortal seedlings, like Lan Chang'an and the others, to sharpen the young cultivators in their family. Current immortal seedlings were weak in cultivation, lacked magical weapons, and were not proficient in spells. They would really not fare well against the ugly woman group of 3. Just 2 young men at the 3rd level of Kai refining, with magical weapons in hand, could slaughter them. We are running out of time, hurry up and kill. The ugly woman took the lead without summoning her magical weapons. With a wave of her hand, a wind blade intercepted and bisected another immortal seedling girl, leaving only 7 immortal seedlings. Those who knew 1 or 2 spells, there were only 3 or 4. Among them, only 3 or 4 knew a couple of spells. Yan, let's compare who can kill more. The 2 young men laughed maniacally, like tigers entering a flock of sheep, maneuvering their magical weapons to attack. And Chang'an knew that he couldn't just sit back and wait for death, rubbing a stone-sized fireball out of his fingertips, coldly attacking one of the young men. Flame Flick Technique, one of the less powerful fire spells. Before awakening, this was the only attack spell Lan Chang'an had learned from the Wandering Taoist. Lan Chang'an's hands, the power and speed of this spell was more than 50% stronger than the original. So fast. The young cultivator was startled, and in his haste, he manipulated his magic weapon, the iron sword, to return to defend. Peng! The flames exploded. Most of the power was blocked by the magic weapon, but a few flames singed the young cultivator's forehead. You little brute! The young cultivator was furious. Fireball was not a big threat, but it made him lose face. After all, his opponent was only a first-layer Kai-refining immortal seedling. The young cultivator maneuvered his iron sword and prepared to unleash a strike in a fit of rage. Yanner, be careful. A sharp wind cut through the air, and the ugly one in the distance exclaimed in alarm to warn him. However, it was too late. Lan Chang'an's body flickered with afterimages, closing in within the blink of an eye. Finger flicked out with a 3-foot aura. The young cultivator named Zheng Yan's body froze and looked blankly at the bloody hole in his chest. 3-foot Kai aura pierced through his heart. It was Lan Chang'an's top martial art, the sky-piercing finger. The previous flame flick technique was just a cover-up. A martial innate master is not to be underestimated. After killing Zheng Yan, Lan Chang'an said casually. He picked up the magical weapon, iron sword, dropped by the other party. Amidst the ugly one's roar of shock and anger, he quickly retreated backwards. Zheng Yan, the young cultivator of the Zheng family, was shocked and froze slightly, resulting in his ferocious attack slowing down. The immortal seedlings gained some breathing room. Let's fight. Inspired by Lan Chang'an, several youths who knew spells joined hands and counterattacked the other young Zheng family cultivator at the 3rd layer of Kai refining. Yanner, the ugly one at the 4th layer of Kai refining, roared in anger, her eyes filled with blood, and her killing intent was bone-chilling as she chased after Lan Chang'an. Whoosh, swoosh, swoosh, 3 consecutive wind blades sliced through the air. Spells that could kill other immortal sibling insects had no effect on Lan Chang'an. Powerful soul allowed him to have a sharp enough reaction to avoid all the spells. The speed of martial innate master, he wouldn't be at too much of a disadvantage when put up against a 4th layer of Kai refining cultivator. Martial innate. The ugly woman gritted her teeth and quickly come down, summoning a small golden hopper bell. Lan Chang'an's face changed, and without even thinking, he blasted off 3 flame flicks. The ugly one had a sneer on her face, not dodging or evading. She poured her mana into the small golden copper bell with all her might. In response, it began humming, forming a copper-colored light shield, as if it was an inverted copper bowl. 10-10 bang. 3 flame flicks struck the copper-colored light shield and exploded violently. The luster of the small golden copper bell weakened by about 1/3. How is this firebomb so powerful? The ugly woman couldn't help but be moved. The power of the 3 flame flicks sent out by Lan Chang'an was actually a few points stronger than before, approaching the 3rd layer of Kai refining cultivators. After a few consecutive rounds of using the flame flick technique, Lan Chang'an had expended most of his mana, and his Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique was recovering his mana in a continuous stream. Die. The ugly woman's eyes showed a cold light. The small golden copper bell made a deafening clang sound, and not far away, the youngsters with low cultivation level bled from their mouths and noses. A circle of golden light ripples swept towards Lan Chang'an at terrifying speed. A sound wave attacked that chucked the soul. Lan Chang'an hesitated slightly before deciding his next action. Heaven-defying demonic roar. He operated his innate true Kai and inhaled fiercely, his belly and cheek bulging like balloons. Another martial art stance. Roar. Sand and rocks flew, and a baneful sound wave shaped like a tiger's roar collided with the incoming light golden ripples. Even though the small golden copper bell had been weakened by 30%, it was still able to engulf and hold off the heaven-defying demonic roar. In the end, only 1 or 2% of the pale golden ripples remained, and Lan Chang'an used his innate true Kai to protect his body, and his strong physique pushed through it. His body was shaken back, and his Kai and blood churned, but he remained standing. The little amount of the sound wave form power that had seeped into his internal organs was finally dissolved by the ancient wood evergreen mana. The little thief, how is it possible? The ugly one was dumbstruck. It was really hard to believe. Her small copper bell magical weapon excelled in sonic attacks, with a hint of soul-capturing effect, yet it was effortlessly neutralized by that kid using his spells in combination with martial sonic techniques. After dissolving the fatal blow, Lan Chang'an quickly distanced himself and prepared to activate the blood ignition technique. This technique could formally elevate his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd layer of Kai refining, but the side effects were rather large. Luckily, the opponent's magical attack has relatively obvious hissing actions and cannot be launched at a high frequency. The ugly woman's killing intent did not diminish, and she still wanted to chase after him. Retreat. At the moment, young Wu Wang shouted in the distance with a sense of anxiety. Lan Chang'an glanced over and found that beside the head of the Mu family, there was an odd beast with a single horn, resembling a mix between a horse and a cow, casting lightning. The strength of the unicorn beast was comparable to the 8th layer of Kai refining, forcing the beautiful one at the 7th layer of Kai refining to retreat. Afterwards, the unicorn beast's cold gaze swept towards the ugly one and scurried her way. Hurry up. The ugly one's fat face trembled as she signaling for 3rd layer Kai refining juniors who were still battling to leave. The Zheng family cultivators retreated in haste. Chang'an understood that even with the addition of the unicorn alien beast, the Zheng family cultivators still had the strength to fight. But near the Mu family's residence, the Zheng family cultivators didn't dare to linger in battle. Their strategy was to finish the fight swiftly from the very beginning. The sound of thunder rang out. A bolt of lightning fell, killing the slowest Zheng family cultivator at the 3rd layer of Kai refining. The Zheng family retreated, having lost 2 cultivators at the 3rd layer of Kai refinement. As for the Mu family, 4 immortal seedling died in the melee. Who gained and who lost was clear at a glance. Lan Chang'an restored his mana and inspected the flying sword artifact in his hand. Bah, so poor. He had initially thought that it was a low-grade magical weapon, but after inspecting it, he found that it was an inferior magic weapon with even a few defects on the surface. Lan Chang'an pondered for a moment. He came to the body of the cultivator named Zheng Yan, whom he had killed, carefully searching the body to see if there were any other spoils of war. Your feedback and ratings are greatly appreciated. If you have a moment, please consider rating this novel on Novel Updates. Should you notice any errors in this chapter, kindly mention them in the comments below so I can correct them. Thank you. Chapter 6, Feiyu Manor. The third layer Kai refining cultivator was killed by Lan Chang'an alone. He enjoyed the spoils of war, and the Mu family cultivators had no objections. Lan Chang'an, well done. Yunfei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unable to help but look at Lan Chang'an with admiration. Several Mu family cultivators were surprised that Lan Chang'an had killed a third-level Kai refining cultivator. But it wasn't too shocking. In addition to being a cultivator, Lan Chang'an was also a martial arts expert, and the target he killed was just a new recruit of the Zheng clan who had no real combat experience. Able to survive under the pursuit of a mid-stage Kai refinement, his heart and guts are not bad. He is quite a talent. The head of the Mu family lamented inwardly. These immortal seedling eliminated by the sex had already proven their limited potential and future achievements. Even if there were found someone with hidden talents among them, the Mu family wouldn't focus on nurturing them because, for cultivation families, the most important thing was loyalty, and immortal seedlings were chosen and nurtured from young bloodline heirs to cultivate. Lan Chang'an had missed the best age for nurturing loyalty. That's also why sex assessments had age requirements, not just because of potential. Poor bastard, Lan Chang'an finished counting the spoils of war. Apart from the inferior magical weapon, he also obtained 3.5 spirit stones and a tier 1 inferior wind walking talisman. He didn't even have a storage bag. I see, so this is the current Sidudan of cultivators at the bottom of the cultivation world. Lan Chang'an knew that the harvest was normal. The person he killed was just a new recruit from the Zheng family at the early stage of Kai refining. At this moment, a sound broke through the air. 7 or 8 Mu family cultivators flew from the direction of Feiyu Lake. Maud, what's the situation? The leader was a tall figure dressed in black robes, with eyes like eagles, his body exuding powerful mana fluctuations. Second elder, Mu Yunfei, and the others respectfully bowed. The incoming person was the second elder of the Mu family, Mu Renlong. The 9th level of Kai refining, among the older generation of the Mu family, he had the most potential to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Yang Wugong and his men attacked us. Fortunately, I brought the unicorn beast with me as trump card, otherwise we would have suffered a big loss. Upon seeing Mu Renlong, the head of the Mu family breathed a sigh of relief. As he recounted, he subconsciously glanced at Lan Chang'an. In fact, Lan Chang'an did not get a lot of credit. If it weren't for him killing one person and delaying the ugly one at the 4th level of Kai refining for a moment, the Zheng family's plan would have succeeded. Are these the batch of immortal seedlings? Mu Renlong's powerful aura slipped over. Greetings, elder. The vying youth felt a sudden pressure, breaking out in cold sweat. Lan Chang'an timely showed reverence, bowing slightly. Mu Renlong only glanced briefly, and the pressure quickly dissipated. Father, you're not hurt, are you? A melodious and gentle voice sounded. It was as if spring water was flowing from the heart, bringing a pleasant mood. The vying youth subconsciously looked over. It was a graceful young girl. With delicate eyebrows and a snow-like complexion, she exuded an elegant aura. Wearing a long skirt and shoes, her bright eyes and white teeth were pure and elegant. The vying youths were slightly stunned, having never seen such a graceful and beautiful girl before. The inn, why did you come? Father is fine, just exhausted from mana consumption. Mu Mao's expression was serious, but a hint of affection couldn't be hidden in his eyes. Dian Mu Zayan. The youths silently etched the name of the Mu family's young lady into their minds. Lan Chang'an also took a glance at Mu Zayan. Despite the special nature of the Nine Seal Stele, although he had experienced 2 reincarnations, he did not have the mindset of an old monster of hundreds of years of age. His original heart remained unchanged. Just like at the beginning of his first reincarnation, he can still feel joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and appreciate beauty. It's just that he had seen too much, making it difficult for ordinary beauties to move him. Along the vast Feiyu Lake, the group headed towards the Mu family residence. Mu Mao and Mu Renlong flew ahead. Renlong, the attack from the Zheng family might not just be aimed at intercepting this batch of immortal seedlings. They took such a big risk. Perhaps they want to test the patriarch. Mu Mao's tone was heavy, with a worried expression. HMPH, this group of jumping clowns. Their patriarch is not lightly injured either. How dare they come to provoke our Mu family in our own base? We must retaliate. Mu Renlong's face was filled with killing intent. The head of the Mu family shook his head. We must consider this carefully. Our young and middle-aged cultivators are not as good as those from the Zheng family. We must not fall into their trap. The Mu family's territory was built along the lake, scattered with villages and manors all around. The real core of the territory was the Moonheart Island in the center of Feiyu Lake. Below Moonheart Island was a second-grade spiritual vein for foundation establishment cultivators to cultivate. Lan Chang'an and the others, being outsiders, naturally didn't qualify to enter Moonheart Island. They were placed in the Feiyu Manor on the lakeside. The manor was the closest to Moonheart Island, only about 20 miles away. There were 2 first-grade spiritual branches underneath the manor, which were branches of the second-grade spiritual vein located on the Moonheart Island. A superior-grade first-rank formation, the Water Curtain Light Shadow Formation. Lan Chang'an could see through the layout at a glance. A layer of transparent ripples, hard to see with the naked eye, enveloped the entire Feiyu Manor, providing concealment, protection, and alert functions. You guys can feel at ease cultivating in the Mu family. Before leaving, the head of the Mu family said to the 6 immortal seedlings, as long as you fulfill the conditions mentioned before, you will be free to stay and go in the future. If you wish to stay in the Mu family, we will treat you as a part of our own. Yunfei settled them down. Fitting his instructions, Mu Mao, dressed in green, flew towards Moonheart Island in the heart of the family's territory. Follow me to get your identity tokens. Leading the way, Mu Yunfei introduced the situation of Feiyu Manor. The Mu family's immortal seedlings, as well as middle and lower level cultivators, practice here all year round. Yunfei was no exception. Only those with cultivation above the 7th level of Kai refining were qualified to apply for residency in Moonheart Island, where the heart of the second-grade spiritual vein was located. On the way, they encountered strained gazes from Mu family members. Some whispered behind their backs there was no lack of playful, contemptuous gazes. Lan Chang'an was mentally prepared. After all, they were outsiders, here for marrying into their family. Moreover, the inclusiveness of cultivating families were inherently inferior to that of sex. Lan Chang'an's understanding, if sex were rather multinational corporations, then cultivation families were akin to family businesses. That was 2 hours later. Lan Chang'an and the others received their identity tokens. Each person chose a single courtyard residence. The residence was only one floor, not large, with the courtyard occupying about half an acre of land. With the spiritual energy provided by the first order spiritual vein, it barely qualified as a small cultivation site. Lan Chang'an settled down, feeling much more relaxed. So what if he was a parasite? As long as there was a place to cultivate, wasn't it great to freeload? He chose a more remote area, closer to the shore of Feiyu Lake, but with more humidity. Lai Ergu deliberately chose a courtyard next to Lan Chang'an's, only a few tens of meters away. This silly boy. Lan Chang'an chose a remote area to cultivate quietly and avoid interacting with others. However, Lai Ergu was simple-minded, and there was no need to bicker with him. The night was uneventful. Lan Chang'an practiced the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique, and his entire body seemed to transform into a piece of withered wood, blending in with the grass and trees in the compound. The next day, Lan Chang'an's cultivation was interrupted. The family wanted to welcome them as new members and organized a banquet. Everyone had to attend. Welcome banquet. Lan Chang'an didn't need to think to know it wouldn't be that simple. The few men are in the base hall. 6 young outsiders seated at separate tables were treated to delicacies and fine wines. The carpet in the middle of the hall, dozens of young maidens came in one after another, each with a graceful figure, varying from slim to plump. For a while, the hall was overflowing with fragrance. Each girl was beautiful and elegant, without the flashy makeup of the common folk. Some were gentle and graceful, smiling without showing their teeth. Some had a cold temperament, dressed in white like snow, or graceful and charming, with a pure and elegant temperament. There were also those with voluptuous figures, wearing gauzy veils, enchanting and soul-stirring. These are the outstanding mortal girls from my Mu family. Each one of them has been nurtured by secular grade scholars, knowledgeable and polite, proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You can rest assured that they are all pure. The steward of the Mu family sat at the head of the table, smiling. Today, they are here to welcome you and accompany you. If you encounter someone you like, I'll congratulate you in advance. Without the steward's instructions, these beautiful and elegant Mu girls went to each separate table. They served tea and poured wine, recited poems and played music. With fragrant mouths, they played the zither and blew the flute. Most of these Mu girls were the descendants of cultivators in the Mu family. They were not servants within the clan and had some status and autonomy. They came voluntarily, choosing the disciples they favored among the batch. Lan Chang'an, with his medium-grade spiritual root and exceptional looks, attracted several beautiful Mu girls. Lan Chang'an remained expressionless, waving off all the approaching beauties. Drinking his wine alone, no one approached him again. It was Lai Ergu who, with several Mu girls accompanying him, blushed and nervously touched the waist of a wonderful young girl, triggering a burst of laughter and chatter. An hour later, the welcome banquet ended. Lai Ergu fell in love with a fair-skinned young girl of Mu family. Big Brother Lan, how about the bride I chose? Lai Ergu came over, unable to hide the excitement on his face. Lan Chang'an thought to himself, why are you asking for my opinion when picking a bride? What do you like about her? The person Lai Ergu chose could only be considered middle to low class in terms of looks and temperament amongst these beautiful young women. She looks like Kuehua. She's the village flower in our village. Moreover, she's even more beautiful than Kuehua. Lai Ergu was very satisfied. Not bad, Lan Chang'an said after a moment of silence, nodding slightly. He then asked, when will you get married? Lai Ergu rubbed his hands nervously. The steward said if we're in a hurry, we can hold the banquet and enter the bridal chamber tonight. Lan Chang'an. Chapter 7, 2 years. 3 days later, Lai Ergu got married. There was no such thing as 3 hires and 6 gifts, just a simple ceremony. The wedding day, only a few relatives from the bride's side attended. The groom's side had even fewer people. Lai Ergu only had one friend, Lan Chang'an, to help usher him in. The other 5 immortal seedlings came along to help make up the numbers. The gesture of goodwill, Lan Chang'an and a few immortal seedlings also gave gifts. The immortal seedlings were so poor that they could only afford some mundane gold and silver, or small personal items. Lan Chang'an gave a handwritten booklet. It was titled Secrets of Locking the Dragon. It was not a cultivation technique, but a bedroom secret technique. Apart from enhancing that aspect of ability, it could also lock up more Yonkai, preventing it from being depleted by beauties. I probably won't need secrets of locking the dragon in this life. Lan Chang'an was certain of it in his heart. In his previous life, born into a cultivation family, he had no choice but to have multiple wives and concubines, leaving behind many offspring. In the early stages, the support from a cultivation family was indeed significant. But at a certain level, the family and offspring would become a burden. For the sake of his family and children, his energy was stretched thin, and at certain times he had no choice but to fall into a whirlpool of conflicts to fight for benefits. Lai Ergu made swift moves. 2 months after getting married, his wife Mu King became pregnant. When the head of the family, Mu Mao, learned of this, he immediately offered them a generous reward. They were given a low-grade magical weapon, a set of magic robes, 30 low-grade spirit stones, 2 bottles of Kai nourishing pills, and 60 pounds of spiritual rice. Such generous rewards made other immortal seedlings envious. Even Lan Chang'an was a bit moved. He currently only had 3.5 spirit stones and an inferior-grade magical weapon. Family head Mu is setting an example, wanting us to follow suit. Lan Chang'an's heart was like a clear mirror. The Mu family head gave his word that the first to give birth to an heir, and the first to give birth to an heir with spiritual roots would receive additional rewards. Once, the immortal seedlings who were still hesitant couldn't sit still and scrambled to take wives and have children. Only, the rewards for the latter were less than a third of Lai Ergu's. After Lai Ergu made a visit to another family, Lan Chang'an got to learn that Lai Ergu's wife was the granddaughter of the family head, Mu Maud. So, the generous rewards for being the first to have a child were due to Lai Ergu's connection to Mu Maud's family. This kid, a simple man with a simple blessing. Lan Chang'an lamented in his heart. The family head must have quite a few children and grandchildren, so a granddaughter didn't carry much weight. Chang'an surmised that, because Lai Ergu had no background, no education, and a pure heart, this kind of person was easy to take in. The Mu family is considering taking this son-in-law and really absorbing him as a part of the family. As for Lan Chang'an, the firm mind and experience in the martial world, it was difficult to truly bring him under control. And if he was as active in having babies as Lai Ergu, he wouldn't receive any special care. A year and a half later, all the immortal seedlings who came to the Mu family all married and had children, integrating into the Mu family of Feiyu Lake as clansmen with foreign surnames. Except for Lan Chang'an. So far, he hadn't budged and had been immersed in closed-door cultivation. Although he rarely went out, the young women of the Mu family knew about his rumors. Some people claimed that Lan Chang'an possessed a medium-grade spiritual root. He held himself in high regard, refusing to marry into the family and looking down upon the mortal women of the Mu family. In the courtyard, inside the practice room, dressed in white robes, Lan Chang'an sat cross-legged, practicing the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique. He was like a wooden sculpture, seemingly silent on the outside, but within his body flowed continuous mana rich in vitality. Through the wood spiritual root, he operated the cultivation method, pulling in the spiritual kai from the outside world and eventually forming his own evergreen mana. The difference between heaven and earth, aura and mana was. Heaven and earth aura is wild. It's chaotic and uncontrollable, and cannot be directly used by low-level cultivators. Mana, on the other hand, is the cultivator's ability to domesticate the outside world's aura into a form that belongs to him or her through the absorption of the spiritual root and the transformation of the cultivation method. I never thought that the progress of the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique would be so steady. Lan Chang'an opened his eyes, his face unsightly. It took him a year and a half to cultivate to the peak of the first layer. Having spent his last 3.5 spirit zones, his cultivation could barely reach the peak of the first layer of kai refining. A month earlier, Lai Ergu had already advanced to the second level of kai refining. One of the other 4 immortal seedlings had also made a breakthrough. Instead, Lan Chang'an, the middle-grade spirit root, had become a hangman. There were 3 reasons for the result. The first point was that the cultivation speed of the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique was particularly flat, and Lan Chang'an's cultivation insights from his first 2 reincarnations didn't help increase it too much. Quite literally, it cancelled out Lan Chang'an's advantage of recultivation. Second, he used his wood spiritual root to cultivate the technique, with a scenting degree of only 17, equivalent to a low-grade spiritual root. Lan Chang'an's medium-grade spiritual root was a fire spiritual root, with a scentability of 20, which was left unutilized. Third, because Lan Chang'an refused to marry and have children with Mu family women, the resources provided by the Mu family for his cultivation were kept at minimum. The only resources provided are the spiritual vein cultivation site, the most basic cultivation technique, and 3 cattas of spiritual rice per month. Lan Chang'an sighed. It was obviously Mu Maud's tactic in order to force him into submission. On the contrary, Lai Ergu was provided with elixirs to refine his cultivation every month, and was issued a whopping 30 jin of spirit rice. The immortal cultivation path, among wealth, companionship techniques in land, wealth ranked first. Without wealth, even if one had a top-grade spiritual root, one would never be able to advance to the foundation establishment realm in one's lifetime. Facing this unfair treatment, Lan Chang'an did not hold in grudges. As the old saying goes, 1 meal feeds a benefactor, but 1,000 meals feed an enemy. Lan Chang'an hadn't forgotten his original intention. He came to freeload off the Mu family's spiritual vein. Whether it was voluntary or not, the Mu family had at least shown him favor. Another half a year passed. It had been 2 years since Lan Chang'an had come to the Mu family. On this day, inside the practice room, second layer of kai refining, the fluctuations of mana on Lan Chang'an's body rose by a notch. Trace of the mysterious aura of years flowing by briefly flashed. This aura, first time in his life, Lan Chang'an's face revealed shock. A year ago, he had also felt this peculiar feeling. It was a profound implication of the cycle of the ancient trees throughout the 4 seasons, which he thought was a characteristic of the technique. This time, after crossing the second year, during the moment of advancement, he once again captured this mysterious aura. If it weren't for his keen soul perception, he might have missed it. Could it be that the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique absorbs the aura of time during cultivation? If that's the case, then the slow progress of cultivating can be completely understood. Lan Chang'an suppressed the shock and excitement in his heart. Rotation of the years, this was the rule of the heavens and earth. It was said that some ancient true spirits or mythical beasts from antiquity fed on the passage of time. That level of power is beyond reach, even for those in the Nascent Soul Realm. No wonder the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique can prolong life. Chang'an realized that this ancient longevity technique was definitely not simple. If there was an opportunity, he must get his hands on the rest of the Evergreen Technique. In his previous life, in the cave of the Nascent Soul Cultivator Yandong, he fought over it and obtained half of the ancient Evergreen Technique during the chaos. The other half was obtained by a great master of a major sect. Information about that person could be found in the depth of his memories. However, Lan Chang'an couldn't be sure whether these 2 lives were in the same side of the immortal cultivation world. After advancing to the second layer of kai refining, Lan Chang'an came out to relax. After all, the Evergreen Technique needed to draw on the kai of the ages, so there was no rush. No wonder this technique could cultivate one's temperament. He first went to the neighboring courtyard. Lai Ergu was playing with his children. Seeing Lan Chang'an approaching, he was very happy. Come, call big brother Lan Uncle Lan. Lai Ergu held his eldest son, Mu Yifan. Fortunately, the child was only a year old and not very smart, making babbling noises. The reason he was called the eldest son was that a month ago, Lai Ergu's wife Mu King became pregnant again. It was important to know that it's not easy for cultivators to conceive, and the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it becomes. Chang suspected that his gift of the secrets of locking the dragon might have provided a helping hand. And Chang gently touched the child's forehead, finding him unusually quiet and obedient. Child's cultivation aptitude would only be revealed when he or she was 6 years old or older, and it was not visible at the moment. It's strange, my Fanner is very shy, Lai Ergu said playfully. Usually, the child was handed over to the Mu family's nanny to take care of because Lai Ergu, as a father, didn't have much time to spend with him due to his cultivation. Thus, the child was sometimes shy when meeting Lai Ergu. Big Brother Lan has already advanced to the second layer of Kai refining. Congratulations. Lai Ergu congratulated. Not as fast as you. Lan Chang'an's mood was slightly complicated. Both of them started at the same starting line. In his third reincarnation, his cultivation speed was actually lagging behind a peasant boy. Lai Ergu was even 2 years younger than him. Big Brother Lan, I think there's nothing wrong with marrying into the Mu family. Why don't you consider it? Lai Ergu didn't know how prosperous his current life was. Using the Mu family's spiritual vein, enjoying the spiritual rice, pills, and techniques provided by the Mu family, having a child without having to raise it yourself, there were also rewards. People have different aspirations. You don't have to persuade me. And Chang shook his head, refusing Lai Ergu's offer of pills and spirit stone one again. All right, Big Brother Lan, I received a letter from Linyi a few days ago. Lai Ergu's face straightened as he handed the child over to the nanny. Linyi? Chang thought of the once somewhat arrogant young Marquis. Does Big Brother still remember the agreement we made on the way to the sex assessment back then? The immortal seedlings from Hangzhou Prefecture made a pact. Regardless of whether we could enter the immortal sect in the future, we would meet again at the Immortal Gathering Building in Hangzhou Prefecture after 3 years. Agreement back then. It's hard to believe whether the disciples who entered the sect would take it seriously. Lan Chang'an wasn't optimistic. Couldn't help but recall Zhao Xiao, the graceful and beautiful young lady of the house. Entering the sect was already put them on a different level. Haha, Big Brother Lan is being too harsh. Lin Yi said in his letter that Zhao Xiao promised to attend the gathering and hasn't broken her promise. Lai Ergu grinned widely, very pleased. Chapter 8 Trade. After experiencing 2 lifetimes of cultivation, Lan Chang'an had seen more than his share of selfishness and lack of integrity among cultivators. They tended to be quite pragmatic. However, to his surprise, the casual agreement made 2 years ago had drawn the willingness of Zhao Xiao, who had already entered the sect, to honor it. There's still a year left. And Chang'an pondered, considering his current identity as the young master of the Angry Bird Yang, spending 2 or 3 years seeking enlightenment in cultivation, it was time to return to the secular world and take a break. Make connections with people from the sect would always be beneficial. In the cultivation world, background was crucial. The sects are at the upper echelon of the cultivation world and have more channels, so they can be one step ahead of the others when it comes to news about certain major changes in the world. After bidding farewell to Lai Ergu, Lan Chang'an headed to the Mu family book depository pavilion. The library, Lan Chang'an could only peruse basic cultivation books. Luckily, he wasn't here to find in-secret cultivation techniques. Even if it was the Mu family's top cultivation techniques, they might not be able to catch Lan Chang'an's eyes. He was here to look up books on geography. From his memories of this life, he had confirmed that he was in a different immortal cultivation land from both of his previous lives. Half an hour later, Lan Chang'an emerged from the library, his expression pensive. The Great King Cultivation Realm, Lan Kingdom, Chen Kingdom, Feng Kingdom. The book depository pavilion, there was very little information beyond the geographical scope of the Lan Kingdom. This cultivation realm was called Great King. It was vast with hundreds of countries. Not every country had spiritual veins above the 3rd grade. Some small countries lagged behind in cultivation civilization, with the core formation realm as their limit. The medium and large kingdoms all had 4th grade spirit veins, suitable for cultivation up to the Nascent Soul Realm. The Lan Kingdom where he resided could only be considered a medium-sized country, and the strongest force called the Departing Flame Palace had a true monarch in the Nascent Soul Realm presiding over it. They're the master of the region. Below the Departing Flame Palace were the 4 major sects, each with several core formation realm cultivators. The Jinyan Valley was one of them. Following closely were the 7 great cultivation families, the strongest families in the Lan Kingdom. Each of the 7 great families had a long heritage, with at least 1 fake Dan Immortal and multiple foundation establishment realm cultivators. Compared to the Mu family at Feiyu Lake, they were 10 times stronger, if not more. 1 palace, 4 sects, 7 families. Chang roughly outlined the Lan Kingdom cultivation world structure. The Mu family he belonged to was considered a power at the bottom of the cultivation world, only slightly stronger than wandering cultivators and chirophyting families. Is this great king realm in the heaven on continent like in my previous life? Lan Chang'an couldn't draw a conclusion. He feared he would need to reach a higher realm to confirm. In his previous life, he had cultivated to the core formation realm before he realized that the vast realm he was in, called Great Kun, was only a remote part of the heaven on continent. It was rumored that in the truly prosperous earth realm of the heaven on continent, there existed a 5th grade spirit vein, which theoretically had the chance to give birth to a deity transformation realm cultivator. A few months later, Chang'an opened his eyes from meditation, the evergreen mana in his body progressing smoothly. Without the aid of elixirs at this rate, I'm afraid it will take 3 or 4 years for me to advance to the 3rd layer of clarifying. This was without counting the bottlenecks, and for all Lan Chang'an being a recultivator, he could ignore bottlenecks during the clarifying stage. The Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique needed to draw on the Kai of the Ages, and had the effect of prolonging one's life, so Lan Chang'an could understand the slow pace of progress. The mortal cultivation world is ever-changing, and things are unpredictable. With my cultivation speed being so slow, I need to acquire some other protective measures. Chang'an understood the importance of being prepared for the worst. No matter how calm and stable his cultivation seemed now, the Mu family could face a catastrophe at any moment. He had experienced such a thing in his previous life. In terms of protective measures, Lan Chang'an, as a martial innate, could enhance his survivability. Martial innate masters need to get in close range to threaten clarifying cultivators. This is a limitation. Lan Chang'an contemplated. Perhaps I should try my hand in some concealed weapons. The last time he killed a cultivator from the Zhang family, he used the sky-piercing finger technique, which could be combined with concealed weapons. With hidden weapons laced with poisonous substances from the cultivation world, he might achieve unexpected results. Of course, true protective measures still relied on the methods of the Immortal Tao. It's time to go back to the old ways of the previous two lives, Lan Chang'an chuckled. 2 years ago, when he just reached the second layer of clarifying, his spiritual power was too weak. Now, at the second layer of clarifying, he could start implementing his plans. In his first life, he was a talisman master skilled in the craft. In his second life, after hundreds of years of practice, he became a third-rank talisman master. Talismans were an excellent choice for both protection and earning spirit stones. After conferring his plan, Lan Chang'an began preparing materials and tools for drawing talismans. Originally, he thought buying materials might be troublesome. Soon after, he learned from Lai Ergu that the Feiyu Manor held a small trade within the family in the middle of every month. The trading event took place at the September building of the manor. 7 days later, during the full moon, Chang'an and Lai Ergu arrived at the September building. Built over a stream, the pavilion was quaint and elegant, with water pavilions and terraces, tranquil and refined. Various stalls were set up on the pavilions, with Mu family members displaying their goods on stone tables. The crowd wasn't large, with only a few dozen people manning the stalls. Some of them weren't even cultivators, but rather descendants of cultivators within the family. After all, there were only 100 or so cultivators in the entire Mu family. Lan Chang'an browsed through several pavilions. Stallholders not only sold items, but also sought to buy various cultivating resources. At 2 or 3 stalls, there were offerings of talisman paper, cinnabar, and talisman brushes for sale. However, the quality was lower than Lan Chang'an had anticipated, and they were scattered, with no single stall offering a complete set of what he needed. I should sell thee first. Lan Chang'an found an empty pavilion, and put up for sale the inferior-grade magical weapon and wind-walking talisman from his last battle. Big Brother Lan, why are you selling magical weapons? If the spirit stones aren't enough, I will lend you some. Lai Ergu's expression changed. No need, I have my own plans. Inferior-grade magical weapon wasn't of much use to Lan Chang'an. He'd rather turn it into spirit stones, and use them to enhance his protective measures through talisman rafting. Lan Chang'an was considered a new face. Some Mu family members were curious and walked to his stall to have a look, but most of them were not interested and asked questions casually. After waiting for a long while, a sincere buyer finally came. How much for this iron sword? The one who spoke was a dry old man, over the age of man in his prime, with the cultivation of the third layer of clarifying. Lan Chang'an quoted 40 low-grade spirit stones. Too expensive. An ordinary low-grade magic weapon sells for only 50 or 6 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. This shoddy item of yours can easily get damaged if used in a prolonged fight. The old man furrowed his brows, trying to negotiate. Lan Chang'an smiled. Didn't he just want to cut the price? You are talking about the worst inferior magic weapon. This magic weapon of mine is slightly repaired, much better than that kind. If you buy it in good faith, I will offer a single price of 35 low-grade spirit stones, with a low-grade wind-traveling talisman attached. Chang'an was too lazy to pull more crap, and directly gave a price that was slightly lower than the market value. The old man's eyes flickered, tempting to further negotiate the price. Lan Chang'an ignored him. All right, let's make the deal at this price. The old man smiled back. Thus, Lan Chang'an sold his spoils from the previous battle for 35 low-grade spirit stones. With the spirit stones in hand, Lan Chang'an was ready to buy a set of talisman drawing materials. Big Brother Lan wants to buy talisman hanging materials. How about looking for Big Miss Mu Zian? Lai Ergu suggested, glancing at a nearby pavilion. You mean the Mu family's young lady? Lan Chang'an followed his gaze. On that pavilion, 2 beautiful women had just set up the stall. One of them was Mu Zian. Under the bright moonlight, the young girl's skin was as bright as snow, and she was as gentle as jade. Her skirt was as tight as her shoes, and the train of her green hair moved with the wind, as if it were a light cloud coming out of the mountain. Missy is a first-rank talisman master. Lai Ergu dared not look too much, hiding his amazement. First-rank talisman master, she should be able to provide everything I require. Chang'an remained composed and walked towards Mu Zian's stall. Lai Ergu followed closely behind, his heartbeat accelerating, secretly thinking, worthy of being a big brother, facing the big miss without the slightest bit of timidity. Seeing the 2 men approaching, Mu Zian nodded slightly, indicating they could look around for themselves. On the contrary, beside her, a red-skirted young girl was surprised and sized up the 2 of them. Lan Chang'an did not move as he scanned the stall and secretly nodded his head. Zhu Yun was indeed a fine first-rank talisman master. She had all the materials he needed for drawing talismans, and the quality was good, meeting his complete set of needs. How much for the talisman brush? Lan Chang'an picked up an ink blue-colored talisman pen. This is an inferior-grade magical tool, the green ink talisman brush, priced at 70 low-grade spirit stones. A young girl's voice clear and pleasant as a spring came out. What about this one? Lan Chang'an changed to another brush, black and slightly yellowed, with some modeling. This one. It's a severely worn-out black brush talisman brush, selling for 20 low-grade spirit stones. I need to mention that it can draw up to 100 more talismans at most before becoming completely unusable. Looking at the brush, Mu Zian hesitated slightly, her eyes showing a trait of reluctance. I'll take it. Chang could see that the base of this talisman pen was not bad, and the other party's offer was reasonable. Also, a small bottle of blood ink vermilion sand and 20 sheets of first-rank talisman paper. What's the price for first-rank fine talisman paper? Oh, give me 3 sheets. Lan Chang'an bought all the materials he needed for drawing talismans in one go. Due to limited funds, he purchased fewer quantities of each item. I will honestly charge you 40 low-grade spirit stones for everything. Wu Ziyan smiled pleasantly. I only have 35 low-grade spirit stones. How about making the deal at this price? Lan Chang'an brazenly proposed. Actually, Mu Ziyan's offer was considered fair. He tried to make a small cut. If it didn't work, he could always return a few talisman papers with nothing to lose. Upon hearing this, the red-skirted girl snored. Kid, I'm afraid that you don't know the rules. Sister Ziyan's stall doesn't bargain. The girl was quite pretty, fair-skinned with long legs, a delicate melon-seed face, willow-leaf eyebrows, and almond-shaped eyes. Lai Ergu had thin skin and felt embarrassed. He said awkwardly, Big Brother Lan, forget it. I'll lend you a few spirit stones. Are you Lan Chang'an? Suddenly, Mu Ziyan's gaze turned, fixing on Lan Chang'an, her expression inscrutable. Chapter 9. Crafting Unique Talisman. Yes, that's correct. Lan Chang'an knew that he was a topic of discussion among the young women of the Mu family. You know how to draw talismans. I have a basic understanding and plan to practice. Lan Chang'an replied modestly. However, Mu Ziyan's brows furrowed, displeased. As a beginner, you shouldn't aim too high and buy premium talisman paper. Premium talisman paper is suitable for crafting first-rank superior talisman, which would be a waste for beginners. A sheet of premium talisman paper could be equivalent to several sheets of ordinary talisman paper. Miss Mu is correct. I'll buy 3 sheets of premium paper for collection and as encouragement for myself. Lan Chang'an remained calm and didn't argue. Wu Ziyan glanced at the white-clothed young man, who was as indifferent as water, and said no more, handing over the entire set of talisman drawing materials. It seemed like she agreed to Lan Chang'an's bargaining. Many thanks, Missy. Lan Chang'an saw Mu Ziyan haughtily withdraw her jade hand, so he placed the spirit stones on the stone table. He watched the two walk away. The girl in the red dress wrinkled her nose suspiciously, looking at Mu Ziyan. Sister Ziyan, you actually made an exception to give that brat a discount. I heard from Yunfei that this person was in danger under the intercession of the Zhang family cultivators, and against all odds, he cut down the 3rd level of Kai practicing, allowing the family to avoid losses. Wu Ziyan put away the spirit stones in a natural tone. In that case, he is considered to have made a merit the family will naturally. The red-skirted girl pondered, her voice sighing abruptly. If it were a young talent from the Mu family displaying such performance, there would naturally be commendations within the clan. Yinglan, what do you think of Lan Chang'an? Wu Ziyan pursed her lips. Not bad looking with a thicker skin, perhaps there's also some self-esteem. Mu Yinglan thought for a moment, giving her first impression. There were some rumors within the clan that Lan Chang'an didn't fancy the women arranged for him by the Mu family. Yinglan, if the family decides to match you with Lan Chang'an, would you be willing? Wu Ziyan smiled, her eyes containing a hint of amusement. What, me marrying him? That's impossible. Mu Yinglan's cheeks reddened, shaking her head vigorously. Sister Ziyan, the family wouldn't think of matching me with this brat, would they? She racketed furiously. Wu Ziyan didn't deny it, murmuring. Lan Chang'an has a medium-grade spiritual root, and marrying a mortal one would indeed be a bit of waste. Father is considering whether to find him a one with a spiritual root. You've set your sights on this lovely little sister. No way, I don't fancy him. Mu Yinglan huffed and snorted lightly. You don't fancy him? Of course not. Isn't Lan Chang'an around 20 years old? He's just reached the 2nd layer of Kai refining. Even though he's said to have a medium-grade spiritual root, he's still inferior to some people low-grade spiritual roots within the family. Mu Yinglan raised her delicate chin, speaking frankly. In contrast, although she had a low-grade spiritual root, she had already reached the peak of the 2nd layer of Kai refining at the age of 16, and would soon attempt to break through. The cultivation world, unless one possessed top-tier aptitude like Earth-grade spiritual root or Heaven-grade spiritual root, one's cultivation level and age were more indicative of one's prospects. The courtyard in the underground chamber. Lan Chang'an took out a complete set of talisman brushes, vermilion sand, and talisman paper. After mixing the vermilion, he laid out the talisman paper. Closing his eyes for a moment, the experiences and insights of talisman crafting from his previous 2 lives flooded into his mind. Suddenly, his eyes turned sharp like cold electricity, his breath held. Grabbing the talisman brush, he flowed like clouds in water. The evergreen mana subtly swirled around the tip of the brush, seamlessly skidding on the talisman paper in a single stroke. What purification talisman! The pale blue runes on the talisman radiated a gentle light, and the spiritual ink quickly solidified. What purification talisman was an entry-level basic talisman, not even considered a first-rank talisman. It feels a bit dry. Lan Chang'an wasn't entirely satisfied and proceeded to draw a fire ignition talisman and a dwelling protection talisman. The mortal world, knowing a few basic talismans could make one appear as a so-called master of the way. After drawing 3 basic talismans, Lan Chang'an found his rhythm, and the feeling in his hand became smoother. Next, he began to draw first-rank talisman corresponding to the clarifying stage. First, he drew 2 Frostwind talismans. Frostwind talisman, first-rank medium grade, with a certain range of damage and a decent slowing effect. Among first-rank talismans, it was rare to have meant damage. The talisman wasn't commonly seen because of its limited power, high difficulty in crafting, and low success rate, so few talisman masters practice it. After drawing 2 first-rank medium-grade talismans, Lan Chang'an's mana was depleted by more than half. Limited by cultivation level, each talisman master could only draw a limited number of talismans per day. To draw talismans, not only did it consume mana, it was also extremely draining on the spirit. It wasn't as simple as replenishing with spirit stones and continuing like a perpetual motion machine. Luckily, Lan Chang'an had a long lifespan. After recovering half an incense stick worth of time, he then drew 2 water curtain talismans, which were defensive first-rank medium-grade talismans. Considering that during the clarifying stage, most commonly used spells were of the fire element and had great power, he chose to craft this talisman. Lastly, he drew 3 wind speed talismans, also first-rank medium-grade talismans. As a third-rank talisman master, Lan Chang'an's crafted talismans were of high quality and had greater power than others of the same rank. Frostwind Talisman, Water Curtain Talisman, Wind Speed Talisman. A total of 7 first-rank talismans were crafted. Lan Chang'an's energy was completely drained, especially his mental power. It was only due to his powerful soul and Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique's vigorous mana that he was able to draw that many talismans in one sitting. If it was any other early-stage clarifying cultivator, it would be difficult to draw a single mid-grade talisman. For a night rest, he was full of energy the next day. Lan Chang'an still had 10 first-rank talisman neighbors and 3 first-rank premium talisman neighbors. The former he planned to keep to earn spirit stones and observe the market. As for the 3 premium talisman neighbors, he intended to craft a powerful superior grade talisman. This talisman was called the Golden Blade Talisman. It was a unique talisman that he had improved in his previous 2 lives. The Golden Blade Talisman has strong penetrating power, almost equivalent to a superior grade magical weapon. Ordinary late-stage clarifying cultivators would find it difficult to resist it. However, the requirements for refining this talisman is quite high. Lan Chang'an's expression turned solemn. Normally, without a cultivation level of at least the 7th level of clarifying, it would be impossible to craft the Golden Blade Talisman, and the success rate would be very low. Just in case there was a lack of mana, he ate a bowl of spirit rice before getting to crafting. He concentrated deeply. The tip of the brush wandered on the premium talisman paper for a few minutes. Gradually, the brush strokes were no longer as smooth and became a bit arduous. Beads of sweat seeped out from Lan Chang'an's forehead, and his face turned pale. Sidle. The golden patterns on the talisman paper flickered a few times, and a puff of green smoke rose. Too bad, just a little short. Lan Chang'an felt somewhat regretful. In his previous life, even when he reached the 7th layer of clarifying, the success rate of the Golden Blade Talisman wasn't very high. If he had succeeded, this talisman would have become one of his trump cards. Lan Chang'an didn't lose heart. For 3 days of cultivation, he bathed and changed his clothes. He attempted once again. This time, he finally succeeded in drawing the Golden Blade Talisman, with a bit of luck involved. After another 3 days, the third attempt to craft the Golden Blade Talisman ended in failure. 3 premium talisman papers were all used up. With my current cultivation level, I only have a success rate of about 20-30% when crafting the Golden Blade Talisman. Lan Chang'an could accept the final result. If it weren't for the special attributes of the Evergreen Technique and his equivalent spiritual position to the 7th layer of clarifying, Lan Chang'an wouldn't have even thought of attempting it. In the next half year, Lan Chang'an focused on cultivation, and the longevity effects of the Evergreen Technique had begun to show. In the training room, Lan Chang'an opened his pitch black pupils. A trace of the subtle aura of the changing of the ages flickered as he circulated his cultivation technique. Whether it was an illusion or not was unknown. He felt that the mediocre power of the Evergreen Technique seemed to have strengthened slightly, although it was very subtle. If it weren't for him being a reincarnator with lifetimes of cultivation and his soul's passing the norm, it would be difficult to notice. It would be that the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique can increase in power as time passes. The longer you live, the stronger your mana. Lan Chang'an produced an absurd thought. I'm afraid that this guess would take a long time to verify. After all, that hint of enhanced mana was so negligible it could be ignored, and could be considered a normal fluctuation. Big Brother Lan. Outside the courtyard, Lai Ergu brought 2 spirited spiritual horses. It had nearly been 3 years since he came to the Mu family. Lai Ergu's face was plump, with a greasy sheen, and his body had grown by more than half a foot. His physique had become robust, clad in dark blue Daos robes, his eyes bright and sharp, such that people dare not look down upon him. Lan Chang'an, on the other hand, remained the same in appearance, with a calm and gentle demeanor. Not bad, you borrowed the spirit horses. Lan Chang'an jumped on the horse and set off with Lai Ergu. These spirit horses were not first-rank spirit beasts, but were a product of the family through crossbreeding, considered semi-spirit beasts. They were prepared to fulfill the 3-year appointment at the Immortal Gathering building in the Hangshu Prefecture and visit relatives in the mortal world. Before departing, the duo had reported to the Mu family. The Mu family didn't restrict them and granted them half a year of leave. The smooth process surprised Lan Chang'an a bit at first. But on thought, he realized that Lai Ergu had settled down in the Mu family, married and had 2 children. He was content and harmonious with his family. The Mu family is surely at ease with Lai Ergu. As for Lan Chang'an, due to his lack of marriage and children, the Mu family's investment in him, aside from providing a cultivation site and a little of low-grade spirit rice each month, could be considered minimal. Not to mention, the Mu family knew about his connections in the mortal world. And if he wanted to run away, it would be hard for Lan Chang'an to find a cultivation site to freeload in. Big Brother Lan, do you really not intend to marry and have children? It would be a waste of your medium-grade spiritual root. If they left Feiyu Manor, Lai Ergu couldn't help but ask. At present, Lan Chang'an's cultivation was lagging behind him. Lai Ergu had ample supply of pills and spirit rice. Although his cultivation technique was average in power, he progressed relatively fast. In 3 years, he had reached the peak of the 2nd level of clarifying, opening up a gap of 1 year between him and Lan Chang'an. If Big Brother Lan doesn't fancy a mortal woman, how about I have my wife introduce you to a family woman with spiritual roots? Lai Ergu's eyes flickered as he tested the waters. You, so quick to consider yourself as a member of the Mu family. Lu Chang was dumbfounded, seeing his little thoughts. He couldn't help but feel that in just 3 years, that some of Lai Ergu had changed so much. There is no need to mention this. Lan Chang'an waved his hand, sighing. In the cultivation world is ever-changing and the clarifying stage is but a cannon fodder. At least one must build a solid foundation at the foundation establishment stage to have a preliminary foothold. Otherwise, if you can't keep your head above water, how can you dare to marry and have children? Chapter 10, 3 years reunion. Lan Kingdom had a vast territory, with a total of 32 prefectures. For each prefecture, there were 6 to 8 counties under its jurisdiction, with each county encompassing more than 10 districts. Of course, the above did not include the immortal blessed lands. The speed of the spirit horses was very fast. In less than a month, the two arrived at Hangshu Prefecture. Hangshu City was the political center of the prefecture, surrounded by 3 rivers and 5 lakes, with developed water resources. To enter the city, one needed a guide. Lai Ergu took out the token from the young Marquis. Brother Lan, Brother Lai. Before long, the young Marquis Lin Yi took the initiative to welcome them. The 3 of them rode in a luxurious carriage into Hangshu Prefecture. For this appointment, I have reserved the #1 private room in the Immortal Gathering Building for 2 months. He was dressed in splendid attire, with sharp eyebrows and a heroic demeanor, losing some of his sharpness from 3 years ago but gaining some openness and warmth. Brother Lin, we have not arrived late, have we? Lan Chang'an smiled. No, you arrived earlier than I expected. Yao Xiao said in her letter that she would arrive at Hangshu Prefecture in the next 2 days. It was called a 3-year appointment, but it had been a while since the 3 years had passed. That evening, Lin Yi entertained the 2 of them in the Marquis residence. 2 days later, Lin Yi received news that Zhao Xiao had arrived at Hangshu Prefecture. Finally, the few immortal seedlings that walked out of Hangshu Prefecture reunited at the initial starting point after 3 long years. Hangshu Prefecture, the Yanzai private room in the Immortal Gathering Building. Xiao, Lin Yi, Lan Chang'an, Lai Ergu, and Xia Felin for the first time gathered at table. Felin was also a young immortal from Hangshu Prefecture. Initially introverted and awkward, he had not integrated into the group of several people. His personal qualifications were ordinary, barely passing the assessment. After entering the Jinyan Valley, he was lucky enough to become an alchemist's apprentice. Originally, Xia Felin was not part of the 3-year appointment. Given his identity as an alchemy apprentice, Lin Yi tentatively invited him, not expecting him to ultimately accept the invitation. Miss Xiao, there's no need to decline. In the world of cultivation, strength is respected. You should sit in the main seat. After some refusal, Yao Xiao finally sat in the main seat. Today, 3 years having passed, Yao Xiao was 18 years old, dressed in a goose-hill dress, graceful and beautiful with a picturesque appearance. In her frowns and smiles, there was a faint air of peerless beauty. When they first met, Lin Yi and Lai Ergu could not hide their amazement. When they last met, Yao Xiao was only 15 years old, graceful and elegant, still a budding beauty, and now she was even more so. Among the 4, Yao Xiao had changed the most, both in appearance and ability. Peak of the 3rd layer of clarifying. Cultivation at this point was even slightly half a step ahead of Lin Yi. Although she was only 1 layer higher than Lai Ergu, the difference between them was not just 1 or 2 years, because the 3rd layer was the last stage of the low stage clarifying, and thus the bottleneck at the peak of 3rd layer took a while to grind. Although Zhao Xiao's talent is also a medium-grade spiritual root, her spiritual root sensibility is as high as 36, close to a high-grade spiritual root. Chang recalled Zhao Xiao's talent during the Jinyan Valley sector assessment. Lan Chang's fire spirit root barely exceeded 20 in sensitivity, barely qualifying as a medium-grade spiritual root. He cultivated with a wood spirit root, which had a sensitivity of 17. The difference between the 2 was like night and day. Moreover, Yao Xiao became an inner disciple of the Jinyan Valley, and the gap would only become bigger and bigger in the future. If Lan Chang'an were just an ordinary cultivator, he might never be able to catch up in his lifetime. Lai Ergu's change was second only to Zhao Xiao's. Upon learning about Lai Ergu's treatment in the Mu family, Yao Xiao, Lin Yi, and Xia Felin were amazed. Who would have thought that a peasant boy who had seen neither knowledge nor talent had made a name for himself in the cultivation family in just 3 years? Even as a noble son of royal concubine, Lin Yi felt a bit jealous and tasteless. 3 years ago, he was 17 years old, just entering the peak of the 3rd layer of clarifying, spending a lot of the royal Marquis resources and connections. Later, he failed in the sector assessment, disappointing his father, Marquis Guangmen. Since then, he lost his support. In the spiritually poor secular world, Lin Yi's qualifications were ordinary, and his cultivation progress was comparable to that of a snail. In 3 years, he had not even reached the peak of the 3rd layer of clarifying, and was about to be caught up by Lai Ergu. However, Lan Chang'an with a medium-grade spiritual root isn't doing too well either. Looking at Lan Chang'an, Lin Yi felt a bit relieved. Brother Lan, your qualifications are far superior to Lai Ergu. How did you end up in this situation when you're in the same family? The felon said with a smile on his face, pretending to be surprised. At those, Yao Xiao and Lin Yi frowned slightly. The felon's tone seemed like friendly banter between friends, but in fact, he wasn't familiar with Lan Chang'an at all and hadn't spoken 2 words before. Lai Ergu was displeased. Xia, what do you mean by that? Brother Lan just doesn't want to. Big Brother Lan must have his reasons. No need to say more. Yao Xiao bright eyes fell on Lan Chang'an's face, showing a hint of concern. In fact, Yao Xiao and the others could get the general situation with Lan Chang'an. It's a slip of the tongue. Let's drink a plate of tea as a sign of respect. The felon snorted, afraid of calling Yao Xiao displeasure, and said no more. This gathering, the felon didn't pay much attention to Lan Chang'an and the other 2. He was only polite to Zhao Xiao and offering courtesy from time to time. Just because of Big Brother Lan. Lan Chang'an was speechless. He had sensitive senses, and noticed that Xia Felin didn't care much about himself when he first arrived. Only after hearing Zhao Xiao calling him Big Brother Lan did he put his eyes on Lan Chang'an. This was human nature. 3 years ago, Zhao Xiao could attract the attention of young Marquis Lin Yi. Not to mention today's proud daughter of the heavens, the peerless beauty was beyond ordinary. Lin Yi felt bitter in his heart. Now, he didn't dare to have any expectations for Zhao Xiao. However, as an alchemy apprentice, Xia Felin had the potential to become an alchemist, and being in the same Jinyan Valley, there was hope. Alchemy, among the 100 crafts of immortals, were second to none. Next, Xia Felin rarely spoke, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious during this 3-year reunion. They exchanged cultivating experiences, discussed the wonders of the sex and the cultivating world. When evening fell, the banquet entered its finale. Miss Xiao, now that you and I are both cultivators, there's no need to maintain secular titles. In the future, why don't we address each other as fellow cultivators? Lan Chang'an took the initiative to propose. The suggestion was in line with the custom of the cultivation world. Regardless of her cultivation level or status, Yao Xiao far surpassed him. Without any blood ties, addressing him as Big Brother Lan again would be inappropriate. As Yao Xiao becoming increasingly outstanding, those words Big Brother Lan might trick hatred. A careless word could invite disaster. I have plenty of lifespan in this life, and it's right to run a steady business and make connections. But don't let this little ninny's appellation create trouble for you. It wasn't that Lan Chang'an was afraid of Ziphilan, but this matter made him vigilant. All right, fellow Taoist Lan. Yao Xiao was silent for a moment, understanding Lan Chang'an's thoughts, and looked at him deeply. This fellow Taoist Lan, when it fell into Lan Chang'an's ears, it felt a little less intimate than before. Seeing this, Ziphilan showed a reserved smile, satisfied with Lan Chang'an's enlightenment. Brother Lan, if you need cheap pills in the future, you can come to me. I'll give you a 10% discount. Ziphilan offered goodwill proactively. Yao Xiao hesitated but didn't snub him. Cheap elixirs? Lan Chang'an laughed coldly in his heart, guessing the other party's intention. As an alchemy apprentice, Ziphilan would get some substandard and poor-quality pills, or even waste pills from time to time. It could be a reward that the Dan Master didn't want, or it could be a failed product from his own practice. In addition to the poor potency of this kind of pills, they contained high levels of poison, and the sect cultivators usually didn't look at them. However, these cheap pills had a market among the wandering cultivators outside the sect or the financially weak families. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Zia, but I'm short of spiritual stones and can't afford elixirs. Lan Chang'an smiled bitterly. He spoke the truth. He didn't even have a single spiritual stone. If you don't have any spirit stones, you can borrow them from Lai Ergu. You guys have such an iron relationship. Ziphilan laughed, unpressed. He had a batch of poor pills in his hand, and he was just missing someone to take them off his hands. If sold in bulk, the profits would be lower, and facing knowledgeable immortal shops, selling directly to cultivators could earn a bit more. If he tricked some rich fools, it would be a huge profit. I don't know what the quality of the pill Brother Zia is selling is, and whether they can be traded with worldly goods such as gold and silver. Ziphilan glanced at Linyi, his tone somewhat disdainful. Linyi was heartened to learn that there were cheap pills. The wind and water rotated. Years ago, on the way to the assessment, Linyi had treated him with contempt based on his background and cultivation level. Now, 3 years later, Linyi was no longer in his sight. He smiled awkwardly, not daring to offend an alchemy apprentice of the sect. Ziphilan would become an alchemist in the future, a big shot that they needed to look up to. Fortunately, Lan Chang'an spoke up at the right time, relieving Linyi. By the way, Brother Lan, you're considered a local snake in Hangzhou Prefecture. Is it possible to know where there are places for cultivators to trade? Lan Chang'an had some talisman to sell on hand, and was ready to find a place to make a small fortune in spirit stones. He could also trade in the Mu family, but he couldn't reveal his identity as a talisman maker too quickly. A year ago, he bought talisman materials from Mu Zian's hands. From a newcomer in the talisman path to a formal talisman master, it had to be a gradual process. There's a trade fair organized by wandering cultivators in this area of Hangzhou Prefecture, and it just so happens that there's one this month. If Brother Lan needs it, I can help introduce him. Linyi warmly responded, casting grateful glances at Lan Chang'an. Then I'll trouble Brother Lan. Lan Chang'an nodded appreciative. Your feedback and ratings are greatly appreciated. If you have a moment, please consider rating this novel on Novel Updates. Should you notice any errors in this chapter, kindly mention them in the comments below so I can correct them. Thank you. Chapter 11, The Fraught Wind Shows Its Might. There's no feast that lasts forever. The group led by Lan Chang'an exited the Juzian Tower. They bid farewell to each other, exchanging blessings such as, may the immortal road be prosperous. Brother Lan, if you're short on spirit stones, I can lend you 10, Yao Xiao offered before parting. Lan Chang'an pondered briefly and surprisingly didn't refuse. He borrowed 10 spirit stones from Yao Xiao. Lai Ergu couldn't help but click his tongue. Big Brother Lan, could it be that my spirit stone don't smell as good as Yao Xiao's? Lai Ergu complained after parting ways. During their time at the Mu family, he had seen Lan Chang'an in need of cultivation resources several times, offering spirit stones out of goodwill, but Lan Chang'an had always declined. Her spirit stone do indeed have a better fragrance than yours, Lan Chang'an chuckled lightly. In truth, Lan Chang'an was willing to borrow spirit stone to establish a relationship with Yao Xiao, a disciple of a sect. The so-called exchange of favors required some exchange to happen. By borrowing spirit stone this time, Lan Chang'an would owe Yao Xiao a favor, creating a social connection. As long as Yao Xiao didn't deliberately distance herself in the future, Lan Chang'an was willing to maintain the network. After all, sects held many rare resources, including information from the upper echelons of the cultivation world. Lan Chang'an, practicing in a small family, didn't want to be cut off from such crucial information about the cultivation world. Furthermore, befriending an inner disciple could be quite practical in the lower levels of the cultivation world. I'm also short on spirit stones. Why don't you lend me one? Linyi remained silent on one side, feeling sour inside. The 3 of them hit the road back to the royal marquis residence. The next day, Lai Ergu went back to his hometown to visit his relatives. The 2 agreed to meet again at the royal marquis mansion in 2 months. And Chang'an prepared to attend a wandering cultivated trade fair in a few days, before heading to the Angry Bird Yang. A few days later, Linyi returned from outside and handed a wooden token to Lan Chang'an. Brother Lan, this is the token for the wandering cultivator trade fair. It will be held tomorrow night at a location outside Hangzhou Prefecture. Are you not coming along, Brother Lan? Lan Chang'an took the wooden token, noticing it was made of spirit wood. I'm afraid that it would take a certain price to get the qualification to attend the fair. I have been there a few months ago. This time I have no need. I'm short on funds, so I won't go this time to make a fool of myself. Linyi laughed bitterly, a hint of self-deprecation in his words. In these days spent at the Marquis Guang's mansion, Lan Chang'an learned about Linyi's current situation. As the son of no one, Linyi initially didn't hold a high position in the mansion. It was only when he was discovered to possess spiritual roots at the age of 7 that he gained the attention and cultivation efforts of Marquis Guang. In fact, most upper-class figures in society knew about the cultivation world channels, while the lower classes only knew of some mythical tales about immortals. After failing the sect assessment, the support Lin Yu received from the Marquis's mansion was limited. Want to be an official in the dynasty or join the army? It was pity. The Lang Immortal Cultivation sect made a rule. Immortal cultivators were not allowed to interfere in secular dynasties, let alone kill at will. In this way, Lin Yu's situation was a bit awkward. I bothered brother Lin this time. Lan Chang'an expressed his gratitude and was considered to have taken Lin Yu's favor. The next evening, the miles outside Hengqiu Prefecture, an old temple obscured by mist, was difficult for ordinary people to notice. Lan Chang'an used his spiritual eye technique and entered the dilapidated temple. Sure enough, he found the figures of some wandering cultivator inside. Men, women, old and young, mostly at the clarifying initial stage with only 3 or 4 at the clarifying middle stage. Some showed their true faces, while others wore masks or straw hats to conceal their identities. Lan Chang'an had disguised himself beforehand and utilized the mundane technique of body shrinking to appear as a strong and young man. Being a new face, he inevitably attracted some attention from the present cultivators. His new Taoist friend, how should we address you? A tall, skinny man at the 4th level of clarifying asked, his eyes flickering as he looked over. The man seemed to be one of the organizers of a trade fair. My surname is Zhang. Lan Chang'an casually gave a surname and handed over the token. Fellow Taoist Zhang, please find a place to sit. The trade fair will begin shortly. The tall, skinny man inspected the token and nodded. After waiting for about half an hour, around 2 to 3 dozen people gathered in the dilapidated temple, and the trade fair officially began. The trading process was straightforward. Each person took turns to speak, showcasing the resources they had for sale or stating what they were looking to purchase. I have 3 vermilion pine cones for sale. Priority goes to the highest bidder. 100 years of Hishu Wu, prioritizing trades for spirit-toned and pills. A low-grade magical weapon, the green steel shuttle, with some damage to the casing. Any Taoist friends interested? Lan Chang'an observed for a while, and noticed that the items being traded were most low-end. Some were merely worldly great medicines, not spiritual items from the cultivation world. I have 5 Kai nourishing pills for sale, 50% cheaper than market price, the tall, skinny man spoke. Kai nourishing pills, 50% cheaper than market price. This immediately piqued the interest of many. Nourishing pills were suitable for cultivators at the Kai refining initial stage, capable of enhancing their spiritual energy and promoting cultivation. I'm afraid it's not genuine elixir. How much medicinal effect does it have? For the bottom-level loose cultivators, pills were hard to come by, and cheap pills inevitably moved them. After appraisal by me and Miss Wang, the pills are close to 50% of the genuine ones in efficacy, with slightly higher toxicity, the tall and thin man surnamed Zhu said lightly. Lan Chang'an's heart stirred, remembering the inferior pills that Ziafelin had peddled before. However, Zhu, as one of the organizers, was obviously not Ziafelin. He wondered if there was any connection between the two. After a while, it was Lan Chang'an's turn. I, Zhang, have 10 talismans for sale, 4 fireball talismans, 3 wind blade talismans, and 3 of the golden light shield. The latter 2 are first-rank mid-grade talismans. Lan Chang'an took out 10 talismans and spoke confidently. Middle-grade talismans, the wandering cultivators in the dilapidated temple showed surprise. Fireball talismans and the like were relatively common low-grade talismans. However, middle-grade talismans were less common. Whenever they appeared, there were usually only 2 or 3. Lan Chang'an noticed the astonishment and curiosity in their eyes. He had to say that he had overestimated the grade of this trade fair. Originally, he had 10 blank talisman papers left, and he could have drawn 10 middle-grade talismans for all of them. However, he restrained himself by only drawing 6. Fortunately, the total value of these talismans was not high, not comparable to a low-grade magical weapon. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you happen to know any first-rank talisman masters? The speaker, a beautiful, tall, purple-skirted woman at the 4th level of Kai refining, her voice transmitting a hint of warmth. This one Lan Chang'an had some impression, honored by the others as Fairy Purple Rose, was one of the few mid-stage clarifying cultivators. You don't need to inquire about the specific origins, Lan Chang'an replied stiffly, not denying the Purple Rose Fairy's probing. First-rank mid-grade talisman, comparable to the power of a spell in the middle stage of Kai refining, was a bestseller amongst the wandering cultivators due to the fair prices. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 10 talismans in Lan Chang'an's hand were sold out. First-rank low-grade talisman had a marked price of about 2 to 3 spirit stones. First-rank mid-grade talisman had a marked price between 4 to 6 spirit stones. In total, Lan Chang'an earned 40 spirit stones. He deliberately controlled the quality of the talismans he sold, ensuring they were of normal quality. He still had 7 first-rank mid-grade talismans on him, which were even more powerful. However, they were only for self-defense and not for sale. After earning the spirit stones, Lan Chang'an bought 2 bottles of normal Kai nourishing pills, spending 20 spirit stones. He also bought 1 bottle each of the Meridian Easing Pill, Ever Spring Pill, and Great Rejuvenation Pill, suitable for mortal martial artists to consume. Only 1.5 spirit stones were spent. The upgrade pills of martial arts are so cheap here, Lan Chang'an sighed inwardly. There were also materials such as talisman paper and vermilion sand for sale at the trade fair. To be on the safe side, Lan Chang'an didn't purchase in here. After all, he could buy them at the Mu family, where the quality of talisman paper was better in the hands of Mu Ziyan. Trade fair concluded. With speed that exceeded the speed of an usual early clarifying stage, Lan Chang'an quickly withdrew from the scene and disappeared into the mountains and forests. Some cultivators who were interested in him hadn't even had time to react. This kid can get his hands on a supply of middle-grade talismans. He must have some background, right? The tall and thin man surnamed Zhu, one of the organizers, stroked his chin and looked in the direction Lan Chang'an had disappeared. Although curious, he was not so curious to strike out for that little value. Suddenly, Zhu, along with a few others, caught sight of a streak of purple smoke, swiftly flying through the night, heading straight towards Lan Chang'an's direction. A Purple Rose Fairy, she actually couldn't help herself. Few people, including the tall and thin man, showed surprise on their faces. Among them, the Purple Rose Fairy had a relatively clean record, rarely making moves, but whenever she did, her gains were not insignificant, showing her accurate judgment. PH, if that person had a background, he wouldn't come to a place like this for transactions, being this cautious and running away so quickly. The mountain forest, the beautiful and tall one in purple showed a hint of cunning and coldness on her radiant and flawless face. Phew. Wind travel talisman was activated, and the Purple Rose Fairy speeds past that of an ordinary cultivator at the clarifying middle stage, gradually closing in on Lan Chang'an. She approached a nearby mountain ravine. Lan Chang'an's figure suddenly disappeared, as if swallowed by the darkness of night. Where is he? He definitely hasn't gone far. Stopping near the mountain ravine, the Purple Rose Fairy's expression turned wary. Kid, there's no need to hide, I know you're nearby. She summoned a white square handkerchief, with white light flickering, forming a cloud-like layer several meters wide in front of her. She secretly wondered, how could that person be so skilled at concealing his aura? The night is dark and the wind is high. Is the lady who was chasing so closely intending to discuss matter of love? The fluttering man's voice echoed in her ears. Purple Rose Fairy heart trembled as the sound of the wind roared. Suddenly her back felt cold. Not good. The Purple Rose Fairy instinctively controlled the white square handkerchief to block behind her. Whoosh! A terrifying frosty wind swept through, with a diameter of about 4 to 5 meters, instantly engulfing the Purple Rose Fairy. Frostwind technique, not right. Why is its power so great? Purple Rose Fairy had just breathed a sigh of relief when her face and limbs were covered in frost, her expression losing color in horror. Chapter 12, First Encounter with Zhang. Last wind technique was an area of effect spell. Purple Rose Fairy, controlling the white square handkerchief, could only block one side and was immediately engulfed by the cold wind, struggling to move. She strenuously reached out and touched the storage pouch at her waist. At this moment, Lan Chang'an, like a rotten log, rose from the shrubs 10 meters away. Boom, boom, boom. Dark red fireballs were instantly launched, making it difficult for the Purple Rose Fairy to defend herself, her skirt exploding and ice shards flying. Young master, spare me, I'm willing to. Purple Rose Fairy collapsed to the ground, her teeth clattering, her beautiful face already covered in large patches of decay under the dual impact of ice and fire spells. And though this one seemed to have no power to resist, Lan Chang'an kept his distance, picking up his own. He used the martial skill sky-piercing finger to deliver a long-range strike. There was a loud ping sound. Purple Rose Fairy's head exploded like a watermelon. So weak, how dare you come out to rob? Lan Chang'an approached the corpse of the purple-skirted beauty, picked up the magical iron handkerchief, and took off her storage pouch. Without even looking at the spoils in the pouch, he swiftly withdrew from the scene. After a cup of tea's time, several people, including the tall and thin man surnamed Zhu, arrived at the scene. Looking at the corpse of the Purple Rose Fairy, the several cultivators shuddered with fear, showing signs of suspicion and dread. An hour later in the wilderness, Lan Chang'an confirmed that there were no pursuers and began to check the Purple Rose Fairy storage pouch. First, he eliminated anything used for tracking and burned some of the female clothes inside. Having a storage pouch and a low-grade magical item, the Purple Rose Fairy was considered well off among the wandering cultivators. Inside the pouch were more than 40 spirit stones, 2 bottles of Kai nourishing pills, 1 bottle of Kai recovery pills, 1 bottle of detoxifying pills, and a few books on immortal cultivation. There were 6 first-ranked talismans, 2 of which were middle-grade talismans, both sold by Lan Chang'an. The total value was close to 200 spirit stones. This one is quite fat. I'm afraid she's probably not an ordinary loose cultivator. Lan Chang'an sighed inwardly. Indeed, as the saying goes, no grass grows on a busy road, and no one remains poor without a windfall. The wealth earned from a single killing was several times what he had earned from drawing talismans. Those who walk by the river are bound to get their shoes wet. In this life, I'm cultivating the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique, so I have to run a steady business and never go down the path of robbing cultivators. Lan Chang'an dismissed the greed in his heart. Telling people to seize treasures was ultimately risky. Who could guarantee that every strike would hit seemingly weak targets? For example, the Purple Rose Fairy, would she have expected today's outcome? Lan Chang'an remembered a rumor from his previous life. There was a wicked cultivator in the Nascent Soul Realm who was unscrupulous in robbing and killing. Because of his unparalleled speed, nearby cultivation forces could not do nothing about it. Until one day, in a merchant caravan that the wicked cultivator had seized, there was actually a disguised deity transformation realm cultivator among them, whose cultivation was only at the clarifying stage on the surface. In the end, the wicked cultivator died without peace, and the wealth he had plundered hard for all his life became his shroud. Ancient Prefecture governed 7 counties. County was one of the said. The entire county was built along the river, with waterways extending in all directions. Places with well-developed water resources often had few gangs in the rivers and lakes. The Angry Bird Gang is the lead gang in An County, controlling nearly 40% of the gray income in the surrounding waterways. On this day, at the Angry Bird Gang headquarters, the gang leader, Kai Jingyun, suddenly summoned his 3 sons to discuss in a secret chamber, and they didn't come out for half a day. Foster father, these martial art masterpieces point straight to the innate nature of martial arts. You guys should have heard of the Meridian Easing Pill, Ever Spring Pill, and Great Rejuvenation Pill. And Chang looked at the 60-year-old burly figure of his father, feeling a warm affection as memories of their past experiences flooded back. Jingyun was a first-rate expert in the Jianghu, operating in An County for decades, dominating the upper and lower reaches of the river. Even today, Kai Jingyun's majesty still remained the same, only a few more strands of gray hair at the temples. Meridian Easing Pill, Ever Spring Pill, and Great Rejuvenation Pill. The other 3 foster sons' eyes glowed as they stared at the 3 bottles of pills on the table. The ease of Meridian Pill could ease the meridians and cut down the marrow, improving martial arts qualifications. Great Rejuvenation Pill, which could improve one's power for several decades. Ever Spring Pill, which had the effect of prolonging life for mortals. Chang'an, these pills should be very expensive, right? Kai Jingyun's face was hesitant as he looked at the bottle of Evergreen Pill. It would be disingenuous to say that he wasn't moved. Jingyun hesitated, looking at the bottle of Everspring pill with a hint of temptation in his eyes. For his cultivators, these are not worth much. And Chang did not tell them that the 3 pills only cost 1.5 spirit stones, which was quite cheap. Good Chang, you have a kind heart. Jinyan's face was filled with contentment. He was getting older, and he had a strong need for the Everspring pill. The other 2 pills were better left for the young generation. Chang'an, the position of gang leader was originally intended to be passed on to you. Since you've embarked on the path of immortality, I plan to let Lai Hong handle the internal affairs of the gang in the future, Jingyan said, expressing his own arrangements but also seeking Lan Chang's opinion. I believe in second brother's ability, Lan Chang replied with a smile. His foster brother, Lai Hong, was a stern-looking young man, a second-rate martial artist in the Junhu. Lai Hong was ambitious and had previously wanted to compete with Lan Chang for the position of gang leader, leading to some slight discord between them. Today, however, Lan Chang had transcended that level entirely and no longer cared about the position of gang leader. Chang'an, you think we can cultivate immortality? Lai Hong was silent for a moment and finally couldn't help but ask. Previously, Lan Chang had demonstrated immortal techniques in front of them. Several years had passed, and Lan Chang's appearance remained unchanged, showing no signs of aging. Lai Hong and the others, to say that they didn't yearn for it would be self-deceiving. Immortal cultivators need spiritual roots, and besides, you've all missed the age for cultivation, Lan Chang said with a smile, understanding their feelings. So, he took the opportunity to check the spiritual roots of his 3 foster brothers and foster father. The result was that none of them had spiritual root qualifications. In fact, there was no one in the world who had absolutely no immortal cultivation qualifications. A scenting degree above 10 indicated a low-grade spiritual root. A scenting degree below 5 indicated an inferior spiritual root. A scenting degree below 1 could be ignored, effectively meaning there were no qualifications. After nightfall, Chang privately spoke with his foster father again and gave him several first-rank low-grade talismans. In the future, if his foster brothers were unfilial, Jingyan would have the talismans to easily press them. Oh, foster father, what happened to Taoist Master Guan who introduced me to cultivation back then? I wonder where he went, Lan Chang inquired. Taoist Master Guan was a destitute wandering cultivator who had been seriously injured years ago. He had fled to the territory of the Angry Birds gang and been sheltered by Lan Chang'an. It was also he who had introduced Lan Chang'an to the path of immortality. After sending you to the sex assessment, Taoist Master Guan stayed in the Hangshu Prefecture for 2 months before leaving without saying goodbye. Jingyan recalled. 2 months. Lan Chang couldn't help but suspect that Taoist Master Guan might have learned that he had failed the sect examination and lost interest in investing. The next day, Lan Chang'an didn't linger in the Angry Bird gang. At the request of his foster father, he left behind a copy of the Origin Opening Scripture and drifted away. This attribute-less Origin Opening Scripture, if a mortal could cultivate it, would prove their qualification for immortality. In this life, without family or relatives, there's nothing much to miss in the mundane world. And Chang felt his ease both physically and mentally as he stepped onto a flatboat and drifted downstream. Next month or so, he traveled in the waves along the river. In the quiet of the night, he meditated on the boat, practicing the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique, drawing on the mysterious Kai of the years. Lan Chang'an discovered that, although it was difficult to refine his mana when in the secular world, it didn't affect the Evergreen Technique's ability to absorb the Kai of the ages. He took the Kai Nourishing Pill and combined it with Spirit Stones to make up for the gap in the refinement of his mana. It wasn't until the time agreed upon with Lai Ergu approached that Lan Chang'an returned to the Hangshu Prefecture city. Inside the Royal Marquis Mansion, Lai Ergu had just arrived half a day ago, with a look of melancholy on his face, obviously having parted with his loved ones not long ago. In addition to the 2 of them, there was another immortal cultivator as a guest in the mansion. Brother Lan, let me introduce you. This is Yang Teshin, an our disciple of the Jin Yun Valley. Then you welcome to Burley, slightly dark-skinned young man into the room. Yang Daishin. And Chang observed this third-layer hierophant, dressed plainly but with a somewhat familiar name. Haha, Yang Daishin was the first in the Illusion Heart platform 3 years ago when we participated in the sect assessment together. Brother Lu, do you remember? Linny laughed heartily. So it's fellow Taoist Yang, nice to meet you. And Chang thought for a moment and recalled. 3 years ago, when he had just recovered his memory, he hadn't paid much attention to who was the first on the Illusion Heart platform. But there was indeed such a person in the assessment, though his presence wasn't particularly strong. For this person to become the first on the Illusion Heart platform, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Fellow Taoist Lan, I've also heard of your deeds. Yang Taishin smiled, not showing any arrogance. Deeds about himself in the sect. Chang didn't need to think too much. It was probably an anecdote about an older, middle-grade spiritual root who was eliminated in the examination and had no choice but to marry into a cultivation family. Chang was curious about why Yang Taishin had come to the Marquis Mansion. Yang Taishin wasn't a mortal seedling from the Hangshu Prefecture. Fellow Taoist Lan, I've come to you this time for a sect mission. Chatting for a while, Yang Taishin explained his purpose. Brother Lan, the danger of that haunted house isn't high. It's just that the evil spirit inside has a bit of cunning. Although fellow Taoist Yang can defeat it, one person is not good enough to take it down, which is why he seeks our assistance. Lin Yi obviously knew the situation and helped to add. Haunted house evil spirit, Lai Ergu shivered. Turned out that Yang Taishin had taken on a sect mission to exterminate a ghost in a haunted house within the Hangshu Prefecture. The owner of that haunted house was a descendant of a cultivator from the Jin Yun Valley. After learning about the situation, Lan Chang'an felt that the danger was indeed not high. However, he didn't want to go. Firstly, Yang Taishin hadn't explicitly mentioned any remuneration, perhaps because he was a disciple of the Ao sect and didn't have much money. Secondly, although the ghost seemed weak, who could guarantee that there weren't any other factors or traps involved? The risk did not match the reward. Although he was willing to get acquainted with Yang Taishin, he didn't want to take unnecessary risks. Unfortunately, our deadline for returning to the family is coming up, and we can't afford to be delayed aside. I'll have to let Brother Zhang down. Lan Chang'an declined tactfully. Time's tight, my wife is urging me to return, so I can't go to that haunted house. Lai Ergu hurriedly agreed. Yang Taiyun's expression changed slightly, seeming a bit stunned. It seemed that he hadn't expected Lan Chang'an, who he thought would easily help exterminate the ghost, to refuse. Chapter 13. Dare you dismount and fight? Lin Yu was surprised and slightly disappointed. He knew that Lan Chang'an was making excuse time was not really that urgent. If fellow Dao's Lan is not available, then forget it. Yang Taiyun's expression returned to normal, and he did not insist. Since Lan Chang'an mentioned time being tight, he took the opportunity to bid farewell. Lai Ergu walked at a brisk pace. Big brother Lan, are you afraid of ghosts too? After leaving the royal marquee mansion, Lai Ergu let out a long sigh of relief, looking sympathetic. It's all right. Evil ghosts in the mundane world, Lu Chang did not put them in his eyes. You refused so quickly, I don't believe it. Lai Ergu hemmed and hawed, thinking that Lan Chang'an was just like himself. The difference between the two was, one was truly afraid, the other was truly prudent. On the official road, the two men galloped their horses towards Feiyu Mountain Villa. It seemed they would reach Feiyu Lake in one more day. Wait. When they reached a certain valley, Lan Chang'an raised his hand to stop the horses. What's wrong, big brother Lan? Lai Ergu was eager to return to his wife and children in the family, his heart longing to go home like an arrow. If we take the main road, this is a necessary passage to return to Feiyu Lake, but the terrain is treacherous, suitable for an ambush. Lan Chang'an remembered passing through here 3 years ago for the first time. Mu, the family head, was very cautious in exploring, but they passed through safely in the end. You mean there's an ambush here? Lai Ergu's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the Zheng family's attempt to kill them 3 years ago, and his face turned pale. That attempt had resulted in the deaths of 4 young disciples, leaving a lingering trauma in Lai Ergu's heart. Not sure, Lan Chang'an's eyes were slightly closed. His spiritual sense merged into the Nine Seal Stele in his consciousness. Compared to 3 years ago, the handsome young man in the first seal was no longer a gray, lifeless image, but instead radiated with a glowing, lifelike appearance. This was the result of Lan Chang'an's soul cultivation over the past 3 years. The white-bearded old man in the second seal, representing his previous life's core formation realm state, was still shrouded in darkness and remained unlit. Then what should we do? Lai Ergu felt a little panic, feeling that the Zheng family's assassins were lurking in the valley. To be safe, we'll take a detour. Lan Chang'an opened his eyes, unhesitating turning his horse around. Big brother Lan really understands me. Lai Ergu laughed heartily, turning his horse with Lan Chang'an. What's going on? Why did those 2 kids suddenly turn back? At this moment, a few cultivators hidden on both sides of the valley looked at each other in confusion. Never mind, even if it's just 2 Kai refining initiates, we'll kill them head-on to avenge our little Yan. An ugly one with a fierce face gritted her teeth. If Lan Chang'an were here, he would definitely recognize this ugly one as the clarifying 4th layer cultivator he had fought during the assassination of the Immortal seedlings. Little Feng, are you sure it's that kid? The middle-aged man with a round face, whose cultivation was the highest at the Kai refining 6th layer, asked. Brother, it's him who killed little Yan. I recognize him even if he turned to ashes. The ugly woman's eyes were bloodshot, her heart burning with rage. Without waiting for orders, she immediately rode a bronze bell artifact and pursued them through the air. The speed of flight for clarifying cultivator controlling artifacts was not fast. But the ugly woman poured her spiritual power friendly, and the bronze bell under her feet hummed loudly, bursting with speed that allowed her to catch up to Lan Chang'an and Lai Ergu in a short time. Big brother Lan, she's catching up. Lai Ergu felt like he was facing a formidable enemy and took out a low-grade magic weapon. Don't panic, she's just hard up there. Lan Chang'an remained calm. He was well aware of how weak the combat ability of early and mid-Kai refining cultivators was in aerial battles. First, there were limitations to their magic weapons. Generally, early Kai refining cultivators could only control 1 low-grade magic weapon due to their limited mana capacity and spiritual awareness. Kai refining cultivators could control 2 low-grade magic weapons or 1 mid-grade weapon. Take the ugly one at the Kai refining 4th layer as an example. Taking flight with 1 magic weapon would already consume more than half of her effort, let alone accelerating at full burst. How much combat ability could she really exert in such a situation? Pumping Van. Chang flung 3 fireballs backwards, causing the ugly one in the air to sway unsteadily and narrowly avoid falling. She had no ability to pursue them in the air. Flying cultivators did not possess the innate ability of flight and mainly relied on magic weapons, so their aerial agility could be imagined. Only in the late clarifying stage did they gain a certain degree of aerial combat ability. No wonder she's a target. Lai Ergu suddenly understood, mustering his courage to retaliate with 2 fireballs. However, his speed and accuracy were far inferior to Lan Chang'an's, and the ugly woman dodged them. Little Feng, don't rush, we'll chase them on horseback. This time, the middle-aged man with the round face at the clarifying 6th layer, along with 2 other mid-clarifying cultivators, caught up on horseback. He was experienced and knew the lousy aerial combat abilities of mid-clarifying cultivators. Don't worry, our spirit steeds were trained by the renowned Beast Tang Zhu family and have exceptional speed and endurance. The round-faced middle-aged man was full of confidence. Indeed, the distance between the 2 parties was gradually closing. You little thieves, let's see where you can run. The ugly woman's eyes were filled with icy resentment as she glared at Lan Chang'an. On horseback, they wouldn't need to expend man and spiritual awareness. As long as they got close enough, they could attempt ranged attacks and kill with their spells and magic weapons. Big brother Lan, what should we do? Lai Ergu asked anxiously. The pursuers being mid-Kai refining cultivators, getting close meant certain death. Ergu, squeeze your legs tighter in a bit. Lan Chang'an instructed. Squeeze tighter, at a time like this you're still making that kind of. Lai Ergu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Before he finished speaking, Chang took out 2 cyan talisman slips, which landed on the belly of the spirit colt that he and Lai Ergu were sitting on respectively. Instantly, The two spirit steeds' hooves kick up wind, their body feeling much lighter as their speed increased explosively. So fast, Lai Ergu leaned forward, almost flying off, and obediently squeezed his legs tighter against the horse's belly. Club, 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 club. On the fiddle road, the two spirit steeds galloped at lightning speed, kicking up a trail of dust. So fast, the ugly one and the round-faced middle-aged man were stunned. That kid used talisman slips. It also had acceleration talismans, such as the low-grade first-rank wind tread talisman. Don't be stingy, everyone. I'll cover the expenses. The round-faced middle-aged man made a prompt decision. The group of 4 all used acceleration talismans, taking them to their horses' bellies. The round-faced man and the ugly one each used a mid-grade wind speed talisman for even greater speed. Yet even so, the distance between them and Lan Chang'an kept increasing slowly. How is it possible? Why can't we catch up? The round-faced man was astonished, unable to understand. It was certain that the talisman slips Lan Chang'an and Lai Ergu used were at most mid-grade. Their spirit deeds were of higher quality, so logically they should have been faster. Junior, dare you dismount and fight? Seeing that they couldn't catch up, the terrifying 6-layer round-faced man grew anxious and shouted angrily. Your horses can't match our speed, no matter how high your cultivation. What can you do to us? Lan Chang'an calmly responded, making the pursuers behind grow increasingly infuriated and hurl non-stop curses. Before long, the cursing voices grew fainter and fainter, and the ugly woman's group was no longer visible on the road. Big brother Lan, that move was really formidable. Lai Ergu's face was full of excitement. The pursuers couldn't even catch their dust trail such a sense of security. Lai Ergu couldn't help but ponder. If our horses ran fast enough, could we even defy core formation elders and nascent soul true monarchs? Ah, so you understand the concept of extrapolation, a teachable child indeed. Lan Chang'an couldn't help but praise. 2 days later, Chang'an and Lai Ergu abandoned their horses and took a detour through the wilderness before hurrying back to Feiyu Mountain Villa. Upon returning to the family, they immediately reported the matter. This incident alarmed the upper echelons of the Mu family. The family head, Mu Maud, personally questioned Lan Chang'an and Lai Ergu. The final conclusion was vengeance. Lan Chang'an's alertness in detecting the ambush, Mu Maud secretly praised him. Lan Chang'an also believed it was an act of vengeance. From Mu Maud, he learned the identities of the ugly one and others. The ugly one's name was Zheng Feng. The terrifying 3rd-layer cultivator named Zheng Yan, who Lan Chang'an had killed before, was her illegitimate son. The round-faced middle-aged man named Zheng Dong was Zheng Feng's brother, considered a young elite cultivator of the Zheng family. Zheng Feng, Zheng Dong, Lan Chang'an quietly noted their names in his little book, intending to take revenge when he had the chance. Indeed, he had paid a price, but now there was an opportunity for revenge. However, he only had a 70% chance of success, which risked exposing himself. There was no need to take that risk. He would wait until he could crush them like squashing an ant without the slightest hint, then stealthily annihilate them. Lan Chang'an did not pursue killing opponents above his level. He preferred steady, overwhelming suppression. After Lan Chang'an and Lai Ergu left, family head Mu Mao's expression gradually turned grim. How did the Zheng family obtain information about Lan Chang'an's outing and the time of his return? As a cultivation faction, it's normal for the Mu family to have spies. I should go out less from now on. Upon returning to his private residence, Lan Chang'an fell into contemplation. But I should consider the present first. I made a 5-year agreement with the family head, after which I must take a wife and have children. Normally, he would be at the late condensing pellet stage after 5 years of recultivation, at least reaching the mid-Kai refining stage. But plans couldn't keep up with the changes. He did not anticipate the special nature of the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique, requiring him to absorb the QI of the ages, resulting in such a slow pace of advancement. This nullified the advantage of his recultivation. Moreover, he cultivated a wood attribute technique, and only had a low-grade spiritual root in the attribute. As a result, even after more than 3 years, his cultivation was still stuck at the same level of Kai refining. Now that I have pills to assist me, I should be able to speed up the process. Lan Chang'an consumed a Kai nourishing pill and closed his eyes to cultivate. Step 14, First-rank Talisman Master. 3 months later, Lan Chang'an sat cross-legged, exhaling a long breath. After practical testing taking pills, the monogrowth was indeed a few points faster. However, the increase was limited by the Evergreen Technique's ability to draw on the Kai of the ages. Once exceeding a certain threshold, adding more Kai nourishing pills would be useless. The cycle of time, day and night, year for year. This would not change due to pills. At least, ordinary pills would not work. In contrast, if Lai Ergu had a stable supply of elixir pills, cultivating with the same low-grade spiritual root, his progress would be slightly faster than Lan's. However, the pills greatly saved me time from sitting in meditation, Lan Chang'an included. Now, he only needed to meditate for an hour or 2 each day. This way, he had a lot of free time. Lan Chang'an considered whether he should juggle some time-consuming side works in the future. For example, he could study the art of talismans, learn alchemy, and cultivate body refining on the side. Or cultivating some hobbies. First, I need to get out of being a person, he thought. Walking out of the house, Lan Chang'an saw a letter in the gatehouse of the courtyard. It was signed by Lin Yi. Lan Chang'an opened the envelope. In the letter, Lin Yi said that after parting last time, he and Jiang Taishan went to that haunted house to exterminate the ghost, without any incidents, and captured and killed the vicious ghost. The materials left behind by the ghost, as well as the spiritual item from its hiding place, were worth more than 100 spirit stones. Jiang Taishan was very generous and gave Lin Yi 40% of the spoils. At the end of the letter, Lin Yi regretted that Lan Chang'an did not participate, otherwise he could not only have a share of the gains, but also make friends with a promising disciple of the sect. After reading the letter, Lan Chang'an smiled. The letter Lin he sent might not be without the intention of showing off, complaining that Lan did not join them last time. Lan Chang'an had no regrets nor envy. He took out paper and a brush and wrote a reply to Linyi, congratulating him on the opportunity and chatting about some everyday matters. May the immortal path be ever flourishing. At the end of the letter, he left a blessing full of positive energy. A few days later, it was the middle of the month. It was time for the monthly trade fair within the Purple Moon Manor. Lan Chang'an came to the September building for the second time. This time, he sold the basic talismans he had refined. It was not so much selling, but more like displaying them. Being able to refine basic talismans meant he was already a student of the talisman path. Although he only sold 3 basic talismans for 1 spirit stone, Lan Chang'an's identity as a talisman apprentice had already been noticed by the attentive cultivators of the Mu family. That Miss Mu is not here this time. Lan Chang'an's purpose in coming out to display was to convey a message to the core members of the Mu family. In this way, becoming a first-rank talisman master would be a natural progression. He bought the talisman tools and materials from Mu Zian, who was a key witness. Of course, it didn't matter if Mu Zian wasn't there. As long as he became a first-rank talisman master, there would be a trail to follow. Young Master Lan, the young miss wished to see you. Just as Lan Chang'an finished buying some talisman materials and walked out of the September building, a maid came after him from behind. She was quick to react. Lan Chang'an remained calm and followed the maid into the backyard of the September building. A young lady in a long turquoise dress, graceful and jade-like, was tending to the flowers. Beside, one could see Mu Zian's dark eyebrows like distant mountains, a typical Eastern beauty profile. You can draw basic talismans. What's your success rate? Mu Zian's voice was like a clear mountain stream as her bright, beautiful eyes fell on Lan Chang'an. For basic talismans, my success rate is 60%. Lan Chang'an was not overly modest. For those with decent talisman talent, basic talismans were easy to learn. 6%? Mu Zian did not ask further. She took out a set of talisman drawing materials and placed them on the table, gesturing for Lan Chang'an to demonstrate. Lan Chang'an did not stand on ceremony either. He picked up the talisman brush, prepared the cinnabar ink, and neatly drew 3 basic talismans. 2 were successful, 1 failed. With Lan Chang'an's previous life's 3rd-rank talisman master attainments, deceiving a 1st-rank talisman master was naturally easy. Mu Zian nodded, good talent. By the way, I nearly succeeded in refining a 1st-rank low-grade talisman last time, Lan Chang'an added with seeming regret. 1st-rank talisman, you nearly succeeded. Mu Zian couldn't help but be moved. Her starry eyes seemed to have fluorescent light flowing through them. Yes, just a little bit away from succeeding. Draw one for me to see. Okay. Lan Chang'an picked up the talisman brush again. Mu Zian gently moved closer, observing by his side, her dark fragrance trailing and a faint fragrance wafting from her sleeves. I'll take your change. When Lan Chang'an drew about 7 or 8 into the 1st-rank talisman, his spiritual sense suddenly broke off, and a wisp of blue smoke rose from the talisman paper. Your mana lacked precision and could not be sustained, Mu Zian commented. Thank you for your guidance, miss. Lan Chang'an acted as if greatly honored. This book 9 Essentials of the Talisman Path is a gift for you. Study it carefully when you return. If you have any questions, you can come and ask me. Mu Zian took out a book from her storage bag. Lan Chang'an accepted the kindness and thanked her again. The way, miss, if I become a 1st-rank talisman master, can I freely cultivate the talisman path in the Mu family without needing to take a wife and have children? Before leaving, Lan Chang'an laid it out plainly. He felt that the Mu family's young lady seemed like a good person, graceful and beautiful, gentle and considerate, and appeared to sincerely want to cultivate the talisman path. Mu Zian showed a hint of surprise, pondering, when you become a 1st-rank talisman master, I will speak for you before my father. Thank you for your trouble, miss. Lan Chang'an cupped his hands in salute and left. Watching his departing back, Mu Zian pondered for a moment, her red lips slightly pursed. Even without me, the Mu family will have a decent person to take charge in the talisman path in the future. After returning, Lan Chang'an did not plan to seek guidance from Mu Zian. Although doing so would make it more reasonable for him to become a 1st-rank talisman master and bring him closer to the young lady. If not necessary, it's best to have less dealing with a beauty like Mu Zian. Lan Chang'an understood the principle that beautiful women bring calamity. An outsider in the early clarifying stage, getting too close to the young lady, would only invite trouble. Half a year later, the meditating Lan Chang'an suddenly looked towards the neighboring courtyard, sensing an unstable fluctuation of mana. This brat, even after taking a wife and having children, his cultivation surprisingly hasn't fallen much, Lan Chang'an murmured to himself. The neighboring courtyard, Lai Ergu was the first to advance to the 3rd layer of clarifying. Lai Ergu was simple-minded, and with the rewards and resources from the Mu family to nurture him, his cultivation progressed smoothly. The earth rock scripture that Lai Ergu cultivated was not particularly powerful, but as long as he cultivated diligently and was given sufficient resources, he would be able to advance relatively quickly. A few days later, after consolidating his realm, the delighted Lai Ergu came running to visit Lan Chang'an's place. Lan Chang'an had put up a closed for cultivation plaque in advance, calling Lai Ergu to leave in frustration, without being able to show off. Counting back, it has been almost 4 years since I came to the Mu family. Lan Chang'an thought inside his room, his mind calm like water, with any slight restlessness passing away with the wind. He did not become unsettled just because Ergu had surpassed him. It's worthy of being a cultivation technique that cultivates the temperament and spirit. The state of mind was very important in the middle and late stages of cultivation. The Evergreen Technique had beneficial effects in this aspect, which was precious. It might help with the tribulation of heart demons at the Nascent Soul Realm. 1 year later, accompanied by a trace of the Kai of the Ages, the Evergreen mana within Lan Chang'an flourished with a lush, verdant intent. 5 years of time, the 3rd layer of clarifying. A slight ripple rose in Lan Chang'an's heart, but it quickly calmed like still water. 5 years from the 1st to the 3rd layer of clarifying was considered normal for an ordinary low-grade spiritual root. But compared to his meteoric progress in his previous life, it was far behind. There was also another important factor: age. Chang'an was now 23 years old, 2 years older than Lai Ergu and 3 years older than Yasuo. Now C was probably already at the 5th layer of clarifying by now. A 23-year-old at the 3rd layer of clarifying, by conventional evaluation, has limited future potential. But I'm cultivating the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique, which prolonged my life for 20 years at the earth stage of clarifying, giving me a lifespan of 140 years, and at the late stage of clarifying, my lifespan is as much as 108 years. Perhaps because the cultivation technique absorbed the Kai of the ages, Lan Chang'an could sense his own longevity. Compared to 108 years, 23 years old was still a youthful age, with a long future ahead. Bloop. Chang'an extended a finger to draw a water mirror towards him, in which the reflection showed a fair-skinned, handsome, and gentle youth with jet-black eyes. Coupled with the white robe, he had the air of peerless noble. The calluses on his hands from march training were also gone. Is this the rejuvenating effect of the evergreen technique, or is it the Ansari's in lifespan? Lan Chang'an looked almost identical to 5 years ago, his skin even more delicate. He silently circulated the evergreen technique, filling his body with an aura like rotten wood, making his formerly jade-like complexion less apparent. After consolidating his realm and leaving seclusion, the first thing Lan Chang'an did was sell first-rank talismans. The 3rd layer of clarifying, he was now a first-rank talisman master. Initially, members of the Mu family held doubts. But soon after, under Mu Xian's personal examination, Lan Chang'an successfully refined a first-rank fire talisman. Lan Chang'an's identity as a first-rank talisman master was officially confirmed. That kid became a first-rank talisman master. On Moonheart Island in a quiet room, the cross-slayed Mu Mao looked at the note in his hand, somewhat caught off guard. The 5-year agreement with Lan Chang'an was about to expire. Mu Mao was preparing to pressure Lan Chang'an into taking a wife and having children in the Mu family. Unexpectedly, Lan Chang'an had now become a talisman master, disrupting his arrangements. The talisman path, although not as prestigious as pill refining or artifact forging, still ranked high among the hundreds of arts of cultivation. First-rank talisman master in his early 20s was a rare talent, enough for the Mu family to extend an olive branch. Mu Mao felt a headache coming on. How should he handle Lan Chang'an now? Chapter 15, The Brewing Storm. Chang's 5-year agreement with Mu Mao had already expired. Becoming a first-rank talisman master, Lan Chang'an planned to discuss the terms with the Mu family. However, half a month passed and neither Mu Mao nor the Mu family elders made a statement. But on this day, Xian's maid came with word that the young lady had invited him out to discuss the talisman now. The location was the Willow Pavilion by Fenrir Lake. Miss Mai has invited me. To be honest, Lan Chang'an did not want to get too close to Mu Xian. Especially a private rendezvous between a lone man and lone woman could easily arouse suspicion. Half an hour later, Lan Chang'an arrived at the Wilshade shores of Fenrir Lake, where a nearly overhanging pavilion building came into view. So this is the Willow Pavilion, Lan Chang'an glanced at the plaque. Master Lan, please go up to the 3rd floor. Crisp, melodious girl's voice drifted down from the pavilion above. The 3rd floor of the pavilion was like a sky garden, facing the brilliant waves of Fenrir Lake. Chang'an had thought this would be a private tryst, but the facts proved he had thought too much. Besides the plainly dressed, gentle, and elegant Mu Xian, there was also a blue-robed young lady with an exquisite melon-seed face, willow brows, and almond eyes, with a charming, radiant beauty. Lan Chang'an felt she looked familiar. He soon recalled that this was the red-robed girl beside Mu Xian, the first time he went to 9 September building. This is Mu Yingling, you've met her before. Mu Xian smiled and introduced her. Chang'an had heard Lai Erg talk about Mu Yingling. The girl had quite a reputation. Among the Mu family's young female disciples with spiritual roots, her looks and bearing were second only to Mu Xian. Master Lan, Mu Yingling gave a curtsy, her voice soft and gentle. Miss Mu. Lan Chang'an returned the courtesy, feeling puzzled in his heart. The last time they met, 2 or 3 years ago, Mu Yingling had not shown him a good attitude. This time, it was as if she was a different person. Dressed up elegantly, gentle, and charming. Noting Lan Chang'an's probing gaze, Mu Yingling's fair face blushed slightly. However, she was not the type to be a little housewife. Her bright eyes boldly looked towards Lan Chang'an. Meeting him today, her attitude was completely different. Mu Yingling's almond eyes brightened. Not only was Lan Chang'an handsome, but he had a special temperament, aloof and serene, making people feel comfortable. In recent days, after pressure from the family elders and persuasion from her senior sister Xian, Mu Yingling had reluctantly agreed. Seeing him today, she felt he was not bad at all. Although his cultivation was not outstanding, as a young talisman master, he was handsome and refined, truly talented and attractive. Master Lan, I left an ancient talisman manual downstairs. I'll come back up shortly. Xian apologized and hurried downstairs. Left alone were just Lan Chang'an and Mu Yingling. Even if Lan Chang'an was slow, he should understand now. Master Lan, Yingling will brew tea for you. Mu Yingling smiled sweetly, her fair skin and long leg gliding gracefully as she busied herself. Chang'an wanted to say something but stopped, until Mu Yingling brought him a cup of clear tea with an expectant look on her face. Blowing away the steam, Lan Chang'an took a light sip. Master Lan, how do you maintain yourself so well? Do you have a secret method? Mu Yingling asked curiously, blinking her eyes. Lan Chang'an was in his 20s, but still had the appearance of a youth, his skin translucent and flawless. Among cultivators, some possessed age-defying arts, a topic of great interest to female cultivators. Perhaps it's because my state of mind is good, and I cultivate a wood-type skill. Lan Chang'an was well prepared for such questions. This was not the mundane world. Having an ageless appearance was not strange in the cultivation world, so he did not need to worry about being taken for dissection. Besides longevity pills, many techniques had age-defying effects, especially wood-type techniques. The relatively common ancient wood technique was about 70 to 80% similar to the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique. For nourishing life and preserving youth, their power was mediocre. Even if Lan Chang'an deliberately exuded mana, the feeling he gave off was just that of an ordinary wood-type technique. Mu Yingling's bright eyes sparkled, intending to use this topic for deep conversation. Miss Mu, please excuse me, I have an urgent matter. Lan Chang smiled apologetically and hurriedly left. Urgent matter? Mu Yingling was stunned. Her pretty face immediately flushed red, her bosom heaving irregularly. Chang had obviously made an excuse to leave. This land fellow, who does he think he is looking down on? I did you a favor by coming here. Mu Yingling was deeply angered. She had originally looked down on Lan Chang'an. Only after pressure from the family and Lan, Chang becoming a talisman master, did she reluctantly agree to senior sister Xian's matchmaking. Her immensely proud timber flared up. Crash. The teacup shattered, the table and chairs splintered into pieces. Hearing the noise from downstairs, Lan Chang quickened his pace and fled from the Will Pavilion in a flash. Why, does he not wish to marry a Mu family girl? Plainly dressed Mu Xian stood at the second floor window, pondering and puzzling. At Lan Chang's age and potential, there was little hope for the foundation establishment. As an orphan, he should not be so averse to marrying into the family. He might look down on mortal women, but Mu Yingling had a spiritual root and great looks, with no lack of pursuers. If he married Mu Yingling, Lan Chang could receive nurturing from the family techniques, pills, guidance from the elders. His future would be smooth sailing. Sister Xian, it's not that this girl didn't cooperate. That Lan fellow must not be interested in women. Mu Yingling came over fuming. Not interested in women. Mu Xian was astonished. Could this be the real reason? Recalling her 2 or 3 encounters with Lan Chang'an. When facing her, he would occasionally reveal a subtle appreciation for beauty. As a one, she had a keen intuition about this. He pissed me off. That Lan is older than me but has lower cultivation, yet he dares insult me like this. Mu Yingling could barely swallow her resentment, growing more upset the more she thought about it. Don't do anything rash. Mu Xian's starry eyes narrowed in warning. Mu Yingling was at the 4th layer of clarifying. If she was bent on revenge, Lan Chang'an would likely suffer. I'm not that stupid. Lan Chang'an is a first-rank talisman master. If I make a move against him, the elders will severely punish me. I, Mu Yingling, vowed to find a man 10 times stronger than him, so he can only look up to him in the future. The Mu family really went to great lengths to try recruiting me as a son-in-law. Returning to his courtyard residence, Lan Chang'an felt somewhat wry amusement. The Mu family's matchmaking efforts had ended in failure. Fortunately, the Mu family did not insist forcefully. After all, a twisted melon is not sweet. Several days later, family head Mu Mao personally summoned Lan Chang'an for half an hour of decision. Two sides smoothly reached an agreement. Going forward, Lan Chang'an would not marry a Mu family girl, but could still enjoy the normal treatment of a family member. He would receive a certain quota of spirit rice, pills, and other supplies each year. Of course, he would have to fulfill obligations by refining a certain number of talisman papers for the Mu family annually. The Mu family would provide the materials, and with Lan Chang'an's attainments in the talisman now, he could only profit in this deal. In this way, Lan Chang'an officially took up residence at Fenyu Mountain Villa, beginning a new phase of his cultivation journey. 3 years flashed by in the blink of an eye. Inside the private courtyard, the evergreen mana within Lan Chang'an circulated through his limbs and body, carrying an endless azure aura of renewal. 8 years. And Chang'an felt amazed at how quick time had passed. He had been with the Mu family for 8 years already. Through the year of observation, the cycle of the seasons, the power of the evergreen technique was growing, but at an extremely slow pace. At least, it was slightly stronger than common skills like the origin opening scripture or earthrock scripture. It really did seem that the longer one lived, the stronger one's spiritual power became. The last 3 years of cultivation, Lan Chang'an had crossed over half of the 3rd layer of clarifying. He estimated that in another year, he would reach the peak of the 3rd layer. During the clarifying stage, he had no bottlenecks to overcome. Cultivating to the peak of the 3rd layer was equivalent to the time required to break into the 4th layer of clarifying. In other words, going from the 3rd to the 4th layer would take 4 years of time. Meanwhile, Lai Ergu next door had reached the peak of the 3rd layer half a year ago. The reason he had not broken through was because of the existence of the bottleneck. Going from the 3rd to the 4th layer, entering the middle stage of clarifying, was a major hurdle. With Lai Ergu's ordinary talent, how easy could it be to break through? He had to slowly grind away over time, or rely on bottleneck breaking pills. Such bottleneck pills were quite rare in the Mu family and required to exchange for them. Merit contributions. Big brother Lan, let's go hunt some birds. Lai Ergu shouted from outside in the early evening. Why are you hollering so happily? You haven't caught a single bird these past few days. Lan Chang'an teased. Since he had nothing to do anyway, all right, I'll go play around with you today. Awesome. With Big Brother Lan on the hunt, we're sure to bag something tonight. Lai Ergu was overjoyed. The birds they spoke of referred to a type of fishhawk that had recently been plaguing Fenyu Lake. These fishhawks were semi-spirit beasts cultivated in later ages, specialized in eating the spirit fish of Fenyu Lake. They had caused the spirit fish population in the lake to sharply decline. Rumor had it that these fishhawks were products of the beast Tangju family. In his 8 years of cultivation with the Mu family, Lan Chang'an sensed a sign of coming instability. This stemmed from the enmity between the Mu family and the Jing family. 10 years ago, the two Cultivation family had come to blows over the ownership of first-grade Purple Hopper Mine, with both sides' foundation establishment patriarch being injured. Later, one of the 7 major families, the Beast Tangju family, intervened to mediate a truce, having the two families split the discovered Purple Hopper Mine. As the arbitrator, the Beast Tangju family took 30% of the proceeds. Some time ago, underneath the first-ranked Purple Hopper Mine, it was suspected that the accompanying Purple Heart Copper was found, which is an excellent material for refining top-grade magic weapons. The two families, at peace for years, took up arms again and deployed more personnel to the mine region. Over the past 2 years, at some unknown cost, the Zhang family had secured support from one branch of the Beast Tangju family, selling many of their spirit beasts. The Fishhawks were one such product. Although the Fishhawks did not threaten clarifying cultivators, with their ability to fly and dive underwater, they secretly hunted the spirit fish of Fenyu Lake every night. The Zhang family employed such tricks in an attempt to divert the Mu family's attention to the rear areas. Their true goal was still the purple heart copper from the mines. Counter the harassment from the Fihawks, the Mu family issued a bounty for family members who killed the Fihawks in exchange for contribution points. Urgu struggled to accumulate contribution points to exchange for bottleneck breaking pills. That was why he actively went bird hunting. The accompanying purple heart copper, the fishhawk harassment, the conflict between the Mu and Jing family may escalate. On the way to Fenyu Lake, Lan Chang'an gaze was deep. Let's wait and see. A relaxed, harmonious place for cultivation like the Mu family is not easy to find. If the Mu family's foundation establishment patriarchs cannot withstand it, or are killed, I will definitely have to run away. Urgu remained unaware that his most trusted big brother Lan Chang'an beside him was contemplating a plan to flee. Your feedback and ratings are greatly appreciated. If you have a moment, please consider rating this novel on Novel Updates. Should you notice any errors in this chapter, kindly mention them in the comments below so I can correct them. Thank you. Chapter 16. The situation takes a drastic turn. Every night, there were no shortage of Mu family cultivators coming to Fenyu Lake to hunt birds. Mostly young cultivators in the early stages of clarifying. The Mu family's capable adult cultivators were mostly stationed at the Purple Hopper mine. The Fihawks at their doorstep were only semi-spirit beasts, posing little threat to clarifying cultivators. This low-risk task that could earn contribution points was gladly taken up by family members, including some mortal martial artists. However, these semi-spirit Fihawks were not easy to catch. First, the shores of Fenyu Lake span hundreds of miles, and there were a limited number of cultivators, making it impossible to fully guard everywhere. The Fihawks possessed a degree of spiritual intelligence and only acted during night. Second, the Fihawks could both fly and dive underwater skillfully, with better eyesight than humans. Although the Fihawks were no match for clarifying cultivators, they only targeted the spirit fish in the lake. Human cultivators would be detected by the Fihawks before getting close, making it difficult to catch them whether in the air or underwater. Let's split up the search. Lan Chang'an paused at the lakeside and suggested. Okay, let's see who catches a bird first. Urgu was full of enthusiasm, plunging into the lake water with a plop. No wonder he can't catch any birds. Lan Chang'an did not enter the water, instead using a light buddy technique to circle around the shores of Fenyu Lake. Occasionally, he would stop to observe the reedy areas by the water's edge. With several hundred years of experience across 2 lifetimes, Lan Chang'an understood a little about the art of tracking. After completing a circle, Lan Chang'an stopped under a shaded tree by the lakeside. Leaning against the trunk, he cycled the evergreen technique, suppressing his aura. His presence was greatly reduced, as if he had become an extension of the tree branches. Half an hour later. The night, a brown-gray waterfowl with a thick neck and pointed beak silently descended from the sky. This Fihawk looked around, preparing to dive into the water. Swish Mac. A stone shot through the air like a thunderbolt, striking the Fihawk's belly. The Fihawk screeched as its belly exploded in a bloody hole, falling into the lake. 1. Lan Chang'an walked on the water, picking up the Fihawk's corpse. Using a water purification technique, he rinsed away the blood, sealed the body in a bag, and stored it in his storage pouch. Finishing all this, Lan Chang'an changed locations again, continuing to lie in wait like a fox stalking rabbits. Over the course of the night, Lan Chang'an caught 4 Fihawks. Urgu got nothing. Big brother Lan, can you give me some pointers? Regarding hunting birds, Urgu was completely convinced of Lan Chang'an's expertise. Can you do these 3 things? First, analyze the Fihawk's living habits to find the best ambush spots. Second, can your hiding spot evade the Fihawk's eyes? Third, can you attack fast, accurately, and lethally in one decisive strike? After hearing the 3 points, Urgu felt utterly dejected. Leaving aside whether he could do the first 2. In recent days when he luckily encountered Fihawks, his casting speed and accuracy were so poor that by the time he launched a fireball, the Fihawks had already fled far away. And Chang'an dealt with the Fihawks by launching his concealed weapon with the martial art flame flick without aura fluctuations. Over the next few days, every night Lan Chang'an could hunt down a few Fihawks. The rumors of a bird hunting expert had just started spreading when Lan Chang'an withdrew and lay low. This kind of low-risk, high-reward activity was fine to do occasionally. Lan Chang'an feared that if he kept it up, he might provoke enmity from those commanding the Fihawks. Each Fihawk could be exchanged for 5 contribution points. In just a few days of work, Lan Chang'an had exchanged over 100 points. And the 100 contribution points I earned from extra talisman drawing over the past 2 years, I've accumulated over 200 total, enough to exchange for better quality magic weapons at the refined pavilion. After returning to the family, Lan Chang'an calculated in his mind. Now that the dispute between the 2 cultivation families had resurfaced, it was important to prepare for the worst, to strengthen his self-defense capabilities. Previously, when Urgu wanted to buy Fihawk corpses from Lan Chang'an to earn contribution points for bottleneck breaking pills, Lan Chang'an had refused. While he and Urgu were good friends, it wasn't to the point of being parents. Since becoming a talisman master, over the past 3 years Lan Chang'an had lived quite comfortably in the Mu family. For the talisman drawing materials the Mu family provided him annually, he maintained a normal level of quality and success rate on the surface. Any excess material became additional income for him. Every few months, Lan Chang'an would go to September building to sell some talismans. The financial situation steadily improved. Now, Lan Chang'an had saved 200 to 300 spirit stones. This was because Lan Chang'an was cautious, fearing drawing too much attention. He had quite a stockpile of unsold talismans in his storage pouch that he had not fully liquidated. As time rolled to the middle of the month again. With ample funds, Lan Chang'an went to September building. September building was just a small-scale trading venue within the family, not a high-end place. One could not buy mid-grade magic weapons there. For mid-grade magic weapons, one had to go to the family's refined pavilion and exchange contribution points. Chang'an spent a long time browsing at September building before purchasing 2 relatively good low-grade magic weapons. One was a dark gold blade, and the other was 7 ingenious needles. The dark gold blade was a standard offensive magic weapon made of a durable material, considered a fine product among the low-grade weapons. 7 ingenious needles was a set of 7 needle-like artifacts, each as long as a chopstick but much thinner and sharper. As the family conflict caused magic weapon prices to rise. For these 2 decent low-grade magic weapons, Lan Chang'an spent over 200 low-grade spirit stones. Ordinarily, an average low-grade magic weapon would only cost 60 or 70 spirit stones. The next day, Lan Chang'an went to the family's refining pavilion. He spent 200 contribution points to exchange for a mid-grade defensive magic weapon called the Bedrock Shield. The staff managing the refining pavilion repeatedly tried to dissuade Lan Chang'an. An early clarifying cultivator will have difficulty controlling a mid-grade magic weapon. With those contribution points, you'd be better off exchanging for bottleneck-breaking pills. The staff member made a fair point. Low-grade and middle-grade magic weapons corresponded to the clarifying stage. Superior-grade and top-grade magic weapons corresponded to the foundation establishment realm. Even at the middle stage of clarifying, one could only control 1 mid-grade magic weapon or 2 low-grade magic weapons simultaneously. One's mana and spiritual doubly limited the restrictions of using a magic weapon. Chang'an insisted on exchanging for the mid-grade Bedrock Shield magic weapon, using the excuse that he was saving it for later use. In truth, Lan Chang'an's spiritual sense was comparable to the late clarifying stage, sufficient to control a mid-grade magic weapon. However, it could not be used for too long due to the limitation of mana. Then, purchasing 3 magic weapons in one go, Lan Chang'an returned and refined them, greatly increasing his sense of security. The handkerchief magic weapon he obtained from killing the purple rose fairyback, then had also been refined by Lan Chang'an, previously using his mana. Besides magic weapons, Lan Chang'an also stockpiled dozens of high-quality talismans. All were mid-grade or superior-grade first-rank talismans. And a late clarifying cultivator would feel uneasy facing so many powerful talismans. After finishing storing everything, while continuing his cultivation, Lan Chang'an also monitored the situation between the Mu and Zheng family. First were the Fihawks. Over the past few days, the Zheng family had suddenly recalled the Fihawks. Reportedly, the Zheng family's losses from the Fihawks were quite large, making it no longer worthwhile. Dying coincided with when Lan Chang'an, the so-called bird hunting expert, stopped hunting them. Next was the situation at the mines. The mines were quite distant, located amidst the mountain ranges between the 2 families' territories. The information was not very accurate. And Chang'an heard that the 2 families' young cultivators were in a standoff in the mine tunnels, with more than 1 elder from each side overseeing them. Several days later, Lai Ergu brought some good news. His second son, Mu Urshan, had been tested and confirmed to possess a low-grade spiritual root. Lai Ergu was overjoyed. Among that batch of spiritual seedlings, he was the first to produce an offspring with a spiritual root. Lai Ergu's eldest son was named Mu Yifan and was already over 7 years old, just an ordinary person. His second son, Mu Urshan, had just turned 6. He also had a 3-year-old third son and a 1-year-old daughter. Congratulations! For this occasion, Lan Chang'an even attended Lai Ergu's celebratory banquet. This fellow, he's sure is capable. The other spiritual seedling in attendance felt quite bitter about it. Not long after, Lai Ergu received a reward from the family head, a pure Kai pill, exactly the bottleneck-breaking pill he had dreamed of. Being the first to produce an offspring, and the first to have an offspring with a spiritual root, Lai Ergu reaped the rewards from both. This kid's luck is truly not bad. Lan Chang'an felt moved. He had originally thought that, since Lai Ergu was held back by a bottleneck, he would use his advantage of recultivation to reach the middle stage of clarifying first. 10 days later, Lai Ergu emerged from seclusion, having advanced to the 4th layer of clarifying, becoming one of the younger middle clarifying cultivators in the family. The newly advanced Lai Ergu was full of vigor and confidence. He held another banquet celebration. Those other spiritual seedlings felt vexed, having to bring gifts again, but they did not dare offend Lai Ergu either. At the middle clarifying stage, he was now a major figure in the family. At the banquet, Lai Ergu announced one matter. He would be changing his name to Lan Chang'an. This new name seemed inspired by Lan Chang'an's. Being at the middle clarifying stage, the vulgar name Ergu, meaning second dog, was rather unbecoming. Everyone understood Lai Ergu's thoughts. Lan Chang'an, Lan Chang'an found it hard to get used to Ergu's sudden name change. Big brother Lan, how do you like my new name? The newly named Lai Ergu was exhilarated, drinking heavily and getting quite drunk. During the banquet, Lan Chang'an wanted to speak up but held back. He had intended to tell Lai Ergu that Immortal Cultivator's real name and Dao names could not be changed casually. This involved matters of luck and even fate. Some names resonated harmoniously with the cultivator, like a fish in water. Names that didn't fit would have conflicting destinies. Half a month later, Big brother Lan, Lai came over wailing loudly. Lan Chang'an was alarmed. What happened? After inquiring, Lan Chang'an learned some bad news. Over at the mining area, the Mu family and Zheng family had clashed, suffering significant casualties. The Mu family urgently needed to replenish their manpower and was conscripting younger capable cultivators from the family, targeting primarily those of the middle clarifying stage. Luckily, Lai had just recently advanced to the 4th layer of clarifying and was drafted by the family. Big brother Lan, if I die, I hope you can help look for my wife and children. Lai begged through his tears and snot. Chapter 17, Guarding the Herb Garden. Could have imagined that Lai Ergu, previously so full of vigor, would now be overwhelmed with sorrow. Lan Chang'an sighed at the impermanence of life. Even when one is at the height of glory, one must never become arrogant. You don't need to be so pessimistic, said Lan Chang'an. Big brother Lan, I know my own combat ability. Going to the front line mining area, life and death is uncertain, said Lai Ergu bitterly. He had no confidence in returning alive, which was why he sought out his most trusted person, Lan Chang'an, to entrust his will. Actually, you have one advantage. What advantage? Lai Ergu was puzzled. You have a clear self-awareness and know your own strengths. Lai Ergu lacked courage, was weak in combat, and had no real battle experience. Big brother Lan, it's come to this point and you're still mocking me. For you, this may not be a bad thing for survival. Cultivators fear overconfidence the most, arrogantly looking down on their peers and disregarding ordinary cultivators. Many talented cultivators have criticized in the ditch due to carelessness, Lan Chang'an sighed, taking out 2 talismans from his storage bag and handing them to Lai Ergu. These are healing and wind speed talismans. Big Brother can only help you up to this point. After all, they had known each other for 8 long years. Perhaps this would be the last time he saw Lai Ergu. Chang was not too stingy, giving him 2 middle-grade talismans. Nowadays in the Mu family, he was considered a senior first-rank talisman master, occasionally refining mid-grade talismans. Thank you, Big Brother. Lai Ergu accepted the talismans, still looking at Lan Chang'an expectantly. All right, I promise you, Lan Chang'an sighed. If it really comes to that, I will do what I can to provide some care for your wife and children. Then did Lai Ergu break into a smile, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. Before parting, he couldn't help but ask, Big Brother Lan, should I not change my name? Before changing his name, Lai Ergu had smooth sailing and knew no troubles. But after changing his name to Lan Chang'an, he had 1 foot in the abyss. Destiny, fortune, profound mysteries who can truly understand. Lan Chang'an shook his head, unable to answer. After all, in his previous life, he was merely at the core formation realm, not a great cultivator. There were too many things in the cultivation world that he could not comprehend. The next day, Lai Ergu left Feiyu Villa, following the young and middle-aged cultivators of the family to the purple copper mining area. Lan Chang'an watched his departing back. After pondering for a long time, he looked towards the center of Purple Moon Lake, where the outline of the Moonheart Island was faintly visible. That was where the foundation establishment ancestor of the Mu family resided. Lan Chang'an's soul was extraordinary, and he was also able to let the soul brand that was lit up in the first life of the Nine Seal Stele add to it, raising his spiritual sense by 1 level. He could sense that the Mu family's ancestral patriarch was still present, but his aura was growing weaker by the day. Years ago in Jinyan Valley, Lin Yi had inquired about rumors, saying that the Mu family's ancestor would not live more than 10 years. According to Lan Chang'an's remote perception, the estimation wasn't far off, probably 3 to 5 years remaining. The judgment was not solely based on his soul sense, but also the keen perception of the aura of time and longevity from the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique. And Chang'an's bottom line was that as long as this foundation establishment ancestor could remain stable, he would maintain a wait-and-see approach and not rush to leave. But in 3 to 5 years, if the Mu family does not produce a new foundation establishment cultivator, they will definitely not be able to protect the second-grade spiritual vein. At that time, and Chang'an withdrew his gaze, silently playing several contingencies in his heart. 2 months later, no news came from Lai Ergu at the front lines. Since the mining area was quite distant, as an outsider, Lan Chang'an received relatively limited information. However, there were occasional injured cultivators returning, while younger Mu family cultivators were sent to the front lines. The tense situation eventually affected Lan Chang'an. Go and guard the herb garden. On this day, as Lan Chang'an was handing over a batch of talismans, he received an arrangement from the higher-ups of the Mu family. With his cultivation not even reaching the middle stage of clarifying, the family would not send him to the front lines unless absolutely necessary as a talisman master. But apart from the mining front line, the Mu family also had some assets that need guarding, such as the herb garden, spirit fields, and water resources. The Mu family had an herb garden located in a mountain valley 200 miles away from Purple Moon Manor. Since it was relatively close to the family's residence, guarding the herb garden was comparatively safer. The herb garden is located on a spiritual ground with a spirit-gathering formation. You can cultivate and make talismans there, while also helping the family guard the herb garden. The family steward leading Lan Chang'an to the herb garden explained. Chang'an had no reason to refuse. Since Lai Ergu had gone to the front lines, it was reasonable for him to do some logistical work in the herb garden. Due to the short distance, Lan Chang'an rode his black golden blade and flew directly to the herb garden. He was accompanied by 2 or 3 young Mu family cultivators at around the sand layer of clarifying. The mountain valley where the herb garden was located had a natural energy formation that gathered the essence of the sun and moon, suitable for growing medicinal herbs. The entire herb garden spanned thousands of acres, protected by a first-grade formation. Apart from the divided playing areas, there was a small village-like area with houses built near a stream in the herb garden. Upon entering the herb garden, each person was assigned a separate wooden cabin. Conditions were definitely not as good as Purple Moon Manor. Lan Chang'an. Hearing someone call his name, Lan Chang'an turned to look. It was a one-armed youth with a familiar face, his body wrapped in bandages in several places. Mu Yunfei. Lan Chang'an recalled the identity from the handsome youth's face. 8 years ago, Mu Yunfei had escorted their group of spirit seedling back home and distributed spirit stones to them along the way. The two were considered to have fought side by side before. Back then, with his first layer of clarifying cultivation, Lan Chang'an had killed a Zhang family cultivator at the 3rd layer of clarifying, earning Mu Yunfei's praise. Brother Yunfei, your arm, could it be from the frontline mining area? Lan Chang'an was slightly surprised. Yes, I need to recuperate for a year. The family master asked me to also look after the herb garden in the meantime. After all, this is an important location for the family, and the elder who previously guarded it has gone to the front lines. Mu Yunfei's voice was low and slightly hoarse. He was no longer the family's rising star from 8 years ago. Yunfei was 2 years older than Lan Chang'an, at the peak of the 6th layer of clarifying, considered one of the family's young elites. Lan Chang'an thought silently. Even the injured are being deployed on duty. It seems the Mu family is really lacking manpower. A few days later, Lan Chang'an had adapted to life in the herb garden. The spiritual energy in the herb garden could not compare to Purple Moon Manor. However, the rich spiritual essence of plants and trees here complemented Lan Chang'an's cultivation of the wood-based Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique. Therefore, his cultivation speed was no slower than at the Feiyu Manor, which had a first-grade spiritual branch underneath it. During these days, Lan Chang'an became familiar with Mu Yunfei and inquired about the situation at the front-line mining area. Deep within that purple copper mining area, they had indeed discovered deposits of the purple heart copper. Purple heart copper was not included in the original agreement between the two families to evenly split the resources. Moreover, the distribution of purple heart copper was very scattered, and the quantity was relatively small, making it easy to hoard privately. Nowadays, cultivators from both families were using their own means to mine the purple heart copper, occasionally resulting in conflicts. The Beast Tang Zhu family, who acted as the adjudicator back then, stepped in to stop this. Lan Chang'an curiously asked Mu Yunfei. The Beast Tang Zhu family, Mu Yunfei sneered. They're clearly biased towards the Zheng family. A pair of Zheng family's spiritual root-bearing sisters married the young master of one of the lineages of the Zhu family. The Beast Tang Zhu family, as one of the 7 great families, had in core formation realm residing in the family, with nearly 10 foundation establishment cultivators. Their forces were vast, and the branching factions within the family were also rather complicated. Fortunately, it was only one of their branches that was being pulled in by the Zheng family, otherwise the Mu family would have to directly surrender. The reason Mu Yunfei said the Zhu family was biased was because the Zheng family had more young and middle-aged cultivators, and their ancestors still had 20-30 years of lifespan remaining in a better state. The Zhu family did not uphold fairness. With such a protracted attrition, the Zheng family would have the opportunity to gradually encroach and swallow up the Mu family's assets. You don't have to worry. My Mu family and the Maple Leaf Huang family are liaising. There is a possibility of a joint marriage. The Huang family has 3 foundation establishment cultivators and are a very powerful force. Seeming to notice Lan Chang'an's concern, Mu Yunfei revealed this information. The Maple Leaf Huang family joined marriage. Lan Chang'an pondered thoughtfully. It seemed both the Zheng and Mu families were trying to rally powerful allies. Be nimble with your hands and feet. Pluck those misty orchid herbs. Master Ji is waiting to refine pills. On this day, as Lan Chang'an was chatting with Mu Yunfei, an impatient raspy voice came from the herb field area not far away. Who is that? Lan Chang'an glanced towards an old man in an ancient robe with puffy eye bags in the distance. He had not noticed before that there was actually a 7th-layer purifying elder in the herb garden. That's the pill refiner Ji, one of the 4 guest elders of the family. Since we urgently need spirit pills recently, LG has been staying at the herb garden for easier access to materials for refining pills. Mu Yunfei introduced with respect shown on his face. It dawned on Lu Chang'an that it was senior alchemist. No wonder he had such a fierce temper, barking orders at few young Mu family cultivators like commanding his grandsons. After pill refiner Ji left, Mu Yunfei lowered his voice and said, Elder Ji has a bad temper. You should be careful around him and not provoke him. Elder Ji is an old acquaintance of the old ancestor. Even the family head has to defer to him to some extent. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yunfei. Lan Chang'an nodded. He was at the herb garden to assist in the defense and cultivate low profile. He did not need to interact with Elder Ji. Being in the rear area of the herb garden, it remained peaceful without any disturbances. Lan Chang'an cultivated calmly there for over half a year. On this day, as he sat cross-legged in his room, absorbing the spiritual essence of plants and trees through his cultivation, Lan Chang'an suddenly opened his jet-black eyes. The peak of the 3rd layer of clarifying. Since he was recultivating, he basically had no bottlenecks in the clarifying stage. That meant he could advance to the middle stage of clarifying at any time. Separating Pilrafin Jia. Lan Chang'an considered whether he should hold back first and not advance to the 4th layer of clarifying. Because within the family, the young and middle-aged cultivators at the middle stage of clarifying would mostly be summoned to the front-line mining area. But after thinking it over, he decided not to hold back. Firstly, advancing to the middle stage of clarifying mana would increase significantly. For Lan Chang'an, who was recultivating, his strength would rise by a large margin. Secondly, there was all no test. If even a talented talisman master like himself would be summoned to the front line, it meant the situation had reached a desperate stage. If that were the case, Lan Chang'an had no reason to remain in the Mu family. If he truly wanted to leave, coupled with the methods from his previous life in top-quality elements, it would be difficult for a late-stage clarifying cultivator to catch up, unless the foundation establishment ancestor stepped in. A few days later, Lan Chang'an smoothly broke through the bottleneck and advanced to the 4th layer of clarifying. This was the advantage of recultivation. For an ordinary low-grade or mid-grade spiritual root without bottleneck-breaking pills, being stuck for 1 to 2 years, or even 3 to 5 years, would be considered normal. Of course, this was just a bottleneck in minor realm. For a major realm bottleneck, like the foundation establishment realm, with Lan Chang'an's current life aptitude, he would need to rely on foundation establishment pills as well to be on the safe side. 27 years old, 4th layer of clarifying. From 18 years old, it took 2 years to reach the 2nd layer of clarifying, 3 years to reach the 3rd layer, 4 years to reach the 4th layer. Progression of the Evergreen Technique was indeed quite slow. Before he knew it, Lan Chang'an had been cultivating in the Mu family for 9 years. During this period, he cultivated low profile and avoided trouble, so he did not encounter any major issues. What Lan Chang'an did not know was that Zheng Feng, the ugly one of the Zheng family, had been trying to take revenge on him all these years, but she never had the opportunity, because in these 9 years, apart from that 3-year appointment, Lan Chang'an had never left the Mu family residence. Zheng Feng was almost driven to internal bleeding from frustration. Lan Chang'an's breakthrough to a minor realm caused fluctuations in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which could not be concealed from the cultivators in the herb garden's residential area. Unless one went out to find a place to break through, it was impossible to hide one's cultivation realm. Congratulating Brother Chang'an on advancing to the middle stage of clarifying. After leaving seclusion, Mu Yunfei was the first to offer congratulations. Brother Yunfei is too kind. At my age, advancing to the 4th layer of clarifying is merely dull mediocrity, Lan Chang'an smiled, not exactly being modest. The 4th layer of clarifying at 27 years old meant his potential was considered quite poor, with little chance of establishing a foundation in the future. Normally, one would need to reach the late stage of clarifying before 30 to have a decent hope of establishing a foundation. With Lan Chang'an's current pace, it was impossible for him to reach the 7th layer of clarifying before 30. However, he had a lifespan of 108 years in the clarifying stage, so there was no need to rush. Brother Chang'an started late, but your cultivation has always been improving steadily, which is already admirable, said Mu Yunfei, his expression turning slightly gloomy. Chang'an could tell that Mu Yunfei had been stuck at the 6th layer of clarifying for many years without being able to advance to the late stage. Compared to Lan Chang'an's slow but steady progress, this kind of stagnation was truly disheartening. With Brother Yunfei's tenacity, if you exchange for a bottleneck-breaking pill in the future, you will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck. Lan Chang'an offered a word of consolation. Bottleneck-breaking pills for the late stage of clarifying were rare in the Mu family, and even those with contributions had queue up. Moreover, with Mu Yunfei missing an arm, each realm breakthrough in the future would be more difficult than normal. Over the next few days, Lan Chang'an wandered around the herb garden to relax. There had been occasional battles in the front-line mining area for half a year, but luckily it had not escalated further. At least, no Foundation establishment cultivators had appeared. The elders of both families were relatively restrained as well. 2 months ago, Lai Ergu returned to the family to recuperate as an injured cultivator. Lai Ergu's injury was quite peculiar. His leg was broken, but it was not caused by an any attack. Instead, he accidentally broke his leg while retreating from a lost battle. The only true combat injury he sustained was some minor flesh wounds. Half a month ago, Lai Ergu came to the herb garden specifically to thank Lan Chang'an, and pleaded to purchase superior-grade wind speed talismans. For ordinary talisman masters, the probability of producing superior-grade talisman was very low, so Lan Chang'an expressed difficulty and said he would sell them if he had any in the future. According to Lai Ergu, he was fortunate to have Lan Chang'an's top-grade wind speed talisman, as its effect exceeded expectations. However, it was also because the speed was too fast that Lai Ergu accidentally broke his leg while retreating back to the main camp. Fortunately, Lai Ergu gained half a year to recuperate from his injuries, during which he could return to the family to reunite with his wife and children. Half a month later, a family steward came to the herb garden to summon Mu Yunfei to the front-line mining area. After a year of recuperation, Mu Yunfei had only recently recovered from his injuries. "Take care, Brother Yunfei," Lan Chang'an cupped his hands, feeling a tinge of pity in his heart. His injury had just healed, yet he had to go to the front lines again. Mu Yunfei showed no resentment as he prepared to leave with the steward. "No need to rush, there's something I need to announce," the steward said with a smile, his gaze falling on Lan Chang'an. "From today onwards, the duty of guarding the herb garden will be taken up by Lan Chang'an." Guarding the herb garden? Lan Chang'an's eyelid twitched, not expecting this at all. Why would the Mu family let an outsider like him take up the duty of guarding the herb garden? "Lan Chang'an, do not decline. This is the result of the family head overruling all objections," the steward smiled. "The family head has a high evaluation of you, calm in the face of danger, prudent in thoughts." Chang'an had underestimated Mu Mao's boldness. Mu Mao knew Lan Chang'an's loyalty was not sufficient, and if he forcibly conscripted him to the front lines, it might backfire. But the family was truly lacking manpower. Mu Mao appreciated Lan Chang'an's alert displayed previously, as the young generation within the family lacked such a nature. In this family crisis, wasting such talent would be a pity, so he might as well place Lan Chang'an in an important position. During the years Lan Chang'an had been in the Mu family, he did not cause any trouble in Cultivated while maintaining a low profile, earning the acceptance of the Mu family in terms of character. Mu Mao chose to take a gamble. He didn't know what kind of fate this helpless gamble would bring to the Mu family. "Brother Chang'an, I believe you can take over my position and guard the herb garden well." Mu Yunfei looked at him with trusting eyes. Previously, the duty of guarding the herb garden was temporarily taken up by Mu Yunfei. "Don't worry, the herb garden is in the backyard of the Feiyu Manor, and there's also Elder Ji here overseeing the pill refining side of things," the steward added reassuringly. Having reached this point, Lan Chang'an could not decline. Previously, he was only assisting in the defense. Now he had become the leader. The biggest difference was that he could no longer slack off. Compared to Mu Yunfei and Lai Ergu, who had to go to the front lines and fight, this was still acceptable. 9 years ago, the Mu family had taken Lan Chang'an in and provided him with access to their spirit vein and cultivation grounds. The Mu family had shown him kindness. Within reason, undertaking certain duties was only fair. This kind of cultivation family that had a righteous ethos and could tolerate foreign surnames to inhabit, it was not easy to find in the cultivation world. "It's a good thing I didn't take a wife in the Mu family," Lan Chang'an thought, free of any attachments and able to run away at a moment's notice. The Mu family could not control him. Lai Ergu's situation was different. With his wife and children in the Mu family, he had fully integrated into the Mu family over the past decade, making it difficult for him to separate from this large collective. Seeing the family in a crisis, Mu Yunfei and Lai Ergu had no choice but to step up, even knowing they might have to sacrifice themselves. 1 month later, Lan Chang'an had adapted to the duties of guarding the herb garden. A few young Mu family cultivators in the early stages of clarifying followed his arrangements. They had to inspect the formation raised daily, and someone had to be on guard and patrol at night. Of course, Lan Chang'an was not the highest authority in the herb garden. He was also subject to checks and balances. There were 2 people in the herb garden with higher status than him. One was an elderly man with blurry vision at the 5th layer of clarifying. A senior member of the Mu family's spiritual planting, master looking at how difficult it was for him to walk. His longevity was nearing its limit, so his combat ability could not be counted on. The other person was naturally pill refiner Ji. At the 7th layer of clarifying and a first-rank superior-grade pill refiner, his status was exalted. This man had an arrogant temperament and bad temper. In the few dealings Lan Chang'an had with him, Ji was overbearing and uncivil. Lan Chang'an tried his best to avoid him. "Jun Lan, why haven't you sent that 200-year-old snake heart grass over yet?" Ji walked over with an unhappy expression. According to the rules, taking rare medicinal ingredients over 200 years old requires approval from the family head, Lan Chang'an replied lazily as he lay on the grass sunbathing. Since Ji did not treat him with respect, Lan Chang'an saw no need to be polite either. The puffy eye bags and sunken eye sockets on Ji's haggard face took on a sinister look in his anger. Talking to him while lying down. No cultivator in the Mu family had dared to be so disrespectful towards him over the years. This is a special period. The front lines urgently need spirit pills. There cannot be any delays. Calling that Lan Chang'an was an outsider family member, only a mid-grade talisman master without much leverage, Ji's pressed the anger in his heart. "Fine. If you want, you can go and get it yourself. I won't take the responsibility," Lan Chang'an said indifferently. This pill refiner Ji often took medicinal herbs without following the rules, especially in the heck period. No one knew just how many herbs he had pocketed for himself. but relying on his friendship with the Foundation Establishment ancestor, the elders who previously guarded the herb garden had all treated him with courtesy. "You lazy brat, neglecting your duties day after day, I will definitely report you to the higher ranks of the family." Ji left with a harsh reprimand before storming off in anger, going to get the precious medicinal herbs. Could it be that the Mu family head wanted me to act as a check on Elder Ji? Lan Chang'an felt helpless at this outcome. He had already been low profile and steered clear, but being in this position, there was bound to be conflict with Ji. This old man, he must have pocketed some medicinal herbs for himself. Soon after, Lan Chang'an saw Ji taking not just the 200-year-old snake heartgrass mentioned earlier, but several other rare medicinal ingredients. Fetting the herbs, Ji returned to his large courtyard and began to refine pills behind closed doors. Chapter 19, Bearing Fangs. Forget it, what does it have to do with me? Lan Chang'an didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs. After all, the herbs that were being coveted weren't his anyway. That old man's sickly appearance was not a sign of longevity. At most he could drag on for 20 or 30 more years before Lan Chang'an could dance on his grave. Lan Chang'an avoided his sharp edges and had little interaction with him. However, there are some things that couldn't be avoided just by trying to stay out of it. Several days later at dawn. Who did this? Lan Chang'an was in meditation when he was awoken by the sudden shout. "Everyone gather." Elder Ji's furious voice echoed through the residential area of the herb garden. Ji's authority in the medicine garden was undisputed by anyone. Around 20 people trickled in sparsely, including guards, herb growers, and mundane laborers. Ji stood in front of a medicinal field, pointing at a messy patch of trampled herbs under his feet. In his hand was a mushroom-shaped remnant of a medicinal herb. From its shape, it seemed to have been gnawed on by some animal. That morning I came to collect some supplementary medicinal ingredients and saw the situation. Ji gazed from under his swollen eye sockets carried a cold, depressed feeling. He scanned the crowd, his eyes finally resting on Lan Chang'an's face. "Lan Chang'an, what were you doing last night? Explain the situation." "Last night I was meditating and resting. I'm not aware of what happened here. It still needs investigating." Lan Chang'an told the truth. The medicinal field was quite large. He couldn't possibly guard it day and night. But since he wasn't on guard duty last night and losses occurred in the field, he bore undeniable responsibility as the resident guard. Champier dereliction of duty. He exuded the spiritual pressure of the 7th layer of clarifying. The Mu family cultivator present didn't dare let out a breath. "Fine. You'd better investigate and get to the bottom of this. I'm refining pills and need those ingredients. If there are ellipses, I'll take you to Moonheart Island to see the Mu family's ancestor." Ji was like an exploding powder keg, his voice near a roar. "See the ancestor." The Mu family cultivators immediately looked dumbfounded. "Could the pill that elder is refining?" "Exactly," Ji said proudly. "Among the spirit pills I'm refining, 2 are needed by the venerable ancestor." Lan Chang'an ignored his threat and squatted down to inspect the trembled medicinal field. His brow gradually furrowed. From the appearance of the damaged herbs, it seemed they had been destroyed and eaten by some demonic beast or spirit animal. Spirit beasts were prohibited in the medicine garden. If it was a demonic beast, how did it infiltrate the garden's spell formations without alluring anyone? "Elder Ji, my initial assessment is that it was a rat-like demonic beast or a spirit animal being controlled that sneaked into the herb garden." Lan Chang'an stated his speculation. "Lan Chang'an, don't try to excuse yourself by blaming it on some spirit beast infiltration. This incident was due to your dereliction of duty. You can't avoid responsibility." Ji coldly snorted, unsatisfied with Lan Chang'an's response. Lan Chang'an remained silent. As the resident guard, it was indeed hard to shirk responsibility. Should he blame his subordinate Mu family cultivators under him? That would only further isolate him. As an outside family member, his authority was insufficient to begin with. "Oh no, Elder Ji, Warden Lan, a 400-year-old blood spirit mushroom is missing." A cry of alarm came from one of the herb growers inspecting the field. A 400-year blood spirit mushroom. An uproar erupted on the scene. This was an extreme loss. A 400-year blood spirit mushroom was an extremely rare spirit herb. The entire Mu family didn't have many. Lan Chang'an's expression changed slightly. An incident involving such a high-level ingredient had become quite serious. He looked at Ji with puzzlement. If there was a frame-up, the method was far too simple and crude. Of course, simple method didn't mean they were useless. It seemed this incident can't simply be explained as a spirit beast infiltration or failure to guard properly. Ji's icy gaze swept across everyone present. There must be someone in the medicine garden stealing from the inside. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves as the Mu family members were shaken. Several family members' eyes unconsciously glanced towards Lan Chang'an. After all, Lan Chang'an was an outsider. Before he came, the medicine garden had always been peaceful. "From now on, no one may leave the medicine garden. Let the family elders dispatch someone to investigate." Ji issued his order. The Mu family cultivators had no objections. Even without Ji's instructions, several Mu family cultivators were already watching Lan Chang'an to prevent his escape. Lan Chang'an didn't try to run. Whoever fled at this point would be under suspicion and become a target. Finally, everyone elected the elderly 5th layer clarifying spiritual planning master to return to the clan and report the incident. This elder herb planner was Mu family senior near the end of his life, but had diligently worked his entire life, trusted by all. To clear any doubts, before leaving, the elder publicly allowed everyone to search him. This whole incident is very strange. Lan Chang'an fell into contemplation. Could it be that just because he was an outsider with no backing, Ji decided to frame him, to pin the coveted stolen ingredients on him? Lan Chang'an had checked, and there was no stolen property on him or in his hut. In order to frame someone, there had to be evidence, right? If the Mu cultivators came to investigate and found no stolen goods or clues on Lan Chang'an, then there would be doubts about this whole situation. The Mu family elders weren't fools. They would inevitably start to suspect Ji. Of course, it was also possible that a third party was trying to sow discord within the Mu family by muddying the waters. Around noon, the elder herb grower returned. He was accompanied by investigators dispatched by the Mu family elders. It was a man and a woman. The graceful, gentle female figure was none other than the Mu family young lady Mu Zan. The other, A scrawny man in a large cloak with a black hound following at his feet only had the third layer of clarifying, like someone who specialized in investigation and reasoning within the family. Elder G, father is away on business, so I brought someone to investigate today. We'll definitely arrive at just conclusion. Mu Zhang gave a graceful curtsy, her voice gentle and melodious. No problem. Under spell circumstances, that's understandable. G stroked his beard with a smile, his tone amiable. In truth, the Mu family's top fighting forces were currently occupied at the mines. Many internal affairs were being handled by Mu Zian. Mu Zian's starry eyes turned towards Lan Chang'an with a hint of worry, about to say something. Woof woof. The scrawny man's black hound spear pet grew restless, constantly trying to run outside the medicine garden. Something's not right. Lan Chang'an's nostrils flared, but he only smelled normal medicinal herb aromas. My head feels dizzy. At this point, several lower cultivating Mu family cultivators began to sway unsteadily, with brownish spots appearing on their faces. Young lady, be careful, there's poison. The scrawny man's body trembled. His black hound spirit pet, after running a short distance, suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. Who released the poison? Mu Zan's slender body swayed as she cried out in a clear voice, scaring everyone present. However, she saw the Mu cultivator collapsing and swaying to the ground. Only Elder G remained unaffected, revealing a sinister smile. The young lady has a treasure that protects against poison, G glowed, glancing at the small sachet on Mu Zian's waist that had now turned black and was emitting wispy black smoke. Thump thump. Aside from Mu Zian, all the Mu family cultivators present were poisoned and collapsed to the ground. Those with low cultivation vomited blood and died on the spot. Those with better constitutions and higher cultivation were just knocked unconscious or paralyzed. What kind of poison did this old man release? There's not even a trace of scent. Lan Chang'an and the Black Hound both detected the abnormality at the same time. He was just about to use a secret technique to expel the poison and consume an antidote pill, but he found that as soon as the strange toxin entered his body, it was rapidly dissolved and devoured by the mana of his Ancient Evergreen Technique. Could the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique have detoxifying effects? No, it was more like toxin dilution. It was an unexpected boon. To avoid becoming G's primary target, Lan Chang'an pretended to be poisoned and collapsed. Traitor, so it was you. Mu Zan's expression turned icy cold, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Swishing. Forcefully channeled her magic power, a silver luminous haze shooting out from her sleeve like lightning towards G. Then the silver haze, the outline of silver ruler could vaguely be seen. This was a middle-grade magic weapon. Young Lady Mu, your sachet couldn't full block the marrow corroding hotter. With just the 6th layer of clarifying, even at peak state, you'd be no match for me, G said nonchalantly as he waved his sleeve. Barrier of green inscribed patterns formed, shielding him. There was a monoforce shield that only late-stage clarifying cultivators could cast. Pung. The silver luminous haze exploded, the radiance of the ruler artifact dimming, its force spent. It was inconceivable that Mu Zan's artifact strike couldn't even break through G's force field. Elder G, what are you trying to do? Why betray the Mu family? Mu Zan grunted, a faint brownish tinge appearing on her fair complexion. She inwardly cursed as the toxin's invasion hampered her ability to fully exert her magical power. I originally just wanted to kill everyone in the medicine garden and make off with a batch of precious herbs, but with Mu Mao recently going to the Maple Leaf Huang family to discuss a marriage alliance, making you his daughter, an important bargain chip, G unhurriedly explained, waiting for the poison to further take effect on Mu Zian. Tusk, such an unmatched beauty, I really can't bear to ruin the flower in full bloom. Missy, if you surrender obediently and allow me to take you captive, I'll spare your life. Gazing at the elegant and exquisite Mu Zian, G curved his lip in a mocking smile. Shira Wu. His withered palms opened, black lines materializing that rapidly inflated into a dense black net spanning several yards, expanding as it stirred up a gray whirlwind that rushed towards Mu Zian. Chapter 20, Intense Battle. That black net was a special magical weapon, and the gray whirlwind it raised made Mu Zian feel dizzy, and her head spin before it even approached her. She quickly cast 2 medium red elements. 2 consecutive layers of golden light shields protected Mu Zian's body. It was a first-rank spell, Golden Light Shield. However, the moment the black net pressed down, the golden light shields made a sizzled sound and visibly blackened and shattered at visible speed. The first layer of the golden light shield collapsed in the blink of an eye. The second layer of the golden light shield did not even last a breath. Black net was also a medium-grade magical weapon. The power it was exerting in the hands of someone in the late clarifying stage was appalling. Ziquan's pretty face turned pale, and gritting her teeth, she cast another light blue superior-grade talisman. Bone-chilling coldness condensed, and a shimmering crystalline water shield enveloped Mu Ziquan's body. The black net pressed against the crystalline water shield, its threads intertwining with the water flow and making a hissing sound, but was finally blocked. However, the crystalline water shield was rapidly dimming and could not last more than a few breaths. Taking the opportunity, Mu Ziquan swallowed a detoxifying pill. At this moment, a ray of light like a firework shot up from the herb field not far away, visible for hundreds of miles around. Signaling talisman. Ji and Mu Ziquan instinctively looked over to see a young man in a white robe crushing a talisman slip in his hand. As the guard of the herb garden, Lan Chang'an had to do something. Junior, you didn't get poisoned. Ji's swollen eyes narrowed slightly, somewhat surprised. The marrow corroding hutter he had used was not an ordinary poison, able to mix into the aura of plants and grass. An ordinary clarifying cultivator in the middle stage would definitely be unable to resist it. Fortunately, this land practiced poison resistance when learning martial arts in the past, so the poison did not penetrate deeply. Lan Chang'an's face was grim, and he gritted his teeth with effort as he stood up quickly and swallowed a detoxifying pill. In fact, he was just putting on a show. The poison had been dissolved by his evergreen mana as soon as it entered his body, saving him some trouble. The so-called poison resistance training, which would damage one's physical foundation, was something Lan Chang'an had never practiced. Lan Chang'an, I'm glad you're all right. With the 2 of us joining forces, there's still hope. Mu Ziquan's starry eyes flashed with a brilliant light as she exclaimed joyfully. Chang'an was also in the middle stage of clarifying, so joining forces with him, they only needed to hold out for a moment before reinforcements from the Mu family arrived. Fei Manor was more than 200 miles away from here. Just relying on this kid, Ji sneered and, whilst pressing Mu Ziquan, casually shot out a clump of ghastly green flames. He had never taken a cultivator like Lan Chang'an, who had just ended the 4th level of clarifying seriously. Facing the ghastly green flames, Lan Chang'an acted swiftly, activating a water curtain talisman. A layer of mist blue watch screen appeared in front of him. Boom! The ghastly green flames exploded, and the watch screen suddenly dimmed as a large amount of water vapor rose. After about 1 or 2 breaths, the watch screen shattered. The ghastly green flames were also mostly extinguished by the water flow, and did not harm Lan Chang'an, who had dodged away. Ji couldn't help but let out a light exclamation of surprise. Although water overcomes fire, an ordinary first-rank mid-grade talisman should not have been able to block his secret fire spell, the late clarifying stage. It seemed that Lan Chang'an had used a rare and high-quality talisman. My lady, I'll get close and put pressure on him. Lan Chang'an was not afraid of Ji overhearing, and left an after him on the spot. Besides being cultivator, he was also a martial innate, with a physique that was stronger than that of non-martial artists in the clarifying stage. Once he got close, the combination of his martial arts combat skills and cultivation techniques would not be something to be taken lightly. Foolish little brat, how ridiculous. Ji was about to break through Mu Ziquan's defensive barrier, but when he saw Lan Chang'an charging at him, he did not dodge or evade, revealing a mocking sneer. Poof, poof, poof. Before Lan Chang'an could get close, several earth spikes shot up from the ground beneath his feet, each over a zhang, 3.3 meters high, capable of instantly piercing even the body of a tiger or elephant. Lan Chang'an's footwork was like he had eyes on the soles of his feet. Leaping and shifting his body, he narrowly dodged the continuously appearing earth spikes. These earth spikes that appeared without any warning were not spellcast by Ji. This kid reacts pretty quickly. Ji showed a slight regret, having expected Lan Chang'an to surely die. Boom! Where the earth spikes emerged from the ground, dust flew as a huge brown shell rat-shaped demonic beast emerged, its 4 limbs extremely robust and claws and fangs like iron and steel. Earth-burrowing rat. Lan Chang'an's eyes narrowed slightly. With this, it became clear how Ji had planted the evidence earlier. The fraying was not deliberately aimed at Lan Chang'an, but intended to lure out the Mu family's young lady and disrupt the marriage alliance between the Mu family and the Huang family. Previously, everyone in the herb garden had been deceived by Ji's arrogant and ill-tempered appearance. At most, they had suspected Ji of coveting the medicinal herbs. This was probably a flaw he had deliberately revealed, since greed for wealth is a normal human trait. At present, this rock rat possessed spiritual power on par with the pinnacle of the 6th level of clarifying. The stealthy earth spike attacks earlier could instantly kill even someone at the 7th level of clarifying. Poof! Rock fragments as big as millstones were shattered by the rock rat's claws. Immediately after, its ferocious eyes flashed red light. It charged towards the airborne Lan Chang'an at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Lan Chang'an had no room to evade, forcefully stomping down with one foot and erupting his martial arts high, while simultaneously enveloping his leg with a layer of evergreen magic power. Tremendous sound erupted as a large pit was blasted open in the ground. Lan Chang'an's blood and kai churned as his bare foot went numb, barring the force to leap dozens of meters away, separating himself from the rock rat. As a martial innate, although his physical body was strong compared to a demonic beast of this level, there was still a considerable gap. As he retreated, Lan Chang'an threw out 3 fireballs that slammed into the rock rat's body. The rock rat howled, its fur blade in several spots. The body swayed slightly, but it did not seem greatly affected as it charged towards Lan Chang'an once more. Earth-type demonic beasts, they really are thick-skinned. Lan Chang'an felt a bit trouble. Of course, the earth-burrowing rat's higher cultivation level was also an important reason. As the rock rat charged again, Lan Chang'an's face turned solemn as he formed hand seals and chanted swiftly, rapidly expending his magic power. Instantly, a large amount of plant and wood spiritual essence gathered. The rock rat's body showed slightly, revealing an uneasy look in its eyes. The next moment, from the surrounding ground and plants, thorny vine condensed and, as speed faster than lightning, bound and restrained the rock rat. Squeak! The rock rat squealed and struggled violently, showing fear on its face. But those thorny vines were extremely tough and formed a prison that bound it tightly. The restraining vine spell, Ji's expression showed astonishment. The restraining vine spell was a relatively difficult wood-type spell, rarely mastered by cultivators in the clarifying stage. Taking advantage of the dense wood and plant spiritual kai in the herb garden, Lan Chang'an was able to employ a clever trick to cast the spell, despite only being in the middle stage of clarifying, which could be considered an ingenious application of techniques. The restraining vine spell also happened to be the perfect counter against an earth-type demonic beast. Old man, let's see what other tricks you have. After restraining the rock rat, Lan Chang'an slapped a wind speed talisman on himself, leaving an afterimage as he swiftly charged toward Ji. This kid is not only a martial innate master, but also proficient in spells. Ji finally started to panic a little and hurriedly took out a flying shuttle magical weapon. Swish! Cold rainbow flashed as the flying shuttle slashed towards Lan Chang'an's face in an instant. Although Lan Chang'an was fast, he could not match the attack speed of the magical weapon. Without time to think, he took out a dark green shield and expanded it, like a stone wall blocking in front of him. The better shield. This was a middle-grade defensive magical weapon he had exchanged using his family contributions. Clang. With a loud sound, the flying shuttle left a groove on the Jade Rex shield, sparks flew, and an ear-piercing squeaking sound of friction could be heard. Chang'an let out a slight sigh of relief. Although they were both medium-grade weapons, one wielded by a late clarifying cultivator would be far more powerful. Fortunately, since Ji was fighting both of them, this hasty weapon attack only had about 70% of its full power. But Lan Chang'an had achieved his goal. By having to deal with Lan Chang'an, Ji's suppression of Mu Ziquan had slackened. Just a moment ago, the black net had already broke through Mu Ziquan's superior-grade defensive talisman, leaving her in grave peril. Well done. Mu Ziquan's eyes lit up as she seized the opportunity. Without hesitation, she took out her trump card, a superior-grade offensive talisman. The Blazing Flame Technique. Fiery spiritual energy boiled as a twisted, dark red fireball erupted and slammed fiercely into the black net overhead. The black net was blasted apart, its light dimming somewhat. However, the crisis was not resolved. Ji's spiritual power was abundant, and his magical weapon was intact, so his combat prowess remained undiminished. Ziquan had not completely resolved the poison in her body and could not hold out much longer. Poof! Ziquan's face turned deathly pale as she circulated her spiritual power, forcing a few drips of her vital blood out from the tip of her tongue and on with Silver Ruler. Blood flame burst out on the surface of the Silver Ruler, sending forth dazzling light which transformed into a practice strike that, in the brief moment the black net was blasted apart, slashed towards Ji's face. The power of this strike was comparable to the late clarifying stage. Not bad. Lan Chang'an silently praised her, as she had seized this opportune moment for counterattack very well. Generally, a late clarifying cultivator could only control 2 medium-grade magical weapons or 4 low-grade ones at the same time. Even if Ji had another weapon, he would not have the capacity to use it. Insolent brats. Ji's face turned ashen with rage, gritting his teeth furiously. He could only slip out a golden light shield talisman and forcibly conjure a mana force shield. Poof poof bang. The silver ruler broke through the golden light shield, then left a crack in Ji's spiritual force shield. But it was ultimately blocked. Sweat beaded on Ji's forehead as he reached his limit, fighting on 2 fronts while maintaining 2 medium-grade weapons and also sustaining his spiritual force shield. But just then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Swish swish. Several small, dim needle rays shot toward Ji from the side. Not good. A few needle rays pierced through the already cracked spiritual force shield protecting Ji. 2 of the needle rays went straight for his face. Terrified, Ji hastily circulated his spiritual power in a desperate attempt to evade them. Buffered by the spiritual force shield, the speeds of those needle rays slowed slightly, allowing him to dodge most of them. Pluck. However, one of the needle rays pierced in Ji's leg. He let out a slight sigh of relief, at least having avoided his vital areas. But in the next moment, Ji's leg went numb, his body stared, his face turned black, and he gritted his teeth as he glared at Lan Chang'an. You little beast, you actually laced the needle with poison. Your feedback and ratings are greatly appreciated. If you have a moment, please consider rating this novel on Novel Updates. Should you notice any errors in this chapter, kindly mention them in the comments below so I can correct them. Thank you. Chapter 21, The Might of the Golden Blade. Only you are allowed to use poison, but someone else isn't. Lan Chang'an, having successfully struck Ji, couldn't help but sneer. Ji had been wary of Lan Chang'an attacking in close quarters, never expecting the use of hidden needles. The needle rays from before were from the 7 Ingenious Needles magical weapon set that Lan Chang'an had purchased at the timber building. As a low-grade magical weapon, the power of a single needle from the 7 Ingenious Needles was quite limited unless it struck a vital point. Therefore, Lan Chang'an had imbued all 7 needles with poison. Fortunately, since Lan Chang'an had been stuck at the Mu family residence with limited trading resources, he could only obtain con-mixed poisons. The potency of the poison was far inferior to Ji's marrow-corroding outer. However, the poison needle attacks were enough to reduce Ji's strength. Insidious and underhanded junior, Mu Mao valued you highly, but one day it will backfire on him. Ji roared angrily, hurriedly recalling the flying shuttle. With his legs poisoned, his movements were impeded. He tried to ride the magical weapon and fly away, putting distance between Lan Chang'an and himself. Stay put. How could Lan Chang'an let Ji escape so easily after becoming mortal enemies? He absolutely could not let him go. Calling the medium-grade magical weapon better shield. Aided by the wind speed element, he moved as swiftly as a raging wind, controlling the 7 Ingenious Needles to pursue. He also took out another low-grade offensive magical weapon, the Dark Gold Blade. With 2 offensive magical weapons, the unrelenting barrage kept Ji from taking flight. Lan Chang'an also threw out a Frostwind talisman. The chilling frost wind swirled, its power not strong but serving to slow Ji down. The other side, the pale-faced Mu Zian controlled her silver ruler to entangle Ji's black net magical weapon, occasionally throwing out talisman slips as well. Both Lan Chang'an and Mu Zian were talisman masters with ample supplies of medium and low-grade talisman slips. For high-grade talisman slips, Mu Zian had a low success rate in creating them and they were costly, so she mainly used them on the front lines. She only had 1 offensive and 1 defensive superior-grade talisman left, which had been used up earlier. Naturally, Lan Chang'an also had high-grade talisman slips, but he was reserving them a bit. Damn it, 2 talisman masters, there's no end to it. Ji was suffering terribly under such intense defensive pressure. If he was at full strength relying on his superior cultivation and magical weapons, he would have a decent chance of slowly wearing them down. But due to the poison sapping his strength and impairing his mobility, he was at a disadvantage. In the vicinity of the Mu family residence, prolonged fight would only lead to death. Thus, such a scene unfolded. An old man in ancient robes, limping with swollen eyes, being chased and attacked by man and woman, roaring incessantly. Quick, help me. Gritting his teeth through some minor injuries, Ji ran to the entrance of the herb garden, shouting loudly. Upon hearing it, Lan Chang'an and the others turned deathly pale. Could it be that Ji had reinforcements? Poof! At this moment, Mu Zian coughed out a mouthful of dark purple coagulated blood, brown spots appearing on her snowy complexion as her lithe body suddenly went soft, and she was about to collapse. Are you all right? Lan Chang'an flicked over and held Mu Zian in his arms. Checking her pulse briefly, he found that Mu Zian's magical power was depleted and the deadly poison was flaring up. Fortunately, the sachet magical weapon at Mu Zian's waist had blocked most of the potent poison. Otherwise, an ordinary 6-layer clarifying cultivator would have succumbed to the poison long ago. Chang'an infused a strand of his evergreen mana to help alleviate Mu Zian's condition. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart came from the nearby mountains, accompanied by a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. Master G Dan, even with the marrow-corroding powder and earth-burrowing rat helping you, you still couldn't deal with two little brats, an unsatisfied male voice rang out. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a full beer belly, wearing a tall mountain hat. Elder Zhang, it was my carelessness and arrogance. Plus, that kid is indeed not ordinary. Ji forced a bitter smile, while also letting out a slight sigh of relief. The ninth layer of clarifying. Lan Chang'an's heart felt a chill, as he sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations from the middle-aged man in the tall mountain hat. Zhang family elder, Jing Yuan Hua rung quickly. Mu Zian recognized the man's identity, her face full of despair and her whole body turning ice cold. Without her saying anything, Lan Chang'an activated a superior-grade wind speed talisman, swiftly carrying Mu Zian and fleeing at an astonishing speed. Carrying one and thinking you can run away. That would be a big joke. Zheng Yuanyu stood with his hands behind his back, letting out a cold laugh as he took out a flying boat and let Ji board it with him. Ji's face beamed with delight. A flying boat was a specialized flight magic weapon far exceeding the speed of ordinary weapons. There was absolutely no way for Lan Chang'an and the others to escape. Zheng Yuanyu made a hand seal to activate the flying boat. His body suddenly froze as he sensed something and turned to look. Such audacity, to treat the Mu family as insignificant. Half a mile away, the sinister voice of man rang out. Mu Renglong, how did you get here so quickly? Zheng Yuanyu's expression turned grave as his brow furrowed slightly. Earlier, he had also seen the signal talisman from the herb garden. But Feiyu Mountain Villa was more than 200 miles from the herb garden, and with the flying speed of a clarifying cultivator, it should not have been possible to arrive as fast. As for the Foundation Establishment Realm Ancestor, he knew the precise information that the patriarchs of both families were currently engaged on the front lines. Therefore, Zheng Yuanyu had dared to implement such a bold plan, coming to the herb garden alone to assist Ji. Elder Ji, I'll hold off Mu Renglong. You have 6 breaths of time to fly the boat and kill the Mu family's young lady. No need to leave any rivers. Zheng Yuanyu's mind raced as he immediately made a decision. The duck they had gotten their hands on could not be allowed to fly away. Today, he was going to snatch the food from the tiger's mouth. Rest assured, Elder Zhang, with only that brat left, it won't be difficult to deal with him. Ji's eyes showed a murderous intent as he swallowed a detoxifying pill and boarded the flying boat to give chase. After a few breaths of time, a tall, hawk-eyed man in black robes rode a blue flying boat, hitching up to them. Mu Renglong, it's been a long time since we last crossed hands. Let me see if your Thunder March art has improved. Zheng Yuanyu raised his palm, whipping up a sandstorm with howling winds. You're courting death. Renglong's face radiated a sinister aura as he glanced regretfully toward Lan Chang'an and Mu Zian, a deep orb of flickering light and coalescing in his palm. The valley between the mountains, Lan Chang'an held Mu Zian in his arms, aided by the light of talisman to move at incredible speed. An ordinary late clarifying cultivator would find it difficult to keep up. Lan Chang'an, put me down. You'll move faster and have a chance to live. The Mu Zian in his arm was fading in and out of consciousness, her words slurred. Her jade-like face was dyed with brown spots and her complexion growing worse. Only one person is pursuing us. And Chang glanced back at the flying boat in the sky, silently severing his connection to the Nine Seal Stele. My lady, you rest first. Chang extended a hand and placed it on Mu Zian's forehead. Circulating his evergreen mana, a calming force allowed Mu Zian to feel exceptionally comfortable before she fell into a deep sleep. Lan Chang'an, let's see where you can run. Ji maneuvered the flying boat, rapidly closing in. He was in great shape, with the poison damage mostly stabilized, able to exert 90% of his full power. Lan Chang'an remained calm, surveying the terrain until he spotted a river. His eyes lit up as he carried Mu Zian to the riverbank and placed her on a boulder. Doing so, he turned and waited by the river's edge. Haha, what did you find yourself a Feng Shui treasure spot? Ji revealed an amused smile, but inwardly he was on guard, unable to understand Lan Chang'an's actions. Elder Ji is truly perceptive. Lan Chang'an gave a half smile in praise. Die. With only 60 breaths of time left, over half already gone, Ji could not afford to delay any longer. Phew. The densely woven black net released a gray whirlwind, exuding an aura that could overwhelm the mind and soul as it descended upon Lan Chang'an. Lan Chang'an had witnessed the might of this special magical weapon and did not dare underestimate it. He took out the Bedrick shield, expanding it into a massive wall-like barrier to block most of the black net's power head-on. As for the mind-influencing force from the black net, it had almost no effect on Lan Chang'an. Chop! He struck with full power, taking out the flying shuttle medium-grade magical weapon which transformed into a cold ray of light, intending to bypass the frontal defense of the Jade Rock shield and strike Lan Chang'an from behind. The same moment Ji summoned the flying shuttle, Lan Chang'an also made his move, a talisman slip covered in faint golden lines appearing in his palm. With a light tap, the talisman slit with golden lines emanated a sharp, cutting aura. That is, Ji felt a shudder run through him. He only glimpsed a flash of golden light and in the next instant, his vision suddenly flipped upside down as he plummeted from midair. He saw the bloodied flying boat and a headless corpse aboard it. Behind the headless corpse, golden blade ray over a Zhang Long slashed through the sky. With astonishment and terror, Ji's consciousness plunged into endless darkness. The golden blade talisman, my unique secret talisman, brings you back to the heavens and the life. A surge of heroic spirit rose within Lan Chang'an's calm demeanor. Ji was killed by a single slash. The black net and flying shuttle magical weapon lost control and fell to the ground. There was also the flying boat. Chang quick collected these few magical weapons and also ransacked Ji's storage pouch, clearing the battlefield and conferring nothing was left behind. Chang placed Ji's corpse by the riverside and ignited a fireball to burn it. When it was almost burnt to ashes, he kicked the remains into the swift currents of the great river. Traces left on the riverbank were quickly washed away by the waves, as if nothing had ever happened. Indeed, this was the Feng Shui treasure spot I chose, convenient for disposing of the corpse and leaving no traces. Chapter 22, Words Left Unsaid. After dealing with the beginning and the end, Chang went to the boulder and helped the unconscious Mu Zian up. He circulated his evergreen energy to dispel the poison in her body. But he did not completely remove it, only ensuring her life was not in danger and her condition was stable. Although wood-type cultivation techniques generally contain plant and wood spiritual kai with healing effects that can dispel poison to some extent, it was far from the exaggerated effects of the evergreen mana. Chang'an also gave Mu Xian a recovery pill. As the deadly poison weakened and her magical power recovered, Mu Xian opened her eyes and felt the aura of the man supporting her from behind. I'm not dead. Mu Xian's breath was weak, unable to care about the difference between men and women. Her beautiful face still with some brown spots showed half surprise and half puzzlement. Calming herself down, she asked, Ji didn't continue pursuing us. At that time, Ji came after us on the flying boat and we couldn't escape. I could only stubbornly defend with the Bedrick shield, exhausting all my talisman slips. Just as my spiritual power was depleted and I reached my limit, Ji suddenly retreated. Lan Chang'an calmly recited the story he had prepared beforehand. To make it seem more convincing, his robe was torn with a few bloody wounds. While listening, Mu Xian occasionally revealed her thoughts. Ji was poisoned and not at his peak. Even so, for Lan Chang'an to hold out for a moment was not easy. As for why Ji retreated, there was no need to ponder much about it. After all, near the Mu family's residence, even Zhang Yuanhua at the ninth layer of clarifying would not dare linger for long. Mu Xian had no doubts about Lan Chang'an's account. She could never have imagined that Lan Chang'an, who had just entered the fourth layer of clarifying, could slay Ji, who was at the seventh layer. Miss, the poison in your body can only be slightly alleviated by my wood-type spiritual power. You must seek proper treatment once we return. Seeing that Mu Xian could sit and regulate her breathing, Lan Chang'an released his arms from holding her. Lan Chang'an, I truly must thank you this time. Mu Xian seemed to recall something. Her starry eyes lowered as a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. Earlier, when her magical power was depleted and the deadly poison flared up, Lan Chang'an had carried her as they fled. That natural, refreshing masculine aura of the other party body still lingered. It was only my duty. Lan Chang'an did not boast. As long as it wasn't in return for his body, anything was fine. After waiting for a moment, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. Their hearts tightened. I saw a tall, sturdy man in disheveled black robes riding a blue flying boat, his face anxious as he searched through the mountains. Uncle Ringlong. Relieved, Mu Xian waved excitedly. Seeing the two of them, Mu Ringlong let out a long sigh of relief. Blood stain still fresh on his mouth, and his gaping grin coupled with his grim, sharp gaze gave him a ferocious appearance. Greetings, second elder. Lan Chang'an cupped his hands in salute. He had heard of Mu Ringlong's renowned might as the strongest elder of the Mu family. Xian, you're all right. Ringlong approached Mu Xian with concern on his face. No grave injuries. The poison in my body has been temporarily stabilized. Mu Xian forced a smile, the poisonous spot still visible on her face. This is the marrow corroding powder. Ordinary detoxifying pills are ineffective. Fortunately, you had the 100 herbs in its sachet. After examining her, Mu Ringlong took out a translucent white pill and had Mu Xian consume it. Mu Xian said gratefully, Uncle Ringlong, thank heavens you arrived in time. Otherwise, against Jing Yuanhua, we would have had no chance of survival. Chang was slightly puzzled by this. When he had set off the signal talisman, Feiyu Mountain Villa was over 200 miles away. Mu Ringlong should not have been able to get here so quickly. PH, I never liked that Ji fellow, if not for his relationship with the patriarch. Mu Ringlong's expression turned gloomy, a murderous aura emerging. Today, I originally had something to discuss with Xian. When I learned about the situation at the herb garden, I felt it was suspicious. That old man turned out to be the mole. It turned out that in recent years, Mu Ringlong had been searching for the mole within the family. Elder Jidan was one of the few suspects he was keeping an eye on. A mole? Lan Chang'an recalled how, years ago when he and Lai Ergu were returning to the Mu family, they had been ambushed halfway by people from the Zheng family like the Ugly One. The family had somehow known the precise timing of their departure and return. However, since Ji had already been killed by Lan Chang'an, if he was the mole, then the grudge had been avenged. As for the Ugly Woman and others from the Zheng family, he would find an opportunity to deal with them later. By the way, how did you two escape the pursuit? What happened at the herb garden? Uncle Ringlong, it was Lan Chang'an. At this point, some color returned to Mu Xian's pale face as the brown spots faded. Oh, Mu Ringlong listened with an astonished expression. Occasionally asking a question, his gaze towards Lan Chang'an gradually revealed appreciation. Lan Chang'an, you have rendered great service to the family today. The family will record your merit. Mu Ringlong walked over and patted Lan Chang'an's shoulder. In that instant of contact, Lan Chang'an sensed a hidden fluctuation of mana. An ordinary wood-type cultivation technique. Mu Ringlong's thoughts turned profound as he had probed Lan Chang'an's earlier, but found nothing unusual. Viewing this crisis at the herb garden, Lan Chang'an's contributions were not insignificant, leaving no major suspicions. However, there were two minor points of doubt. First, Lan Chang'an was able to resist the marrow corroding powder and quickly recover, which ordinary poison resistance training could not achieve. On this point, Lan Chang'an might have been hiding something. Perhaps he possessed some strange object that could detoxify and expel poisons, which was not uncommon in the cultivation world. For example, Mu Xian's sachet of fragrances was normally just an accessory, but could ward off poisons in crucial moments. Second, in the battle, Lan Chang'an displayed considerable talent in spellcasting and combat prowess, holding off Elder Jidan alone for at least 20 breaths, even though the latter was poisoned and not at full strength. Of course, such exceptional performance did not exceed the bounds of reason. In the cultivation world, some cultivators with mediocre aptitudes excelled in combat talents and spell comprehension, even capable of fighting above their level. At the very least, Lan Chang'an's performance did not pass some of the peerless geniuses in the history of the cultivation world in Lang Nation. Moreover, as a martial innate master, Lan Chang'an's experience in the martial world, battle-hardened skills, and use of poison tactics all aligned with his background. Ringlong never even considered the possibility that Lan Chang'an could jump his level to kill Ji, who was at the 7th layer of clarifying. For Mu Ringlong himself, killing Elder Jidan would require some effort. Lan Chang'an, it's a bit of pity that talent like you didn't go to the front line of battle, Mu Ringlong said with a piercing gaze. Lan Chang'an's expression twitched slightly. This junior cannot shoulder such a heavy responsibility. It is more suitable for me to draw talisman slip for the family. Having rendered such great service today by rescuing the Mu family's young lady, if he was rewarded by being sent to the front lines, he might as well leave his family. Fortunately, Mu Ringlong was only probing and did not make any requests. He knew that Lan Chang'an was a talented outsider who refused to marry and have children, and had been cultivating in a low-key manner. Asking him to risk his life for the family would definitely be unrealistic. An hour later, Mu Ringlong brought the two of them back to the herb garden. Losses of medicinal herbs in the garden were still acceptable, aside from those coveted by Ji. Uncle Cheng. What pained and grieved Mu Ringlong was that several low-level clarifying cultivators in the herb garden, those plant tenders and servants, had all succumbed to the poison. Among them was the fifth layer clarifying plant tender, by generational titles. That elderly spiritual planting master was Mu Ringlong's uncle. Lan Chang'an surveyed the surroundings and noticed the earth rock rat was nowhere to be seen. Without spiritual power to sustain it, the restraining vine technique had a time limit. After properly arranging the corpses of the deceased, Mu Ringlong gazed at the desolate, empty herb garden for a long while before speaking. Lan Chang'an, you will continue to guard the herb garden. The family will promptly send reinforcements. Once the dispute over the mining districts on the front line is resolved, the family will reward you for your service. Continue guarding it. Lan Chang'an knew the Mu family was in dire need of manpower currently. After this crisis in rescuing Mu Zian, the Mu family higher-up placed even more trust in him. As long as he didn't go to the front lines and remain stationed at the herb garden, Lan Chang'an had no objections. Second elder, that elder Zheng from the Jing family, Lan Chang'an inquired. You can rest assured, Mu Ringlong understood Lan Chang'an's concern. I injured Zheng Yuanhua, and he won't dare return. Moreover, I will be setting some covert plots in motion to take revenge on the Jing family. Mu Ringlong's tone was vicious. That good, Lan Chang'an seemed to relax slightly. In fact, he was not too afraid of the Zheng family elder. Against a ninth-layer clarifying cultivator, he had ways to protect himself, but it would still be troublesome. Lan Chang'an still had a few golden blade talismans left that he had refined a few years ago. This talisman was enough to deal with ordinary late clarifying opponents, but against powerhouses like Mu Ringlong and Zheng Yuanhua at the ninth layer of clarifying, it might not be so advantageous. Ji had been instantly killed by a single blade because of the element of surprise. At that time, Ji was fully focused on controlling two artifacts, leaving openings in his defenses. That evening, after her injuries from the poison were initially treated, Mu Zian followed Mu Ringlong to return to the family. Chang'an, be careful. Before parting, the elegant Mu Zian in a modest long dress, graceful and beautiful, looked back at Lan Chang'an with her starry eyes. Her red lip pursed slightly, revealing a hint of puzzlement and curiosity on her face. During that period of unconsciousness, she had felt as if she had fallen into an endless darkness, powerless to return. But at the crucial moment, a strand of pale green warmth had pulled her out of the abyss. The details were not very clear, so she did not mention it to Mu Ringlong, nor did she feel it appropriate to directly ask Lan Chang'an. Take care, miss. Seeing Mu Zian's unspoken thoughts, Lan Chang'an smiled and waved goodbye. Finally, I can check the spoils of battle. After conferring Mu Ringlong and Mu Zian had gone far enough, Lan Chang'an returned alone to the wooden hut in the herb garden and laid down a few layers of restrictive spells. He took out Ji's storage pouch and spent some time breaking through the ceiling spells on it. When the storage pouch opened, his eyes immediately lit up. As expected of an elder Dan, it brimmed with riches. Chapter 23, Magical Weapons and Spirit Pet. Inside Ji's storage pouch, there were 300 to 400 spirit stones, which was not too many for a high-end pillmaster. The truly valuable items were the medicinal herbs and pills. Just the precious herbs alone were worth at least 1,000 spirit stones. This old guy doesn't know how much he has embezzled. Lan Chang'an smiled and clicked his tongue. The various bottles and jars contained mainly first-rank pills, worth a few hundred spirit stones. There were two middle-grade magical weapons, the black net and flying shuttle that Ji had used in Mao. Among them, the black net had a slight mind-confusing effect and could be used for both attack and defense, tripping enemies. It was quite comprehensive. Among the middle-grade artifacts, it was considered an excellent item. There were also 3 other low-grade artifacts, all of decent quality. There was 1 alchemy furnace, including pill formulas, books in the field of alchemy, and so on. A superior-grade first-rank alchemy furnace, not bad. Lan Chang'an stroked the deep purple hexagonal furnace, nodding in satisfaction. In this life, he was limited by the Evergreen Technique's ability to draw on the Kai of the Ages, so although his advancement was slow, he only needed to cultivate for 1 or 2 hours a day after taking the pills, giving him a lot of free time. He was planning to use this opportunity to practice some other skills as well. All the above spoils of war belonged to Ji. There was also a small flying boat that Zheng Yuanhua lent to Ji. Flying boats, which were specialized flying magic weapons, were considerably faster than magic weapons of the same rank. The small flying boat Lan Chang'an obtained could carry 3 to 5 people. Of course, the more people it carried, the slower its flying speed and the higher its mana consumption would be. The spoils of war were quite rich. Ji's net worth far exceeded that of an ordinary late clarifying cultivator. However, most of the valuable medicinal herbs were stolen goods that couldn't be taken out openly in the Mu family, including Ji's black net magical weapon. Those precious medicinal ingredients were sealed in jade boxes. If left for too long, their medicinal properties would inevitably dissipate, causing the herbs to wither. In the future, I'll have to find an opportunity to sell off these stolen goods, Lan Chang'an calculated in his heart. There were many miscellaneous items in Ji's storage pouch, including some letters and materials. Lan Chang'an carefully sorted through them, remaining vigilant and removing any spare items. During the sorting process, Lan Chang'an made an unexpected gain. Oh, there's marrow corroding powder, and there's also the antidote. 2 small black and white jars in the corner of the storage pouch were identified by Lan Chang'an through his spiritual sense after several tests. It was an unexpected delight. Previously, due to material limitations, the mixed poison Lan Chang'an had concocted was not particularly potent. However, the marrow corroding powder was different. It held great killing power against clarifying cultivators. Those with deep cultivation in the late clarifying stage could resist it slightly, or people like Mu Zan, who had poison-resistant traders, could defend against its lethality. The marrow-corroding powder was not completely odorless, with a slight bitter herbal smell. It would blend in naturally in an herbal garden or mountain forest environment. Chang's plan was to apply the marrow-corroding powder on the 7 ingenious needles and use them as hidden weapons, injuring the target and allowing the poison to enter through the wound, making it even more vicious and faster-acting. Apart from the marrow-corroding powder, Lan Chang'an had another unexpected gain. It was a brass-colored token with a deep black bead embedded in the center. This is a beast tang token. With his memories from 2 lifetimes, Lan Chang'an recognized its origins after a brief examination. Could it be that? Lan Chang'an had a guess and injected his mana into the beast tang token. Immediately, he sensed a consciousness ripple coming from a certain direction underground. So that was it. Lan Chang'an smiled and headed to a corner of the herbal garden, between some fields. Poof! The soil burst open, and a huge brownish-yellow rat demon emerged. It was the earth-burrowing rat. Previously, this earth-burrowing rat had unexpectedly attacked Lan Chang'an. Able to deal with it in a short period of time using conventional means, Lan Chang'an had no choice but to bind it with the restricting vine technique. Squeak, squeak. The earth-burrowing rat's eyes flashed red light as it fearfully looked at Lan Chang'an, or more precisely, the beast tang token in his hand. The beast tang token could decide the earth-burrowing rat's life or death. Possessing this, token also allowed for simple mental communication and issuing commands. The earth-burrowing rat has a middle-grade bloodline, and there's a matching beast tang token. It was like purchased at a high price by the Zheng family from the beast tang Zhu family. Lan Chang'an's thoughts raced as he deduced. In this world, demons and beasts were different from human cultivators in that they did not have spiritual roots. They cultivated through inherited bloodlines. The higher the bloodline grade, the greater the potential. Their bloodline grades corresponded to the ranks of human cultivators' spiritual roots, from low to high. Mixed bloodline, low-grade bloodline, middle-grade bloodline, high-grade bloodline, earth-grade bloodline, heaven-grade bloodline. And the legendary true spirit bloodline. True spirits were the so-called divine beasts, such as true dragons, celestial phoenixes, and kunpang. In the ancient immortal cultivation books, there were horrific legends of true spirits destroying entire realm with unimaginable might. In Lan Chang'an's previous 2 lifetimes, he had never even heard of a true spirit, let alone witnessed one. The earth-burrowing rat is in the upper ranks of the middle-grade bloodline. It can be cultivated appropriately. Lan Chang'an valued the earth-burrowing rat's practicality. It was adept at digging tunnels, knew earth-based spells, and had it to hide. During the clarifying stage, the earth-burrowing rat could lie in ambush underground, providing a formidable defense. You will continue to stay underground nearby. Do not come up without my permission. Lan Chang'an fed the earth-burrowing rat a few first-rank pills and sent it back underground. This earth-burrowing rat was a first-rank mid-stage demon beast, equivalent to the 6th layer of clarifying cultivation. If resources were invested, there was a good chance it could advance to the late first stage, equivalent of the late clarifying stage. At that time, this little fellow's strength would be enough to match an ordinary elder of the Mu family. Then, deep into the night, on a certain mountain slope thousands of miles away from the Mu family's herbal garden. This is the last agreed-upon location, but there's still no sign of Pillmaster G. Could he have encountered an accident and been killed by a hidden expert from the Mu family? A middle-aged man with a slightly disheveled aura, wearing a tall mountain hat, landed on the mountain slope and murmured to himself. After investigating for a while and calling out, there was still no trace of Ji. Zheng Yuanyu's face was cloudy, feeling quite reluctant. If Pillmaster Ji had perished, it would undoubtedly be a great loss. In addition, the flying boat and beast tang token that the Zheng family had purchased at a high price were on his person. Losing these 2 items would not be a small loss for the Zheng family. Cough, cough. A faint coughing sound came from a distant mountain cave. If it weren't for the deep silence of the night, Zheng Yuanyu might have missed it. Who's there? Is that Pillmaster Ji? Zheng Yuanyu's expression brightened, flying towards the direction of the coughing sound. Perhaps it was the heavily injured Pillmaster Ji. Coughing sound became increasingly clear. Soon, a black mountain cave appeared before Zheng Yuanyu. At the cave entrance sat a disheveled man coughing, with a puddle of blood at his feet. Who are you? Zheng Yuanyu took one look and determined that this was not Pillmaster Ji, his heart filling with wariness. Under the moonlight, he could vaguely make out the man's pale face, straight nose, cracked lips, and a pair of deep black, lifeless eyes. Hearing Zheng Yuanyu's voice, the disheveled man stood straight at him. Cough, do you have any medicine? What medicine? Who are you, and what have you done to Pillmaster Ji? Zheng Yuanyu was on high alert, as the magical aura emanating from the disheveled man was strange. At times it was strong, at times weak. When weak, it was only at the 4th or 5th layer of clarifying. When strong, it reached the 8th or 9th layer of clarifying, or even more terrifyingly powerful. He sensed an aura of danger. Something an ironwood banner. He stirred up a layer of dark purple windstorm that could both attack enemies and defend himself. The disheveled man remained unmoved, continuing to cough, but his lifeless eyes stared unblinkingly at Zheng Yuanyu. Playing tricks, Zheng Yuanyu felt a chill run down his spine from that gaze and cursed, maneuvering his weapon to turn and flee. He had only flown a few dozen zhang when a gust of ominous wind attacked from behind. Get lost. Zheng Yuanyu's heart was gripped by dread. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the disheveled man ghostly appearing behind him. Whoosh! Without a second thought, he swung his ironwood banner, the purple windstorm capable of crushing iron and stone, engulfing the area, dozens of zhang behind him. The disheveled man was swallowed up. However, there was only an afterimage left in his original spot. Ugh! Long male arm locked around Zheng Yuanyu's neck. A suffocating sensation overtook him. Zheng Yuanyu struggled fiercely but soon blacked out. Medicine. The disheveled man removed Zheng Yuanyu's storage pouch, and his fingertips flicked out a few wisps of scarlet arcs of electricity, breaking open the seal pouch. He took out bottle after bottle of pills and precious spirit herbs. Sniffing them, he poured a few bottles of pills into his mouth, eating them like candy. He also crudely bit and swallowed mouthfuls of several high-nourishing potent spirit herbs. After a moment, the man's inner magical power surged, and a tinge of color returned to his pale face. His magical power fluctuated, soaring to the foundation establishment stage before plummeting again. Still not enough. The man coughed once more, his icy gaze falling upon the unconscious Zhang Yuanhua. His long finger glowed scarred as he pressed them against Zhang Yuanhua's crown. Zhang Yuanhua's body rose into the air, his limbs thrashing as he let out agonized screams, as if wishing for death. Mu family, Yang family, herbal garden, treasure vault. The disheveled man closed his eyes, forcefully invading Zhang Yuanhua's soul to obtain fragmented memories and information. After a long while, crack, with a sickening sound, Zhang Yuanhua's head split in two, his anguished screams abruptly ceasing in the depths of the silent mountain. Chapter 24, Turning of the Tide. Mu family's herb garden. The next day, Lan Chang'an moved into the former residence of Pillmaster Ji. This residence originally belonged to the guard station at the herb garden, but Ji had occupied it due to his superior status. Before leaving, Mu Renlong had searched Ji's residence but didn't find anything valuable left behind. Lan Chang'an moved in for privacy and the space. It was convenient for him to draw talismans, study alchemy, and cultivate his spirit pet. Beneath the basement of the residence was a concealed small tunnel that an adult could not pass through. This was the earth-burrowing rat's exclusive passage. Over the next 2 days, the additional personnel sent by the Mu family gradually arrived. Apart from ordinary farmers and servants, there were only 6 cultivators. After observing them, Lan Chang'an inwardly shook his head, summing them up in 8 words: old, weak, sick, and disabled, yin prevailing over yang. There were 4 young cultivators at the first and second layers of clarifying, 3 of whom were little girls. An old one at the 4th layer of clarifying with blurred vision, her life nearing its end, was responsible for tending to the herbs. There was also a youth with a limp, dark skin and a walking stick. Oh, this limping youth was Lai Ergu. 2 months ago, Lai Ergu had broken his leg on the front lines and was given half a year of recuperation time by his family. Coincidentally, the herb garden was short-staffed, so he was transferred here to recuperate. But Lan, you truly live up to your reputation as a renowned martial artist, joining forces with the young lady to fend off that 7th layer clarifying crater. Meeting, Lai Ergu exclaimed endlessly, inquiring about the details of that day. Those few young girls in the early stages of clarifying had pure gazes filled with admiration, as well as a hint of gossip curiosity. Joining forces to fend off. Lan Chang'an nodded slightly. It was mainly thanks to the young lady. I was only providing a distraction on the side. The Mu family's external propaganda aligned with Lan Chang'an's expectations. He had some guesses as to the specific reason. Firstly, it wasn't ideal to reveal details about the Mu family's daughter being in a coma to outsiders. This could lead to speculation and harm their reputation. It was better to simply state that the 2 of them joined forces to defeat Ji. Secondly, it could elevate the Mu family's daughter's reputation and establish her merit within the clan. Since Mu Zion had higher cultivation and was the young lady, it would be easier for outsiders to understand her being the main force behind defeating Ji. Alright, Brother Lan, these are letters from Yao Xiao and Lin Yi. Lai Ergu handed over 2 letters. Over the past year that Lan Chang'an had been stationed at the herb garden, any letters from outside had been sent to the clan's headquarters. Major forces primarily used servant messengers and carrier pigeons for correspondence. At the top of the cultivation sect, there were more advanced means of communication. Lan Chang'an first read Lin Yi's 2 letters. The first letter congratulated Lan Chang'an on becoming a first-rank talisman master. It mentioned the conflict between the Mu and Zhang families, implicitly indicating that he did think highly of the Mu family and asked Lan Chang'an to be cautious. The second letter, sent last month, stated that Lin Yi had organized a secular force called the Hidden Immortal Pavilion. This force mainly served cultivators, with a small number of scattered cultivators as its backbone. It absorbed secular martial arts experts and gathered various kinds of intelligence, searching for cultivation resources and treasures left behind in the mortal world. In the future, the Hidden Immortal Pavilion was considering doing business for wandering cultivators, acting as errand runners for sect disciples and establishing connections. The idea is not bad, Lan Chang'an pondered. Letter, Lin Yi invited Lan Chang'an to join, offering him the position of deputy pavilion master. If Lan Chang'an declined to join, Lin Yi wouldn't force himself. At the end of the letter, Lin Yi requested that Lan Chang'an sell him a batch of basic talismans and low-grade first-rank talismans at a reasonable price to aid the Hidden Immortal Pavilion's initial development. Naturally, Lan Chang'an would not refuse. Previously, Lin Yi had also helped him, such as gathering information about the Mu family and introducing him to the wandering cultivators exchange market. In his reply, Lan Chang'an agreed to provide Lin Yi with 20 basic talismans and 10 low-grade first-rank talismans at the bulk purchase price of shop in the marketplace. As for joining the Hidden Immortal Pavilion, Lan Chang'an did not agree. However, maintaining a cooperative relationship was fine. This would allow Lan Chang'an to have enough channel for obtaining intelligence from the lower levels of the cultivation world. Next, he opened Zhao Xiao's letter. Zhao Xiao inquired about Lan Chang'an's recent situation and mentioned her general circumstances in the sect. Zhao Xiao also knew that he had become a talisman master and expressed her delight in the letter. 7th layer of clarifying, preparing to compete for the core disciple position. Lan Chang'an caught a key piece of information. The core disciples of Golden Cloud Valley had to be under 40 years old, with only 30 spots available. Most of them were 8th or 9th layer clarifying experts. Yao Xiao was planning to try for a spot after reaching the 8th layer of clarifying. Jinyan Valley, the biggest advantage of being a core disciple was having priority over ordinary disciples in obtaining foundation establishment bills. Lan Chang'an did not have high hopes for Zhao Xiao. Firstly, Yao Xiao's aptitude was not significantly superior to the core disciples. Core disciples generally had at least a middle-grade spiritual root, with a few possessing a high-grade spiritual root. Secondly, Yao Xiao did not have any advantages in terms of background, even though her ancestors include cultivators. It wasn't even comparable to disciples whose parents were wandering cultivators. In the cultivating world, the reliance on connections phenomenon was severe. Without the assistance of powerful elders, one would lag far behind in resources from the start. Now, Xiao's only advantage was her exceptional beauty and temperament, which made her stand out among female cultivators. However, this kind of beautiful female disciple, if she didn't attach herself to a disciple with a background, sometimes it would bring trouble instead. His reply to Zhao Xiao, Lan Chang'an included 3 middle-grade talismans, one of which was of prime quality, best among the same grade. These 3 talismans more than repaid the 10 spirit stones he had borrowed from her in the past. By using talismans to repay the debt, Lan Chang'an not only maintained their relationship, but also showcased his value to Zhao Xiao. Only an experienced first-rank talisman master could potentially refine a prime-quality middle-grade first-rank talisman, and the chances were very low. With Zhao Xiao's intelligence, she may be hoping that I would help her out in the future by mentioning her intention to compete for the core disciple position in advance. This letter could be a prelude of sorts. Should he help Zhao Xiao? Lan Chang'an believed that he could make an appropriate investment, because this would be a low-risk, high-return investment. At her current stage, Zhao Xiao had yet to truly grow and develop, making it an opportune time to lend a helping hand. Once she became a core disciple, her chances of reaching the foundation establishment stage would be significantly higher than ordinary cultivators. Suppose Lan Chang'an supported Zhao Xiao with 100 spirit stones, with Lai Ergu and Lin Yi each lending 50 spirit stones. A total of 200 spirit stones would not be a small amount for a late clarifying cultivator, approaching the value of a middle-grade magical weapon. But what if Zhao Xiao successfully established her foundation in the future with 200 spirit stones matter? It would simply be a congratulatory gift. At that time, Lan Chang'an and the other two would have a foundation establishment expert as a backing. If they wished to establish their own foundations in the future, they would have the support of a powerful cultivator. Even if Zhao Xiao failed to establish her foundation, the loss of those spirit stones would not be a significant blow to Lan Chang'an's current wealth. Moreover, as long as she did not perish during her foundation establishment attempt, the borrowed spirit stones would still have to be returned. After the personnel at the herb garden was replenished, Lan Chang'an instructed those few young Mu family girls on patrolling, raiding alerts, and using formations. Girls who had just emerged from being spirit root disciples did not understand many things. Lan Chang'an often had to teach them step by step. Fortunately, in this life, Lan Chang'an had cultivated the Evergreen Technique, maintaining a good temperament without losing his temper. Did you hear? The family head has returned, and the marriage alliance with the Maple Leaf Huang family fell through. Fell through? What happened? During their break, the 3 young Mu family girls gossiped. Originally, our Mu family wanted to marry the young lady to Huang Yu, the young master of the Huang family, to push cooperation between the 2 families. However, the Huang family was extremely arrogant and refused to give the young lady the status of first wife, at most giving her the position of a concubine wife. Outrageous. The young lady is so accomplished and even a talisman master. The Huang family showed no sincerity at all. Well, the Huang family has 3 foundation establishment experts, and their young master has a high-grade spiritual root, so they do have reason to be arrogant. With his keen senses, Lan Chang'an overheard the girl gossip chatter. Having been born into a cultivation family in his previous life, he could understand the Huang family's actions. He even vaguely guessed at the Huang family scheme, but there was nothing he could do. The Maple Leaf Huang family was far more powerful, and the Mu family was currently in a precarious and weakened state. The status between the 2 families was completely unequal. Surrounding cultivation families watched the conflict between the Mu and Zheng families with cold detachment. The scales of victory were tipping in favor of the Zheng family. However, 10 days later, an astonishing piece of news arrived. Elder Zheng Yuanhua of the Zheng family had met with a mysterious death. Zheng Yuanhua, at the 9th layer of clarifying, was one of the top clarifying experts of the Zheng family. The Mu family rejoiced, seemingly confirming the accuracy of the news. The Mu family had inside agents within the Zheng family, though of low status. For a family elder like Zheng Yuanhua, there would typically be a soul token within the clan. If he died outside, the family would immediately be notified. Chang suspected that there was a certain lag in the news. How did Zheng Yuanhua die? I heard that even his body wasn't found. Lan Chang'an felt perplexed. The beast-tamed token and flying boat in his storage house had come from this person, so he was quite concerned. Based on Lan Chang'an's experience, it would be difficult to kill Zheng Yuanhua at the 9th layer of clarifying without the combined efforts of 2 or 3 experts of the same level or a foundation establishment expert striking directly. Feeding someone and killing them were 2 different concepts. With his death, the situation had reversed. The Mu family took a hardline stance at the frontline mining regions. Although the Mu family's young and middle-aged cultivators were no match for the Zheng family, they now held a clear advantage in terms of high-level elder-class combat power. Zheng Yuanhua's position was equivalent to Mu Renlong in the Mu family, which speaks volumes. Soon after, news arrived from the front lines. The ancestors of the Zheng and Mu families had restarted negotiations and reached an agreement. Both sides ceased hostilities. The Zheng family made concessions, agreeing to jointly supervise and evenly divide purple copper ore's byproduct ore, purple heart copper. On this day, Lan Chang'an stood atop a mountain peak, gazing into the distance at Moonheart Island in the center of Feiyu Lake. He's back. He sensed the aura of the Mu family ancestor returning from afar. It confirmed the news from the front lines. Conflict between the 2 cultivation families seemed to be coming to an end. 25. The demonic cultivator Lang Xiaoshan. The 2 cultivation families ceasing hostilities and making peace, the situation temporarily stabilized. However, Lan Chang'an, residing in the Mu family, was not optimistic. He confirmed that the Mu family ancestor only had 3 to 5 years left to live. The Zheng family ceasefire might allow them to wait a few more years and outlive the Mu patriarch. However, it was said that the Zheng family patriarch's lifespan was also limited to only 10 or 20 years. Chang would often go to the mountaintops to sense the Mu family's old ancestors' condition from afar. If the Mu family patriarch were about to die one day, he would definitely know before the Mu family higher-ups. He could do this by relying on the soul imprint of his first life recorded in the Nine Seal Stele, as well as the Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique's keen sensitivity to breaths of longevity. How come it's gone again? 3 days later, standing on a towering peak, Lan Chang'an's expression suddenly changed. The Mu family old ancestor had returned to Moonheart Island for only 3 days before disappearing from Lan Chang'an's possession once more. This was something that even an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator would not be able to detect. What Lan Chang'an did not know was that on the same day, the second elder Mu Renlong had also vanished mysteriously from the Mu family. 300 miles away from the Mu family's herb garden, two figures in black robes and bamboo hats, one in front and one behind, quietly departed the Mu family's premises under the cover of night, riding spirit horses. Forget it, the two families have ceased hostilities anyway. Able to figure it out, Lan Chang'an stopped dwelling on it. Perhaps the Mu family ancestor was concealing his aura, or he had gone out on business. Chang'an and the Mu family were unaware that at this moment, the Zheng family, 3,000 miles away, was facing a catastrophic calamity. A few hundred miles away from the Zheng family residence, there was an herb garden built along a river, comparable in scale to the Mu family's. Currently, ominous clouds shrouded the vast herb garden, with cries of anguish and screams echoing out. Demonic cultivator, run quickly. This person is at least at the 9th level of terrifying. We cannot match him. Hurry and call for help from the family. In the depths of the herb garden, a disheveled man floated in midair, enveloped in black aura, revealing half of his pale face. Sir, you should reconsider. Our Zheng family has a Foundation establishment patriarch guarding it. On the ground, a 6-layer clarifying herb garden guard knelt defiantly, refusing to yield even in the face of death. Noisy, the disheveled man raised his eyelids, revealing chilling black pupils. Swishing. A sickle-shaped crimson-black beam of light swept past, slicing the herb garden guard in half at the waist. As for the fleeing low-level clarifying cultivators and ordinary servants, the disheveled man couldn't be bothered to look at them. He simply extended his pale, slender hand, plucking precious spirit herbs from afar. After a moment, having harvested a bountiful yield, the disheveled man flew towards the direction of the Zheng family residence. Audacious, how dare you plunder the Zheng family's herb garden? From the direction of the Zheng family, 2 late clarifying cultivators flew over, shouting furiously. One was at the 8th layer of clarifying, the other at the 9th layer. A portly middle-aged man at the 9th layer bore a 7/10 resemblance to the deceased Yang Yuanhua. He was the Zheng family head, Yang Yuanking. Audacious, I still plan to take a look at the Zheng family's treasure vault. The disheveled man laughed coldly, wrapping himself in black aura and leaving only an afterimage behind. The next moment, his pale hand whipped up a whirlwind of black blades, howling towards the two men. Not good, Foundation establishment realm. Yang Yuanking's face drained of color and shock. Without a second thought, he slept down 2 superior-grade talismans and summoned 2 defensive artifacts, retreating while defending. A scream rang out as the 8th-layer clarifying elder beside him had his middle-grade defensive artifact sliced in 2 by the blue blade, his monoforce shield instantly shattering. His entire body was shredded into a blood-stained mist by the Black Blade Windstorm. Black Blade Windstorm you are, Lan Chang'an. Yang Yuanking's scalp went numb, his face drained of color as he packed. The protective barriers of the 2 superior-grade talismans in front of him shattered in an instant, and one of his defensive artifacts had already been destroyed. Faced with imminent death, he was utterly despairing. Oh, you actually know this Lang's name. The disheveled man unexpectedly stopped his assault, clasping his hands behind his back and looking at Zheng Yuanking with slight surprise. Lan Chang'an's mighty reputation has reached even my ears. Zheng Yuanking, having narrowly escaped death, was drenched in cold sweat. What is your status in the Zheng family? The disheveled man revealed half of his sinister face, appearing evil and unpredictable. I am the Zheng family head, Zheng Yuanking said, his body hunched over. Lead me to the treasure vault, the disheveled man ordered. What, the treasure vault? Yes, yes. Before the disheveled man could change his expression, Yang Yuanking immediately agreed and obediently led the way. Only then did the disheveled man nod in satisfaction. As they approached the Zheng family residence, Foundation establishment realm magic pressure descended upon them. A scorching aura permeated the air. Lan Chang'an, why have you plundered my Zheng family's herb garden and slaughtered my Zheng family cultivators? Amid the clouds, an elderly figure in a grey robe, treading on crimson clouds, angrily rebuked. Those were simply spoils that Lang took through his own ability. Those who get in the way naturally have to die. The disheveled man showed no concern as he formed another whirlwind of black blades in his palm. You've gone too far. The Zheng family patriarch waved his wide sleeve, sending forth an iron fan. With a wave of the iron fan, 6 blazing fan shadows split off, charging towards the disheveled man. Zheng ancestor, if you can withstand 10 of my strikes without dying, this Lang will immediately withdraw. The disheveled man waved his palm, and the black blade windstorm was now interwoven with arcs of lightning, crackling fiercely. Winds and thunder intertwined, exuding a chilling demonic aura. The 6 blazing fan shadows instantly shattered. The next moment, the disheveled man split into 3, enveloping the area with rolling black winds as he descended upon the clouds, forcing the Zheng family patriarch to retreat continuously. Junior, stop, this old man admits defeat. Soon, the terrified voice of the Zheng family patriarch rang out from amidst the clouds. The disheveled man remained unmoved, his eyes flashing coldly as his assault grew increasingly ferocious. Lan Chang'an, please show mercy. It was this old man who didn't know what was good for him. The Zheng family patriarch's voice grew increasingly humble and deferential. The disheveled man finally stopped his assault, saying indifferently, take me to see my treasure vault. Yes, this treasure vault has been prepared for Lan Chang'an by our Zheng family for many years. The Zheng family ancestor forced a smile, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Half an hour later, under the respectful escort of the Zheng family members, the disheveled man left the Zheng family's treasure vault. By the way, Lan Chang'an, the Mu family, 2,000 to 3,000 miles away from our Zheng family, has treasure vault and herb garden reserves that slightly pass even ours. Before seeing him off, the Zheng family patriarch kindly reminded him. The Zheng family had suffered a calamity, encountering this terrifying demonic cultivator. They hoped the rival Mu family would also taste such misfortune. There was no need for you to teach Lang how to do things. The disheveled man left those cold words behind as he flew towards the distant mountains, until he landed in a mountain valley. Poof! The The shelled man spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground with a coughing fit. His cultivation level had also plummeted back to the clarifying stage. Cough. These precious herbs, there are too few suitable to heal my wounds. That was 2 days later. The Mu family's Moonheart Island. Is the information reliable? The demonic cultivator Lan Chang'an, who is wanted in the northern regions of the Lan Kingdom, has actually plundered the Zheng family. The Zheng family's herb garden and treasure vault were both plundered by Lan Chang'an. It said that this fiend kills anyone he encounters. The Zheng family patriarch was injured, and one of their elders was slain by Lan Chang'an. Several late clarifying higher-ups of the Mu family were in an uproar. This news was truly inconceivable. It's a pity old ancestor and Elder Renlong are not here. Otherwise, we could have killed our way to the Zheng family at this moment. Since Lan Chang'an did not completely destroy the Zheng family, is there a possibility that he might come to plunder our herb garden and treasure vault? A gentle and graceful woman's voice came through. The speaker was none other than Mu Zian, whose cultivation had reached the 7th layer of clarifying. During the previous incident where she helped fend off Pillmaster G and protected the herb garden, the family had recorded a merit for her and rewarded her with a great increasing pill. Zian, you mean Lan Chang'an dares to attack our Mu family? Isn't he afraid of being pursued by the sex experts? The family head Mu Maud found it hard to believe. If it were him, after committing such an atrocity, he would definitely lay low and keep a low profile for a while. It's said that this person is exceptionally rampant and brutal. We cannot afford to let our guard down, one of the elders said. Quickly reinforce the formations and sealing arrays of the treasure vault, and transfer some of our precious resources. That's right, we need to notify those at the herbal garden as soon as possible. Before the words were finished, Mu Zian had already taken flight, heading towards the herbal garden. The veil of night, Mu Zian trod upon a silver ruler as she flew towards the herbal garden, a worried expression on her face. When she was still 20-30 miles away from the herb garden, Mu Zian suddenly noticed a mass of ominous clouds in the distance, vaguely sensing a Foundation establishment level pressure. It was hovering right above the herb garden. No good, Lan Chang'an. Mu Zian's pretty face turned pale as she froze in midair, her starry eyes filled with terror and sorrow. After a breath, she snapped out of her daze, biting her jade teeth as she changed direction, flying towards the family residence at top speed. Come out, whoever is in charge of this herb garden. The shelled man floated in midair above the herb garden, his jet-black, icy gaze fixated on the residential area. Upon arriving, there was not a single person within the herb garden. No one shouted defiance, no one fled in panic. It was deathly silent. He immediately felt offended. The auras of living beings within the herb garden could not escape his senses. At this moment, in the basement of the residence, Lan Chang'an was inwardly cursing his predicament. Not long ago, he had been patrolling the herb garden when he suddenly sensed an immensely powerful demonic aura rapidly approaching. The speed was extreme, undoubtedly a Foundation establishment expert. The sense of threat far past that of the Mu family ancestor. It was definitely not the Zheng family ancestor either. The blink of an eye, Lan Chang'an made a decision. He ordered everyone within the herb garden to hide. He himself hid in the basement of the residence, activating the ancient wood longevity technique to transform into a withered piece of wood, devoid of any presence. Based on his experience, there were 2 abilities. 1. The demonic Foundation establishment expert was just passing through. If Lan Chang'an revealed himself and tried to flee, it might arouse the other party's interest. With the other party's speed, no one in the herb garden could outrun them if given chase. 2. He had come for the herb garden with the intention of plundering precious spirit herbs. In that case, insignificant ants like them at the early and mid-clarifying stages would be spared if they simply hid, as the other party would be too lazy to hunt them down one by one. Events proved that it was the second scenario. After arriving at the herb garden, the demonic cultivator headed straight for the herb fields, showing no intention to kill. Just as Lan Chang'an was breathing a sigh of relief, unexpectedly, this person did not immediately search for and plunder the precious medicinal ingredients. Instead, for some unknown reason, he felt dissatisfied and demanded that the person in charge of the herb garden show themselves. Your feedback and ratings are greatly appreciated. If you have a moment, please consider rating this novel on Novel Updates. Should you notice any errors in this chapter, kindly mention them in the comments below so I can correct them. Thank you. Chapter 26, Witch Senior. Chapter 26, Witch Senior. Garden Master, come out and meet me. The entire herb garden was deadly silent, without a single person, except for the floating disheveled man in the air. With an unruffled expression and a chilling gaze, he fixed his eyes on the residential area. The night was as cool as water, and the only dozen or so people in the herb garden, including cultivators and mortals, all hid in the secluded corners of the residential area. The demonic aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator, everyone didn't dare let out even a breath. Not coming out. The disheveled man waited for a few moments, his expression darkening. If the other party obediently came out and showed utmost respect, his temperament would most likely prevent him from killing. Since you're not coming out, Lang will drag you out. The disheveled man's voice was ice cold, and his pupils flickered with a sinister red light. A shaking demonic sound. The disheveled man's hair fluttered, and he closed his eyes tightly, murmuring incantations. In an instant, an invisible demonic sound wave, with him as the center, swept toward every nook and cranny around the residential area. The living beings swept by the mental sound wave experienced the sensation of the earth shaking, screaming in agony, exposing their position, and then bleeding from their mouths and noses before passing out. Urgu and several other cultivators couldn't withstand it for more than 2 breaths before howling and fainting. These weaklings should not be the garden master. The disheveled man's earth-shaking demonic sound was a secret technique for spiritual searching, adept at probing for living beings hiding in buildings. As long as they had a spiritual consciousness, unless their cultivation was far superior to his, they could hardly avoid it. Hiding quite deeply. The courtyard where Lan Chang'an was located was also a target of the disheveled man's search, and the demonic mental sound wave permeated into the basement. The disheveled man revealed a strange expression, almost mistaking Lan Chang'an for a rotten log. Not only that, after being swept by the earth-shaking demonic sound, Lan Chang'an only let out a muffled groan, with no major reaction. Interesting. The disheveled man slowly descended toward the courtyard, extending his white, delicate palm with a cruel smile on his lips. Just as he was about to apprehend and kill his target, an unimaginable scene appeared at the moment. Daring Junior. From beneath the courtyard, a spiritual pressure far exceeding that of an ordinary Foundation Establishment realm cultivator emerged, accompanied by the sonorous voice of an old man, charging straight into the disheveled man's heart and mind. Foundation Establishment. The disheveled man's mind wavered, and immediately sensed a dangerous aura. Soul-severing blade. An invisible blade of spiritual sense, carrying a bizarre trembling wave, slashed into the disheveled man's mind. Ah, hiss. The disheveled man's face turned pale, and he almost fell into the courtyard, painfully clutching his forehead. A drip of bloody tear flowed from the corner of his eye. Only then did a young man in white robes appear a few zhang away. The young man was clearly only at the middle stage of clarifying, yet he carried an aura of antiquity and strength, even stronger than the disheveled man by half a notch. Dare I ask which senior it is? The disheveled man steadied himself, astonished and puzzled. This young man had just employed a profound secret art of spiritual sense, damaging his mind, and almost triggering his old wounds. Spiritual sense secret art, even ordinary core formation elders may not be able to learn. How could it appear on the young man in front of him? Furthermore, he felt that there seemed to be an additional soul aura on the young man. The disheveled man had some guesses in his mind. This old man is Yan Donglai, a nascent soul great spirit from an era bygone. The young man in white robes stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an aura of antiquity and simplicity that could never be imitated by a mere clarifying cultivator. A nascent soul great spirit, the disheveled man sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his heart shaken 3 times inwardly. No wonder the person knew profound secret arts of spiritual sense. Even with spiritual sense only at the Foundation Establishment level, he had injured the disheveled man's mind. To be called a nascent soul great spirit, he must be at least at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Great figure like this, even nascent soul true monarchs of the flame departing palace would have to respectfully address him as a senior. The cultivation world of the Lan Kingdom, let alone the late stage of nascent soul cultivators, not a single cultivator at the middle stage had emerged in thousands of years. So it is Senior Yan. This junior has disturbed you, please forgive me. Lan Chang'an did not dare stand with his hands behind his back, and he cupped his fists respectfully. In his heart, he had some speculations about Lan Chang'an's current state. This young man might have the remnant soul of a nascent soul great spirit attached to him. Such an ancient monster, though extremely weak now, who knew how many mysterious and unfathomable methods he possessed. Who are you, and why have you come to disturb this place? Lan Chang'an stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes deep and profound, interrogating him. At this moment, a handsome young man from the first life of the Nine Seal Stele detached from the first seal imprint, its light and shadow vividly manifesting, and merged into Lan Chang'an's body. In his first life, Lan Chang'an's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of clarifying, with spiritual sense supplying his realm, nearing the early stage of Foundation implement. This life, Lan Chang'an's middle stage of clarifying already passed that of an ordinary late stage. The fusion of these 2 lives, coupled with the secret arts of spiritual sense from his second life, unleashed a terrifying spiritual intimidation, directly shaking the disheveled man. In reply to Senior Yan, I'm Lan Chang'an. The disheveled man did not dare to be negligent, respectfully answering. This junior is a cultivator from the northern lands of the Lan Kingdom. Due to being framed by others, I was pursued and ambushed by the cultivation sects, sustaining severe injuries that caused my cultivation plummet. This is why I was forced to resort to such measures. Lan Chang'an. Lan Chang'an muttered, having never heard of this person's name. Your foundation has been damaged, and you cannot replenish it. He glanced at Lan Chang'an again and shook his head. Cannot replenish it? May I ask the senior how to treat it? Lan Chang'an humbly asked for guidance. You need yin nourishment. Slowly recuperate and do not consume too many spirit pills and spiritual herbs that are overly young in nature. Lan Chang'an calmly replied. Yin nourishment. Lan Chang'an pondered, then cupped his fists and said, Thank you, Senior Yan, for your guidance. This junior has offended greatly and will take his leave now. Hearing that the demonic cultivator was leaving, Lan Chang'an secretly breathed a sigh of relief. By borrowing the spiritual power of his first life soul, he could only unleash 2 instances of the spiritual sense attack he had used earlier, unable to truly threaten this Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator. After all, the spiritual power of the clarifying realm was incomparable to that of the Foundation Establishment realm. Right, Senior Yan. Lan Chang'an flew out of Fuzhang, suddenly turning back, his gaze flickering as he looked over. I take some of the precious spiritual herbs from the herb garden. The sudden change made Lan Chang'an inwardly sigh that the demonic cultivator pup was hunting. Evidently, the person had some doubts about his strength and condition. This is why he spoke those probing words. At this moment, he could not show weakness and easily let Lan Chang'an take away the precious medicinal herbs. Otherwise, it would only allow the other party to gain an inch and see through his apprehension. Of course, he could not behave too arrogantly either, treating the other party like a fool who scolded. The nascent soul grand spirit had even 1/10 of his foundation. The spiritual sense attack earlier would have torn Lan Chang'an's soul apart. Both parties were clear about this. It was just that they viewed each other with wariness. Spiritual herbs, what do you have to trade? Lan Chang'an replied impassively. What does the senior require? Lan Chang'an's hair flowed down his back, revealing a pale face with distinct features, a high-bridged nose, slightly thin lips, and dark, chilling eyes. Lan Chang'an inwardly thought that this evil cultivator was also a handsome man. You have any Foundation Establishment pills? No. Lan Chang'an's mouth curved slightly. He guessed that this nascent soul old monster was likely just a remnant soul, with incomplete memories, and still had paved the way for the young man he was possessing. Alchemy inheritance, body refinement inheritance, puppetry inheritance. Do you have any of these? Lan Chang'an continued asking. I don't have a puppetry legacy, but I do have pill refinement and body cultivation legacies. Lan Chang'an took out 2 jade slips. Lan Chang'an enveloped the jade slips with his spiritual power and inspected them. He found that they contained a foundation establishment, realm pill refinement inheritance, and a body refining technique called the Cloud Sand Body Refinement Manual. And Chang put away the jade slips, allowing Lan Chang'an to take a batch of precious spiritual herbs. Xinyan Yan, a pleasant cooperation. Lan Chang'an revealed a smile, yet there was a sense of perversity. This junior is currently facing, and after this move, I will travel far away. I hope that in the future I can still receive Senior Yan guidance. With that, Lan Chang'an drifted away. Chang stood with his hands behind his back until he confirmed that Lan Chang'an had left, only then releasing his hands. In his mind, the Nine Seal Stele. The first life seal imprint, which had finally been lit, was once again silent and lifeless. Ergu. Lan Chang checked on the condition of the cultivators in the herb garden. Fortunately, the earth-shaking demonic sound used by Lan Chang'an was only an auxiliary secret technique for serving, and none of the cultivators or mortals in the herb garden had died. It seemed this demonic cultivator is not one who indiscriminately kills the innocent. And Chang knew that when Lan Chang'an used the earth-shaking demonic sound, if he had been more overbearing, he could have at least killed those mortals. Not long after, Lai Ergu and the other cultivators gradually woke up, looking utterly exhausted. Big Brother Lan, where did that evil cultivator go? Did he give you any trouble? Lai Ergu was still shaken by the experience. No, I was hiding in the basement earlier and suddenly passed out. It was probably because my cultivation is low that he didn't think I was the garden master. Lan Chang's reply was reasonable. Normally, places important as the herb garden would have a late-stage clarifying cultivator as its master. Due to the war on the front lines, they had to temporarily lower the standards. The Zhang family's situation was slightly better, as they had dispatched a robust cultivator at the 6th layer of clarifying. The Mu family stationed Lan Chang'an at only the 4th layer of clarifying. As the guardian of the herb garden, the family head Mu Mao was also taking a gamble. So having a low cultivation can also have its benefits. Lai Ergu felt relieved that, although the herb garden had suffered losses, everyone was safe and sound. After waiting for an hour, Lan Chang's brow furrowed. Why haven't the reinforcements from the family arrived yet? You go back and report the situation to the family, he instructed a young girl. 27. 2 Foundation Establishment Cultivators. 27. 2 Foundation Establishment Cultivators. What? All the cultivators at the family's compound have disappeared. An hour later, Lan Chang'an looked at the young girl from the Mu family who had returned to report, doubting if he had heard correctly. After confirming it again and again, the young girl's eyes reddened and she was at a loss. There was not a single cultivator in sight at the family head's residence. Only some mortals remained at Feiyu Manor and the surrounding areas. Chang realized that he might have overlooked some important information. Could it be that the Mu family had received news of Lan Chang'an's impending attack, so the cultivators collectively went into hiding? After all, at this time, the Mu family did not have a foundation establishment cultivator in their midst, and they were powerless to resist the evil cultivator, Lan Chang'an. After another 2 hours, as dawn broke, finally some cultivators from the Mu family came to investigate, acting very cautiously. You all are all right. They were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Not long after, the patriarch Mu Mao, Mu Ziyan, and others successfully rushed to the herb garden. Everyone found it hard to believe. If a few people had been injured or killed, they could understand. Yet there were no casualties at all in the entire herb garden. Lan Chang'an didn't make a move to kill anyone. Mu Mao suppressed the astonishment in his heart and inquired about the situation. When I was trolling the herb garden, I suddenly sensed a terrifying demonic aura. Knowing that I was no match for it, I had everyone hide themselves. During the period of unconsciousness, I don't know what happened. After waking up, I discovered that most of the precious spiritual herbs in the herb garden were gone. Lan Chang'an explained the situation, with Lai Ergu and the others added on from the sidelines. The entire process was so simple that it was hard to find a flaw. After listening, Mu Mao praised, Lan Chang'an, you were indeed very alert and composed in the face of danger. It was he who went against the majority and appointed Lan Chang'an as the guardian of the herb garden. Based on the current situation, this decision was indeed correct. Mao did not know that this decision had allowed the Mu family to narrowly avoid a disaster. If it weren't for Lan Chang'an, with the speed of the evil cultivator Lan Chang'an, after plundering the herb garden, he would most likely have killed his way to the Mu family's location. Although Mu Ziyan discovered the traces of the evil cultivator and promptly returned to report it, her return speed could not match that of Foundation Establishment evil cultivator, and she might have even encountered him. I can't believe that the infamous deviant cultivator, Lan Chang'an, could actually show mercy at times. Mu Ziyan stood silently for a while before speaking. Her delicate features were haggard with a hint of bloodshot eyes, and her bright starry eyes occasionally glanced at Lan Chang'an, revealing concern and a lingering sense of fear. According to the intelligence, Lan Chang'an generally couldn't be bothered to take action against low-level cultivators who avoided him. Lan Chang's impromptu decision was absolutely correct. Mu Mao once again praised Lan Chang's level-headed wit. What exactly did Lan Chang'an do? Lan Chang'an did not ask directly. Why did all the Mu family cultivators run away? Mu Mao coughed dryly, appearing slightly awkward. Mu Ziyan smiled and began to recount the information about Lan Chang'an's killings and plundering at the Zhang family. After listening, Lan Chang'an understood the truth of the matter. In such a situation, if he was at the helm of the Mu family, he might have made the same choice. Looking back on this incident, Lan Chang'an, as the person who had frightened Lan Chang'an away, knew that there was still a minor doubt, it being why Lan Chang'an, after plundering the herb garden, had not proceeded to the Mu family residence. The Mu family cultivators had all fled at the time, perhaps thinking that Lan Chang'an had come but found no one there and dared not linger for long, or perhaps, for some reason, Lan Chang'an had aborted his plan. Truth of the matter, only Lan Chang'an and Lan Chang'an truly knew. This junior's cultivation and experience are lacking. Now that the hostilities at the frontline mining area have ceased, may I request that a late-stage clarifying cultivator from within the clan take over the duty of guarding the herb garden. Taking advantage of the family head's presence, Lan Chang'an brought it up himself. He felt that the feng shui of the herb garden was not good, as it had faced 2 crises in less than a year. One was an inside mole, and the other was an evil cultivator. Lan Chang'an, you are a blessing to my Mu family. Even if you don't serve as the garden master, you can still assist in guarding it. Mu Mao tried to persuade him. Now that the conflict between the two clans has ceased, and the evil cultivator Lan Chang'an is being pursued by the sects, he would not dare linger in the vicinity. You can rest assured. Lan Chang'an understood the reasoning, but still excused himself. Staying at the herb garden, he would have to exert effort to some extent. Although it was close to the family's location, the safety was slightly lower. At the family compound, he only needed to refine some talismans annually, which was safer and more leisurely. Alright, someone will come take over from you in a couple of days. Mu Mao knew he could not force him. Now that half of the cultivators from the frontline mining area had withdrawn, there were a lot of wounded to take care of. The Mu family head left ahead of time, leaving Mu Zian to oversee the accounting of the losses in the herb garden and some other follow-up matters. Lan Chang'an, there are some details that require your verification. Mu Zian's eyes flickered and she smiled subtly. Lan Chang'an had originally planned to slack off, but due to the request of the young lady of the Mu family, he had no choice but to accompany her. As they walked through the herb garden, Lan Chang'an caught a whiff of a lingering, delicate, and refreshing fragrance, unsure if it came from the gentle and serene young lady or the nearby spiritual flowers and herbs. Lan Chang'an, are you really not interested in marrying any of the women from the Mu family? Mu Zian moved with graceful steps, her starry eyes slightly lowered, as if she wanted to continue the matchmaking attempt from before. Not interested. This time, Lan Chang'an answered with peace of mind. Previously, when he had come to the Mu family to leech off their cultivation grounds, he lacked a bit of confidence. Now, as a first-rank seamed talisman master, he had a cooperative relationship with the Mu family. Why? Mu Zian unconsciously clutched the folds of her dress, looking at him in bewilderment. The cultivation world is ever-changing, and those at the clarifying realm are like cannon fodder. At least reaching the foundation establishment realm provides a basic foundation. Otherwise, with an uncertain future, how could one dare take a wife and have children? Lan Chang'an reiterated the explanation he had given to Lai Ergu in the past. Did the recent conflict between the two clans prove this very point? Mu Zian lightly bit her ruby lips, hesitating to speak further. Given Lan Chang'an's age, spiritual roots, and current cultivation level, the hope of reaching the foundation establishment realm was practically non-existent. For Mu Zian, who was around the same age as Lan Chang'an, and had recently advanced to the 7th layer of clarifying, reaching the foundation establishment realm in the future was still a concern. Compared to major sects and great families, it was simply too difficult for a small cultivation family to obtain foundation establishment pills. By the way, young lady, you said earlier that Lan Chang'an was infamous. You know why he was being pursued by the sects? Lan Chang'an changed the subject, breaking the atmosphere between the single man and one. It is said that Lan Chang'an defiled and killed a female disciple of the Qionian pavilion. Mu Zian's eyes revealed disgust, as she spoke with difficulty. Lan Chang'an was astonished. He only had a brief encounter with Lan Chang'an, yet he couldn't see the person being capable of committing such a beastly act. 2 days later, the Mu family brought in a cultivator at the 7th layer of clarifying to take over Lan Chang'an's duties. It was someone he was acquainted with. Brother Yunfei, congratulations on advancing to the late stage of clarifying. Lan Chang'an looked at the young man with a missing arm before him, whose once handsome face now bore a dark purple burn scar. It reminded him of Zheng Wugong, who had tried to assassinate the immortal seedling back then. That person also had a centipede-like scar on his face. Was he also as handsome as Mu Yunfei in his youth? Brother Chang'an, I've heard about your meritorious deeds in the herb garden. Recruiting you into the family was the Mu family's most correct decision. Mu Yunfei's mouth cracked into a smile, the scar on his face slightly distorting, adding a hint of fierceness to his expression compared to before. Through their conversation, Lan Chang'an learned that, after the life-and-death battles on the front lines, Mu Yunfei had awakened his hidden potential and advanced to the 7th layer of clarifying. There were 2 common ways to break through a bottleneck. One was through gradual tempering over a long period. The second was to consume breakthrough pills to increase the chances of success. Yunfei's situation belonged to the less common third kind, awakening his potential in the extreme of life and death, breaking through his shackles. This method of breaking through bottlenecks had harsh conditions and the highest risk. Unexpectedly, the one-armed Mu Yunfei was able to break through using the most difficult method. Although Lan Chang'an admired him, he still kept a respectful distance from such a breakthrough method. In his view, only the legendary sons and daughters of destiny could repeatedly break through at the brink of life and death, turning calamities into blessings. In this life, Lan Chang'an aimed to steadily reach the Nascent Soul Realm, living a long life and progressing at a steady pace. He did not wish to attempt such a low-tolerant approach. Bidding farewell to Mu Yunfei, Lai Ergu, and the others, Lan Chang'an returned to Feiyu Manor, back to his familiar detached courtyard. 3rd day after Lan Chang'an's return to the family, a sect disciple came to the Mu family to investigate leads on the evil cultivator, Lan Chang'an. They only went to the herb garden to inquire about the situation. Lan Chang'an, as one of the parties involved, was not summoned. After a simple inquiry, the sect disciple quickly left. The fewer matters Lan Chang'an was involved in, the better, so he naturally would not step forward. He secluded himself in cultivation, studying the Cloud Sand body refinement manual that he had obtained from Lan Chang'an. Body refinement methods were relatively obscure. In his previous life, he had cultivated, researched talismans, and worked for the family, so he simply did not have the energy to delve into this field and collect such manuals. 2 months later, during his secluded cultivation, Lan Chang'an suddenly sensed something and looked toward the direction of Feiyu Lake. The Mu family ancestor has returned. No, there are actually 2 foundation establishment auras. Lan Chang'an's heart skipped a beat. One of the decaying foundation establishment auras was indeed the Mu family patriarch, but the other foundation establishment aura was rather unstable, making it easy to sense. A newly formed foundation establishment cultivator, Lan Chang'an immediately made this judgment. As expected that afternoon, Mu Renlong appeared at Feiyu Manor with the status of a foundation establishment cultivator. The second foundation establishment cultivator, the entire Mu family was in an uproar, celebrating fervently. Amidst the heated atmosphere, only Lan Chang'an's brow was slightly furrowed, his expression not looking too good. Foundation establishment cultivators. It seems the conflict between the families has not yet ended. because the equilibrium between the two families had been broken. The very next day, the Mu family at Feiyu Lake convened a full clan mobilization meeting, preparing to counterattack the Zheng family and avenge their previous shame. Chapter 28, The Hidden Sparrow. Cultivation world is ever-changing, with constant shifts and turns. Not long ago, the Mu family situation was dire, and it seemed the Zheng family would gradually devour them. Yet in just a few months, the Zheng family was now facing the calamity of annihilation. The central gathering area of Feiyu Manor. The Mu family assembled nearly all of its cultivators. On the stage, the family head Mu Mao delivered an impassioned rallying speech for the coming campaign. The young cultivators within the family were greatly inspired, their hearts surging with excitement, and they eagerly rubbed their palms, itching for action. Of course, the main reason for their high morale was the emergence of a new foundation establishment cultivator in the Mu family. Big Brother Lan, this battle is a great opportunity to make merit. If not for the fact that my injuries haven't healed, I would have gone over to broaden my horizons. Lai Ergu listened with boiling enthusiasm, eager to give it a try. Everyone liked to fight a battle with favorable winds. In the eyes of the Mu family cultivators, this was an assured victory. Even without the family's conscription, many young members were eager to volunteer, yearning to make contributions and plunder the resources of the Zheng family. Lan Chang'an, why don't you join my assault team? Mu Yunfei came over and extended an invitation. His lone arm and facial scar added an extra touch of fierceness to his appearance. With my shallow cultivation and meager strength, rather than being a burden on the front lines, I'd be better suited to refining talismans and providing logistical support from the rear. Lan Chang'an politely declined. He had no interest in joining a battle even if it had favorable winds. He didn't lack spirit stone now, so why bother going to the front lines and joining the commotion? Lan Chang'an's previous life, he had reached the pinnacle of the core formation realm. In his eyes, the battles of these foundation establishment cultivation families were no different from skirmishes between neighboring villages. Yunfei did not insist, though he felt a tinge of disappointment. He inwardly sighed. Lan Chang'an has quite the talent for combat, but he's too cautious and overly concerned about preserving his life. Half a day later, the members of the Mu family who would be participating in the campaign had gathered at Feiyu Manor. Their cultivation bases were generally at the third layer of clarifying or above, with many new faces from the young generation, the youngest being only 16 years old. The Mu family's high-end combat strength also was not to be underestimated. Apart from the two foundation establishment cultivators, there were 3 at the 9th layer of clarifying. The family head Mu Mao had reached the 9th layer of clarifying many years ago. As for the other late-stage clarifying cultivators, including Mu Yunfei and Mu Zian, there were 5 or 6 of them. There weren't many middle-stage clarifying robust cultivators, only around a dozen or so. However, the number of new generation cultivators at the early stage of clarifying in the Mu family was gradually increasing. The future of the family looked promising. In the battle, if it's just against the Zheng family, it should be quite stable, Lan Chang'an honored. The Zheng family side, their foundation establishment ancestor was injured. There were only 2 left at the 9th layer of clarifying. One was the family head Zheng Yuanqing, and his young brother Zheng Yuanhua had mysteriously died after attacking the Mu family's herb garden. The other was Zheng Wugong, who had previously led the attempt to assassinate the Mu family's immortal seedlings. As for the other 7th and 8th layers of clarifying, there were only 3 or 4 of them. March. With the command from the family head Mu Mao, several dozen cultivators departed from Feiyu Manor, heading towards Bamboo Leaf Mountain, the dwelling of the Zheng family. On the clouds above, the 2 foundation establishment figures provided cover. Chang looked up and vaguely captured the sight of an elderly man with a decaying aura and white hair. Beside him was a burly figure with falcon-like eyes. Exuding a murderous aura, it was Mu Renlong. Where did Mu Renlong form his foundation? Lan Chang'an felt curious. For a small cultivation family like the Mu family, the greatest difficulty in forming a foundation was obtaining foundation establishment pills. Secondly, how to preserve the foundation establishment pill and successfully break through. If word leaked out, opposing forces would definitely intervene. It should have been that day. Lan Chang'an recalled the time when the Mu family ancestor had returned to the family for a short while before mysteriously leaving again. Perhaps during that period, the Mu family ancestor had secretly helped Mu Renlong form his foundation elsewhere. After the main force of the Mu family departed, only a group of elderly, the infirm, and the crippled remained within the family, or those like Lan Chang'an who dared not go to the front lines, the so-called cowards. This time, Lan Chang'an remained vigilant because of the Mu family's empty defenses. However, the Mu family had made preparations, with the remaining cultivators on full alert, activating a first-rank protection formation. Relying on the formation for defense, as long as there were no foundation establishment room cultivators, it would be difficult to break through in a short period. Based on Lan Chang'an's experience, the likelihood of the Mu family station location being attacked was extremely low, because the Mu family had practically emptied their nest, taking all their precious resources with them. Even if the enemy aimed to rob them, there was little strategic significance, and without dispatching their main forces, it would be difficult to break through the formation. For the sake of some old and weak people, it would not be worth the effort. The most important resource for a cultivation family was the spiritual vein, but the spiritual vein was deeply buried underground and practically unmovable. For some fixed assets, such as mineral resources or spiritual fields, they could at most be looted and damaged, but it wouldn't deal a crippling blow. Time passed like the flowing years. For several days in a row, Feiyu Manor remained calm, but the atmosphere within the family was oppressive. State and family members were concerned about the battles on the front lines. As another 2 days passed, ominous news arrived from the front lines. The Mu family ancestor had perished. According to reports, at the Zheng family residence Bamboo Leaf Mountain, the foundation establishment ancestors of the 2 families had both met their demise. That day, some injured members returned. Each one had a gloomy expression, surprising their fury. After inquiring, Lan Chang'an learned about the situation on the front lines. The Mu family ancestor had indeed perished, meeting the same fate as the Zheng family ancestor, which could not be considered a loss. After all, the Mu family ancestor's lifespan was nearing its end. As long as they could eliminate the Zheng family and absorb the cultivation resources of a foundation establishment family, it would definitely be a gain. However, Just as the two ancestors had fallen, and Mu Renlong was leading the family in a desperate battle to occupy the Zhang family residence, the Bamboo Leaf Mountain, the Maple Leaf Huang family intervened. This was the same Huang family that had previously intended to form a marriage alliance with the Mu family, boasting 3 foundation establishment cultivators in their family. The Huang family only sent 2 foundation establishment cultivators. One was at the early stage, and the other was at the middle stage. The sole remaining 9th layer clarifying cultivator of the Zhang family, Yang Wugong, agreed to submit to the Maple Leaf Huang family under the persuasion of the Huang family's foundation establishment ancestor. He would rather become a vassal of the Huang family than let the Mu family benefit. This outcome enraged the Mu family cultivators who had fought bloody battles, almost causing them to clash with the Huang family. The Mu family had paid a horrific price, with their foundation establishment ancestors perishing, yet in the end they had benefited the Huang family. However, the Mu family was powerless and could only accept reality. Mu Renlong, who had newly entered the foundation establishment realm, did not have the strength to fight when faced against the 2 veteran foundation establishment cultivators, especially the one at the middle stage. The Hid Sparrow, the Maple Leaf Huang family indeed had ulterior motives. Lan Chang'an was not at all surprised by the final outcome. As early as when he was stationed at the herb garden and heard that the marriage talks between the 2 families had broken down, Lan Chang'an knew the Huang family had ill intentions. If the marriage alliance between the Mu and Huang families had succeeded, after eliminating the Zhang family, the Huang family would have definitely found a way to absorb the Mu family, reducing them to a vassal. However, the Huang family's actions will come at cost and will inevitably draw the displeasure of the Beast Tangzhou family. Lan Chang'an considered another aspect. The Beast Tangzhou family was one of the 7 great cultivation families of the Lan Kingdom. It was the true overlord of the surrounding region. Previously, the Zhang family had pulled in a branch of the Zhou family. Without the Zhou family's intervention, the Zhang family had planned to gradually devour the Feiyu Lake's Mu family. In other words, conflict between the 2 families was tacitly permitted by the Beast Tangzhou family. However, they did not anticipate the variable of the evil cultivator Lan Xiaoshan, which severely crippled the Zhang family's strength. Meanwhile, the Mu family had unleashed their trump card, producing a new foundation establishment cultivator. Unexpectedly, the Mu family was now poised to devour the Zhang family. In the end, the Huang family, which had been watching for a long time, became that hid sparrow. With 3 foundation establishment cultivators, it allowed the Huang family to be a formidable force, an outcome the Zhou family did not wish to see. However, the Huang family did not directly participate in the battle, and the remnants of the Zhang family willingly submitted. Therefore, the Beast Tangzhou family had no grounds to accuse them. As some time passed, the foundation establishment ancestor Mu Renlong led the returning cultivators from the campaign back to the family. Conflict between the 2 families had finally drawn to a close. This attempt to eliminate the Zhang family fell far short of the Mu family's expected benefits. The only gain was the first-grade purple copper mine that had previously been a point of contention between the 2 families, now divided in favor of the Feiyu Lake Mu family. Later, Lan Chang'an learned some insider information. After the battle, the foundation establishment cultivators of the Zhou family, Huang family, and Mu family had held a private meeting. The Huang family voluntarily gave up some benefits to the Zhou family to alleviate the latter's dissatisfaction. The Mu family, which had made the greatest effort, ended up being the least beneficiary. They regained that first-grade purple hot mine. Additionally, they obtained some spoils of war from attacking the Zhang family's Bamboo Leaf Mountain. Whether the Mu family had gained or lost in this campaign, Lan Chang'an could not judge, but they certainly did not profit. Additionally, after eliminating the Zhang family, the Mu family would now face an even more formidable potential adversary, the Maple Leaf Huang family. The years were long 3 years later. Within a secluded courtyard enveloped by a formation at Feiyu Manor, Lan Chang'an sat cross-legged, cultivating, exhaling a long breath of clear air. By now, he had been with the Mu family for 12 years. 2 months ago, he had just turned 30 years old. It will still take a year or 2 to reach the 5th layer of clarifying. Lan Chang'an was in no hurry, concluding his daily routine cultivation. For him, there was not much difference between the 4th and 5th layers of clarifying. Only by advancing to the 7th layer, crossing into the late stage of clarifying, would his strength see a significant increase. Walking into the courtyard, Lan Chang'an received a letter, sent to him by Zhao Xiao. After briefly looking it over, Lan Chang'an's expression became pensive as he put away the letter and left his courtyard. At this time, in the neighboring courtyard of Lai Ergu, lanterns were lit and red silk banners hung high. Lan Chang'an had come to attend the wedding celebration. Today was the day Lai Ergu took a concubine. In recent years, Lai Ergu's original wife, Mu King, had grown old and lost her youthful beauty, causing Lai Ergu's disinterest. Some days ago, Lai Ergu had advanced to the 5th layer of clarifying, causing his status within the family to rise. Thus, with the support of the family's elders, Lai Ergu took 2 sisters from the Mu family as concubines. The eldest sister, Mu Kewei, was 18 years old. The younger sister, Mu Kilin, was 16. Of them, the eldest sister, Mu Kewei, had inferior grade spiritual roots. As a pair of sisters, their appearance and temperament were both better than Lai Ergu's original wife, prettier and younger. Ergu, you've changed. Lan Chang'an clearly remembered that Lai Ergu had previously said he liked girls like Huihua. Tell us when Master Lan. Uncle Lan. Amidst the respectful addresses, Lan Chang'an entered the lively, celebratory courtyard. Chapter 29, Revisiting Jinyun. Chapter 29, Revisiting Jinyun. Big brother Lan, you finally made it. Lai Ergu, dressed in a crimson-red robe, came out to greet him with open arms, wanting to give him a warm embrace. Chang'an was slightly annoyed, patting him on the shoulder instead. Compared to years ago, Lai Ergu's face had become more rounded, his belly slightly protruding, and his skin not as dark as before. Obviously under 30 years old at first glance, he looked like a wealthy gentleman. Long King, this is my congratulatory gift for you. Lan Chang'an took out 2 talisman papers, both excellent quality wind speed talismans that Lai Ergu had begged for years ago. Nowadays, the cultivators of the Mu family all call Lai Ergu Changking or Lai Changking. Haha, if Big Brother comes, just eat and drink as you please. Why give gifts? Lai Ergu's eyes lit up as he deftly took the talismans and led Lan Chang'an to the main table inside. There was a distinction between immortals and mortals, so Lai Ergu's relatives did not come, but he treated Lan Chang'an like his own brother. Although Lai Ergu was the first to reach the 5th layer of clarifying, he still respected Lan Chang'an as much as he did 10 years ago, and their relationship was just as close. Go and take care of your newlywed duties first. Lan Chang'an waved his hand dismissively. Over the past dozen years, Lai Ergu had fully integrated into the Mu family and birthed spirit root descendants for them. He had also gone to battle for the Mu family and even broke his leg. In the eyes of the Mu family members, he was trustworthy good son-in-law and was considered one of their own. There were many people coming to congratulate him, aside from the bride's relatives, including some family members Lai Ergu was familiar with. You know about Mu Yinglan. This golden flower of our Mu family went home to visit relatives a few days ago, and the ceremony was really grand, with late-stage clarifying cultivators personally escorting her. Tusk, Mu Yinglan married into the Beast Tang Zhu family, leaning on a big tree for shade. That was definitely the right move. The conversation from the neighboring table caught Lan Chang's attention. Yinglan was the spirit root lady that the Mu family had wanted to match with Lan Chang'an back then, but it did not work out and even caused her to harbor resentment. Lan Chang'an had heard about Mu Yinglan's marriage. 3 years ago, after the conflict between the two families, the relationship between the Feiyu Lake Mu family and the Beast Tang Zhu family gradually became closer, replacing the position previously held by the Zheng family. Facing the riding Huang family, the Zhu family became wary. The Maple Leaf Huang family had 3 foundation establishment cultivators and was united, so if they continued to develop, they might threaten the Zhu family position in the future. In contrast, the Mu family was the weak force, and their territory now bordered the Huang families. The Beast Tang Zhu family did not want the Huang family to swallow up the Mu family and become even stronger, so they had the idea of supporting the Mu family. This was the background behind Mu Yinglan's marriage to the Zhu family. Actually, the eldest young lady Mu Zian would have been the ideal marriage candidate. However, after the herb garden incident and reaching the 7th layer of clarifying, Mu Zian publicly declared that she would not marry. Mu Zian's cultivation was quite remarkable, and she was also a senior first-rank talisman master, so the Mu family elders did not want to lose such a talented person and supported her decision. By not marrying out, she could still take in a son-in-law in the future. It was said that Mu Yinglan took the initiative to replace Mu Zian and marry the second son of one of the Zhu family branches as the principal wife. For Mu Yinglan, it was considered marrying up. That girl sure holds a grudge. Lan Chang'an thought of something and couldn't help but smile. A few days ago, when Mu Yinglan returned home to visit relatives, she deliberately took a circuitous route past Lan Chang'an's courtyard. She did have the air of a noble matriarch from a great family. Lan Chang'an understood Mu Yinglan's ambition and desire to elevate her status, and he was happy to see her doing well for herself. That evening, Lai Erg took the pair of sisters Mu Kewei and Mu Kilin as his wives. He was overjoyed, embracing one with each arm. The scene made those who had once been immortal seedling bitter, and even some of the younger members of the Mu family felt envious. Lai Ergu was able to reach his current status all thanks to having children. He was the first to take a wife and have a child, receiving generous additional rewards. He was the first to give birth to a spiritual root descendant, obtaining mid-stage clarifying breakthrough pills. Afterwards, he had several more children. His reproductive ability was clearly stronger than other cultivators of the same realm. He had also risked his life for the Mu family before. For such a devoted son-in-law who had fully integrated into the family and was so prolific, the Mu family was naturally willing to cultivate him further and give him more responsibilities. If it were an ordinary man, he would have been mired in the pleasures of the flesh long ago. However, Lai Ergu was able to overcome this and never slacked off in his cultivation. In this regard, Lan Chang'an was quite surprised. In fact, the reason Lai Ergu was able to do this was because he was influenced by the bit cultivator Lan Chang'an in the neighboring courtyard. Even his new name was borrowed from Lan Chang'an. 3 days after taking his concubines, Lai Ergu took the initiative to visit Lan Chang'an and showed him a letter. Now, see, I wants us to gather at Jinyun Valley within 6 months. Yeah, I received the letter too. Lan Chang'an nodded. Since there was no urgency, he had not mentioned it when Lai Ergu took his concubines a few days ago. Big Brother Lan, what do you think? Should we help Zhao Xiao out a bit? Lai Ergu followed his opinion. The past year, Zhao Xiao had subtly expressed to them the difficulty she faced in competing for the core decile position. This time, she was inviting them to Jinyun Valley, so the implication was clear. Lan Chang'an said, we can help her out, but only within our means. How much does Big Brother plan to contribute? 100 spirit stones. Lan Chang'an held up one finger. Hey, at most I can only afford 50 spirit stones. My second son has just started cultivating and needs spirit stones for expenses, Lai Ergu said with difficulty. That's not a small amount, Lan Chang'an smiled. Lai Ergu did have a family after all, so his expenses were greater. It's still Big Brother who is dashing. Talisman masters can make money without so many burdens. After discussing, the two made their decision. The next day, they rode spiritual steeds and departed from the Mu family base. It's been 12 years. Lan Chang'an looked back at the resplendent Feiyu Lake, almost feeling a tinge of affection for this place. The last time he had gone out was 9 years ago. For a pure-blood member of the Mu family, it was extremely rare to not leave Feiyu Lake for nearly a decade. After being cooped up in the clan for so long, Lan Chang'an had some needs on this outing. First, the spoils of war in his storage house were extremely valuable, and he needed to find a place to sell them off, mainly the gains from killing Master Ji. Just the precious medicinal ingredients sealed in those jade boxes were worth over 1,000 spirit stones. Second, the cloud sand body refinement technique. He had been cultivating these past 2 years required first-grade spirit sandstones to absorb the essence of the minerals, and internally temper the body from the outside in. The first-grade sandstones that could be purchased within the clan were few in number and of average quality. While selling off his spoils, Lan Chang'an wanted to purchase a large batch of high-quality spirit sand, enough to last over 10 years if possible. Body refinement arts were both time-consuming and financially demanding. Most cultivators simply did not have the financial means, or if they did have the money, they lacked the patience to practice it concurrently. Although body refinement arts could greatly strengthen one's physical body, most cultivators relied on long-range tactics, magic traders, and special abilities, which were considered the orthodox path. Besides enhancing survival abilities and close quarters combat prowess, the advantages of body refinement arts were not outstanding. Therefore, few cultivators practiced body refinement arts. Yet Lan Chang'an had a very long lifespan, an abundance of free time every day, and currently had ample financial resources, fulfilling the conditions to concurrently cultivate body refinement arts. A month later, the two arrived at Hangshu Prefecture, riding spiritual steeds. They first went to the Marquis residence to meet up with Linyi. Linyi had also received Zhao Xiao's invitation. Haha, I've been waiting for you two for a long time. Come, try my Yanfeng tribute tea. Linyi greeted them with a bright smile, personally pouring the tea. Dressed in a loose robe with a beard at the corner of his lips, he exuded a steady yet amiable demeanor. Lan Chang'an almost forgot about the arrogant young master from years ago who wore luxurious robes. In the past 2 years, Lan Chang'an had dealing with Linyi. After establishing the Hidden Immortal Pavilion, Linyi had visited the Mu family base and purchased a batch of talismans from Lan Chang'an. Now, the Hidden Immortal Pavilion was basically running smoothly. Linyi had reached the 4th layer of clarifying, and recruited several wandering cultivators as well as a group of secular martial artists. The next day, the 3 of them rode spiritual steeds towards Jinyan Valley. For clarifying cultivators, using these semi-spiritual beast mounts was more convenient and energy-saving for long-distance travel compared to flying artifacts. A month later, Lan Chang'an and the others arrived at Jinyan Valley. Jinyan Valley was located in the heart of the Majestic Mountains. Under the blazing sunlight, those mineral-rich mountains reflected a faint golden glow onto the clouds, outlining the solemn and divine scene of a golden thread between mountain and cloud, a true Immortals' paradise. The 3 of them arrived at the foot of the mountain gate. Looking up at the lofty Immortal Sec above, Linyi and Lai Ergu felt mixed emotions of reverence, aspiration, and discontent. This was the place where they had previously failed. Chang'an was calm as still waters, neither humble nor arrogant, as he approached the mountain gate. He took out the token and asked the gatekeeper disciple to notify Zhao Xiao of their arrival. After about half an hour, Zhao Xiao, wearing a flowing white dress, flew over on a cloud of mist and gracefully landed before them. With the phoenix hairpin adorning her head and her ethereal dress fluttering, she exuded an enchanting, cold beauty befitting a celestial fairy. Lan Chang'an and the others were stunned for a moment. After 9 years apart, Zhao Xiao's beauty was breathtaking, like painting of an immortal maiden untouched by mortal dust. Taoists, I hope you have been well. Zhao Xiao's pair of spiritual, limpid eyes swept over Lan Chang'an and the others, revealing a hint of surprise. Lai Ergu and Linyi had changed significantly, but Lan Chang'an's appearance was almost the same as that 18-year-old youth, extraordinarily handsome, with an aloof, water-like comeliness. Fellow Taoist Zhao, are all the female disciples in your sect as beautiful as you? Lai Ergu snapped out of his daze with a grin, no longer the shy youth who would blush just at a glance from the once little Zhao Xiao. If fellow Taoist Lai is interested, I can introduce you to 2 ladies later on. Zhao Xiao laughed melodiously like a ring chime. The 4 of them chatted as they walked, like they had returned to their cow youth, entering Jinyan Valley to take part in the Immortal Sex examination all those years ago. Zhao Xiao led the way in Jinyan Valley's visiting peak, and they sat down in a pavilion. Please, have a seat, fellow Taoists. Zhao Xiao sat elegantly at the head seat, gently lifting her flowing sleeves to reveal jade-like tender wrists as she used her spiritual energy to summon a tea set and plate of spiritual fruits to each of their small bowls. Chapter 30, Superior Grade Magic Weapon. At the visiting peak pavilion, there was no Xiaofeng at the gathering, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Zhao Xiao had already reached the 8th layer of clarifying. The vast gap made Linyi and Lai Ergu sigh wistfully, having no hope of catching up in this life. As the initiator of the gathering, and the only female cultivator present, the conversation naturally centered around Zhao Xiao. Through casual conversation, Lan Chang'an and the others learned many secrets of the cultivation world in the kingdom of Lang that lower-level cultivators would find hard to access. Zhao Xiao even had some understanding of the cultivation situation in the neighboring kingdoms. Elegant and gracious, Zhao Xiao did not neglect anyone, inquiring about each of the 3's recent circumstances and offering advice. When the discussion turned to Linyi, it inevitably involved the hidden immortal pavilion he had painstakingly established. Fellow Taoist Lin, your hidden immortal pavilion starts from the secular world, doing business for lower-level cultivators. The concept is not bad, but you must be careful not to interfere with the secular dynasties and avoid encroaching on the interests of major sects and clans. Zhao Xiao's assessment was quite positive. This is not solely my achievement, Lin replied humbly, feeling gratified inwardly. Zhao Xiao then asked, fellow Taoist Lin, are you acquainted with senior brother Zhang Taishan? We've had some interactions, Lin Yan cautiously, unsure of Zhao Xiao's attitude. Zhang Taishan was the one who ranked first in the 3rd trial Illusion Heart platform of Jinyan Valley's entrance examination all those years ago. Lan Chang'an had met him once at the Marquis residence, rejecting Zhang's invitation to exterminate an evil spirit from a haunted mansion at the time. It was on that occasion that Lin accompanied Zhang in exercising evil spirits, forging a connection with him. Although Zhang Taishan's aptitude is average, his determination is firm, and he has gained the appreciation of an elder from an outer peak. You being able to associate with him is truly rare. Zhao Xiao praised him unexpectedly. This almost made the now mature and steady Lin feel somewhat elated, harboring the illusion that the celestial maiden Zhao might actually favor him. Fortunately, he was calm enough to understand the gap between them. No matter how long he had admired her, he dared not show the slightest impropriety before the current Zhao Xiao, who was akin to a fairy. Next, the conversation turned to Lai Ergu. Xiao couldn't help but smile, finding it hard to connect the well-off gentleman named Lan Chang'an before her with the timid, dark-skinned young farmer from years ago. Haha, fellow Taoist Chang'an is surrounded by beauties in the cultivation clan, and his cultivation is steadily progressing. If he had joined the sect back then, how could he enjoy the good life he has now? Linyi joked, inevitably feeling envious in his heart. That farm boy he had once looked down upon, now surpassed him in both status and cultivation in the immortal world. Lan Chang'an also smiled. If Lai Ergu had truly joined the sect, he might not have had such a prosperous life. Fellow Taoist Lai must be mindful that the mundane desires of the secular world can affect the purity of the 6 roots, but if those desires can be cleansed, it will aid in cultivating a folk's mind. Zhao Xiao offered him advice as well. Finally, they discussed Lan Chang'an. Zhao Xiao's brilliant, beautiful eyes lingered slightly on Lan Chang'an's face. When they had first met, she was still a young girl, attracted by the tales of the Jianghu and romantic stories Lan Chang'an had told back then. Closeness from years ago, that indescribable flutter of the heart, had almost been worn away by the passage of over a decade and the vastness of the immortal world. Fellow Taoist Lan, although the wood-based cultivation method you practice has a rejuvenating effect, its progress is slow. If you have the opportunity, you may want to consider switching to a fire-based method more suited to you. Yao Xiao smiled, feeling regretful in her heart. Originally, Lan Chang's aptitude was not bad, but failing to join the sect that one misstep led to further mistakes. Now, his cultivation even lagged behind Lai Ergu's. The path of talismans is a decent skill, but do not become too immersed in it. For us cultivators, the Tao is the root. And thanks to fellow Taoist Zhao for your kind guidance. Lan Chang could see that Zhao Xiao meant well, and her advice to the three of them was quite reasonable. For ordinary wandering cultivators to receive pointers from a sect cultivator was an extremely rare opportunity. Next, Lin Yi and Lai Ergu consulted Zhao Xiao about various cultivation issues. There's no need to be so formal. Let's discuss amongst ourselves. Without arrogance from her status, Zhao Xiao would occasionally smile, listening attentively, dispelling the initial aloof celestial air that made one not dare to offend her. The atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. The sect very liked Zhao Xiao around. The few of them could engage in relaxed and enjoyable exchanges and discussions about cultivation. Sipping tea and discoursing on the Tao was delight to the heart. Everyone present had gained something. In the process of explaining, Zhao Xiao would occasionally have flashes of enlightenment and realizations. Lan Chang'an, who was recultivating, felt a sense of renewed understanding when discussing these lower-level cultivation contents. This was the companionship aspect of the immortal cultivation path, to communicate with one's fellow practitioners and to be taught by one's master. Individual wisdom is limited. If one were to constantly seclude themselves without interacting and exchanging pointers with others, no matter how long the lift span, they would inevitably face all sorts of obstacles and fetters. The current harmonious and pleasant atmosphere made Lan Chang'an feel gratified. In his previous 2 lives, he had encountered too much scheming and the darkness of the world. In his early years of cultivation this life, the few friends he had made were all good-natured. Despite being at different levels of the cultivation world, the 4 of them had maintained contact for over a decade after first meeting, which was truly commendable. Of course, Lan Chang'an deeply understood that the human heart was fickle, and with his lifespan remaining long, the future was still unknown. At the sunset, Yao Xiao finally brought up the main purpose of the gathering. Fellow Taoist Xiao has called you here to request something. Yao Xiao spoke earnestly. Fellow Taoist Zhao, we basically understand your circumstances. Feel free to state your needs, Lin Yi readily replied. Yao Xiao nodded with a smile and took out an iron umbrella with some rust. There was a magical weapon, with 2 sections of the umbrella's frame broken and several obvious cracks on the canopy. This is a superior-grade magical weapon passed down in my family, but unfortunately the materials have been damaged, leaving only 30 to 40% of its power, Yao Xiao explained. She wanted to compete for the core disciple position, but the magical weapon in her possession was not powerful enough. Normally, a superior-grade magical weapon corresponds to the Uri Foundation establishment realm. But in the sect, disciples' cultivation methods were extraordinary, and their spiritual power profound. Even with just a late clarifying stage cultivation, they could control a superior-grade magical weapon and unleash tremendous power. To repair this superior-grade magical weapon, Yao Xiao faced 2 major difficulties. First, she lacked spirit stones. Her spirit stones were mainly used for cultivation needs, with no surplus to repair the magical weapon. The deficit was at least 200 spirit stones. Second, she could not act an artifact refiner within the sect to repair this magical weapon, or else its abilities and characteristics might be revealed, unfavorable for her in competing for the core disciple position. Now, Xiao did not have any artifact refiners she trusted within the sect. She wanted to commission someone she trusted to get it repaired outside in the marked towns, without letting her competitors within the sect know. The first issue was easily solved. Lan Chang'an took out 100 spirit stones. Lin Yi grudgingly contributed 60 spirit stones. Lai Ergu only offered 50 spirit stones. Total of 210 spirit stones. That was enough spirit stones. Now the question was who would take on the task. Lin Yi was vaguely looking forward to it in his heart. After all, the hidden immortal pavilion that he had created was considered a power at the lower cultivation levels. Fellow Taoist Lan, you have time to make a trip to the Five Peaks Mark Town and have the artifact refiner Gu Lai repair this magical weapon. Yao Xiao's beautiful eyes swept across the 3 of them before settling on Lan Chang'an. Aside from maintaining secrecy, repairing the magical weapon would take time, and she currently did not have much free time to go out during this crucial stage of her cultivation. I can do it. I was planning to go to the marked towns to purchase some materials anyway. Lan Chang'an agreed without a second thought. Even if he didn't help with this favor, he still needed to go to the market to buy first-grade spirit sand and sell off his spoils of war. On the side, Lin Yi felt envious, for the important task of repairing a superior-grade magical weapon to be entrusted to Lan Chang'an showed Zhao Xiao's trust in his character and abilities. There are also 2 sect missions that I hope fellow Taoists Lin and Lai can assist with. Yao Xiao's ruby lip curved into a smile as she spoke. So, Lin Yi and Lai Ergu each received a mission. Lai Ergu's mission was to go to the capital of the Kingdom of Lang and secretly protect the descendant of a certain Foundation establishment realm Deacon from Jinyan Valley for half a year. The reason was that the political situation in the capital was unstable, and that Dean member held a key official position. Lin Yi's mission was to collect a rare moonlight grass that only grew in specific locations during a full moon night. It was not very valuable, but rather troublesome to obtain. He was tasked with gathering 20 plants, which would require much effort and probably take a year. Now, Xiao did not have the time for these sect missions, but the sect had an annual requirement, and completing them would earn contributions. Now, Xiao has really thought this through, assigning each of us suitable tasks. Lan Chang'an mused silently. For example, Lai Ergu with the highest cultivation was given the simplest bodyguard mission. Lin Yi's task was more tedious, but not difficult with the hidden immortal pavilion assistance. Lan Chang'an's task was the most important, requiring someone steady and trustworthy. Fellow Taoists, Xiao will keep today's events in mind. Before parting, Yao Xiao stood upright with a curtsy full of grace. Fellow Taoist Xiao, there's no need for such courtesy. Lin Yi and Lai Ergu were flattered. After bidding farewell to Zhao Xiao, Lan Chang'an and the others headed down the mountain together. Brother Lan, do you know why Zifelin did not come this time? Lin Yi asked with an air of mystery. Zifelin. Chang recalled that alchemy apprentice student from the 3-year appointment at the Immortal Gathering building years ago, who had subtly mocked him and looked down on the 3 of them during the banquet. This time, Yao Xiao did not even mention this person. Hey, let me tell you. Lin Yi laughed gleefully at the misfortune. Over the years, Zifelin has been selling inferior spirit pills and even poisonous pills, harming many wandering cultivators and even descendants of sect cultivators. The matter was reported to the law enforcement hall by Zhang Nation, and Zifelin has recently been detained, soon to face heavy punishment from the sect. Your feedback and ratings are greatly appreciated. If you have a moment, please consider rating this novel on Novel Updates. Should you notice any errors in this chapter, kindly mention them in the comments below so I can correct them. Thank you. Chapter 31, Selling Spoils in the Marked Town. Chapter 31, Selling Spoils in the Marked Town. Upon learning of Zifelin's tragic downfall, Lan Chang'an looked deeply at Lin Yi. Lin Yi had a connection with Zhang Taishan. It was Zhang Taishan who made trouble in the sect, pushing Zifelin into the abyss. Years ago at the 3-year appointment, Zifelin had made Lin Yi lose face. It was hard to say whether Lin Yi harbored a grudge. If Lin Yi played a key role in instigating this matter, Lan Chang'an had to admit he had underestimated this former young marquis. Lin Yi's revelation now might be an intentional display of his capabilities, aimed to win over Lan Chang'an, talisman master, enjoying his hidden immortal pavilion. Zhang Taishan is also a remarkable figure. Lan Chang'an recalled Zhao Xiao's appraisal of this person's firm and will, and having gained the appreciation of an out-peak elder. An out-peak elder of Jinyun Valley was at least a fake Dan immortal. Fake Dan was formed of lesser quality Dan, also known as inferior Dan or gray Dan. Although not as powerful as true core formation realm or golden Dan immortals, as some might call them, fake Dan immortals lived 100 years longer than the foundation establishment realm cultivators, and their strength easily crushed the late foundation establishment sage. In his previous life, even though Lan Chang'an had formed a true Dan of decent quality, he could not ignore the existence of fake Dan cultivators. It seems I did miss out on a decent connection by not participating in the evil spirit exorcism at Hengshu Prefecture back then. Looking back now, Lan Chang'an did not deny this, but he also did not regret it. Without foresight, if one wanted to conduct themselves with minimal risk and steadiness, it was inevitable to miss out on certain opportunities. At the foot of Jinyun Valley Mountain, Lan Chang'an and the others parted ways, heading in different directions. Lan Chang'an took out a jade slip given by Zhao Xiao, containing map information of the cultivation world in the Kingdom of Lang. The map marked large and small cultivation forces, including marked towns and some dangerous locations. Even Feiyu Lake was labeled on it. Based on the map, the strongest force of the Flame Departing Palace in Lang Kingdom cultivation world was located near the center. The 4 other major cultivation sects, including Jinyun Valley, were scattered across the 4 corners of Lang. Jinyun Valley position was towards the western side of Lang. The 5 Peaks marked town that Lan Chang'an aimed to visit was located south of Jinyun Valley, about half a month's journey away. Lan Chang'an had a flying boat in his storage pouch, but could not easily use it. Most late clarifying cultivators did not have flying boats, and using one at the mid-clarifying stage would be rather ostentatious. On this day, Lan Chang'an arrived at 5 Peaks Marked Town riding a spiritual steed. 5 Peaks Marked Town was situated in the middle of several towering mountains, resembling a basin. The surrounding peaks were treacherous with swirling mists, completely inaccessible to ordinary mortals. Settling his spiritual steed, Lan Chang'an used a body shrinking technique to transform into a sturdy, muscular man. Wielding a low-grade magic treasure dark gold blade, he passed through a veil of mist peaks. Suddenly, his vision brightened. A marked town spanning 10 li and enveloped by a second-grade spirit formation came into view. The outskirts of the marked town consisted of terraced spiritual fields extending upwards in tiers. Large swaths of these fields were planted with golden-orange spiritual grains, a dazzling golden sight from afar that was quite magnificent. Inside the marked town were well-arranged streets and alleys with elegant architecture showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Swoosh. Streets of light crisscrossed as cultivator occasionally landed and took off within the marked town, accompanied by constant sounds of air braking. At the entrance of 5 Peaks Marked Town, the muscular man Lan Chang'an was disguised as simply registered his information, paid a deposit of 2 spirit stones, and received an identity token. Without an identity token, entrance would immediately be sensed by the spirit formation. Those entering the marked town cannot stay overnight or sit in meditation, unless staying at an inn or renting a residence, the guard cultivator reminded him. Understood. Lan Chang'an smiled and entered the marked town, accustomed to such rules. The purpose of these regulations was to prevent freeloaders from siphoning the spiritual energy here. Each spiritual vein, depending on its grade and scale, had a limit on how many cultivators it could sustain. Senior, is this your first time visiting 5 Peaks Marked Town? Junior, who would like to be your guide? I can introduce the various ships and areas of the marked town for just half a spirit stone. A squinty-eyed youth enthusiastically approached him. Sure, lead the way first. Lan Chang'an did not pretend to be a wealthy customer, handing the youth 30 spirit cents instead. Thank you, senior, the youth happily bowed. 5 Peaks Marked Town is under the jurisdiction of the Wanjin family. Underground lies a second-grade mid-rate spiritual vein, and there are some superior-grade caves in the core area. The outer spiritual Kai environment is equivalent to a first-grade spiritual vein. The East Street is concentrated with major shops of excellent quality but also higher prices. On West Street, people can freely set up stalls for trading. What is that building for? Lan Chang'an pointed to a 6-story pavilion with an antique style and hanging lantern that stood out among the other shops. That is the 100 Fragrance Immortal Pavilion. The immortal maidens inside are skilled in music and rhythm that can cultivate one's temperament, cleanse the mind, and aid in break through mental obstacles. Just musical arts. The 100 Fragrance Immortal Pavilion is not a brothel. The fairies inside are cultivators who practice the art of music and rhythm. Each one is outstandingly beautiful with a graceful bearing. Of course, if you have enough charm, some of the immortal maidens inside could open their hearts to you. The youth laughed mischievously, revealing an expression that men would understand. However, the entrance fee here is quite high, at least 5 spirit stones. For the top immortal maidens, their performance fee is equivalent to a magical weapon. Lan Chang'an chuckled lightly, not commenting on it. After making a round through the marked town, Lan Chang'an had inquired about many things, opening his eyes and ears to gather the intelligence he needed. 100 Refinement Workshop can forge up to superior-grade magical weapons. Their head artifact refiner Gulai is the one specified by Zhao Xiao. Artifact refiner Gulai has a good reputation and a good word of mouth from the people, but there are many who seek his services, so there is often a waiting queue. Besides Zhao Xiao's commission, Lan Chang'an also founded 2 reputable shops that purchased spiritual herbs. The first-grade spirit sandstones he needed for the Cloud Sand Body Refinement Technique were sold at 1 material shop and 1 mineral shop. After gathering intelligence, Lan Chang'an did not take immediate action. He first stayed at an inn in the marked town for 2 nights, casually purchasing some common resources to avoid drawing unwanted attention as a new face. It was not until the 3rd day that he went to inquire at the 100 Refinement Workshop. My master has many magic treasures to forge shortly, so you may have to queue up for half a year. If you're in a hurry, you can consider some other first-grade artifact refiners in the marked town instead. The short-haired youth who received Lan Chang'an was a disciple of artifact refiner Gulai. I don't need to forge a magic treasure, just repair an exquisite one. Can an exception be made? Lan Chang'an only passed over a small bag. The short-haired youth took the bag and weighed it, feeling at least 10 spirit stones inside. His expression softened as he revealed a slight smile. If it's just repairing a magic treasure, I can arrange for it within a month. By the way, what grade of magic treasure do you need repaired? The specific repair plan I will discuss with Master Gu later on. Lan Chang'an did not reveal it was a superior grade magic treasure. An intact top-grade magic treasure was worth at least 500 to 600 spirit stones, an immense sum for an ordinary clarifying cultivator. While artifact refiner Gulai had a good reputation and broad experience, preventing him from harboring ill intentions, the same could not be said for his disciples. All right, I'll take you to see my master later. The short-haired youth kept the bag with a smile. Many clients had such confidentiality requirements. The short-haired youth went to report first. After a length of time, he came back and led Lan Chang'an to the courtyard. Inside a refinement chamber, Lan Chang'an met a bare-chested burly man with a long beard, the 2nd-rank artifact refiner Gulai, at the 9th layer of clarifying. Only after the short-haired youth left did Lan Chang'an take out the damaged iron umbrella magic weapon. The iron trellis umbrella. Gulai caressed the iron umbrella, pondering for a moment. It seemed he had seen this magical weapon before, possibly even worked on it in the past. Are you surnamed Zhao? I was entrusted by a friend surnamed Zhao. You found the right person. This iron trellis umbrella was one I assisted my master in forging back then. The repair fee will be 200 spirit stones, Gulai stated matter-of-factly. Chang'an did not bargain, instead requesting a spirit contract where Gulai would imprint a trace of his mana as a record. They agreed for the magic treasure to be repaired within a month. Such a spirit contract had no absolute binding force, only serving as proof. The imprinted mana mark was akin to signature and seal in the mortal world, as each cultivator's spiritual aura was unique. Lan Chang'an was cautious, choosing not to imprint his own spiritual energy mark. A prudent lad. Watching Lan Chang'an leave, Gulai shook his head. The magic treasure was left at the 100 Refinement Workshop. Lan Chang'an rented a low-grade residence in the marked town for a month. The spiritual kai was about the same as Feiyu Manor, but the monthly rent of 3 spirit stones was rather poor value. The time that followed, he would occasionally go out in various disguises to sell items at the marked town shops or the free trade area. Offloading some less conspicuous spiritual herbs and medicinal ingredients was relatively simple. Pills he did not need were sold off in matches, including 3 low-grade magical weapons, all obtained from Master Ji. These spoils did not have distinct identifying features, so there was no need to worry unless the original owners happened to encounter them. Over half a matches, Lan Chang'an sold off his spoils in matches while changing disguises, bit by bit. In total, he profited nearly 1,000 spirit stones. He had mostly sold off the spirit pills. However, there were a few exceedingly rare medicinal ingredients over 200 years old, quite eye-catching, and worth hundreds of spirit stones each. Lan Chang'an did not dare easily unload them, especially on the day. During his routine inspection, Lan Chang'an discovered that one of the spirit stones he had received had been subtly hammered with. The spirit stone had a tracking powder attached to it, invisible to the naked eye and undetectable to normal senses. Crunch. Chang's expression turned ugly as he crushed the spirit stone, unleashing a burst of flames in his palm that released a pungent green smoke into the air. Chapter 32, Luck Befitting One's Life. I am being targeted. If not for Lan Chang's powerful spiritual sense and keen precision, he would have almost missed the tampering on the spirit stone. These days, he had been cautious enough to the point he thought he hadn't revealed any flaws. Lan Chang's expression fluctuated as he repeatedly pondered and analyzed the reasons. Having experienced 2 lifetimes of cultivation, his experience and understanding were incomparable to ordinary cultivators. Soon, he had some preliminary deductions. The first possibility was that he was simply unlucky and had caught the attention of some evil cultivators in the marked town, seen as an easy target. The second was that his disguise was not perfect, and he had inadvertently revealed clues during his actions. Above 2 were mainly due to luck. Additionally, there was a third situation that had nothing to do with luck. Lan Chang'an looked towards his storage pouch. In his previous life, he knew that certain keen-nosed spirit beasts could detect treasures or aged medicinal ingredients in storage pouches. He had once known an eccentric person who could tell how many spirit stones were in one storage pouch just by being near them. In the cultivation world, nothing was too strange, with all kinds of rare and secret techniques constantly emerging. One should never be careless, thinking they were absolutely safe. Storage pouches used in the cultivation world are not true spatial items capable of forming their own spaces. Lan Chang'an sighed lightly. Storage pouches used by ordinary cultivators were made by combining low-grade spatial materials with special talisman arrays and forging techniques. The theory was similar to compressing a few barrel-sized volumes into a small bag. They also had to be paired with weight-reducing talismans, otherwise people would leave footprints wherever they walked. Protection of storage houses mainly relied on talismans and durable materials, unable to completely block certain sophisticated detection methods. Forget it. The profits from vending these goods will be enough for many years. Lan Chang'an decided not to take any action. In the cave dwelling, he sat cross-legged, closing his eyes as his conscience communicated with the handsome young man from his first life imprinted on the Nine Seal Stele. Over the years, the first life's soul imprint had been relit by the nourishment of his soul. The higher the realm, the faster it could be lit up. However, the white-bearded old man at the peak of core formation realm from his second life had only lit up a single strand of hair. Perhaps the soul essence at the core formation realm was too strong. The lighting progress was as slow as a snail. If he could light up the soul imprint of his second life. When previously facing the evil cultivator, Lan Chang'an, Lan Chang'an wouldn't have needed to put on an act and would have had a chance to severely injure or even kill him. Lan Chang'an surmised that once he reached the foundation establishment realm, he could accelerate the lighting speed of his second life. No one is watching. The addition of his first life soul imprint, Lan Chang'an's spiritual sense could be amplified to the foundation establishment realm. The foundation establishment realm, spiritual sense could be extended outwards. The past few days, Lan Chang'an had intermittently checked the surroundings of the cave dwelling, but found nothing suspicious. As the other party realized they had startled the snake and decided to give up, or are they temporarily lying low, Lan Chang'an no longer went out. The past few days, he had purchased a large batch of first-grade sandstone needed for Cloud Sand Body Refinement Manual, spending several hundred spirit stones in scattered small batches. This amount was not exorbitant but also not small, and could have attracted the attention of interested parties. Chang'an had heard that there were black market connections in the market town that were more suitable for selling stolen goods. Since it's a black market, it must be a shade place with risks inevitably greater than the market town. Lan Chang'an shook his head. Without absolute certainty in his strength, he wouldn't dare touch the black market. A few days later, promised time had finally arrived, and Lan Chang'an left the cave dwelling, directly heading to the 100 Refinement Workshop. A superior-grade magical weapon, the Iron Lotus Umbrella, its quality restored to pristine condition, Refiner Gulai handed the refurbished magic weapon umbrella to Lan Chang'an. 100 spirit stones, transaction completed. Lan Chang'an inspected it and found that the weapon had been repaired quite well, with almost no visible flaws. By the way, Master Gu, if I have all the materials, would it be possible for you to forge a new Iron Trellis umbrella in the future? Before leaving, Lan Chang'an asked. This top-grade magical weapon Iron Trellis umbrella, capable of switching forms for attack and defense while concealing deployable umbrella needles, quite suited Lan Chang'an's tastes. Possible. The Iron Lotus umbrella is an imitation of the Magic Treasure 1000 Magnetism umbrella, which can be imitated up to the highest grade of magical weapon. However, with my current skills, I can only forge superior-grade magical weapons. Furthermore, reforging a new one would be quite costly, at least 700 or 800 spirit stones. Gulai squinted at him. Lan Chang'an disguise couldn't deceive his eyes. Then never mind. Lan Chang'an seemed to find the price too exorbitant and directly took his leave. His spiritual sense might be powerful, but his current cultivation was insufficient to truly support a superior-grade magic weapon. For now, mid-grade magic weapons were most suitable for him. Combined with his powerful spiritual sense, he could control two for a short time, on par with the late clarifying stage. After retrieving the magic weapon, Lan Chang'an swiftly left the Five Peaks Mark Town without delay. Just after flying out of the Mark Town for a distance, Lan Chang'an frowned, sensing a tail and a vague sense of scrutiny from behind. He quickly landed in a forest. Closing his eyes to focus, using the first life soul imprint from the Nine Seal Stele to amplify his spiritual sense, he swiftly extended it outwards. The state of spiritual sense amplification required concentrating his mind to communicate with the Nine Seal Stele. It couldn't be used in a combat state or normally, unless he let his first life descend into his body and consume one opportunity. It's him. Lan Chang'an showed a surprised expression, his spiritual sense detecting an elderly man with floral whiskers at the 8th layer of clarifying, taking out a black mask to wear on his face. This person was the shopkeeper of the Spirit Herb Pavilion in the Mark Town. Lan Chang'an had visited the man's shop a few times under different disguises for her action. Kid, don't blame me for taking action. Blame yourself for repeatedly loitering around my shop, too tempting for this old man to resist. The Spirit Herb Pavilion shopkeeper made a hand seal with one hand, a plump winged insect hovering above his palm, staring in Lan Chang'an's direction. This insect could sense aged, precious medicinal herbs in a cultivated storage pouch. XMPH, a muffled thunderous sound exploded in his ears. The Spirit Herb Pavilion shopkeeper's face turned pale as his mind wavered. The next moment, the flying insect above his palm let out a shrill cry, bleeding and falling with a swollen belly. Instantly killed. Not good, Foundation Establishment Realm. The Spirit Herb Pavilion shopkeeper was terrified, using a blood-burning secret technique, and rapidly pressing 2 speed-boosting talismans to flee towards the Mark Town at speed exceeding the 9th layer of clarifying. Only after returning to the Mark Town, he was drenched in cold sweat, his heart still pounding. Vicious, a Foundation Establishment cultivator actually disguised himself as a weak clarifying cultivator. Luckily, this old man reacted quickly. After using the secret technique, the Spirit Herb Pavilion shopkeeper's face was ghastly pale as he plopped down on the ground with his buttocks, nearly fainting. So fast. In the forest, Lan Chang'an was dumbfounded, watching the dust trail left by the fleeing septuagenarian. The Spirit Herb Pavilion shopkeeper in the Mark Town was considered a low big shot, with his own background and the cultivation of the 8th layer of clarifying. Chang'an had only used his spiritual sense to issue a warning, containing sound waves that killed the insect capable of sensing medicinal herbs. Directly confront and fight, he would have a 9 out of 10 chance of success. However, if he failed to swiftly defeat the opponent, it might bring trouble. Who knew if the other party had backup or a powerful backer? There were Foundation Establishment cultivators stationed within the Five Peaks Mark Town. Five Peaks Mark Town, the Spirit Herb Pavilion. And Chang'an silently made a note before swiftly leaving the Five Peaks Mountain Mark Town. A month later, Lan Chang'an returned to the Jinyan Valley and had the gatekeeper disciple report his arrival. Not long after, the ethereally beautiful Zhao Xiao flew out. Fortunately, Lan Chang'an did not enter the mountain gate, instead taking out a long box from a secluded corner and handing it to Zhao Xiao. Fellow Taoist Lan, I've troubled you this time. Zhao Xiao accepted the long box, quickly opening to take a glance inside with delight showing on her exquisite painting-like features. Fellow Taoist Zhao, are there any larger marked towns in our vicinity? Lan Chang'an inquired. Based on his experience, the larger the marked town scale, the safer it was to deal with high-value items. The Five Peaks marked town is not small, Zhao Xiao pondered. The nearest marked town larger than that is the Yellow Dragon Immortal City. It's backed by the Black Fog Mountain Range with many wandering cultivators. If one has enough financial resources, it's even possible to purchase Foundation Establishment pills there. Yellow Dragon Immortal City, Foundation Establishment pills. Lan Chang'an had also heard the Mu family mention the Yellow Dragon Immortal City, though the distance was quite far. His heart stirred. In the past, Mu Renlong likely went to the Yellow Dragon Immortal City to establish his foundation. Cultivated Lan, are you currently capable of refining superior-grade talismans? Before parting, Zhao Xiao asked. It would be quite difficult with a very low success rate. If I happen to successfully refine one, spreading out the cost will result in a serious loss, Lan Chang'an replied. If he became a first-rank superior-grade talisman master at this point, his talisman talent would be extremely high. Lan Chang'an did not want to catch the attention of major powers and become a talisman crafting tool. Once caught in certain whirlpools, he would lose his autonomy. A month later, Lan Chang'an returned to Hengshu Prefecture. He went to the Marquis residence. Lan Chang'an planned to leave a message, not waiting for Lai Ergu, returning to Feiyu Lake first. Lai Ergu was working as a bodyguard in the capital, and would need at least a few more months. He happened to be at the manor and personally received him, also requesting to purchase a batch of new talismans of higher quality than before. Brother Chang'an, from now on we won't be meeting at the Marquis residence for contact. Lin Yi revealed a mysterious smile. I'll take you to the stronghold of Hidden Immortal Pavilion and show you a surprise. Chapter 33, Avenging Along the Way. Hidden Immortal Pavilion stronghold that Lin Yi spoke of was located in a valley, 100 miles south of Hengshu City. It wasn't far away, so the two of them flew there directly with their magic tools. The valley had a fog illusion array set up. They entered an underground palace, with corridors whose walls were inlaid with countless night pearls. A spirit-gathering array, a small-scale spirit ground. Brother Lin's investment is quite substantial. Lan Chang'an looked around and praised. Before entering the underground palace, he had scanned it with his spiritual sense and detected no ambushes. A few years ago I was fortunate to discover this underground spring, which allowed me to cultivate this spirit ground. Of course, the cultivation effects here are definitely not as good as a first-grade spiritual vein. Lin Yi laughed heartily, his eyes flickering as he spoke. Fortunate to discover. Lan Chang'an smiled without saying anything. Unless one was extremely lucky, how could a deeply buried underground spring be easily discovered? Indeed, I can't deceive Brother Lan. Lin Yi sighed, revealing the truth. This underground spring was something I learned about from a wandering cultivator I killed. To make cultivation easier, I simply built my stronghold here. Inside the underground palace, there were quite a few stone halls. Along the way, they encountered two mundane martial experts. Pavilion Master. As they reached the stone hall, there was someone guarding the entrance, a wandering cultivator at the second layer of purifying. Lin Yi nodded, leading Lan Chang'an into the stone hall. Pungent smell of medicinal herbs and charcoal wafted over. Lan Chang'an focused his gaze to see a pill furnace deep inside the stone hall, with some spirit wood charcoal burning beneath it. In front of the pill furnace sat a disheveled and unkempt man with legs broken at the knees, controlling the fire under the furnace. Pavilion Master Lin. The disheveled man turned his head, extremely respectful with a flattering expression. Fellow Taoist Lan, you're here too? Seeing Lan Chang'an, the disheveled man paused, then revealed an ingratiating smile. Zia Felon. Lan Chang'an was startled, barely recognizing the man's identity from that emaciated face. Correct, it's Zia Felon. Lin Yi smiled, affirming it. Fellow Taoist Lan must be very curious how he ended up here. 2 months ago, this person was beaten 100 times and expelled from the Jinyan Valley. After leaving the sect, the wandering cultivators he had previously swindled with inferior pills and poisonous pills gathered to take revenge, beating him severely. In the end, it was only due to my kindness that I rescued him and provided him with a stable job. Lin Yi explained the circumstances. During the narration, Zia Felon secretly cast pleading glances towards Lan Chang'an. Lan Chang'an glanced at his broken legs, cleanly severed at the knees, peering over his knee. His cultivation had dropped to the second layer of purifying, and there also seemed to be a talisman array placed on him. Lan Chang'an pondered but did not plead for Zia Felon. 10 years ago at the Immortal Gathering Building's rendezvous, Zia Felon, as an apprentice alchemist, arrogantly looked down on the three of them due to his status, even insulting Lan Chang'an. He had even tried to sell them inferior pills. Could have imagined that today he would be captured in Lin Yi's secret chamber, reduced to a mere pill refining tool. Brother Zia, just work diligently. As long as you refine pills for me for 20 years to repay the debt of saving your life, I'll let you return to reunite with your wife and daughter at that time. Lin Yi laughed heartily, his heart gratified. After leaving the Alchemy Stone Hall, Lan Chang'an sold a batch of talismans to Lin Yi. Previously, Lin Yi mainly purchased basic talismans and first-rank talismans. This time, he also bought a small quantity of mid-grade talismans. Lan Chang'an once again declined Lin Yi's invitation to become a deputy pavilion master. He then wrote a magical tool and left the stronghold of the Hidden Immortal Pavilion. Half a month later, Lan Chang'an was riding a spirit horse along the field road. In the distance, a long convoy of horse carriages appeared. Lan Chang'an didn't think much of it, preparing to pass by, until he sent monofluctuations from multiple sources. Cultivators. After some thought, Lan Chang'an rode his horse into a nearby mountain forest. Soon after, a caravan of at least 100 people passed by. Most in the caravan were mortals, but at least 20 or so people amid fluctuations of spiritual energy. Sheng Wugong. On a tall spirit horse sat a burly dark-skinned man with a centipede-like scar on his cheek, nearly extending to his neck. This was the last remaining ninth layer of clarifying elder of the Zheng family. Chang'an had an impression of him because 12 years ago, Zheng Wugong had led a team to intercept and kill their batch of immortal seedlings. In that battle years ago, only 6 spirit seedlings survived out of the original land. Chang'an activated his evergreen technique, concealing his aura like withered wood. Even the ninth layer of clarifying Zheng Wugong could not detect his probing. Zheng Wugong leading his family to migrate. Recalling the conflict between the two families 3 years ago, the Zheng family of Bamboo Leaf Mountain had submitted to the Maple Leaf Huang family. Now, with Zheng Wugong leading his family members to leave, it was clear he did not wish to remain subordinate, intending to seek development elsewhere and continue the Zheng family's cultivation lineage. If they continued relying on the Huang family, the Zheng family's fate would be to be eventually absorbed. Lan Chang'an, having come from a cultivating lineage in his previous life, understood these families' emphasis on bloodline inheritance. As the caravan gone far away, Lan Chang'an was about to continue on his way. At that moment, 2 more spirit horses appeared on the official road, a man and woman walking leisurely, occasionally looking around to check if there were any pursuers behind them. A smooth journey time with no action from the Mu and Huang families. Considering the Zhu family's face, perhaps they truly let it go. One of them, a round-faced man in the 6th layer of clarifying, remarked, "It's a pity little Yan grudge was not avenged. Going like this, who knows when in our lifetime we'll have a chance for revenge." The ugly one beside him, in the 5th layer of clarifying, spoke with a reluctant expression. "Revenge? How many times have you mentioned it? Lan Chang'an has been hiding in the Mu family. How would you get a chance?" The round-faced man said impatiently. He also wanted to help his sister Zheng Feng avenge their brother, but he never expected Lan Chang'an to be so elusive, having not emerged in nearly 10 years. "You think Lan Chang'an has been avoiding your revenge all the years?" A voice sounded, 1/3 surprised and 1/3 amused. "Who's there?" Yang Feng and Jing Dong were startled. They saw a white-robed youth riding a spirit horse and casually emerging from the mountain forest. Lan Chang'an. The ugly one. Jing Feng's eye widened, first stunned, then her eyes narrowed as a cruel smile appeared. "Instead of taking the road to heaven, you actually came knocking on our door." Jing Feng rubbed her eyes, her fleshy face trembling, almost doubting if she was hallucinating. In her dreams, she had encountered Lan Chang'an more than once or twice. "What smell is that?" Yang Dong's nose twitched, sensing something amiss as his body suddenly felt weak and limp, his breathing difficult. "Not good, poison." Brown spots appeared on their faces as their bodies swayed unsteadily. "Little thief, you actually poisoned us." Glaring at the upwind Lan Chang'an with resentful unwillingness, Yang Feng struggled to retrieve an antidote pill from her storage bag. The middle-grade magical weapon flying shuttle flashed like cold lightning, 2 blood flowers blooming over a foot away in midair. Before the corrosive marrow corroding powder could fully take effect, Lan Chang'an struck swiftly, severing their heads. He went forward and took the storage bags. Lan Chang'an rode the spirit horse, affixed a wind-speed talisman, and sped away with the wind. Wugong on the other side was a mile or 2 away, so Lan Chang'an was not worried about being pursued. A while later, something amiss, young Wugong maneuvered his greatsword, slicing through the air as he flew over. Seeing the rotting corpses on the ground, Yang Wugong's expression turned ugly as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. "This is marrow corroding powder." After carefully inspecting the bodies, Yang Wugong couldn't help exclaiming. He knew Zheng Yuanhua had possessed this virulent poison. Zheng Yuanhua had died mysteriously during the operation with Ji, and they later suspected he was killed by the evil cultivator Lan Chang'an, because at that juncture, the ancestors of both families were at the frontline mine region. The Mu family only had a 9th layer of clarifying cultivator at home, incapable of threatening Zheng Yuanhua's life. Yang Wugong's expression fluctuated, unable to find any leads in the short term. He did not dare linger, leading his people to migrate with trepidation, fearing the Mu or Huang family would not let this branch of their family go. Just this meager gain. Half an hour later, Lan Chang'an had sorted through the spoils in the storage bags. These 2 mid-clarifying cultivators only provided less than 100 spirit stones, 3 low-grade magic weapons, and a pitiful amount of other resources such as pills. As for those 3 low-grade magic weapons, he would have to find another opportunity to fence them. Chang'an had decided on revenge upon seeing the 2 alone, and that neither had advanced to the late clarifying stage, making it easy for him to kill them. Moreover, even if the declining Zheng family later deduced he was the killer, they lacked the ability for vengeance after migrating. More than 10 days later, Chang'an returned to the Feiyu Manor and inquired about the Zheng family situation. The Zheng family branch had indeed migrated away. Reportedly, for a safe migration, Yang Wugong personally went to the Beast Tang Zhu family to plead for help. The 2 families had previously intermarried, and the Zhu family did not wish to see the Huang family's power grow, so they spoke up to allow the 2 families to migrate without pursuit from the other side. Back in his courtyard residence, Chang'an took out a spirit pet pouch and opened the talisman seal on its opening. Squeak! A huge brown yellow rat demon jumped out of the spirit pet pouch. It was none other than the earth burrowing rat. "I've raised you for 3 years and you still haven't advanced to the late stage. If you don't break through soon, I'll sell you off to the mines," Lan Chang'an threatened, taking a 200-year-old spirit fruit from his storage bag and tossing it to the earth burrowing rat. Squeak, squeak! The earth drill rat's eyes lit up as it ravenously devoured the spirit fruit. The precious medicinal ingredients in his possession were not easy to sell. He might as well feed them to his spirit pet, even if it was a bit of waste. And Chang'an waved his hand, signaling the earth burrowing rat to drill down into the basement below the room. 2 years ago, he had formed a spirit pet contract with the earth burrowing rat, no longer needing to rely on a Beast Tang talisman. The spirit pet pouch was something he had purchased from a family member at the September building. The Beast Tang Zhu family was the local hegemon. Some spirit pets or spirit pet houses circulated relatively more in the vicinity. Chapter 34. Initial success in body refinement. 2 to 3 years later. The Feiyu Manor, a separate courtyard by the lakeside. Hint of the Kai of the Ages flickered from the white-robed young man, sitting cross-legged. Sensing the lingering vitality of the Evergreen Technique's magical power within his body, Lan Chang'an opened his calm black pupils and ended his routine cultivation for the day. Tweak squeak. Plump tawny rat with an ingratiating gaze rubbed against the hem of his robe. Lan Chang'an showed some disdain, kicking it away with his foot. Compared to 2 or 3 years ago, the earth-burrowing rat had grown fatter and sturdier. Years ago, nourished by precious spirit herbs, the earth-burrowing rat successfully broke through to become a late first-rank demonic beast. Its corresponding cultivation realm surpassed its master, Lan Chang'an. A year ago, Lan Chang'an stepped into the 5th layer of clarifying, taking a total of 5 years. Next door, Lai Ergu had advanced to the 6th layer of clarifying half a year ago, several years ahead of his progress. 33 years old in the 5th layer of cultivation, cultivating the evergreen technique, Lan Chang'an's state of mind was serene, without any hurry or impatience. Relative to his lifespan of 180 years in the clarifying realm, he was still in the prime of his youth. After his routine cultivation, Lan Chang'an removed his clothes and sat in a tub filled with spirit sand, operating the methods of the Cloud Sand Body Refinement Manual. Hot mist rose as faint red and blue crystalline light shimmered on his skin, while some of the spirit sand in the tub gradually dimmed in color. With a steady supply of spirit sand, combined with precious medicinal baths, the progress of the Body Refinement Manual is almost catching up to my mana cultivation. Lan Chang'an's Cloud Sand Body Refinement Manual had recently entered the 2nd layer, corresponding to the middle stage of clarifying. His physical strength was on par with a mid-first-rank spirit beast. Anyone with such rapid progress could be considered a body refinement prodigy. This was thanks to Lan Chang'an's financial resources, abundant time and effort, as well as the powerful self-healing ability of the evergreen technique. Any body refinement technique during the cultivation process would inevitably cause bodily damage and leave minor injuries. Yet Lan Chang'an's evergreen technique, in addition to having vast spiritual veins, also possessed a self-healing ability far beyond peers of the same realm. A stronger self-healing ability meant Lan Chang'an could spend more time tempering and refining his body. If this continues, my body refinement technique may surpass my mana cultivation. Lan Chang'an pondered, had he strayed slightly from the path of cultivation. In previous years, those precious spirit herbs he had yet to fence were used by Lan Chang'an for medicinal baths and to feed the earth-burrowing rat, now completely depleted. The total value amounted to several hundred spirit stones, quite wasteful, but it also saved him from having to fence them. Not only did it reduce risks, but Lan Chang'an and the earth-burrowing rat both received tangible improvements. In addition to body refinement, Lan Chang'an dabbled in alchemy during his leisure time. In his previous life, he had cultivate, research talisman arts, and worry about family affairs, leaving no energy to learn other cultivation arts. His 3rd life, Lan Chang'an planned to venture into alchemy. Alchemists could be counted among the top cultivation arts. After experimenting, Lan Chang'an discovered his alchemy talent was very ordinary, far inferior to his talisman path. The memories of 2 lifetimes and the augmentation of his powerful spiritual sense. Over the years, he had barely become a first-rank low-grade alchemist. Lan Chang'an stretched lazily and strolled through the courtyard. Squeak squeak. The obedient earth-burrowing rat brought 2 letters. Currently, 2 first-grade talisman arrays were set up in the courtyard, one for defense and one for concealment. Ordinary cultivators could not probe them, allowing the earth-burrowing rat to occasionally come above ground. Lan Chang'an took the letters and fed the earth-burrowing rat a pill. The 2 letters were recently sent by Lin Yi and Zhao Xiao, respectively. In Lin Yi's letter, he confirmed the next batch of talismans for trade. Additionally, Lin Yi mentioned a Jozakian. His 6th son possessed a spirit root. With a spirit root perception of 18, it was just shy of being considered a mid-grade spirit root. Lin Yi was born into the royal family. He got married earlier and had many wives, so the number of children he had in recent years was not much fewer than Lai Ergu's. Lin Yi's 6th son was named Lin Lu. He hoped the child could progress steadily and stably in the future, just like Lan Chang'an. Lan Chang'an's face twitched slightly. Even with his temperament, he almost wanted to curse. Lin Yi giving his son this name hinted at taking liberties with him, potentially calling the child Little Six or Little Lu Dilly. He suspected Lin Yi harbored some resentment towards him. Opening Zhao Xiao's letter, it shared some recent developments. Notably, over the past 2 years, Zhao Xiao had successfully become a core disciple in the intersect competition. Not only that, but Zhao Xiao had also taken a fake Dan immortal female cultivator as her master. Becoming a core disciple allowed Zhao Xiao to receive more resources for her cultivation. Over the past 2 years, she had repaid the spirit stones owed to Lan Chang'an and the others, and even stated in the letter that she owed them a favor. What was borrowed was returned, and a favor was promised. Lan Chang'an's investment in foreign connections was starting to bear fruit. If Zhao Xiao could advance to the foundation establishment realm in the future, this favor would carry more weight. The lower realms of cultivation, having the friendship of a sex foundation establishment cultivator, would count as having a certain background to rely on. Lan Chang'an had not expended much effort, and the spirit stones he lent out were repaid. He was quite idle normally, so the time cost was negligible. With more such potentially powerful friends, it would naturally be smooth sailing in the cultivation world in the future, much more stable than constantly fighting and making enemies with others. However, even though Zhao Xiao has become a core disciple, obtaining a foundation establishment pill won't be so easy. Through the letter correspondence, Lan Chang'an gained more understanding of the unraveling. Foundation establishment pills had to be exchanged with sect contribution. Core disciples had higher priority for exchanging foundation establishment pills, and could get a slight discount. Zhao Xiao's cultivation was about to reach the 9th layer of clarifying. After some years, she would likely have to struggle to obtain a foundation establishment pill. Lan Chang'an left the courtyard to relax. He noticed that next door, Lai Ergu was teaching his 2nd son Mu Urshan some spells. Uncle Lan. Upon seeing Lan Chang'an, the bushy-browed Mu Urshan respectfully greeted him. Mu Urshan was now 12 or 13 years old, at the 1st layer of clarifying. On weekdays, he was taught and instilled with loyalty to the family by the elders. 15 years, time really flies. Lai Ergu's children have become cultivators, Lan Chang'an lamented in his heart. Not for his numerous wives and many children in his previous life, seeing those around him getting married and having families would inevitably make him feel a sense of desolation in the life. My previous life's great Kun and this life's great king cultivation realms are both part of the heaven-on continent. I wonder if any outstanding cultivators emerged from my descendants. Lan Chang'an had this thought more than once. In his previous life, he was not called Lan Chang'an. Strictly speaking, he no longer had any blood relation to those descendants. Increasingly wealthy Lai Ergu led his son over, smiling as he asked, "Big brother, what do you think? And my son Urshan learned to draw talismans in the future?" Urshan only had a low-grade spiritual root, with the perception of 12 points, basically lacking the qualifications to establish his foundation. Lai Ergu wanted his son to learn a trade. He had long envied Lan Chang'an's talisman arts, which could earn spirit stones and provide protection on the path of cultivation. Growing talisman depends on his talent. Lan Chang'an did not give a conclusive answer. In a while, the young lady will be opening a talisman shop in the newly established Bamboo Leaf Mountain Market. She plans to recruit 2 talisman art apprentices, and I want Urshan to try. Lai Ergu revealed his thoughts. The Bamboo Leaf Mark town so soon. Lan Chang'an had heard some rumors about this. Since the Zheng family withdrew from Bamboo Leaf Mountain, the site of that second-grade spiritual vein had been transformed into a workshop mart by the Maple Leaf Huang family in the past 2 years. Named the Bamboo Leaf Mark town, the former Bamboo Leaf Mountain Zheng family had completely become a thing of the past. To attract people to the newly opened Mark town, the Huang family gave away or sold at very low prices some shop properties to families like the Beast Tang Zhu family and the Feiyu Mu family. The Mu family obtained 2 inexpensive shop properties. One was going to open a restaurant specializing in spirit fish and aquatic products, taking advantage of Feiyu Lake. The other was going to be a talisman shop. All right, if I have the right to recommend, I'll put in a good word for you. A thought flashed through Lan Chang's mind as he understood Lai Ergu's intentions. He had a premonition that the Mu family might seek him out during this period. Lan Chang's premonition was not wrong. Just the next day, a Mu family elder paid a visit. "Young lady, what matter requires you to come in person?" Lan Chang'an rose to welcome her, feigning a slight flattered manner. Xian wore a green gasper long dress, gentle and graceful, elegant and poised. She was around the same age as Lan Chang'an, maintaining her youthful appearance with a few more hints of mature charm compared to her maiden days when they first met. She was now at the 8th layer of clarifying, undoubtedly a high-ranking member of the family. "There's no need to be so courteous between us. I can feel you don't truly revere anyone anyway." Mu Zhan smiled, her eyes flickering. As fellow talisman masters, they had naturally interacted over the years Lan Chang'an had been with the Mu family. After welcoming Mu Zhan into the hall, Lan Chang'an brewed some tea. "Lan Chang'an, the family plans to open a talisman shop in the Bamboo Leaf Mark town. Are you interested in becoming the head talisman master there?" Mu Zhan got straight to the point. "Don't be in a hurry to answer. The shop will be taken care of by me, and you only need to refine a portion of the talismans while occasionally guiding the apprentices. In addition to the family's original agreed terms, I'll provide you with enough salary." Chapter 35, Bamboo Leaf Mark town. Chapter 35, Bamboo Leaf Mark town. When Mu Zhan spoke to this point, Lan Chang'an couldn't refuse. What really swayed him was the double salary. Over the years, as his talisman arts improved, the Mu family not only gave him the treatment of a regular clan cultivator, but also an additional spirit stone salary. Combined with the ship salary, Lan Chang'an would have a considerable steady income. His cultivation, body refinement, and raiding the earth burrowing rat were not insignificant expenses. In any case, Lan Chang'an had plenty of Spirheim. Bamboo Leaf Mountain had a second-grade spiritual vein. Even without enjoying the core area spirit vein, the cultivation effect was definitely not inferior to Feiyu Manor. Moreover, with the Mark's heavy human traffic, it would be far better at sending information about the cultivation world than the relatively secluded Feiyu Manor. "Young miss, do you think Mu Urshan is suitable to be an apprentice?" Lan Chang'an didn't forget Lai Ergu's request. "Mu Urshan," Mu Ziyan wondered. "That child understands a bit of talisman theory and barely meets the requirements. Since you've brought it up, I'll give him a spot." After chatting for a while, Mu Ziyan stood up. "Lan Chang'an, what's your current success rate for superior-grade talismans?" As she walked to the courtyard, she asked. 1 in 4 success rate, which is still a loss," Lan Chang'an answered. For strength, superior-grade talismans required much higher costs for talisman paper, spirit ink, and much greater loss of talisman brushes. Painting each superior-grade talisman caused a considerable drain on the spirit and mind of those at the clarifying stage, and time itself was cost. His progress is already not small. Mu Ziyan nodded and left the separate courtyard, leaving behind a fragrance like cassia and orchids. Half a month later, a small flying boat set off from Feiyu Manor, sailing amidst the clouds. Ziyan stood gracefully at the bow, her beautiful hair hanging to her waist and dress fluttering, with a side profile as beautiful as a painting. Lan Chang'an stood beside her. Behind were a boy and a girl, both apprentices looking a little shy. The boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes was Mu Urshan. The other Mu family girl was named Mu Shan, a beautiful 17 or 18-year-old at the second layer of clarifying who was a talisman apprentice. Over the years, the Mu family's economic situation had greatly improved, and they had also purchased 2 more small flying boats. It was mainly because of the stable situation, where in addition to the Feiyu Lake aquatic products, the Mu family also had income from a complete purple hopper mine. Renlong, this new foundation establishment cultivator, was in the prime of life without worries about his lifespan. The addition of immortal seedlings like Lai Ergu brought new blood to the Mu family. The invigorated Mu family exuded an aura of prosperity. Along the way, they inevitably mentioned the newly established Bamboo Leaf Mark town. Bamboo Leaf Mountain's geographical location is very suitable for opening a market. There are no well-established cultivated trading places nearby. Be it Five Peaks Mark Town or Yellow Dragon Immortal City, they are all quite far from the surrounding cultivator families. Mu Zhan introduced the situation of the new market. The establishment of the Bamboo Leaf Mark town makes things more convenient for several foundation establishment families, dozens of small clarifying families, and numerous scattered cultivators, filling a gap. Lan Chang'an had seen the maps. The Huang family move was exquisite. As for the Beast Tang Zhu family, their territory was more widespread and further away from this area. Moreover, the Zhu family base was near the branch ranges of the Black Fog mountain range. Although there was also a market in that area, it mainly dealt in materials from demonic beasts and spiritual beasts due to the geographical factors, making it difficult to radiate outwards. In order to attract people, the Huang family sold market shops at low prices to nearby foundation establishment families. What about the Zhu family? Lan Chang'an asked curiously. The Zhu family had a faked in immortal, already surpassing the level of a foundation establishment family. The Huang family gifted the Zhu family 5 shops and 10 cave dwellings on Bamboo Leaf Mountain, Mu Zan said, her voice slightly chilly. So many, Mu Urshan and Mu Shin exclaimed in pride behind them. Once the Bamboo Leaf Mark town flourished, even a single shop would be a money tree. The shameless Maple Leaf Huang family, signing up to the Zhu family like this, the 13-year-old Mu Urshan could see it and muttered with disdain. The past 2 years, Lan Chang'an had heard rumors that the Maple Leaf Huang family wanted to send a clan daughter of the Zhu family as a concubine. Establishing the market, giving benefits to the Zhu family, many relations, currying favor with 1 or 2 branches, and then seeking a marriage alliance, Lan Chang'an inwardly praised the Huang family's meticulous planning. In previous years, the beast-tamed Zhu family had been somewhat dissatisfied with the Huang family's absorption of the Zheng family. However, over the past 2 years, the Zhu family's exclusion and hostility toward the Huang family had decreased significantly. 2 days later, the flying boat landed in the Bamboo Leaf Mark town. Such a rich wood spirit kai. Lan Chang'an observed the terrain and found that a large number of spirit bamboo were planted on Bamboo Leaf Mountain, mostly semi-spirit plants and a few first-grade spirit bamboo. Spirit bamboo had once been the Zheng family's main industry, just like the Mu family's Feiyu Lake aquatic products. The market was built in the midslope of Bamboo Leaf Mountain, its scale slightly smaller than the Five Peaks Mark town that Lan Chang'an had visited before. After all, the Five Peaks Mark town was backed by the Wanjian Zhu family, one of the 7 great cultivation families of the Lan Kingdom. At the foot of the mountain were vast spirit fields, mainly growing spirit grains and low-grade medicinal herbs. Apart from a few cave dwellings, there was a luxuriant mansion at the mountain peak, surrounded by spirit bamboo, with no shortage of first-grade spiritual bamboo. The spirit kai emanating from there reached the level of a second-grade spiritual vein. Chang didn't need to guess. Important members of the Huang family must be living in that mansion on the mountaintop. The Nulio and March streets were deserted with few people around. This is our talisman shop. Mu Ziyang came to a 3-story building with a plaque engraved Mu Family Spirit Talisman Shop. The shop occupied half an acre and had a rear courtyard with a few simple wooden huts. The first floor was for displaying products, with a reception room in the back. They mainly sold first-rank and base talismans, as well as related items such as talisman paper, spirit vermilion sand, talisman brushes, and talisman hanging books. Half of the second floor was storage room with multiple restrictions, while the other half was partitioned off into a suite as a place for the chief talisman master to reside. This would be Lan Chang'an's residence in the future. The third floor was for the shopkeeper, with a spacious talisman room set aside. For 2 apprentices, Mu Urshan and Mu Shan, they lived in the simple wooden huts in the rear courtyard. The 4 tidied up the place. The next day, the Mu family spirit talisman shop officially opened for business. Forces and shopkeepers on good terms with the Mu family came to offer congratulations and sent flower biscuits. It was Lan Chang'an's first time here, so he mingled and got acquainted, helping Mu Zan receive guests. They greeted people coming and going. Mu Zan discreetly transmitted her voice, introducing Lan Chang'an to the identities and backgrounds of the various guests. Amidst the bustle, listening to the young lady's gentle and melodious voice, Lan Chang'an's mood improved considerably. "Miss Mu, why didn't you let me know the shop was opening? This Huang could have helped rally some friends to support the occasion." Towards evening, a young man dressed in a purple robe with a stately bearing calmly strode into the shop. Behind the young man were 2 clarifying mid-stage bodyguards standing guard at the entrance. "Young Master Huang, this girl has failed to extend a proper invitation." Mu Zian took light step forward, an unnatural smile appearing on her face. Discreet gave Lan Chang'an a signal with her eyes. Lan Chang'an immediately understood the visitor's identity, Huang Yu, the young master of the Maple Leaf Huang family. Years ago, when the 2 families were in conflict, the Mu family had originally intended to marry Mu Zan to Huang Yu of the Huang family. However, the Huang family's attitude was arrogant, only willing to give her the status of a concubine at most, so the marriage fell through. "Young Master Huang," Lan Chang'an cupped his fist in salutation. Huang Yu's phoenix eyes glanced at Lan Chang'an and gave a slight nod, not asking about his identity. After that, Huang Yu focused solely on the elegant and beautiful Mu Zan, conversing and laughing amiably with a cult demeanor. If an ordinary person stared constantly at beauty, it would seem uncouth. But with Huang Yu's refined manner, his faint smile made it seem like admiration. Of course, it was also due to the privilege of his status. The young master Huang Yu possessed a high-grade spirit root and had reached the 9th layer of clarifying, making him the administrator of this marked town. His status and position naturally placed him above others. They chatted for a while until the sky darkened. Huang Yu glanced at Lan Chang'an beside him before finally leaving. As he departed, he handed Mu Zan a letter. Only after Huang Yu left did the smile disappear from Mu Zan's face. She quickly scanned the letter, a flash of cold light flickering in her starry eyes. She then handed the letter to Lan Chang'an. Lan Chang'an was stunned for a moment, not expecting the young lady to be so open with her private affairs. After reading the letter, Lan Chang'an was astonished. The letter, Huang Yu said that since the last time he saw Mu Zan, he couldn't think of anything else. He was willing to demote his current wife to a concubine and marry Mu Zan into his household. Mu Zan agreed. He would offer 3 shops and 5 cave dwellings in the Mark Town as a betrothal gift. It may not be that simple, Lan Chang'an pondered with a wry smile. Fortunately, that young Master Huang showed no intention of pestering her further, not visiting for a long time after. That letter seemed like merely a joke. Business was slow for all the shops in the newly established market. The chief talisman master, Lan Chang'an also enjoyed the tranquility, taking time off to guide his apprentices. He was To the abundance of spirit bamboo, Bamboo Leaf Mountain held an advantage for wood-based cultivation techniques. The shop's location had a spirit Kai environment equivalent to a first-grade spiritual vein, so Lan Chang'an cultivation efficiency here was even higher than at the Feiyu Manor. This allowed him more free time each day, which he sometimes spent drinking tea and alcohol in the marktown. During this period, a pavilion for entertainment also opened in the market. However, Lan Chang'an never visited. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The business of the Mu family spirit talisman shop gradually picked up. Your feedback and ratings are greatly appreciated. If you have a moment, please consider rating this novel on Novel Updates. Should you notice any errors, kindly mention them in the comments below so I can correct them. Thank you. Chapter 36, The Zhu Family Granddaughter. Chapter 36, The Zhu Family Granddaughter. Mu family spirit talisman shop, second floor. Lan Chang'an held his breath and focused his mind, gripping a violet bristle talisman brush as it danced across the premium talisman paper in an unbroken flow of inspiration. Sustaining this for over 100 breaths, the reddish-brown talisman pattern took shape on the paper, with a flash of light as they solidified successfully. Phew. Lan Chang'an exhaled deeply, the evergreen mana in his body swiftly recovering. Although his spiritual sense was strong, his cultivation level still limited him from drawing superior-grade talismans with complete ease. Recently, the talisman shop business had picked up. In addition to brisk sales of middle and low-grade talismans, there was considerable demand for superior-grade ones too. The Bamboo Leaf Mark Town's location was ideal, filling the marked demands of several foundation establishment families, dozens of chirifying families, and numerous wandering cultivators in the area. Cultivation families, talismans were a convenient reserve of combat strength. The superior-grade talismans in the shop were mainly used to quell the market, with a monthly purchase limit of 5, sold at a loss. Even Mu Xian, the Mu family's #1 talisman master, could only barely manage not to make a loss, and this was still due to the fact that her cultivation had risen greatly recently, improving her success rate. As a high-ranking member of the family, Mu Xian had to juggle her cultivation, managing the shop and drawing talismans, leaving her energy limited. Drawing mid- and low-grade talisman could earn a steady profit of spirit stones, but drawing superior-grade talisman consumed a lot of energy, so just breaking even was effectively a loss. When I refine ordinary superior-grade talismans, my success rate reaches 90%, so I'll just have to laugh at this extra material. Lan Chang'an chuckled as he stored the completed superior-grade talisman into his storage pouch. Lan Chang'an's public talisman skill was a notch below Mu Xian's, resulting in a slight loss when refining superior-grade talismans. Even so, Mu Xian still required him to produce 2 or 3 each month. Except materials or talismans were essentially Lan Chang'an fleeing the Mu family sheep. Although there's a need for the shop to quell the virus, for the young lady to be so willing to take a loss must mean she truly wants to nurture me. As Lan Chang'an fleeced the sheep, he felt a slight pang of guilt. Ever since the incident with the trader in the herb garden, Mu Xian's attitude towards him had subtly changed. She trusted and relied on him more, not minding the occasional casual male-female interaction in front of it. Uncle Lan Chang'an, the Frostwind talismans in the shop have sold out, and that elder from the Zhu family has come asking for more. Just as Lan Chang'an finished adjusting his breath and was about to continue drawing talismans, Mu Urshan's slightly urgent voice came from the doorway. Over the half year, under Lan Chang'an's guidance, Mu Urshan became an official apprentice able to handle talisman paper and practice basic entry-level talismans. In comparison, the other apprentice Mu Shin already had some foundation and was learning to draw low-grade talismans. Frostwind talisman, Lan Chang'an was a little surprised. The Frostwind talisman was a relatively unpopular middle-grade talisman with a decent area of effect, but low lethality and few winners. Originally, this type of talisman was added by Mu Xian to expand the shop product range and increase competitiveness. But unexpectedly, the few Frostwind talismans that Lan Chang'an had displayed on the counter half a year ago without anyone inquiring about them were suddenly bought out in 2 days. Since it wasn't a hot item, Lan Chang'an hadn't replenished the stock in time. Little did he expect that a customer would come urging for more today. Moreover, this customer was a late chirifying elder from the Beast Tang Zhu family, not someone to be neglected. Mu Xian wasn't at the shop today, so Lan Chang'an had to receive the guest himself. Okay, I'll go take a look. Lan Chang'an went downstairs to the shop and saw an elderly man from the Zhu family dressed in plain clothes, slightly hunched with age, looking like an old servant. Are you the talisman master Lan who refined the Frostwind talisman? The plainly dressed elder was at the 9th layer of clarifying, his eyes blazing as he spoke quite politely. Indeed, I'm Lan Chang'an. May I ask how many more Frostwind talismans the elder requires? Lan Chang'an replied with neither arrogance nor humility. The more the better, preferably of premium quality ones, the plainly dressed elder said with full confidence, causing Lan Chang'an to pause slightly. He didn't understand what the other party needed so many Frostwind talismans for. Of course, he didn't need to pry into the customer purposes and secrets. After pondering, he said, the difficulty of refining mid-grade Frostwind talisman is rather high. I only have a few left in stock. I'll take them all, the plainly dressed elder said impatiently. Lan Chang'an took out 4 Frostwind talismans from his storage pouch, including 1 premium quality one. The plainly dressed Zhu family elder was also generous, directly paying 30 spirit stones, higher than the mark price. I'm sorry to trouble talisman master Lan, there may be more demand in the future, the plainly dressed elder said before hurriedly leaving. What is that elder status in the Zhu family? Lan Chang'an asked curiously. At the 9th layer of clarifying, he would be considered a high-ranking member in the Mu family, but likely not a core member of the Zhu family. Not sure. Both Mu Shan and Mu Urshan shook their heads. Talisman master Lan, you've had a fortuitous stroke of luck, being able to bask in the aura of an old one. The one who spoke was the next-door Rainbows and Silk Pavilion Shepherd Perzu, a well-dressed middle-aged man with a kind and friendly voice. The Rainbows and Silk Pavilion mainly sold cultivator robes, including headdresses, accessories, and shoes. The Shepherd Perzu was well-liked, he could chat with anyone and was well-informed. He was one of the few acquaintances Lan Chang'an had in the market. The one just now was the old servant of Zhu Qingshuan, the granddaughter of the Zhu family patriarch. His purchase of talismans from you must be for the needs of that genius granddaughter of the Zhu family. Ninth layer clarifying cultivator as a servant, Lan Chang'an was little prized. Although the Zhu family's old ancestor was a faked and immortal, he had many children and grandchildren, not to mention a great granddaughter. Even the number of granddaughters was unknown. Zhu Qingxun is no ordinary granddaughter. Not only does she possess a high-grade spiritual root, but she also has an exceptional talent for taming spirit beasts. She is deeply favored by the old patriarch and considered a precious pearl in the Zhu family that tames spirit beasts. Even the young Master Huang has a bit of soft spot for her. Shopkeeper Zhu from the Rainbows and Silk Pavilion explained. I see. Thank you, Shopkeeper Zhu, for the clarification. Lan Chang'an understood. That servant's background of being the Zhu family precious granddaughter meant she was not someone to be offended. The Zhu family's old servant had already visited twice, so there was no telling if he would come again. Lan Chang'an had to remind his apprentices to be courteous when receiving him. 2 or 3 days later, the Zhu family's old servant came to the shop again, wearing a wry smile. Talisman Master Lan, I'll have to trouble you again. My young lady says the Frostwind Talisman isn't potent enough and wants to purchase the more potent Frost Descent Talisman instead. Frost Descent? But that's a first-rank superior grade talisman and a rather obscure one at that. I'm afraid I don't have that capability. Lan Chang'an couldn't help but lament, shaking his head. The difficulty of refining Frost Descent was slightly higher than ordinary first-rank superior grade talismans. If he could casually refine it, he would be considered a solid first-rank superior grade talisman master, surpassing even Mu Zhan's skill. Although it was a chance to forge a good relationship with the genius Zhu family granddaughter, Lan Chang'an didn't want to stick his neck out. It would be more stable to wait until he reached the late clarifying stage at over 30 years old before becoming a first-rank superior grade talisman master. Alas, I thought as much too, the Zhu family's old servant sighed, but he was quite affable as he hurriedly left. Lan Chang'an, are you really unable to refine Frost Descent, even if the cost is higher? Mu Zhan had returned to the shop that day, her starry eyes holding a glimmer of expectation. Each talisman master was limited by their energy, and could only refine a certain number of talisman types competently. It wasn't that they couldn't refine other talismans, but they lacked the proficiency, resulting in a very low success rate, let alone something obscure like the Frost Descent talisman. Zhan and Lan Chang'an were both talisman masters of the Mu family. In earlier years, Mu Zhan had Lan Chang'an practice a set of talismans that didn't overlap with her own. Frostwind Talisman was one of Lan Chang'an's choices. Frost Descent could be considered an advanced version of the Frostwind Talisman. With the prerequisite foundation and proficiency, it would be relatively easier for him to practice the Frost Descent Talisman. Tried before, it was very difficult, Lan Chang'an replied impassively. In fact, his storage pouch contained a few Frost Descent Talismans, 2 of which were premium grade. Forget it then, Mu Zhan said with some regret. If they could form a connection with the prestigious and talented Zhu family granddaughter, it would be a good thing for the Mu family. Lan Chang'an thought the matter would end there. But that afternoon, the Zhu family's old servant returned again, this time accompanied by a charming young lady in a yellow dress with bright, lovely eyes. Zhu Qingxun, the Zhu family's talented granddaughter. The shopkeeper Zhu from the neighboring Rainbows and Silk Pavilion couldn't help but gape before a hint of schadenfreude appeared at the corners of his mouth. What instruction does Miss Zhu have for our humble shop? Mu Zhan walked out gracefully. Bring out the talisman master who refined the Frostwind Talisman, the young lady in the yellow dress said flatly. What advice does Miss Zhu have for me? The white-robed Lan Chang'an came out and politely asked. Gazing at the calm and composed handsome youth before her, Zhu Qingxun paused for a moment. She couldn't help but ask, how old are you? Asking about age when this wasn't even a court visit. Lan Chang'an inwardly scoffed as he replied, this Lan Chang'an will be 34 years old soon. Zhu Qingxun let out a PFFT laugh, her pretty face lighting up brilliantly. You're already in your 30s. I thought you were a once-in-a-century genius talisman master. Lan Chang'an's apparent age made him seem around the same as her. Lan Chang'an gave an awkward smile, his mind unperturbed. You surname Lan. This lady wants to capture the late first-rank firebird that has appeared on Bamboo Leaf Mountain recently. I thought a few more Frostwind talismans would be enough, but they still fell short. With the assistance of Frost Descent, this young lady would have a much great chance of success. Zhu Qingxun was only 17 years old, full of youthful arrogance, yet her cultivation was about the same as the 30-something Lan Chang'an, already a 5th-layer clarifying cultivator. Miss Zhu, you should be well aware of the difficulty in refining the Frost Descent talisman. This one has not truly become a first-rank superior grade talisman master. How can I be sure of refining it? Lan Chang'an looked helpless. Chapter 37, Rumors of Rogue Cultivators. Chapter 37, Rumors of Rogue Cultivators. Since you can refine premium Frostwind talismans with a bit more effort, Frost Descent talisman is not without a chance. Zhu Qingxun's exquisite brows furrowed as her bright, lively eyes stared intently at Lan Chang'an, as if trying to exert some pressure. The Frostwind talisman could be considered a simplified version of the Frost Descent talisman. Being able to refine a premium Frostwind talisman meant his technique was already quite close to that required for Frost Descent. Facing Zhu Qingxun's formidable background, an ordinary cultivator might be trembling in fear right now. After all, she was the beloved granddaughter of faked and immortal. Even if the Mu family's foundation establishment Mu Renlong came in person, he would have to act courteously. Miss Zhu is looking too high upon me, Lan Chang'an said indifferently. In his previous life, he was the core formation ancestor of Cultivation family, so how could he be afraid of this little granddaughter's feigned ferocity? Miss Zhu, capturing a late first-rank firebird doesn't necessarily require Frost Descent, Mu Zhan gently advised. I'm a spirit beast tamer. I must independently defeat and capture that firebird. Only then will it truly respect me and be easier to tame later. Frost Descent is the optimal choice without causing it harm. HMPH, the newly opened Bamboo Leaf Mark Town can't even find a skilled talisman master. We are too far from the Zhu family estate. Otherwise, why would this lady bother with a tiny shop like yours? Zhu Qingxun stood her ground, her pearly teeth biting her rosy lips, looked quite stubborn in achieving her goal. Chang'an inwardly mused that the young lady was pursuing perfection independently capturing the firebird without help, yet also without harming the target. From this perspective, Frost Descent was indeed quite suitable with its attribute advantage and powerful restraining ability. The young lady placed such importance on it that Firebird's bloodline grade must not be low, at least a superior grade 1. Talisman Master Lan, are you really unwilling to help with this? Seeing Lan Chang's indifference, Yu Qingxun wrinkled her jade-like nose as her exquisite, delicate face leaned in close, light taking a breath. Less than half a foot away, the faint fragrance of maiden mixed with her exhaled breaths. Lan Chang felt a strange sensation in his heart. Could this young lady really be trying to employ feminine wiles? His age was twice that of the other parties. If he had married as early as Lai Ergu, Yu Qingxun would likely be around the same age as his daughter. Just as the thought arose, Yu Qingxun's charring eyes flickered with a hint of mischief as her rosy lip moved, transmitting a cold laugh. Didn't expect Talisman Master Lan to actually like demonic beasts like the earth-burrowing rat. Upon hearing this, Lan Chang's heart skipped a beat, no longer daring to underestimate this girl. Yu Qingxun's exceptional talent for taming spirit beasts was well deserved. Her earlier move of leaning in to breathe was not for any intimacy, but rather to confirm through scent that he raised an earth-burrowing rat. This earth-burrowing rat was the spoils from slaying that alchemist Ji. That alchemist had obtained the beast-tamed token from Zheng Yuanhua as support. The ultimate source was the beast-tamed Zhu family. If my memory serves, my Zhu family doesn't seem to have sold any earth-burrowing rats to your Mu family. Oh, but your surname Lan, so you may not necessarily be from the Mu clan. Yu Qingxun's lip curved into a deeper smile, as if she had suddenly grasped Lan Chang's weakness. Lan Chang's expression changed slightly, but he was not panicked. Indeed, a middle-grade bloodline spirit beast corresponded to a middle-grade spiritual root for cultivators and was quite valuable. The Zhu family strictly controlled and recorded every spirit beast they sold, but if they had sold more than just 1 or 2 earth-burrowing rats, it would be difficult to pinpoint the exact one. Moreover, there were other avenues to obtain earth-burrowing rats. What does Miss Zhu intend? Lan Chang remained expressionless as he took a step back, maintaining distance from Yu Qingxun. He was unattached and could run away at any time, so he wouldn't be easily coerced. Talisman Master Lan, if you can refine the frost descent talisman I need, this lady promises to owe you a favor. Yu Qingxun smiled radiantly, her expression pure and charmingly mischievous. Lan Chang understood this was a carrot-and-stick approach. Such tactics at her young age. Of course, the ultimate goal was still to have Lan Chang obediently put in his utmost effort to refine the talisman. On hearing Yu Qingxun promise of favor, Mu Zian present, as well as shopkeeper Zhu from the Rainbows and Silk Pavilion, couldn't help but be astonished. Favor from the beloved granddaughter of fake Dan Immortal carried substantial weight. Yu Qingxun's spirit root talent and background, she could be estimated to become at least a formidable foundation establishment spirit beast tamer in the future. Give me 10 premium frost attribute talisman papers. I can only try, not guarantee success, Lan Chang sighed, looking resigned to accept. Frost attribute talisman paper was non-universal, made from the skins of corresponding attribute demonic beasts and spirit woods. Price was often more than double that of regular talisman paper, with a slight increase in success probability when forming talismans. Premium frost attribute talisman paper. Good, I'll give you 20, and if you can refine 4, this first-grade talisman brush will be gifted to you as well. Yu Qingxun smiled warmly as she took out the talisman papers, also handing over a white premium talisman brush. Lan Chang paused for a moment before accepting the papers and brush. It seemed that from start to finish, he had been completely controlled by the Zhu family's talented granddaughter, but who would know that Lan Chang's storage pouch already contained ready-made frost descent talismans? This was simple resources, and a favor being delivered to his doorstep. The talisman brush promised by Yu Qingxun was a premium first-ring item, better than what Lan Chang'an was currently using. I can only try my best, Lan Chang'an cupped his hands. You'll have sick days, Yu Qingxun said, her beautiful hair swaying as she leapt with her old servant. Are you confident? Mu Zian approached him, her voice gentle and her sleeve carrying a lingering fragrance. Meeting her expectant gaze, Lan Chang'an pondered. With the aids of the talisman brush and frost attribute papers, I have a 20 to 30% chance. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yu Qingxun arrived at the Mu family spirit talisman shop as scheduled, and sat in the reception room behind the first floor. Miss Yu, these are the frost descent you need. I'm afraid my skill is lacking, so I could only manage 3. Please take back this talisman brush. Lan Chang'an looked slightly ashamed. It wouldn't be so foolish as to actually paint 4 frost descent talisman just for a brush. Giving 3 should meet the other party's psychological baseline. 4 talismans were drawn. For a talisman of the difficulty of frost descent, it would almost be comparable to a first-rank superior grade talisman master. Never mind, keep the brush. Yu Qingxun's expression didn't reveal whether she was satisfied or disappointed. Finally, she glanced at Lan Chang'an before leaving with the talismans. Lan Chang'an pocketed the talisman brush, his lips slightly pursed. Given her status, this outcome was unsurprising. Mu Zian smiled pleasantly. Although the goal of 4 talismans wasn't met, Yu Qingxun was satisfied. Talisman Master Lan, congratulations on gaining a favor from the talented Zhu family granddaughter. How enviable! Shopkeeper Zhu from next door came over with a smiling face, though he seemed uncertain, probing tentatively. Just fortuitous luck, Lan Chang'an humbly replied. This matter couldn't be hidden anyway. Gaining a favor from the peerless daughter of the Zhu family was indeed envy-worthy. Moreover, in painting those few frost descent talismans, he also fleeced a tidy sum of materials. Lan Chang'an was in high spirits. Over the next few months, the flow of people in the market town steadily increased. The spirit talisman shop, despite only being open for a year, surprisingly began turning a stable profit, although the profits weren't massive. The shop premises were bought at a low price from the Mu family, so there was no rental cost, but holding costs and the marked management fees had to be considered. The marked management fees went towards maintaining the formations and paying the patrolling law enforcement cultivators. Lan Chang'an's days remained quite leisurely. On one hand, the Richwood Spirit Kai of Bamboo Leaf Mountain meant he only needed to cultivate for an hour and a half each day. On the other hand, the apprentice Mu Shang could paint simple first-rank talismans, while Mu Urshan could handle some basic talismans. Lan Chang'an wouldn't spend all his time in secluded cultivation upstairs. He often frequented the market town's tea houses and taverns, drinking tea and alcohol. Such occasions where cultivators from all over gathered often brought some news and information. Shopkeeper Zhu from the Rainbows and Silk Pavilion would sometimes join Lan Chang'an for tea, casually chatting about matters near and far. The shopkeeper was well acquainted with the identities and backgrounds of various figures in the Mark Town. Have you heard? Recently, a few wandering clarifying cultivators were killed by rogue cultivators. What is this bamboo leaf Mark Town? It's only been open a year, and there have already been a few vicious incidents of murder and robbery outside. Some wandering cultivators complained indignantly in the tavern. Rogue cultivators, Lan Chang'an's expression turned contemplative. Killing people and seizing traders was not necessarily the work of dedicated rogue cultivators. In the Mark Town, any occupation could temporarily turn to banditry. The Mark Town gaining popularity, the emergence of rogue cultivators was quite normal. The patrolling cultivators could at most maintain safety within the Mark Town itself and nearby areas. Talisman Master Lan need not worry about rogue cultivators. Have you heard of any shopkeepers in our Mark Town being robbed? Shopkeeper Zhu poured himself a cup of wine, utterly nonchalant. That's true, Lan Chang'an smiled in agreement. Rogue cultivators mostly preyed on the weak and helpless. Most shopkeepers in the Mark Town had backing powers. Either their cultivation wasn't low, or they traveled in groups. Rogue cultivators mainly target scattered lone cultivators, not daring to easily provoke these prestigious businesses. Lan Chang'an, my young master requests your presence. Just as the two of them were chatting idly, a servant boy came over and said in a low voice. Your young master, Lan Chang'an looked towards the servant boy, who was at the third layer of the clarifying stage. Shopkeeper Zhu transmitted a reminder. Talisman Master Lan, this is an errand boy under young Master Huang. The young Master Huang. Chang recalled the year before when Huang Yu had visited the newly opened Mu family spirit talisman shop, treating him like a nobody without even asking his name. He didn't expect to receive a personal invitation from him today. Shopkeeper Zhu's expression turned grave as he transmitted. The young Master Huang is one of the administrators of this Mark Town, second only to the presiding foundation establishment ancestor. You'd better go make a trip there and not offend this person. Chapter 38, Impatience Abound. Lan Chang'an nodded at the shopkeeper Zhu and followed the errand boy out. Although the Bamboo Leaf Mark Town was established by the Huang family, various forces were intertwined, including cultivators from prominent families and even sects. The young Master Huang dared not act recklessly on the surface. Moreover, Lan Chang'an had a favor from Zhu Qingxun, someone even young Master Huang wanted to court. So Master Lan, what a pleasure to meet you. The private room of the tavern, young Master Huang, in a purple jade robe with an extraordinary bearing, looked at Lan Chang'an with a smiling phoenix-like gaze. A year ago, Huang Yu had seen Lan Chang'an once but regarded him as an ordinary talisman master and paid no attention. It was only after Lan Chang'an refined the Frost Descent talisman and received a favor from Zhu Qingxun that he truly entered young Master Huang's radar. Young Master Huang invited me here, I wonder. There's no rush. First, taste this 100-year-old green bamboo spirit wine. Young Master Huang carried himself with poise, taking out an obsidian wine jar and personally pouring wine for Lan Chang'an. Young Master Huang raised his cup first to toast. Lan Chang'an drank it without hesitation. He felt the crisp taste, with a trace of pure wood spirit eye fermenting in his stomach, nourishing his internal organs. Good wine, Lan Chang'an praised. Brother Lan is quite straightforward. A hint of surprise flashed in young Master Huang's eyes as Lan Chang'an spoke fluently. This 100-year-old green bamboo spirit wine is a specialty of Bamboo Leaf Mountain. It needs to be brewed with the bamboo shoots of a first-rank superior-grade bamboo that ordinary people cannot obtain. Master Huang secretly admired Lan Chang'an's frank and casual manner. The ensuing conversation, young Master Huang inquired about Lan Chang'an's situation in the Mu family and the market, most praising him. Not for the situation a year ago, Lan Chang'an would have thought this was a courteous and amiable young master. After 3 rounds of wine, young Master Huang's fair complexion was slightly flushed as he put a jade box in front of Lan Chang'an. A small token of appreciation, please accept it, Brother Lan. Young Master Huang, this is. Lan Chang'an opened the jade box and was moved by what he saw. Inside were 4 translucent spirit stones, like rare and precious gems. These were mid-grade spirit stones. Each was worth at least 100 low-grade spirit stones, often with more than 10% fluctuation. Equal to over 400 spirit stones, a considerable sum for those at the late clarifying stage. Besides the mid-grade spirit stones, there was also a small porcelain vial in the box, with 3 words on the label, Bottleneck Rating Pill. Bottleneck Rating Pill at the late clarifying stage. Lan Chang'an was secretly astonished. Young Master Huang's offer was so generous. The parties' intentions were clear at a glance. Such a price would be more than enough to poach a superior-grade talisman master. I believe Brother Lan understands the principle of the noble bird chooses the right tree to perch on. Even for a talented person like you, would the Mu family ever grant you a pill to break through the late clarifying stage? Young Master Huang spoke calmly with a faint smile. If Lan Chang'an were an ordinary cultivator, he would definitely not be able to resist such temptation. Young Master Huang was right. As an outsider in the Mu family, it would be almost impossible for Lan Chang'an to obtain a pill to break through the late clarifying stage. There were countless cultivators in line within the family. A few years ago, the Mu family's young lady was only able to get the pill after making contributions to the herb garden and advancing to the late clarifying stage. Lan Chang'an was currently at the 5th layer of clarifying and would face a bottleneck after the 6th layer. However, what young Mr. Huang could never have imagined was that, in this 3rd life of her cultivation, taking one step at a time with the Evergreen Technique Lan, Chang'an's foundation was incomparably solid, and advancing to the late clarifying stage didn't require a bottleneck breaking pill. The only limitation on his cultivation speed was time itself. I'm afraid I've disappointed young Master Huang. After cultivating the Mu family for over a decade, I cannot betray them. Lan Chang'an took a deep breath and tore his gaze away from the jade box with difficulty. The smile on young Master Huang's face froze. He never expected that even such an offer could not sway Lan Chang'an. He wanted to poach Lan Chang'an mainly for 2 reasons. First, Lan Chang'an had deep talent in the talisman path, and specialized in some relatively obscure but difficult talismans, enhancing the Mu family talisman shop's competitiveness. If Lan Chang'an's talisman arts improved further and worked together with Mu Zian, it would clearly benefit the Mu family in terms of financial strength and stockpiling superior quality talismans. Losing Lan Chang'an would deal a blow to the Mu family. Second, Lan Chang'an had a favor from the talented granddaughter of the Zhu family. If utilized properly, it could help the Huang family strategy. Haha, I understand now. Young Master Huang thoughts raced as he seemed to realize something. You're just infatuated with Mu Zian, so you're content to follow her, aren't you? Rest assured, once I have her in my grasp, I'll reward you with her as a concubine in the future. Then your path of cultivation will be smooth and you'll have a beauty to cherish. How wonderful would that be? By the end, young Master Huang laughed while caressing his palm. With a hint of male suggestiveness, he thought he had seen through Lan Chang'an's mind. After all, when he first saw that graceful and jade-like beauty in the market, even he was stunned by her and slightly regretted not taking her as a wife back then. Young Master Huang, please do not make such jokes. Lan Chang'an's fate was in disbelief as he got up to take his leave. Even after 2 lifetimes of cultivation, Lan Chang'an's original intentions remained unchanged. Although he dared not claim he had never killed innocents in his previous 2 lives, he had always adhered to the principle of not betraying those who did not betray him. He had taken refuge in the Mu family for over a decade. In times of danger, he might run away, but he could not betray them. Of course, having principle did not mean he was mirthful. Lan Chang'an held grudges and would always seek revenge. Once his strength was sufficient, he would strike decisively and mercilessly. This brat... Master Huang's expression turned gloomy. He never expected Lan Chang'an to be so unmoved. Beforehand, he had investigated Lan Chang'an, who seemed like a loner who rarely ventured out of the market. Such a person would not be so easy to manipulate. After leaving the tavern, Lan Chang'an returned to the Mu family talisman shop. The first thing he did was go to the 3rd floor and inform Mu Zian about the matter, without mentioning the specific details. Lan Chang'an did this to prevent young Master Huang from sowing discord between them later on. Even if he did not say anything, Mu Zian would eventually find out about the day's events. Moreover, young Master Huang might deliberately spread rumors to create suspicion between Lan Chang'an and the Mu family. Chang'an, thank you. Mu Zian smiled radiantly, her starry eyes flowing with an enchanting charm. Her gentle and melodious voice was soothing to the heart. But you, young Master Huang must have offered a substantial price. The Mu family is fortunate to have recruited you back then. The fragrance of orchids wafted over, making one's heart feel refreshed. Mu Zian stepped closer, her eyes full of tenderness as she placed a slender hand on the back of his hand. Lan Chang'an felt the touch of her jade-like skin, her fair hand as cool as jade. In an azure gossamer dress, the graceful and elegant young lady lowered her starry eyes, her fair face flushed like dawn clouds, bewitchingly beautiful. Even for him, with his cultivated mind and calmness, a slight ripple formed on the still lake of his heart. It is only right, without the Mu family's nurturing, I would not be who I am today. Lan Chang'an remained unruffled and gently withdrew his hand. He cupped his hands in salutation and left the room. Mu Zian was momentarily dazed, her fair face flushed red, and she bit her lip, seeming wanting to say something but hesitating. She gazed at Lan Chang'an's retreating back, her deep eyes filled with contemplation. Phew. The place in the market is truly different from the family. In just half a day, I faced such great impatience. Back in his room on the 2nd floor, Lan Chang'an could not help but feel pensive. First was young Master Huang's lucrative enticement. Then the jade-like beauty Miss Mu just now. If Lan Chang'an had gone along with it, he could have fallen into a romantic entanglement with Mu Zian. Of course, Mu Zian's beauty was quite different from young Master Huang's beauty. Ever since the herb garden incident years ago, he had vaguely sensed the young lady's trust and fondness for him. After coming to the market, Mu Zian spared no expense, allowing Lan Chang'an to practice superior grade talismans. If Lan Chang'an married into the family, it would be a win-win situation for Mu Zian. Marrying into the Mu family was certainly a potential path, but in this lifetime, Lan Chang'an did not want too many attachments. With his long lifespan and steady cultivation, he had a decent chance of reaching the Nascent Soul Realm. No desires, no demands unfettered. Lan Chang'an's days in the market were carefree and untroubled. Half a month later, Chang'an and Shop Zhu were chatting idly in the tea house. Brother Lan, at our age and level of talent, if we don't make a bold move in this life, we may never reach the foundation establishment realm. Shop Zhu, who had a head of graying hair, let out a sigh full of emotion. Oh, does Shop Zhu have any insight to share? Lan Chang'an smiled slightly, adopting a listening posture. As the head of the Rainbows and Silk Pavilion, Shop Zhu was core member of a clarifying family. A century ago, their family also had foundation establishment cultivators, but they later declined. The family had remnant techniques from the foundation establishment realm, and several late clarifying experts with formidable strength. Brother Lan, let me tell you a secret. Shop Zhu lowered his voice and spoke through a sound transmitting technique. 100 miles outside of Bamboo Leaf Mountain, beneath some ruins, I discovered what seems to be a hidden treasure vault left behind by the Zheng family. A hidden treasure vault left by the Zheng family. Lan Chang'an was half skeptical. However, this area used to be the Zheng family's territory before they were devastated by an evil cultivator. It was not surprising that they had hidden treasure vaults, especially since they were later almost wiped out by the Mu family. Lan Chang'an's eyes flickered lightly. Why is Shop Zhu telling me this secret? Truth be told, that hidden treasure vault has powerful restrictive spells, which will be difficult to break through in a short time and easy to leak news of. If I seek help from other powerful cultivators, I may not be able to secure my own interests. Meanwhile, Brother Lan has a low cultivation level but is trustworthy. With your talismans to aid in breaking the restrictive spells, you are the ideal partner for me. Chapter 39, Too Lazy to Go Out. Shop Zhu's words were reasonable and sincere. Lan Chang'an did not find any obvious flaws. There's no foundation establishment pill in that hidden treasure vault, is there? Lan Chang'an joked. A foundation establishment pill, most likely not. Shop Zhu hesitated, his face twitching slightly. If the Zheng family had a foundation establishment pill, they would have used it long ago instead of waiting for the Mu family to attack and kill them. Even if he was making up a story, he had to maintain basic logic. Thank you for your kindness, shopkeeper Zhu, but I'm worried there might be traps or hidden restrictions in that treasure vault. It's more reliable for me to draw talismans in the market. Lan Chang'an politely declined. Whether it was true or false, he had no interest in going out and explore treasures. The talisman master, his income was stable, and he was content to leech off the Mu family resources. He lacked for nothing in terms of spirit stones and resources. It was like having an iron rice bowl plus a gray income. What could be more stable than this? At present, the only thing that attracted him was the foundation establishment pill. If shopkeeper Zhu dared to say the hidden treasure vault contained a foundation establishment pill, he would block him immediately. If Brother Lan is unwilling to take the risk, I can only seek others. Please keep the matter confidential. Shopkeeper Zhu showed some regret but did not insist. Definitely, Lan Chang'an promised, though the other party had not mentioned the specific location. The following period, shopkeeper Zhu from the neighboring Rainbows and Silk Pavilion went missing. It seemed he had truly gone treasure hunting. When he reappeared 10 days later, he returned trowel-worn with a flushed face and 2 additional storage pouches at his waist. Brother Lan, join me at the Spring Night Pavilion tonight. If you take a fancy to any beautiful female cultivator there, it's on me. Dressed in a scarlet robe, shopkeeper Zhu extended the invitation to Lan Chang'an with great enthusiasm. The Spring Night Pavilion was brothel in the market. Like ordinary places, the service providers there were all female cultivators, each retaining a youthful appearance and refined demeanor. In the cultivation world, brothels were not merely about shallow physical players. Through the union of yin and yang, it benefited the client's cultivation, as well as the female cultivators themselves. These establishments also had different varieties. The indulgent ones like the Spring Night Pavilion offered the real deal. The virtuous ones, like the 100 Fragrance Immortal Pavilion in the Five Peaks Market Town, had immortal maidens who practiced the way of music and rhythm, which could cleanse the soul and help overcome mental obstacles and bottlenecks. The former was already quite expensive, while the latter was even more costly. Ordinary cultivators could not afford such places. Shopkeeper Zhu is too kind, but I practice celibacy and have no interest in going to such places. Lan Chang'an politely declined. Are you even a man? Shopkeeper Zhu's expressed soured as he tried to provoke Lan Chang'an, but to no avail. It wasn't that Lan Chang'an had no interest in women. As a normal man, he certainly had physical needs. It was just that he had a mild case of mysophobia and didn't want to go to those kinds of places. Once I returned to Cultivation realm and later reached Nascent Soul, wouldn't those peerless beauties be at my beck and call? Lan Chang'an saw things quite clearly. A few days later, the haggard expression and unsteady depths, shopkeeper Zhu returned from the Spring Night Pavilion. Alas, I'm getting too old for such places. I can't frequent them often anymore, shopkeeper Zhu sighed. Brother Lan was right, it's better cultivate celibacy. After that, shopkeeper Zhu resumed his normal routine. 3 days later, he invited Lan Chang'an to drink at tavern. This time, Lan Chang'an did not refuse. The tavern was called the Bamboo Wine Pavilion. The owner was a rosy-cheeked beauty with a voluptuous figure, accentuated curves, and a captivating sway of her slender waist as she walked. People called her Madame Yang. The female owner was a widow whose late husband used to be a winemaker from the Zheng family. Her husband died during the Mu family's major counterattack against the Zheng family. After surrendering to the Huang family, Madame Zheng did not follow the Zheng faction's relocation. Instead, she remained in Bamboo Leaf Mountain to run her winemaking business. Well, if it isn't shopkeeper Zhu and Master Lan, the usual orders. Upon seeing the two of them, the female owner's eyes lit up, and she came over to serve them. Madame Zheng, give us the 50-year-old green bamboo spirit wine. Shopkeeper Zhu spared no expense. Coming right up, the female owner stretched her waist and gave her instructions. Madame Zheng, what brings us the honor of your personal welcome today? Shopkeeper Zhu asked with surprise. Well, my Bamboo Wine Pavilion is organizing a wine tasting and flower appreciation event 3 days from now at the Peach Blossom Valley, 30 Lai outside the market, to reward our regular customers. Every cultivator in attendance will receive a complimentary jar of 10-year-old green bamboo spirit wine. Additionally, there will be matchmaking services. The female owner trailed off with a coy smile, her flirtatious eyes twinkling. After saying that, she placed 2 invitation cards on the table and went to serve other customers. Brother Lan, what do you think about this wine tasting event at Peach Blossom Valley? There's free spiritual wine to drink and it's not far from the market. It'll be lively with a crowd. Shopkeeper Zhu picked up the invitation card with interest. Lan Chang'an glanced at the invitation and was almost tempted, but soon he sensed something amiss. Previously, when shopkeeper Zhu invited him to go treasure hunting, he declined due to the risk involved. This time, for the wine tasting and flower appreciation event, shopkeeper Zhu emphasized not far from the market and lively with a crowd, subconsciously giving a sense of safety. Oh, I'm a bit lazy. I'm content with life in the market and too lazy to go out. Lan Chang'an let out a burp and spoke nonchalantly. Too lazy to go out. Shopkeeper Zhu's eyebrow twitched slightly. Chang'an was unwilling to go on the dangerous treasure hunt, but he also wouldn't attend the lively and safe wine tasting event. It seemed he really didn't want to leave the market. Wanting me to go out that badly. Upon returning to the shop, Lan Chang'an became wary. The market was like a self-contained living circle. It could satisfy all his cultivation needs, from pills and talisman materials to body refinement sand, and even various forms of entertainment. Since that was the case, Lan Chang'an had no need to go out, especially when being invited out by others. In his previous 2 lifetimes, he had witnessed a vicious trick, longtime friends luring cultivators out of the market and then ambushing and killing them for their herders. If there's really a need to leave the market, I'll disguise myself and sneak out quietly. That would be much safer, Lan Chang'an thought to himself. Having grown suspicious of shopkeeper Zhu, Lan Chang'an gradually distanced himself from him. He had mentioned the matter to Mu Zian. If someone was targeting him, it was likely an enemy of the Mu family. You don't need to worry. Each time I go out, I take a different route and I have a flying boat at hand. Ordinary cultivators at the ninth layer of Purifying can't do anything to me. Mu Zan smiled gracefully, exuding confidence. Indeed, at the eighth layer of Purifying, she had quite a few middle and superior grade talismans at her disposal. Coupled with the speed of her flying boat, even the late Zheng Yuanyu from back then would be no match for her. As time flowed by. The following year, Lan Chang'an and the Mu family talisman shop went about their business peacefully and business gradually prospered. He almost thought his previous suspicions were unfounded. The soaring popularity of Bamboo Leaf Mountain, incidents of cultivators being killed and robbed outside the mart were unavoidable and occurred from time to time. The past month, there was a merchant convoy that got attacked by rogue cultivators. Fortunately, that merchant had means of preserving his life and narrowly avoided disaster. In the cultivation world, as long as there are benefits, conflicts are inevitable. Lan Chang'an was not surprised by this. During the 2 years he had been in the market, Lan Chang'an accumulated a considerable number of superior-grade premium talismans. The most powerful in terms of offensive power was the Golden Blade talisman. The premium Golden Blade talismans rivaled the might of superior-grade magic swearers. They even passed the clarifying stage. Additionally, Lan Chang'an had another powerful ace up his sleeve. With 16 superior-grade premium talismans, he could construct a talisman array. This talisman array could quickly deploy a consumable temporary formation that could contend with Foundation establishment cultivators for a short period. On this day, Lan Chang'an went to the courtyard downstairs to guide Mu Urshan in talisman drawing. Mu Urshan had poor spiritual roots and average talent in talisman arts. With another year of Lan Chang'an guidance, he would be able to attempt drawing first-rank talismans. Of course, this was thanks to Lan Chang'an tutelage. Without it, ordinary novices would have to be apprentices for 7 or 8 years before attempting that. HM, Lan Chang'an's expression suddenly changed as he took out a sensory talisman from his storage pouch, which was now flickering with red light. Not good. This type of sensor talisman came in a pair of yin and yang talismans refined by Mu Zian. Although it could not convey specific messages, if one of them was triggered, it would alert the other party that they were in serious trouble or danger. The young lady went out and she's in danger. Lan Chang'an gripped the sensory talisman, his expression grave. The sensory talisman could only send a warning to the other party. Mu Zian's original intention in refining it was in case Lan Chang'an encountered serious trouble when she wasn't at the shop. After all, Lan Chang'an's cultivation level was relatively low. With the sensory talisman, she could hurry back as soon as possible. Lan Chang'an thought raced as he swiftly went upstairs to change his disguise. By his Evergreen Technique's aura adjustment, he transformed into a young man of an entirely different style. Blending into the crowd, he left the shop. Through his spiritual sense, he did not detect any followers. Just as he reached the market exit, the urgent whistling sound of something piercing through the air came from afar, and a flying boat came into view. The young lady's flying boat, Lan Chang'an recognized it. The shuttle was a bloodied elephant figure, swaying unsteadily. Shua, Mu Zian's magical power folded, and her body fell like a severed kite, plummeting towards the market along with the flying boat. Lan Chang'an was swift in his reaction, pasting a light talisman on himself as he leaped into the air. He caught Mu Zian with one arm. With his other hand, he grabbed the edge of the flying boat and infused it with magical power, allowing it to land steadily. Lan Chang'an immediately checked Mu Zian's condition. What he said chilled his heart. Mu Zian was deathly pale, with a white bone arrow emitting black smoke pierced through her chest. Mu Zian held on long enough to get one last look at Lan Chang'an. Her bloodstained lips struggled to form a faint smile before her eyes dulled and closed weakly. Lan Chang'an gripped her wrist, his face changing drastically. Her breathing had stopped. Only the faintest of heartbeats remained, about to cease at any moment. Chapter 40, The Secret of Evergreen. The poisoned bone arrow pierced through Mu Zian's chest, with the arrowhead emerging from her back. Although it did not hit her heart directly, it almost grazed it, and the dispersed image and poison had already seeped into her heart veins. With such severe injury, there is no way to recover. Lan Chang'an's face was solemn as he sighed inwardly. Such a fatal wound could only be saved by a third-rank healing pill, or a core formation cultivator's personal intervention. As a Foundation establishment marked town, Bamboo Leaf Mountain could not meet either of these conditions. Chang could only input his evergreen power to neutralize the poison and protect Mu Zian's heart veins. He hoped to allow Mu Zian a brief period of lucidity before her death to leave a final message. At the very least, she should reveal the true culprit, so that Lan Chang'an could be on guard in the future. However, as soon as he transferred Mu Zian to the third-floor bedroom of the shop, her heartbeat was already inaudible. Her heart had stopped. Though Lan Chang'an evergreen power had neutralized the poison, the damage from the poisoned arrow had already eroded and harmed her heart veins. Dead. Lan Chang'an stared blankly at the graceful and delicate young lady on the bed, whose breathing and heartbeat were gone, with her life force irreversibly fading. Immortals are low-level cultivators. It was already a corpse, at best a beautiful corpse. It wouldn't be long before her soul dissipated and her body started to decay. But Lan Chang'an, coming from Earth and having undergone 2 lifetimes of cultivation, knew that a stopped heart did not mean there was no chance of saving her. Form CPR. The power of the poisoned arrow had already eroded and damaged the heart. He was afraid that CPR would cause secondary damage. I can only try the Evergreen Technique's healing secret spell, even if it is just to temporarily sustain her life. Lan Chang'an sat cross-legged by the bed, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. The Ancient Trees Evergreen Technique, being a wood-based cultivation method, naturally had healing capabilities, and included a healing secret spell. Since it would deplete his vitality, Lan Chang'an had never used it before. Buzz. The mind in Lan Chang'an's body surged, and a layer of ancient, verdant green light swirled around his palm. It was as if an ancient tree was extending new green shoots, absorbing and exhaling the breath of life. At this moment, he couldn't care about the difference between men and women. Lan Chang'an untied Mu Zian's dress, plating his hand, enveloping green light over her chest wound. Dark green at the wound site faded at a visible speed. The wound gradually scabbed over, and the nearby skin was restored to an icy, jade-like purity. Chang couldn't help but be surprised. The Evergreen Technique's healing secret spell was unexpectedly good. Just like its poison illusion ability, it far surpassed ordinary wood-based cultivation methods. Ugh. Mu Zian under the big groan. A fine layer of sweat appearing on her forehead, and a faint red flush appeared on her pale face. Regaining consciousness, Lan Chang'an's heart leaped with joy, keeping his hand on Mu Zian's chest, afraid she would stop breathing the next moment. I didn't die. Mu Zian opened her starry eyes and looked at Lan Chang'an, her pale face squeezing out a faint smile. Chang'an, it really is you. The last time she was poisoned in the medicine garden, she felt herself falling into endless darkness, but a strand of pale green warmth had pulled her out of the abyss. Today, that feeling came once more. Even though Lan Chang'an was disguised, the familiar masculine presence was unmistakable. Take your breath, speak softly. Lan Chang'an removed his disguise, raised his hand to stop her, and said sternly, leave your final words quickly. Who is the murderer? I need to give the Mu family an explanation. Mu Zian paused, the red flush on her snowy face showing a faint, tragic bleakness. The murderer is a rogue cultivator. 3 late-stage clarifying cultivators, wearing masks. The leader at the 9th layer of clarifying was extraordinary, possessing a superior-grade magical bow and an extremely fast-flying eagle spirit bird. She described, her starry eyes revealed a sense of reluctance, instinctively tightening her grip on Lan Chang'an's warm hand, not letting it leave her chest. After revealing the murderer, Mu Zian felt a weight lifted off her shoulders. She quietly gazed at Lan Chang'an, her delicate and graceful face showing a serene smile. Chang'an, dying in front of you is also a kind of luck. You know why I announced that I would not marry outside back then. You clearly had a slim chance in the path of immortality. Why were you unwilling to join the Mu family? If you were willing, we could have had a child in the future and let him take your surname Lan. Mu Zian's heartfelt confession before death stunned Lan Chang'an. But, young lady, you are thinking too far ahead. Phew. At this moment, Lan Chang'an's power was exhausted, and his vitality greatly depleted, forcing him to stop the healing technique. Mu Zian clutched his hand tightly, keeping it on her chest. Before I die, can you hug me once? A blush appeared on her face. The dying person's last wish was hard for Lan Chang'an to refuse. Besides, the young lady had nurtured and taken care of him in many ways. Lan Chang'an embraced the graceful and elegant young lady, who buried her head in his chest, experiencing the warmth before death. Lan Chang'an's hand was still on her chest, feeling the gradually steady heartbeat, realizing something was amiss. Earlier, in the rush, he had been touching an inappropriate spot, but did not pay close attention. Why am I still alive? A few breaths later, Mu Zian, slightly confused, touched the bone arrow in her chest. Strange, how come you are not dead? Lan Chang'an said subconsciously, confused and uncertain. He released his hand to check Mu Zian's condition. Her pulse was steady, and the fatal wound on her heart had healed. The bone arrow was still lodged in her chest, but for a cultivator, it wouldn't be lethal in a short time. How is it? Mu Zian looked at Lan Chang'an with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Lan Chang'an's expression was unusual. You have come back to life. I really survived. Mu Zian's face lit up like the morning glow, tears streamed down her cheeks. You don't seem happy that I'm alive. Mu Zian's starry eyes shifted to Lan Chang'an, who was lost in thought. No. Chang's original intention was to sustain Mu Zian's life, allowing her to leave a final message and reveal the murderer. But Lan couldn't keep up with changes. The healing secret spell of the Evergreen Technique had exceeded his expectations, actually bringing Mu Zian back from death. After using this healing secret, Lan Chang'an realized that it had consumed 2 months of his lifespan. The Evergreen Technique prolonged longevity by drawing on the energy of time. The healing secret spell that brought back life would consume lifespan. Through this accident, Lan Chang'an touched upon the core secret of the Evergreen Technique. Hiss. Mu Zian was so happy that she moved her wound, causing cold sweat to stream down from the vein. Don't move, I'll help you remove the arrow. Lan Chang'an had Mu Zian lie on her side on the bed, first using a cleansing spell to remove the poison from the arrowhead. One hand on her chest, using evergreen mana to protect her heart veins. The other hand slowly pulled out the bone arrow. During the process of pulling out the arrow, Mu Zian was drenched in fragrant sweat from the pain, but she smiled silently, looking at Lan Chang'an's serious expression. After the arrow was removed, Lan Chang'an applied ointment and infused evergreen mana to accelerate the healing of Mu Zian's wound. Chang'an, your wood-based technique is extraordinary. Its healing effects are truly amazing. Mu Zian was silent for a moment, then couldn't help but speak. Noting Lan Chang'an's slightly furrowed expression, she seemed to understand something and smiled with pursed lips. Chang'an, every cultivator has their secrets. After the incident in the herb garden, I felt you were different from ordinary cultivators. If you are worried, I, Zian, swear by my heart demon that I will never reveal today's events to a third party. Mu Zian raised her hand, solemnly swearing. The young lady is not an outsider. It's not that serious. Lan Chang'an's brows relaxed, showing a smile, satisfied with Mu Zian's intelligence and thoughtfulness. The healing effect of the technique was not a shocking secret. To ordinary cultivators, it was not as attractive as bottleneck-breaking pills or foundation establishment pills. Even the longevity extension of the Evergreen Technique, some high-level wood-based techniques also possessed, could extend life by more than 10%. Lan Chang'an's greatest secret was the Nine Seal Stele. The Evergreen Technique was secondary, and the healing secret spell was just the tip of the iceberg. The final words I just said. Zian, with her injury stabilized, thought of her previous near-death condition, her face burning with embarrassment, both annoyed and awkward. What last words? How come I don't know? Lan Chang'an said glumly. As he finished speaking, Mu Zian took hold of his shoulder, her flowing hair dancing, and her delicate face enlarged in his vision. Lan Chang'an was startled, feeling a soft, fragrant sensation between his lips. The fragrance of osmanthus and orchids surrounded them as they kissed. Moments later, with a clear mind, Lan Chang'an released the still weak young lady. Rest well and heal. Lan Chang'an had Mu Zian lie down on the bed. Chang'an, will you run away? Mu Zian, feeling uneasy, clutched his hand. Chang was surprised at Mu Zian's intuition and decided to be honest. After reaching the 7th layer of clarifying, I will leave the Mu family. After reaching the 7th layer, he planned to seek opportunities for foundation establishment, as the Mu family would no longer be of much help. Currently, the time was not ripe. How could Mu Zian not understand the implication? Her starry eyes dimmed. Leaving her hand, Lan Chang'an left. She murmured softly, "You are truly candid. No, you will leave. You do not want to be entangled with me. Not even 2 decades with the entire Mu family could make you hold any lingering attachment." Zian's near-death attack outside the mark caused a stir afterward. This was the same incident of merchants being attacked by rogue cultivators. A few days later, Mu Zian, together with other major merchants, pressured the Maple Leaf Huang family to strengthen marked security and eliminate the rampant rogue cultivators. Concerned about their safety, the major merchants stood united. The Maple Leaf Huang family, feeling the pressure, had to convene a meeting to discuss countermeasures. Chapter 41, Evil Face Flying Eagle. That night, the shopkeepers of various major stores in the mart went to the Maple Leaf Manor at the top of Bamboo Leaf Mountain to attend the conference convened by the Huang family. An hour later, Mu Zian returned to the shop and immediately found Lan Chang'an to explain the situation. "The person who attacked me is called Evil Face Flying Eagle. He wreaked havoc in other marts years ago. This person was hunted down by a foundation establishment cultivator, and after being injured, he went into hiding for several years. Now, he has resurfaced around Bamboo Leaf Mountain." The first piece of news Mu Zian shared was precisely what Lan Chang'an was concerned about. Evil Face Flying Eagle. Lan Chang'an memorized his name. To escape from a foundation establishment cultivator, he was no ordinary 9th layer clarifying level 9. No wonder he could push Mu Zian to the brink of death. Then, Mu Zian mentioned the second matter. The 2 attack merchants. The Huang family will compensate by waiving the management fees for their shop for the next 10 years. 10 years of management fees was no small amount. The Maple Leaf Huang family more or less expressed themselves. After all, the attack did not happen within the market. It was a certain distance away. Lan Chang'an mused. Merchants get compensation, but those wandering cultivators who died tragically, it's all over for them. This is the law of the jungle in the world of cultivation. Most merchants in the market have powerful backgrounds. Some even the Huang family wouldn't dare offend lightly. Furthermore, the Huang family plans to strengthen the market's formation and law enforcement cultivators, actively eradicating rogue cultivators. Due to increased expenses from next year, they will raise the merchant management fees by 30%. Mu Zian's clear voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Raising management fees. Chang couldn't help but admire that the Huang family was really good at taking advantage of opportunities. The first 2 years of the mart's opening, management fees were kept low to attract traffic. Now that the mart's traffic was increasing, and most shops were beginning profit, the Huang family was using the threat of market security posed by rogue cultivators to raise the management fees. The situation had indeed changed. Previously, the mart was newly open, and they had to beg people to come to do business. Now, as the mart's popularity increased year by year, there were plenty of people scrambling to get in. The Huang family publicly stated, if anyone was dissatisfied with the increased management fees, they could sell their shop back to the Huang family at current market prices with compensation. This showed the Huang family confidence in the market prospects. Turning to his room, Lan Chang'an fell into deep thought. He recalled a year ago when Shopkeeper Zhu and Madame Zheng in the mart had tried every means to get him out. Lan Chang'an and Mu Zian joined forces, making the business of the talisman shop increasingly better. The quality and variety of their talismans were quite competitive. Besides the Feiyu Lake aquatic products and the purple copper mining area, the Mu family had this talisman shop an additional money-making tree, and their development was getting smoother and smoother. As long as one of them was eliminated, this momentum could be slightly curbed. Lan Chang'an, impervious pressure, simply wouldn't leave the mart, giving them no opportunity. Mu Zian was different. She occasionally traveled between her family and the market. With higher cultivation and possessing a flying boat magical weapon, she wasn't an easy target, but at least there was a chance. At the top of Bamboo Leaf Mountain, a hall within the Maple Leaf Mansion. You went too far this time. An elderly man with prominent cheekbones, sitting cross-legged on a mat at the head of the hall, looked displeased. The merchants doing business in the market are not easy to deal with. Attacking them was a wrong move. For a little girl, was it necessary for you to personally intervene, risking the market's reputation? Uncle Ling is right. Wang Yu respectfully replied, I did not personally participate in the matter, merely provided information to the evil-faced Flying Eagle. That guy developed an interest in Mu family's eldest daughter, a wealthy and beautiful female cultivator, and acted on his own. Mentioning this, a hint of gloom flashed in Huang Yu's eyes. He originally planned to carefully plot, capture Mu Zian, and leverage the rogue cultivator's name to control the Mu family and Lan Chang'an. However, the evil-faced Flying Eagle was overconfident and underestimated the quality of the talismans Mu Zian held, suffering a mind loss at the beginning when his Flying Eagle was injured by a talisman. Under his anger, he viciously destroyed even the flower. If he had killed Mu Zian, it would have been fine, but she survived and incited the merchants to pressure the Huang family. The elderly man snorted coldly and said indifferently, You should be more cautious. The prosperity of the market is crucial to our Huang family plans for the next 100 years. Since the attack on Mu Zian, the Huang family increased patrols and law enforcement around the mart, even handling several cases of murder and robbery. The security environment around Bamboo Leaf Mountain improved. The mart traffic steadily increased. Business in the shops became more prosperous, and the resistance to the management fee increase lessened. 3 years later, Lan Chang'an advanced to the 6th layer of clarifying, taking his cultivation to the next level. As expected, it took a total of 6 years. The spiritual energy of the plants in the mart only improved his cultivation efficiency, but it couldn't change the passage of time. Lan Chang'an had plenty of free time every day, cultivating, drawing talismans, refining his body, practicing alchemy, feeding his spiritual pet. In addition to personal interests, drinking tea, playing chess, strolling through the mart stalls, and trying to pick up critters. Life was both fulfilling and leisurely. The 4 or 5 years at Bamboo Leaf Mountain, Lan Chang'an never left the market. Someone even gave him the nickname Turtle Talisman Master, making him a topic of gossip among some cultivators in the market. Lan Chang'an didn't mind. He believed that in the future, when he reached the core formation or Nascent Soul Realm, those who mocked him would likely be nothing but a pile of dust. The past 2 or 3 years, aside from cultivation and hobbies, Lan Chang'an's life has seen some changes. One day, Lan Chang'an, full of energy, got up from bed and dressed. Near the bed, a pile of female cultivators' clothing lay scattered. A green gauze dress, a blue belly band, white silk stockings, exquisite embroidered shoes. Fragrant scent filled the bed. Beautiful body with smooth jade-like skin, curves, and a long, snowy leg was exposed. Oh, this was the young lady boudoir. Zion opened her starry eyes, showing a hint of fatigue. Seeing the energetic Lan Chang'an, her gaze held a bit of resentment. There is a saying, only the ox can be exhausted, but the fields cannot be ruined. However, for Lan Chang'an, who cultivated the Evergreen Technique, this saying did not apply. Lan Lang, I have to get dressed, no peeking. The sound of the beauty dressing came from behind. Lan Chang'an stood by the window, his thoughts drifting, feeling that these fulfilling 2 or 3 years had passed quickly. 3 years ago. After that near-death healing, the young lady gradually put aside her pride, occasionally flirting and initiating discussions about talismans. One time while drawing talismans together, she revealed her true feelings. Her life belonged to Lan Chang'an, and even if he left in the future, she would accept it willingly. With words spoken to this extent, if Lan Chang'an had still pushed back, he wouldn't be a normal man. He would not even be as good as a eunuch. After years of close contact, a lonely man and woman with mutual affection naturally ended up sleeping together. Every corner of the young lady's boudoir bore traces of their passion. Of course, no matter how deep the love. Lan Chang'an remained calm, using secret techniques from the secrets of locking the dragon to preserve his essence, ensuring no offspring would be left behind. Morning. The first floor of the shop, Mu Urshan and Mu Shan were arranging the goods on the counter. Now, both apprentices could make some first-rank talismans, although their success rate was low, just breaking even. Mu Zian inspected the shop, checking for any issues. Lan Chang'an didn't manage the shop's affairs and was preparing to visit the marked stall area. He had heard in his previous life that some cultivators found hidden treasures or sealed magical items at unsuspecting stalls. Thus, over the years in the market, he often visited the stall area, hoping to find something valuable. With plenty of time, he enjoyed trying his luck. Over the years, he indeed found a treasure, acquiring a piece of a magical item resembling a handkerchief. It looked like a piece of cowhide, impervious to water and flare, with a flexible texture. This magic treasure, it at least corresponds to the core formation realm. Even though it was fragment, Lan Chang'an couldn't use it with his current cultivation, so he used it as a protective mirror, lying it in his outer robe. After wandering around the stall area with no luck, he went to the tea house to relax, overhearing many cultivated discussions. Bamboo Leaf Mountain is holding an auction this time, and I heard they will auction a Foundation Establishment pill. Foundation Establishment pill, really? Not only the Foundation Establishment pill, but also extremely high-quality spiritual tools, the longevity pills. Early in the morning, the tea house was more crowded than usual. Lan Chang'an sipped his tea, unfazed by the auction and the Foundation Establishment pill discussions. The market merchants had known about the auction for a month in advance. The Huang family had invited the Mu family's talisman shop, hoping they would provide a batch of superior quality talismans for the auction. The Maple Leaf Huang family decided to hold a large-scale auction at Bamboo Leaf Mountain in 3 months. There were indeed rumors of a Foundation Establishment pill. Additionally, the Beast Tang Zhu family would sell a batch of high-quality spiritual beasts at that time. Instantly, nearby cultivation families, and even more distant wandering cultivators and sect cultivators, got the wind of it. Foundation Establishment pill, Lan Chang'an sipped his tea, sighing inwardly. After several rounds of preparations, the Bamboo Leaf Mountain Mart would become the center of attention. This was also the Huang family goal, to make the Bamboo Leaf Mountain Mart truly prosperous. As the auction approached, the mart's traffic increased daily. Recently, Lan Chang'an even received letters from Yao Xiao and Lin Yi. Learning about the grand auction at Bamboo Leaf Mountain, both friends planned to attend. Chapter 42, My stomach is very good. 2 months later, with less than 10 days until the auction, the flow of people in Bamboo Leaf Mountain had surged, reaching an unprecedented level of fervor. The business at Mu family's spirit talisman shop was booming, and the 2 apprentices, Mu Shan and Mu Urshan, were overwhelmed with work. As a result, the Mu family sent 2 more family members to assist. On this day, Lai Ergu also came to Bamboo Leaf Mountain. Dad, say, and mother. Mu Urshan saw father with a big belly. He excitedly waved his hand, rushing out of the shop. Having been in the market town for many years, Mu Urshan had only gone back once halfway through, and hadn't seen his father for a long time. Such a big man, can't you be a bit more steady? Lai Ergu scolded with a stern face. Beside him was a tall, beautiful one in a palace dress, his Saiyan wife Mu Kiwei, who had inferior spiritual roots and was at the Saiyan layer of Kairafman. Brother Chenking, Urshan hasn't seen his father for a long time. Mu Kiwei smiled sweetly, holding her husband's arm. Urshan scratched his head, chuckling foolishly, not daring to look directly at his beautiful Saiyan mother, who wasn't much older than himself. He respectfully welcomed his father and stepmother into the reception room at the back of the first floor. Big brother, Changing's sister-in-law. Soon, Lan Chang'an came downstairs to entertain Lai Ergu. Big brother, you're still the same. Cultivating the wood-based eternal youth technique, you have hardly aged over the years. Lai Ergu now looked middle-aged with a fat face and a body twice the size of Mu Kiwei. Eternal youth technique is slow to cultivate, and one must have a good mindset, maintain health, and abstain from desires to delay aging, Lan Chang'an said without blushing or skipping a bit. Lai Ergu hadn't planned to come to the market town, but he heard that Zhao Xiao and Lin Yi were arriving soon, so he came over. He also wanted to see his son and broaden his horizons. The 2 talked about things within the family, and then about cultivation. Alas, I've been stuck at the 6th layer of clarifying stage for 5 or 6 years now and still haven't broken through. Lai Ergu sighed. Chang could see that Lai Ergu had been stuck at the peak of the 6th layer of the clarifying stage for a long time. This was a bottleneck. Most clarifying practitioners couldn't overcome it in their lifetime. Breakthrough, one had to either grind for years or use breakthrough pills to increase the probability. Neither method guaranteed success. Life-word breakthrough was also unrealistic for Lai Ergu. You had a smooth journey in the past few years. Taking some time to settle and slowly polish a bit isn't a bad thing. Wait for a bottleneck breaking pill in the future. Lan Chang'an smiled. Bottleneck breaking pill, too difficult. The breakthrough pill, I don't know how many cultivators in the family are lining up for it. Some have even earned merits on the front lines. How can I compare? Lai Ergu was self-aware. Breakthrough pills were scarce and expensive, rarely sold on the market. Lai Ergu had no special skills, at best working hard-time as a spiritual planter to support his family, lacking the financial means to vie for a breakthrough pill. 2 days later, Xiao and Lin arrived at Bamboo Leaf Mountain and found Mu's spirit testament shop. The reception room at the back of the shop. 4 immortal seedlings from Hengshu Prefecture gathered again after 20 years. Compared to their last reunion at Jinyan Valley, the 4 had not changed much. Lai Ergu looked wealthier, his small eyes now more shrewd. Lin Yi, dressed in a loose robe, appeared calm and steady, his mustache longer. Xiao, in a flowing fairy dress, was as beautiful as a painting, cold as a fairy, without a hint of mortal smoke. Fellow Taoists, my calculations are correct. It has been exactly 20 years since we first met. Lin Yi stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes shining with satisfaction. 20 years. The 4 smiled at each other, sighing at how quickly time passed. At this moment, they didn't know. Bang 20 years, this would be their last reunion frozen in this scene. Your children are now as old as we were back then. Xiao smiled, looking at Mu Urshan and Lin Yi's 6th son, Lin Lu. Lin Lu, 15 years old, wore a luxurious brocade robe, a gold crown, and a jade belt. He had handsome features, red lips, and white teeth. Mu Urshan, already 18, had thick eyebrows and big eyes, a burly build, and a simple, honest face. Regardless of talent or qualifications, Mu Urshan was dwarfed by Lin Lu. Little Lu, get to know Urshan well. You should be like brothers and support each other. Lin Yi looked at his outstanding son and instructed. Yes, father. Lin Lu barely managed to smile, reluctantly communicating with Mu Urshan. Clearly, Lin Lu looked down on Mu Urshan. Lin Lu had a spiritual root sensitivity of 18, close to middle-grade spiritual roots, and with the significant resources invested from the hidden Immortal Pavilion and Guan Marquee Mansion, he passed the assessment of Jinyan Valley last year. He was now an outer disciple of Jinyan Valley. In contrast, Mu Urshan, a Cultivation family disciple with a spiritual root sensitivity of 12, was just an apprentice. They were from entirely different levels. In the room, Lin Lu only showed respect to Xiao. He didn't care about Lan Chang'an and Lai Ergu, seeing them as failed members of their sex, living as dependents and becoming son-in-laws. Like his father, who had risen from adversity, creating the hidden Immortal Pavilion and gaining some fame among wandering cultivators. Your son little Lu has a solid foundation, Lan Chang'an commented. It was normal for teenagers as sect disciples to be a little arrogant. Haha, I've invested a lot in little Lu over the years, not wanting him to repeat my mistakes. Lin couldn't help but feel proud of his son, who was far better than him. He was now struggling with his cultivation, and his future achievements would be no match for Lan Chang'an and Lai Ergu. However, his son was strong. During their chat, Lin Yi subtly revealed that the new Guan Marquis was his young brother, whom he had secretly supported to the throne. It was the same as saying that Lin Yi controlled both the hidden Immortal Pavilion and the Guan Marquee Mansion. The 4 chatted intensely, finning a pot of tea. I'll brew another pot. Lan Chang'an prepared to stand up. Let me do it. Voice as clear as spring water hame. Mu Zian appeared, elegant and graceful, rolling up her sleeves to brew tea for the group. When Xiao and Lin Yi arrived, Mu Zian was busy managing the shop and had only greeted them briefly. They knew this gentle and quiet one was the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Before long, Mu Zian brought the teapot, her bright, warm eyes meeting Xiao's. Xiao's eyes were clear and bright, nodding with a smile. Alice, miss, this isn't appropriate. Having Mu Zian serve tea, Lai Ergu and Lin Yi were flattered. Chang'an, you guys continue chatting. I have some matters to attend to. Mu Zian's gentle eyes glanced at Lan Chang'an before leaving gracefully. Brother Lan, you and miss. Lai Ergu sensed something was off, widening his eyes. The way Lan Chang'an and Mu Zian interacted, they didn't seem like ordinary friends. Brother Lan, you're quite something. You didn't make a move for years, but when you did, you won the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Lin stroked his beard and smiled, inwardly shocked, doubtful, and envious. This was the eldest daughter of the Mu family from Feiyu Lake. Xiao was surprised, looking at Lan Chang'an with a strained gaze. Could it be that he was the type to live off of one? Brother Lan, is this true? Lai Ergu was stunned, the eldest daughter of the Mu family being the dream of many young men in the family. I don't spread rumors or gossip, Lan Chang'an directly denied it. Mu Zian might have mistaken Xiao for a love rival, and deliberate came to show their closeness. Usually, when outsiders are around, Mu Zian is actually quite reserved and subtle. Seeing the disbelief on their faces, he smiled helplessly. Actually, my stomach is very good. That night, Lan Chang'an treated them to a spiritual food banquet in the Mark Town. Lin Yi and Xiao, preparing for the auction, stayed in the Mark Town's inn. 3 days until the auction, all the inns in Bamboo Leaf Mountain were full and had collectively raised their prices. Are you participating in this auction? Back at the shop's 2nd floor, Mu Zian entered Lan Chang'an's room, full of gentle charm. Yes, Lan Chang'an answered without hesitation. Among the leaked auction items, there was something he had to buy. Our Mu family received an invitation and can enjoy VIP treatment. Would you like to join us then? Mu Zian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Okay. Lan Chang'an thought it would be safer to attend with the Mu family, as offending someone at the auction could mean having the Mu family's protection. Mu Zian was delighted, her brows containing love. Her delicate, beautiful face blushed slightly as she softly said, Lan Lang, I'm not going upstairs tonight. Whoosh! Fragrance filled the room, extinguishing the lights. 3 days later, on the day of the auction, Bamboo Leaf Mountain was bustling, with lights occasionally flashing in the sky, accompanied by the rise and fall of magical weapons and flying beasts. Sometimes, a powerful figure in the Foundation establishment realm would appear, their immense spiritual pressure calling nearby cultivators to retreat. At Mu Family Spirit Talisman Shop, several high-ranking members of the Mu family came to inspect, nodding frequently. Mu Renlong of the Foundation establishment, realm and family head Mu, Mao came to Bamboo Leaf Mountain for the auction, and took the opportunity to visit the talisman shop. Father, Lan Chang'an is attending the auction with us. Mu Zian, in a plain dress, stood gracefully like jade beside Lan Chang'an. No problem. Mu Mao, dressed in a blue robe with an elegant demeanor and graying temples, stroked his beard and smiled, his gaze sweeping over the two. Suddenly, Mu Mao's expression changed, his sharp gaze falling on Lan Chang'an. Mao, what's wrong? Mu Renlong, in a black robe, looked over and noticed Mu Mao's unpleasant expression. Mu Renlong glanced at Mu Zian, whose snowy skin was flushed and whose figure was captivating. It suddenly dawned on him. Current Foundation establishment cultivator of the Mu family smiled, his hawk-like eyes showing a hint of approval towards Lan Chang'an. Chapter 43, Old and Young Compete. Lan Chang'an, how many years have you been with the Mu family? Mu Renlong's presence was formidable, his voice resonant and authoritative. 20 years, Lan Chang'an answered. It's been that long. Mu Renlong couldn't help but sigh. Over the years, you've made significant contributions to the Mu family, and you're considered one of our own now. If you fancy any girl in the clan, no matter who she is, I'll make the decision for you. Mu Renlong's encouraging gaze carried a hint of dominance. Without waiting for Lan Chang'an's response, he got up and headed to the auction. Chang'an understood the implication of Mu Renlong's words. He supported Lan Chang'an marrying Mu Zian. Even if Mu Mao disagreed, he would have to comply. After all, the Foundation establishment realm Mu Renlong was the undisputed authority in the Mu family, even more domineering than the previous ancestor. Mu Mao's face showed a trace of discontent, feeling disappointed. His exceptional daughter, with her stunning beauty and superior-grade talisman skills, had been taken by someone who seemed like a harmless pig. But on second thought, if it was marriage into their family, Lan Chang'an, being an outstanding talisman master with a distinguished appearance and steady conduct, was quite suitable. This way, both talented individuals would remain with the Mu family, firmly tied to them. Previously, he was blinded by his fatherly emotions. In contrast, Mu Renlong, with his broader perspective, was more rational, directly supporting Lan Chang'an. The Bamboo Leaf Mountain auction was held near the mountaintop in a newly constructed hall. The auction was a high standard, requiring participants to verify possession of 200 spirit stones or items of equivalent value. This instantly ruled out some of the poorer wandering cultivators who were just there for the excitement. The Mu family, as invited VIPs, naturally didn't need verification and used a spell passage. Brother Renlong, your presence brings great honor to Bamboo Leaf Mountain. An elderly Foundation establishment cultivator from the Huang family greeted Mu Renlong warmly. Foundation establishment ancestor of the Huang family, Huang Changling. Seeing the elderly man with prominent cheekbones, Lan Chang'an recognized him. After all, he had been in the marked town for years and had seen or at least heard of the important figures of the Huang family. The Huang family had 3 Foundation establishment members. Huang Changling's cultivation wasn't the highest, but his seniority was high and had been guarding the Bamboo Leaf marked town all year round. Hosting this significant auction, the Huang family certainly brought more than one Foundation establishment cultivator. The auction hall was semicircular and very spacious. The floor was covered with mats, each maintaining a distance of more than 2 zhang. 1 zhang equals 3.33 meter. The Mu family's VIP stand resembled a floating terrace, accommodating 10 people. Besides the high-ranking cultivators, the Mu family also brought 2 young talents to broaden their horizons. Lan Chang'an sat in the VIP stand, enjoying the spirit tea and spirit fruits served by a female attendant. He looked down at the auction hall, observing the details. Chang'an noticed Lai Ergu, Yao Xiao, and Lin Yi sitting on a jade mats. Lai Ergu grinned, also seeing Lan Chang'an on the VIP stand. Lan Chang'an has really clung to a powerful thigh. Seeing Lan Chang'an sitting with Mu Zian and the Mu family's high-ranking members, Lin Yi sighed inwardly. Lan Chang'an might marry the Mu family's eldest daughter in the future, even if he was to marry into her family. It was enviable. Worthy of being a big brother, Lai Ergu admired Lan Chang'an, recalling when they, the immortal seedlings, had narrowly escaped death and first saw that gentle and elegant girl. She was stunning. Marrying the Mu family's daughter, they didn't even dare think about it. Half an hour later, the mats in the auction hall were almost all occupied. Buzz. A gentle beam of light descended from the sky, illuminating the auction stage as if it were daytime. Welcome to all the Taoists who have come to Bamboo Leaf Mountain to support the event. I, Guangqing Lin, am honored to have been recognized as the host to preside over this auction. An elderly man in a slightly plump feather robe, smiling widely, cupped his hands towards the top and the right and left side of the stage. First, let me explain the auction rules. No spiritual sin threats, no malicious bidding, no preclusion. Any behavior disrupting the auction order will result in expulsion from the auction hall if the crimes are light or abolishment of their cultivation if the crimes are heavy. Without further ado, the first auction item is the Clear Kai Pill. As everyone knows, the Clear Kai Pill is a breakthrough elixir for advancing to the mid-stage of clarifying. We have 5 pills today, each starting at 100 low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum bid increment of 5 spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful attendant in a green dress brought in a tray. Clear Kai Pill, the first item is a breakthrough elixir. Cultivators from all directions were excited. Although the Clear Kai Pill was only a breakthrough elixir for the mid-stage of clarifying, which sect or cultivator didn't have juniors, such breakthrough elixirs were always in short supply. I bid 105. 120. Bids came one after another from all directions in the hall. In the end, the first pill sold for nearly 200 spirit stones, equivalent to the value of a mid-grade magical weapon. Subsequently, the remaining 4 clear Kai bills were all fiercely contested and sold out. Next is the second auction item, the mid-grade magical weapon green steel mother and sun swords. The elderly man in the feather robe raised his hand with a smile. Mid-grade magical weapon, a complete set of magic weapons, clarifying mid-late stage cultivator's eyes lit up. Lan Chang'an was tempted. The green steel mother and sun swords were more powerful than the flying shuttle artifact he obtained from Master G, comparable to the Black Net, but ultimately, he didn't participate. Having an additional excellent mid-grade magical artifact wouldn't significantly enhance his strength. In the auction, he had his eyes on certain items and wanted to conserve his spirit stones. Next, one auction item after another was presented, sometimes causing a wave of excitement in the hall. The 16th item in the auction is a first-rank life extension bill, of which there are 3, each extending lifespan by 5 years. I remind everyone that for such life extension bills, only the first one of the same grade will extend life, subsequent ones will not. First-rank life extension pill. Young cultivators showed little interest, but old cultivators' eyes gleamed. Several drowsy old men suddenly perked up. First-rank life extension pill, the holy medicine for prolonged life, starting at 200 low-grade spirit stones, with each bid increased no less than 10 spirit stones. The elderly man in the feather robe announced excitedly. 250 spirit stones. An impatient white-haired old man in the 9th layer of clarifying immediately bid, increasing by 50 spirit stones at once. However, this bid did not deter other competitors. 260. 280. 300. In no time, the price of the life extension pill soared 50% above the starting bid. 310. 400. A young, incongruous voice joined in, causing a momentary silence among the bidders. An increase of nearly 100. Brother Lan. Hearing the familiar voice, Lai Ergu was stunned, looking towards the VIP stand above. The Mu family's high-ranking members, including Mu Renlong, Mu Maud, and Mu Ziyan, were all surprised, looking at Lan Chang'an. Lan Chang'an, did you practice some secret technique that drastically reduced your lifespan? Mu Maud coldly stared at Lan Chang'an, then glanced sympathetically at his daughter. Maud, Lan Chang'an is in his prime and has plenty of vitality, definitely not going to die anytime soon. Mu Renlong chuckled, also curious. This junior's late introduction to cultivation led to a lack of potential. Purchasing the life extension pill is to make up for the lost years. Lan Chang'an was prepared, answering calmly. Hey, is that the reason? The Mu family members looked at each other, unable to refute this reason. However, normal cultivators, unless nearing the end of their lifespan, wouldn't pay such a high price for purchasing the life extension pill. With those spirit stones, it was better to buy precious elixirs to improve cultivation as much as possible. Moreover, whether a cultivator could advance to higher realm was often determined in their youth. Losing or gaining 5 years wouldn't change much. Lan Chang'an bidding for the life extension pill was because the evergreen technique required drawing on the Kai of the passing years, and using healing secret spells would consume lifespan. Life extension pills, with the word longevity, were closely related to the evergreen technique. He wanted to test what effect the life extension pill would have on him. 410. Cold Hump came from a certain age late-stage carafiner, adding 10 spirit stones. No foundation establishment cultivators participated because most had already used the first-rank life extension pill, rendering repeated use ineffective. 450. Lan Chang'an's bid was aggressive, indicating he was determined to win. The scene made the elderly cultivator glance at him, their fierce gazes locking onto him. A young man with no worries about lifespan competing with them, who had 1 foot in the grave for life extension pills. The group was instantly outraged. However, Lan Chang'an was too young, just a rash youth, likely not the main bidder, so it wasn't necessary to get angry with him. The person was sitting in the Mu family's VIP stand. Mu Maud, what's going on with your Mu family, sending a young man to compete with us centenarians for longevity? Mu Renlong, your father and I were close friends. How can you disregard your foundation establishment status and be so ruthless, trying to force us old folks to die early? These white-haired elderly cultivators gritted their teeth, directing their anger at the Mu family's high-ranking members. Chapter 44, Earthgrade Beast Egg. The VIP platform. Facing the hostility and anger of the crowd of elderly cultivators, Mu Renlong and Mu Maud felt immense pressure. Mu Renlong in the foundation establishment realm was a bit uneasy. Those aged cultivators had considerable seniority and connection, some even barely qualified as his elders, with outstanding dissonance. The Mu family's high-ranking members felt unjustly accused, bearing the brunt of Lan Chang'an's actions and a tricking enmity. Those elderly cultivators didn't believe a young man like Lan Chang'an would purchase the life extension pill regardless of any cost. Such financial resources, wouldn't buying breakthrough pills be more appealing? It must have been the directive of the Mu family's high-ranking members. 460. A white-haired old man gritted his teeth. 500. Lan Chang'an remained calm, as if the bid had nothing to do with him. Mu Ziyan's eyes turned as she recalled how readily Lan Chang'an agreed to join the auction that evening, and she couldn't help but smile. Chang'an had evidently anticipated the pressure from competing for a life extension pill against a group of old folks. Fortunately, Lan Chang'an had the backing of Cultivation Force. If it were a background-less loose cultivator, then they would have to weigh their options. Mu Renlong, you're ruthless. Faced with Lan Chang'an's strong bid, the elderly cultivators finally gave up competing. After all, there were 2 more life extension pills. There was no need to fight a reckless youth supported by a foundation establishment family. They even suspected that Lan Chang'an might be a plant by the life extension pill seller. 500 spirit stones is their higher bid. This life-extending holy medicine is rare and precious. The elderly auctioneer in a feather robe scanned the room, his tone passionate. 500 spirit stone going once, 500 spirit stone going twice, sold. The first life extension pill is sold to the guest at VIP platform number 7. The elderly auctioneer glanced at the Mu family's VIP stand, his gaze lingering on Lan Chang'an for a moment. The first life extension pill was surprisingly won by a youngster, which astonished the various forces in the hall. The kid seems to be the talisman master in the markdown, the turtle talisman master. Turtle talisman master. I heard he's quite cautious. No wonder he's competing with the elderly for a life extension pill. Behavior is truly disgraceful. At the auction, some cultivators recognized Lan Chang'an and either despised or envied him. After all, Lan Chang'an's ability to shell out such a large amount of spirit stones for a life-extending pill indicated financial prowess, surpassing most in the clarifying stage. The second life-extending pill, starting at 200 low-grade spirit stones, don't miss this opportunity. On the auction stage, the second life-extending pill began its bidding. Chang'an felt slightly tempted. One life-extending pill might not be enough to test his hypothesis about the Evergreen Technique. However, it wasn't appropriate to compete for a second one.